My wife and I are merely bound by contractual marriage. Upon my request for a divorce, she not only confiscated my suitcase. In the dead of night, I summoned a locksmith to weld my front door, only to prevent me from departing from her. Only a few years ago, she went to the airport in a bid to retain the ethereal love of her girlfriend who was departing for a journey abroad. Not on the road did the vehicle encounter a mishap. Subsequently, we entered into a contractual marriage. After marriage, in order to swiftly expel the lingering presence of her beloved from her heart, I devotedly cared for her for 4 years, relentlessly showering her with kindness. Yet one fateful night, in a state of inebriation, she lay upon her bed, calling out the name of her beloved white moonlight a staggering 999 times. At this moment, I realized that I can never take her place in her heart. Gazing at the contract in my hand, which remains pristine after 4 years, I ponder that it is time to bring this chapter to a close. At 6 o'clock in the evening, I prepared a sumptuous feast of 6 dishes and a soup, tailored to the exquisite palate of Bai Ningbing. After Bai Ningbing returned and opened the door, I smiled at her, and the meal was served. Bai Ningbing washed her hands and seated herself upon a chair. A pair of chopsticks and a bowl were placed before her, accompanied by a serving of rice neatly prepared. Bai Ningbing cast a glance at me, her eyes filled with reproach. Despite her words, she nonetheless picked up a large shrimp and brought it to her lips. I smiled gently, meticulously peeling the shrimp for her. You are still in the recovery phase, and it is imperative to increase your nutritional intake. After finishing a meal, she settled onto the sofa. Suddenly, a phone call resonated. Glancing at the screen, she saw the name Ji Boss Hen and instinctively pressed the power button to turn off her phone. I emerged from the bathroom on the first floor, enveloped in a sense of clarity. Why, I wonder, do you not answer the call? Bai Ningbing nestled deeper into the soft sofa, shifting slightly. The phone rang, but she couldn't be bothered to answer it. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan, in a few days, it will be my grandfather's 70th birthday. My mother has asked you to return home early. I am drying my hair while seated before her. I have something to convey to you. Bai Ningbing curled up on the sofa, resembling a tiny kitten nestled within a cozy cat bed. I retrieved 2 documents from the drawer of the coffee table and placed them before her. Let us proceed with the dissolution of our marriage. Bai Ningbing awakened suddenly, as if emerging from a deep slumber. She glanced at me in astonishment, her nerves taut. At this moment, Bai Ningbing's phone, resting on the table, rang once more. It was Ji Bosheng, the call from her cherished moonlight. However, I merely cast a fleeting glance and chose not to pay it any heed. Will you not answer your ex-boyfriend's call? Bai Ningbing, in her languor, unmistakably displayed a hint of dissatisfaction. My affairs are of no concern to you. You are not someone of significance in my life. Initially, Bai Ningbing was disinclined to answer the call. She extended her foot in an attempt to disconnect the phone, but upon realizing she was clad in a fitted skirt, she hesitated. Extending her foot would reveal her entirely. Consequently, she decided to sit up instead. She noticed the words divorce agreement prominently displayed on the table. Her heart tightened painfully. Fang Yuan, what are you doing? I smiled faintly. Frozen in time. Thank you for these past 4 years. For your assistance. I was able to pay for my mother's surgery. Yet, between us, it has always been a marriage of convenience. Now he has returned, and it is time for me to depart. I can no longer delay your life. You deserve to possess your own happiness. Bai Ningbing gazed at me in astonishment, for aside from my smile, she found no trace of sorrow or sadness upon my visage, not even a hint of lingering sentiment. Bai Ningbing, infuriated, slammed her palm against the table. Who do you think you are? Over the years, I have bestowed upon you no less than several million, enabling your mother to transition from a grave illness to complete recovery. Is this how you choose to repay me? For years ago, following Bai Ningbing's car accident, the Bai family frantically disseminated advertisements, offering a staggering bounty of 1 billion, in search of anyone capable of healing Bai Ningbing. After inciting a tremendous uproar, I made my way to their doorstep. At that moment, I declared myself to be Bai Ningbing's, desiring nothing but to beseech the Bai family for an opportunity that would allow me to remain. During that time, Bai Ningbing, due to her paralysis, succumbed to madness. Regardless of who it was, even her own parents would scold her. She was filled with uncontrollable rage, shattering objects and striking others. At that time, the participants were as numerous as the flowing river. Yet in the end, only I successfully pass the trials set by the Bai family. Regardless of how Bai Ningbing torments me, I shall silently endure, steadfastly guarding her side for 4 years, as if each day were but a continuation of the last. On the day Bai Ningbing stood up, her parents were overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces as they repeatedly expressed their gratitude towards me. The entire family unanimously agreed to our union. Bai Ningbing did not refuse. Instead, she entered into a contract. She was aware of how I treated her, yet she harbored her own thoughts deep within her heart. With a sigh, I placed the agreement before her. I am acutely aware that, had it not been for you, my mother might have succumbed to her illness long ago. Our marriage, merely a formality to appease your parents and family, remains unknown to the outside world. Please sign it. I shall find a way to repay your kindness. It is precisely because I have cared for her over the past 4 years that I understand the depth of her feelings for Ji Bossen. Now that he is returning from abroad, it is time for me to take my leave. Bai Ningbing was taken aback, and she shouted at me, truly laughing. For million, what do you intend to repay? At that moment, the mobile phone on the table, which had just been silenced, rang once more. It was yet another call from Ji Bossen. I left the agreement on the table and rose to walk toward the room. Lingbing, do not deceive yourself any longer. Even in your dreams, you continuously call out his name. You still harbor feelings for him, do you not? Now that your legs have healed, allowing you to walk freely, I no longer wish to impede your life due to this illusory marriage. Bai Ningbing roared with fury like a maddened lion. The incessant noise from her phone infuriated her to the point of shattering it. After a considerable period of anger, she stumbled to her feet and dashed towards my room. I stepped outside for a moment, and upon my return, if I find you absent from the house, you shall be in for it. What audacity to even contemplate divorce. If separation is to occur, it shall be on my terms. Bai Ningbing, in a state of exasperation, hastily grabbed her bag and turned to leave. However, in her flustered state, she miscalculated and ended up colliding headfirst with the solid alloy door. Furious, she slammed the door shut and locked it from the outside. She felt that such actions were far from secure. She even exerted herself to move pots weighing over 100 pounds to block the entrance. Scoundrel! Wretched fool! Divorce! I sever ties with you. What am I to you? You, a mere rascal, dare to divorce me, the heiress of billions. Listening to the gradually fading sound, I couldn't help but let out a sigh. I have meticulously packed my belongings. Upon the table lies a photograph of a woman, strikingly reminiscent of Bai Ningbing. I apologize. After all these years, I have finally emerged from the shadows. In remembrance, I sought out someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to you. I spent 4 entire years by her side, and in gazing upon her, I perpetually felt your presence lingering as if you were still alive. Yet, you have been gone from my life for so many years. It is time for me to embark on a new chapter. Will you, from the heavens, bless my journey? At midnight, Bai Ningbing hurriedly leapt from the car, scarcely pausing to turn off the engine. Clutching her shattered phone, she rushed into the house. She hurriedly rushed to my room, neglecting to turn on the lights, and forcefully pounded on the door. Fang Yuan opened the door. Open the door for me. Yet, the room remained enveloped in silence, devoid of any response. She turned the doorknob and opened the door, only to find the room utterly empty, everything meticulously arranged and in perfect order. She rushed over and opened my wardrobe, only to find it completely empty. Even the toiletries in the bathroom had been tidied away. Bai Ningbing was alone at home, shouting, Fang Yuan, are you out of your mind? Who gave you permission to leave? Just then, a call from her mother came through. Ningbing, what on earth are you doing? Did you have a quarrel with Fang Yuan? Why is he at your grandparents' house so late at night? Bai Ningbing was seething with anger. We did not quarrel. That lunatic is just acting crazy and has annoyed me. Her mother, filled with concern and curiosity, inquired, what has happened? If you have upset Fang Yuan, you should quickly speak some kind words to him. If you find it difficult to express yourself, I can help you. Bai Ningbing was further enraged by the return of Ji Bossen. The mother approached. It must be your troublesome affair with Ji Bossen that led to his misunderstanding. You refused to apologize and even chastise him. Bai Ningbing's teeth clattered in anger as she exclaimed, All right, mother, I understand. I shall go to grandfather and grandmother's house shortly to scold him. With a sharp snap, she hung up the phone. Fuming, Bai Ningbing was about to step out But before leaving, she cast an annoyed glance at my suitcase, finding it exceedingly bothersome. She approached it, intent on opening the suitcase. Only the suitcase bore a combination lock. She rushed to the living room, wielding a hammer, and shattered my suitcase. To my dismay, all my clothing and belongings were contained within the confines of the box. Bai Ningbing seized my garments, one by one, and hung them in the wardrobe. Ah, Fang Yuan, you have been by my side for 4 years, yet I never realized the audacity you possess. To think you have already packed your belongings. What are you scheming? Do you intend to challenge me? It was at this moment that a photograph slipped from my clothing. What would this be? The photograph features a visage strikingly reminiscent of Bai Ningbing, adorned in a pristine white dress and complemented by a cap of orange flowers. The first sleep, Bai Ningbing felt a flicker of secret delight within her. Though I may have lost my sanity, I still cherish and carefully store away her photograph. Something feels amiss. This does not seem to be my true self, for I would never don such a dress. The third eye. This is not oneself at all. The name is inscribed behind the photograph. Words of commercial intent. In a quaint courtyard located several dozen kilometers from the city outskirts, I was engaged in a delightful conversation with my grandfather. Just as our discussion reached a joyful crescendo, the sound of a vehicle's wheels rolling over the road broke through the air. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. It is I, Ningbing. I opened the wooden door and stood at the threshold, gazing at her. What brings you here? Bai Ningbing instantly caught a whiff of the scent emanating from my body. Drink. I nodded and smiled. My grandfather beckoned me over, and I shared 2 cups with him. Bai Yueguang chuckled heartily. The beverage we indulged in was of low alcohol content. After a brief slumber, all was well. Bai Yueguang, concerned about Bai Ningbing's potential reproach towards me, hastily intervened to smooth over the situation. I replied with a smile. Do not worry. My grandfather is in robust health. Occasionally indulging in a couple of drinks is nothing to be concerned about. I acted as if nothing had transpired, while Bai Ningbing suppressed the fury within her heart. Clutching that photograph, she refrained from erupting. Please park the car properly for me. Bai Yueguang inquired with a hint of confusion. Aren't you working tomorrow? Bai Ningbing, in a state of despair, exclaimed, What are you doing? Why is it acceptable for Fang Yuan to return and stay, while I am questioned about not going to work tomorrow when I come back late at night? The severity of the situation. Bai Yueguang remained oblivious to the matter, reasoning with a robust demeanor. For you are indeed quite occupied. With a resounding boom, this phrase detonated in Bai Ningbing's mind. Lu Lanhua sensed that something was amiss. She tugged at him, urging the old man to hastily come inside. I nodded. After assisting Bai Ningbing in parking the car properly in the village parking lot, just as I was about to step inside, I was unexpectedly pulled back outside by Bai Ningbing. In the tranquil countryside of the late night, a profound silence envelopes the surroundings. Yet, this very stillness serves as a harbinger of an impending tempest. Ding dong, my phone has just received a message. Bai Ningbing snatched it away with a swift motion. The messages in the chat box infuriated her to the extent that she hurled her phone into the pond. My mobile phone. I was taken aback. I hurriedly rushed over. However, Bai Ningbing seized me with a firm grip, her gaze piercing and fierce. Fang Yuan, she declared, the woman who just messaged you must be Shang Xinzi, is it not? She bears such a striking resemblance to me. What does she seek from you? I responded weakly. Last lesson. Grandfather's birthday celebration coincides with your appearance on the program, where you will be sharing the spotlight with her. Can you truly justify your actions to me? Ningbing, you have come to know. I was taken aback, gazing at the photograph in Bai Ningbing's hand. A pang struck my heart. After 4 years, how could I be unaware of Bai Ningbing's habit of rummaging through my belongings? It is worth noting that in these 4 years, Bai Ningbing has never entered my room. And then, Bai Ningbing was on the verge of tears due to her anger. The reason she presented me with a contract was that she sensed something amiss about me. I was gentle with her, yet this tenderness seemed to belong to someone else entirely. I took a deep breath, turned my gaze to the side, and uttered an apology. Bai Ningbing said, through gritted teeth, You admire me, yet you cannot possess me. Then you seek a woman akin to me as a substitute. Are you out of your mind? The celebration of grandfather's longevity. Let's part ways. It is no longer suitable for us to continue this union, merely bound by a contract. Very well. Very well. Have you sought another to replace me simply because you cannot have me? overwhelmed with emotion. Bai Ningbing choked and coughed from the sudden onslaught. I quickly patted her on the back, but she forcefully pushed me away. Icebound, you need not act in such a manner. The significance of Ji Bushing in your heart is evident to us all. We are well aware that in your pursuit of him, you faced countless tribulations. Through countless days and nights, you wept and called out his name. With a resounding slap, Bai Ningbing struck my face with great force. Fang Yuan, you wish to divorce, do you? Very well, let's part ways at once. In that instant, Bai Ningbing seemed to be drained of all her strength, staggering forward unsteadily. Yet she bravely maintained her composure, concealing her sorrow from me. She herself could not discern the source of her anguish, as tears continued to stream down uncontrollably. I noticed that something was amiss with her, so I hurried to catch up. However, I was reprimanded by her. After pursuing her a few times and facing her scolding repeatedly, I could only stand at a distance, watching her get in her car, and then I drove away from the village. Bai Ningbing rushed back to the villa, choking on her emotions as she tore the divorce agreement on the table into shreds. In the dimly lit home, she found herself utterly alone, a wave of chilling solitude swiftly enveloping her being. At that moment, Ji Bushing's call came through once more. She answered the phone and yelled across the line, "Ji Bushing, are you out of your mind? I have already told you that there is no possibility between us anymore. If you dare to bother me again, I will have someone throw you into the sea." Before the words on the other end could finish, she hung up the phone. Bai Ningbing swallowed hard, attempting to answer the phone. However, at that moment, the fractured screen of her phone malfunctioned, prompting her to angrily hurl the device away. For years ago, Ji Bushing silently resolved to part ways with her, and then he drew her closer. She pursued him with fervent madness. Emerging from the confines of the vehicle, she could not comprehend why, despite their childhood bond as inseparable companions, Ji Bushing treated her in such a manner. Later, the vehicle's exhaust system failed. Heartbroken, she suffered from hemiplegia, and a relentless series of setbacks utterly shattered her spirit, leading her to abandon all hope. What is said online is not without merit. Childhood sweethearts cannot rival a serendipitous arrival. The enchanting figure shall leave them behind. There exists a bewitching presence. Ji Basan embodies this, as does Fang Yuan, the alluring individual in the photograph. Even if she bears a resemblance to me, what indeed makes her superior? It is preposterous. Bai Ningbing weeps, having unknowingly fallen asleep on the sofa, clutching my blanket in her arms. Upon awakening, she was jolted by an overwhelming pang of hunger. Instinctively, she rubbed her swollen eyes. "Fang Yuan, where are you? I'm famished." Her voice echoed hollowly through the villa, met with an unsettling silence that lingered, devoid of any response. A deepening sense of unease welled up within Bai Ningbing as she gazed at the photograph on the table, one that mirrored her own visage. A realization struck her. I am no longer at home. I am about to divorce her. Within the confines of Yun Chengji Yuan, I dragged my weary form, clutching a bouquet of flowers, as I traversed several flights of stairs to stand before the gravestone. A white photograph rests upon the gravestone, depicting a girl whose smile radiates like the sun. I take a clean cloth, meticulously polishing the gravestone. Unbeknownst to me, at some point, a tenacious wildflower sprouted amidst the cracks of the bricks beside the monument. I cannot restrain myself from uprooting the scattered, meager weeds surrounding it. Beholding that resilient little chrysanthemum, it blossoms boldly under the fierce sun. Heartfelt words. Everything as you wish. Time eternally lingers in your most beautiful moments. I light a cigarette, raising a hint of a smile. You are most fond of hearing me sing. I shall soon depart from Cloud City for a while, embarking on a quest for my future life. Before I leave, I shall play a melody for you, hoping to alleviate your solitude. Sitting cross-legged upon the ground, I face the gravestone as the gentle strumming of the guitar fills the air. As I play, it seems as though the silhouette of a familiar figure emerges within the depths of my gaze. She ascended the stage for the school anniversary, standing resplendent beneath the spotlight. Not far from her side, I perched upon a bar stool. Cradling my guitar, I smiled at her. "Fang Yuan, why does your singing resonate with such deep sorrow and resentment? Are you deliberately trying to bring me to tears? You ought to embrace a more optimistic outlook and find joy and laughter more often. How old are you after all? Your demeanor mirrors that of an elder, making me appear rather childish in contrast. Forget about me. In the days to come, please do not dwell on my memory. You possess a bright future ahead. Your life should not be tethered by my existence. I have departed, until we meet again in another life. Foolish one, I have never truly known you. Yet, if there exists a next life, I shall surely find you. As the music concludes and the crowd disperses, I gently extend my hand to caress the gravestone, touching her delicate head, just as I did in those bygone days. She lamented, "Do not say such things. If I fail to grow taller, I shall hold you entirely accountable, Fang Yuan. Please do not gaze at me in that manner, for it stirs a deep sorrow within me. I am aware that I shall not live beyond 20. I gazed upward at the sky. The cigarette, but in the corner, has once again burned down to its end. Fool, you have never truly departed from me. You have always lived within the melodies of my song. I shall achieve great success, carrying with me the wishes you hold dear, to the hall of your dreams. When that moment arrives, I will have no regrets in this life. At that time, I may contemplate the passionate romance you spoke of before your passing, and then marry and raise children, thus growing old." I smiled softly and turned away. Due to the grand celebration of Bai Yueguang's birthday, the Bai family's ancestral home was exceedingly lively. At that moment, a grumbling voice echoed through the air. A middle-aged man, somewhat portly, entered the small courtyard clad in a suit, despite the sweltering heat, clutching a briefcase. This man was none other than my father-in-law, Bai Mingjie. The youthful ones, eager for fun and mischief, swarmed around Bai Mingjie, eagerly seeking his attention. Bai Mingjie was drenched in sweat, hurriedly pushing them away. "Stay back. I'm too hot. Little Chi-Chi, don't throw the popsicle at Uncle. Oh no, Uncle's clothes are ruined. I can no longer endure this. You little rascals, go amuse yourselves." Bai Mingjie took out a bundle of cash from his bag and handed it to the rowdy children. I was cooking under the colorful steel canopy in the small courtyard, beads of sweat adorning my brow. Upon seeing Bai Mingjie, I immediately called out, "Why is it that you alone are left?" I explained that Ning Bing is busy at the company. The day after tomorrow marks my grandfather's grand birthday celebration. Ning Bing must complete the matters at the company before returning home to honor her grandfather. Bai Mingjie did not take it too seriously. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. However, as he spoke, he approached me and discreetly slipped a cigarette into my hand, lighting it for me at a moment when I was particularly occupied. In most households, it is customary for a son-in-law to light a cigarette for his father-in-law. Yet within the Bai family, the roles were rather reversed. Bai Mingjie remained unfazed by this peculiar dynamic, and had it not been for my unwavering support over the past 4 years, his daughter's prospects would have been entirely diminished. Due to this trivial matter, he confronted the father of Ji Buoxing directly. It was solely because Ji Buoxing's father failed to educate his son properly. Engaging with the elite of the Shanghai circle, straddling 2 boats, once the affair on that side materialized, he unceremoniously cast aside his daughter. Had it not been for his family's intervention, he would have eagerly seized the hoe to strike Ji Buoxing. Bai Mingjie stands beside me, occasionally handing me a condiment. I wonder why my mother-in-law has yet to arrive in Yunqing. I serve the dishes from the pot with a sense of helplessness. "Dad," I say, "you are aware of my mother's situation. Moreover, my grandparents' health is not in the best condition. It is unrealistic to expect her to travel over 1,000 kilometers while attending to their needs at home. In truth, I would rather my mother not come over, for I am on the verge of divorcing Bai Ningbing. Should they arrive, their joy would be palpable, yet upon receiving the news, their sorrow would undoubtedly be profound. Indeed, they are unable to come, and there is nothing we can do about it. When the time comes to celebrate your grandparents' birthdays, we shall return to your hometown to commemorate the occasion. Since Fang Yuan has obtained a marriage certificate with his daughter, he is effectively half a son to him. The Bai family will have their share, and he will ensure that my family possesses the same. There is no need to be stingy regarding one's own son-in-law." After the dishes were prepared, I brought the meal to the table, inviting everyone to take their seats. I then turned back to the doorway and called out to the village. 10 minutes later, upon my return, Bai Mingjie turned to me and inquired, "Whose chicken is that?" After I had been occupied for over 10 minutes, everyone awaited my return to partake in a meal. Even the children refrained from touching their chopsticks. I felt a stir within me as I recalled the old village chief's home. "Why have you not yet dined? The dishes have grown cold. Isn't it up to you?" Bai Mingjie smiled, inviting me to sit beside him. The old residence lacks sufficient space, thus everyone dines in the courtyard. My standing within the Bai family may be disregarded by everyone else, yet I remain undeniably significant to them all. Let us dine. Bai Mingjie beckoned to everyone, urging them to pick up their chopsticks. Many matters require no elaboration. The understanding resides within us all. After a satisfying meal, Bai Mingjie rested at the table, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he imparted his wisdom to me. An old saying goes that at 73 and 84, one faces two significant challenges. Thus, it is essential to prepare oneself for a 3-day trial. Life in the village unfolds as it does. Bai Yueguang, when you and Ningbing hold the event, it will also take place in the village. If we move to the shop, your grandfather will surely express his displeasure. Very well, I nodded in agreement. Bai Mingjie nodded in agreement. You two have no issues at hand. As for the matter of liaising with the itinerant merchants and the customs of the village, it shall be entrusted to the two of you. I will transfer 5 million into your account. Cousin-in-law Huang Yu stood by, his mouth nearly watering with astonishment. He was well aware of the indulgence I had received from my family. However, the sight of my father-in-law, Bai Mingjie, casually offering 5 million stirred something within him, leaving him momentarily speechless. I hastily exclaimed, I still have some left in my account. No need. I shall return it to you immediately. No worries. Since there is some, let's keep it for a while. Your father may not have much else, but I certainly have abundance. Ha ha. Ha ha indeed. Chapter 7. The contractual marriage. As he observed the smug expression on Xia Qinggong's face, the elder Xia Zhengwo couldn't help but roll his eyes, tapping him lightly with a fan. Money, money, money. All you care about is wealth. Such a stench of greed, yet not one of you is truly filial. You all bustle about incessantly, and yet it's only Chen Qiu who frequently visits us in the village. When the day comes that I pass away, you won't even know. Xia Qinggong quickly spat several times, bewildered. Father, what madness has possessed you? You're about to celebrate your birthday. Why speak of death? It's so inauspicious. The old man dismissed him, turning to Chen Qiu. Chen Qiu, you and Nanzhi should expedite your wedding plans. There are still some auspicious days before the new year. Can we host the celebration before then? Once married, let Nanzhi abandon that wretched company and focus on giving you children. I haven't much time left. And before I depart this world, I wish to witness the birth of your child. Chen Qiu hastily replied, Grandfather, you are in such robust health. I am certain you will live to 100. He attempted to divert the conversation, but the elder ignored him, directing his attention back to Xia Qinggong. Qinggong, can we finalize this before the new year? Xia Qinggong's demeanor became serious, though it was somewhat comical. He assured, absolutely. Nanzhi is much better now. She can wear a wedding dress. The old man nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Marry this year, have a child next year, and then plan for a second child the year after. Rest for 2 years, and then aim for a third child. With the elder's words, the decision was set in stone. Grandfather, what do you consider Nanzhi to be? Chen Qiu remarked, exasperated yet amused. The elder responded, the government encourages young people to have and raise more children. We have the means. Let her give birth. Xia Qinggong added, I'll jot this down. And later I'll say it was your idea, grandfather. As he spoke, Xia Qinggong fiddled with his phone, suddenly recalling something. By the way, Dad, if Nanzhi were to have a second or third child, can we renovate the house? When everyone returns. We're here during the day and still have to rush back to Luqing at night. It's exhausting. The old man decisively declared, yes, once the eldest grandchild is born. We will renovate. Xia Yuanshan replied, all right. We'll hold the wedding in the second half of the year, renovate next year, and have a baby. By the time the house is finished, the child should be born as well. The elder bargained, no, we must confirm she is pregnant first, otherwise, if Nanzhi has a whim, it could delay things for years. Xia Yuanshan agreed, understood, father. Your words shall be conveyed. During dinner, Chen Qiu's mother-in-law, Gao Yulan, arrived to lend a hand in preparing a feast for the family. Originally, these tasks were meant for Gao Yulan and the other women. But everyone insisted that Chen Qiu was an excellent cook, hence the responsibility fell to him, which he willingly embraced. As dusk approached, Xia Nanzhi arrived. The traces of tears on her face had long since vanished, replaced by a semblance of indifference. Nanzhi, you've arrived? Go fetch your father for me, and see where he has been playing cards to the point of no return. Gao Yulan commanded, still clad in her apron. Oh, Xia Nanzhi nodded. casting a brief glance at Chen Qiu before departing. Before long, Xia Yuanshan was brought back, having lost over 200 in the afternoon. His expression somewhat sullen. Transfer 5 million to Chen Qiu. It's utterly pointless. Losing at cards puts me in a foul mood. Yet, ironically, I'm both inept and love to play. Wife, it's all your fault. You kept calling me this afternoon. I was winning initially, but with your incessant reminders, I ended up losing it all. Xia Yuanshan sat on a stool, cigarette in mouth. Not only did he win nothing that afternoon, but he also lost several packets in the process. Damn it, what a misfortune. Xia Qinggong, as a prominent businessman, do you really need to win money from the villagers? Have some shame. Gao Yulan shot him a glare. Yes. Xia Qinggong, his spirit dampened, shuffled off to wash his hands in preparation for dinner. Cousin. A group of young children, oblivious to the passing hours, flocked back home just in time for dinner. Xia Nanzhi maintained a composed expression but still greeted them. Her little cousin ran over, clinging to her. Cousin, can you not marry my brother-in-law? Xia Nanzhi was momentarily taken aback by her words, perplexed. What do you mean? The little cousin, a mix of shyness and innocence, replied, I want to marry him when I grow up. Crash, several sounds of children stumbling echoed in the courtyard. The second aunt turned her head sharply, glaring at the girl, who, realizing her faux pas, stuck out her tongue and scampered away. However, her words made Xia Nanzhi's heart skip a beat, her gaze towards Chen Qiu laced with irritation, but more so with a sense of injustice. At that moment, Chen Qiu was preoccupied with cooking, oblivious to the murderous glare Xia Nanzhi was directing at him. As sweat dripped down his brow, by the time everyone had filled their bellies, night had fully descended. Xia Qinggong took Chen Qiu and Huang Yu to the old village chief's house, urging them to familiarize themselves with the arrangements, so they wouldn't be flustered when the birthday celebration commenced. Many villagers would return to assist, but as the hosts, they needed to coordinate the affairs. Nanzhi, what exactly is going on between you and Chen Qiu? Did you go look for Su Xiaopeng? After dinner, Gao Yulan strolled with her, inquiring. Xia Nanzhi felt a swell of grievance, wanting to deny it, but the words that escaped her lips were, yes, I did seek him out. Gao Yulan's frustration surged, her composure cracking. Given our situation with the Su family, why would you seek him out? And you know very well why he left you. He simply fell for a third-generation red aristocrat from the Magic City and looked down upon our family. They possess power and influence to aid him. But when he was cast aside, he came crawling back to you. The Xia family had no intention of arranging a marriage for Xia Nanzhi. As long as she found happiness, they would accept her choice. Social status was of no concern. What truly mattered was genuine affection. And the Xia family could handle the rest. Mother, I wish to divorce Chen Qiu, Xia Nanzhi declared through gritted teeth, tears shimmering in her eyes. Divorce? What are you thinking? Is there nothing that cannot be resolved through proper discussion? Gao Yulan exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. She certainly did not want her daughter to make foolish decisions. But my marriage to Chen Qiu was merely a contractual arrangement. Am I not entitled to seek a divorce? I do not love him. He rescued me from despair, yet did our family not also provide him with substantial financial support? That should settle the matter. Xia Nanzhi's voice grew increasingly aggrieved. This was a sentiment she dared only express to her mother. Had she voiced it to her father, Xia Qinggong would surely have scolded her. What? A contractual marriage? In that moment, Gao Yulan stood frozen, as if the very heavens were about to collapse around her. Chapter 8. Deception. Everyone in the Xia family believed that they were officially married, and that their marriage certificate was genuine. It was simply that Xia Nanzhi had physical limitations, which prevented them from holding a grand celebration. Everyone understood her predicament. After all, marriage is a once-in-a-lifetime event that deserves to be celebrated with grandeur. If Xia Nanzhi could only sit in a wheelchair, the wedding banquet would undoubtedly carry a sense of regret. However, Gao Yulan never anticipated that their union was merely a contractual arrangement. Xia Nanzhi, what on earth are you thinking? Her mother rarely raised her voice, but this time she did. Xia Nanzhi felt increasingly wronged. Anger surged within her, and she stubbornly choked out, I simply do not like him, but since you all do, I agreed to this marriage. I went through with it. Regardless, I intend to divorce him. Yet she had torn up the divorce agreement with her own hands. You are being unreasonable? Gao Yulan was infuriated, her face flushed with anger. In that moment, she instinctively felt remorseful towards Chen Qiu, because of her daughter's recklessness. Chen Qiu had been drawn into this chaos. Nanzhi, do you still have feelings for that scoundrel Su Xiaopeng? Gao Yulan struggled to suppress her fury as she asked. Yes. Xia Nanzhi's words were contradictory, yet her gaze was resolute as she stood against her mother. You are truly going to drive me mad. Gao Yulan exclaimed, flinging her hand in frustration before turning to leave. She had initially believed that any misunderstanding between the two was minor and could be reconciled. As a mother, she felt it was her duty to mediate. Little did she expect that they were merely in a contractual marriage. When Su Xiaoping returned, she worried that Chen Qiu, given his temperament, might yield. However, the son-in-law of the Xia family could only be Chen Qiu. Should Xia Nanzhi dare to bring Su Xiaoping back, Xia Qinggong would surely send him to the hospital. Why is it all my fault? Xia Nanzhi sulked on the ground, her cheeks puffed in indignation. In the pond where she had tossed Chen Qiu's phone, a group of little ducks paddled about, the moonlight shimmering on the water's surface, casting a pristine glow. Yet, Xia Nanzhi felt utterly helpless. Suddenly, she recalled that Chen Qiu's phone was presumably waterproof, a flagship model she had purchased for him. Even submerged in the pond, it should remain unharmed, right? For some reason, she felt an overwhelming urge to uncover the nature of Chen Qiu's communication with that woman, even though she was aware that the content might be distressing. Nonetheless, she yearned to see it. After Gao Yulan departed, she went to the old village chief's home, where several men were gathered, drinking and discussing upcoming arrangements. Gao Yulan's demeanor returned to normal as she smiled and took a seat beside them, patiently waiting for their conversation to conclude. She remained there from 8 o'clock until nearly 10, displaying no signs of impatience. Chen Qiu attentively listened to the village chief's words, diligently jotting down notes on red paper. Observing him, Gao Yulan felt her heart ache. Such a fine young man, bound by a contract after 3 years? He must be feeling profound sadness and despair. Once they left the village chief's home, Gao Yulan took the opportunity to send Xia Qinggong and the others away, walking alongside Chen Qiu down the village path. Chen Qiu, is there something you and Nanzhi are concealing from us? Gao Yulan inquired earnestly. Mom, what do you mean? Chen Qiu's heart sank, filled with confusion. Gao Yulan speaking to him privately likely pertained to the matter of divorce. What do you think? Gao Yulan gazed at him, retorting. Chen Qiu remained silent for a moment before he sighed. Mom, this is my fault. I should have told you from the beginning. Rest assured. After Grandpa's birthday banquet, I will leave quietly. Chen Qiu merely wished to conclude this final matter and did not want to witness Xia Jianghuo's disappointment. The 70th birthday celebration was of utmost importance. If things were to become fraught at this juncture, the Xia family would inevitably suffer disgrace in the village. However, once this matter was resolved, his departure would carry less weight. Leave? Who is allowing you to leave? Gao Yulan said sternly. Despite the fact that her own daughter had caused a contractual issue, Chen Qiu was willing to shoulder all the responsibility, striving to protect her daughter even if it meant departing. What is this all about? Chen Qiu, just one statement from me. This family cannot be without you. For now, do not mention this to anyone. As for Nanzhi, I will handle her thoughts. In any case, Su Xiaopeng will never cross our threshold. Gao Yulan spoke in a low voice. Chen Qiu realized she had misunderstood and hurriedly said, Mom, it's not like that. Gao Yulan shook her head, interrupting. Enough. You need not speak to Nanzhi any longer. I know what kind of person she is. If she were so easy to communicate with, she would be insisting on seeking Su Xiaoping even in her half-paralyzed state. Chen Qiu wished to clarify the matter regarding the photographs. But Gao Yulan only considered it a contractual issue and would not allow him to explain. Upon reaching the doorway, Gao Yulan noticed a peculiar trail of muddy footprints that extended from the pond, leaving clear marks on the cement path. Mom, please let me say one thing. This matter is truly not Nanzhi's fault. It is entirely mine. From the very beginning, I deceived you all. In truth, I am not Nanzhi's admirer. I do not like Nanzhi. Inside the villa, Xia Nanzhi, covered in mud, entered the house. With each step she took, the floor was marked with muddy prints, and clumps of mud continued to fall from her. Yet, she clutched her mobile phone tightly. She neglected to shower and instead plugged her phone into charge. But after waiting for quite some time, no icons illuminated the screen. Suspecting an issue with the charger, she rummaged through the house and found a spare charger to connect to her phone, yet still, there was no response. After a considerable effort to dry herself off, even using a hairdryer to blow on the phone for a while, she reinserted the charger, but to no avail. Eventually, resigned to her fate, she ventured out again, disheveled, seeking a mobile phone shop. In this vicinity, there are few mobile phone repair shops open at this hour. She casually selected one, dialed the number displayed on the shop front, and offered the owner an extra fee to come immediately, regardless of whether the phone could be repaired, for the sum of 1,000 yuan. The owner, who had just settled into bed, hurriedly sprang up and rode over on his electric scooter. My dear, what on earth happened to you? He exclaimed. Your phone has suffered water damage. I will have to disassemble it for inspection and repairs, which may not be swift. Perhaps you should take a shower first, and I will call you once it's done. The owner, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, was clad in shorts and slippers. He switched on the lights and settled into a chair, ready to dismantle the device. Although Xia Nanzhi's face bore traces of mud, the illumination only accentuated her beauty. She was undoubtedly the most stunning woman the owner had ever encountered, without exception. It's quite all right. I shall wait, she replied, remaining steadfastly by his side. Unwilling to take a seat. Although she lacked knowledge of phone repairs, she was determined to observe. The owner, with no alternative, hurriedly began to take apart the phone. My dear, it seems your phone has been submerged for quite some time. Additionally, the screen has cracked from an impact, allowing water to seep in, he lamented. Can it be repaired for 10,000 yuan? Xia Nanzhi inquired. The owner's expression revealed no signs of joy, yet he replied, I will do my utmost. Chapter 9. The second WeChat? The boss tinkered for quite some time, employing various techniques such as flying wires and CPU replacements, operations that were utterly incomprehensible to Xia Nanzhi. Nevertheless, she remained utterly focused, her gaze unwavering. Unable to resolve the issue himself, the boss decided to accompany Xia Nanzhi to a renowned mobile phone repair shop, persuading the technician to return to work late at night. Dear lady, you must preserve the data within the app. I suggest you leave the phone here for a few days. I have exhausted every possible method at my disposal. It's not a matter of money. Even if you offered me 100,000 to fix it, I still couldn't achieve that. My shop handles official after-sales service, and I specialize in Huawei devices. However, my only advice remains, leave it for a few days. Who knows, it might become salvageable later. The technician lamented. What if I send it to Bai in Pengcheng? Xia Nanzhi inquired. The expertise there is undoubtedly superior, but the chances are still slim, the technician replied with a shake of his head. After pondering for a moment, Xia Nanzhi proposed, how about this? I will send you 10,000 now. You take the phone to Pengcheng, and once it's repaired, I will pay you another 100,000. The technician, with utmost seriousness, asked, is it urgent? Xia Nanzhi nodded fervently. Very. You should leave tonight. As she spoke, she scanned the QR code in the shop, transferring 10,000 in cash. The technician accepted the payment without hesitation, taking the phone and driving off towards Pengcheng under the cover of night. A wealthy lady's cash made matters considerably easier. Regardless of the outcome, that 10,000 was merely his travel fare. By the way, dear lady, if you are unaware of the password, we cannot assist you in cracking it. Once the phone is unlocked, it will be formatted, rendering all data irretrievable. The technician cautioned earnestly. I understand, Xia Nanzhi nodded. Chen Qiu's password is quite predictable. I already know it. Very well, I shall take my leave. I've added you on WeChat. Once I arrive in Pengcheng, I will keep you informed of any developments, the technician said. Xia Nanzhi subsequently drove home, arriving just past 2 in the morning. After a refreshing shower, she lay on her soft bed, yet sleep eluded her. She descended the stairs and returned to the sofa, clutching Chen Qiu's blanket. A few recessed lights illuminated the room, and on the coffee table lay a plastic-wrapped photograph. Unable to resist, she picked it up. Despite having discarded the photo multiple times, she always retrieved it in the end. In the image, a girl strikingly similar to her smiled gently, her eyes seemingly fixated solely on the person taking the photograph. Suddenly, Xia Nanzhi felt a disquieting realization. This photograph, regardless of how many years old it was, could not have been casually placed in a suitcase by Chen Qiu, its value far too precious. Who, then, was the recipient of that tender gaze? Chen Qiu? Could it be that this girl had known Chen Qiu long before? An utterly absurd thought began to take root in Xia Nanzhi's mind, shattering her worldview. Could it be that everything Chen Qiu said about being my admirer was a fabrication from the very beginning? Is it possible that Chen Qiu approached me because of her? Xia Nanzhi's delicate face turned pale in an instant, her breath quickening uncontrollably. She dashed into Chen Qiu's room like a whirlwind, desperate to uncover more evidence. But apart from that photograph, she found nothing else. No, I must have been overthinking it. Chen Qiu is not that kind of person. If she approached me for the sake of another girl, enduring 3 years of patience, what could she possibly gain? She has no interest in our family's wealth. Xia Nanzhi, do not frighten yourself. Breathe slowly, breathe slowly. Meanwhile, Chen Qiu and her cousin-in-law Wang Yu were busy coordinating matters in the village. Though it appeared overwhelming, with just a few days of effort, everything could be arranged in an orderly fashion, especially since the truly demanding tasks revolved around the flowing banquet. The 3-day celebration for the birthday involved various rituals. The first day was for honoring longevity, the second for the birthday celebration, which included rites, chanting scriptures for longevity, worshipping deities, ancestral veneration, releasing life for merit, and performing charitable deeds, while the third day was dedicated to longevity blessings. The primary focus was on the second day. Chen Qiu and her partner visited each household, distributing tasks and informing volunteers when and where to assist. As the wealthiest family in the village, the Xia family had to put on a grand display, not for show, but to ensure the festivities were lively and engaging for the villagers. Additionally, for every family that came to help, Chen Qiu would leave a complete set of fine cigarettes, maintaining their dignity. The village also had a designated elder to oversee various matters, and the following day as ceremonies required the elder to preside over the offerings, so when Chen Qiu visited, she not only brought 2 sets of cigarettes, but also 2 bottles of Maodai. Amidst the hustle and bustle, everything progressed in an orderly fashion. Xia's son-in-law was indeed quite industrious. For days on end, he worked tirelessly from dawn until dusk just to celebrate the elder's birthday. Who could argue otherwise? If I had such a son-in-law, I would wake up smiling in my dreams. Moreover, the seemingly hopeless Xia Nanzhi was also restored to health thanks to him. How did he manage that? The Xia family had consulted many physicians to no avail, and he was not a doctor. He had diligently massaged Xia Nanzhi for 3 years, even learning methods from traditional Chinese medicine to invigorate her, which ultimately led to her recovery. However, I believe you should not overestimate him. If I were the Xia family's son-in-law, I would gladly do the same. You young ones, what do you know? He is not motivated by money. With the Xia family's hundreds of billions and Xia Nanzhi's own fortune in the tens of billions, if he wasn't driven by wealth, could it be that he is simply virtuous and righteous? When Xia Nanzhi was paralyzed, her temperament drastically changed, becoming irritable and explosive. Many of Chen Qiu's injuries were incurred during that time, and there was even an incident where she had to be rushed for emergency care. Is that true? Of course, it is. Otherwise, why would Xia Qinggong and the others protect him so fiercely? Especially that old man Xia Zhangwo, who has become utterly obsessed. If given the choice, he would likely select Chen Qiu over Nanzhi. On the eve of the banquet, Xia Nanzhi retrieved her repaired phone, everything restored to its former state. Thanks to a generous payment, the device had traversed through numerous hands at Pingcheng before being personally returned to Lu Qing at the earliest opportunity. After enjoying her lunch and attending to some matters, she hurried back to the village in the afternoon while simultaneously investigating Chen Qiu's phone. She attempted to input Chen Qiu's birthday, but it was incorrect. Perhaps it was her own birthday instead? Upon entering it, she was momentarily taken aback, a surge of delight bubbling within her. Indeed, he would be the type to use his own birthday as a password. However, upon accessing the phone system, an unsettling feeling crept over her. The phone was exceedingly pristine. WeChat had been logged out due to Chen Qiu acquiring a new device. Yet, there were no photographs of that woman in the album, which struck her as odd. She was aware of Chen Qiu's WeChat password and contemplated logging into his account, but decided against it for the time being. Suddenly, a message pinged from the adept who had assisted in repairing her phone. By the way, beautiful. Your phone has a private space that occupies over 100 gigabytes of data. The technician assumed Xia Nanzhi was on a quest to gather evidence of her husband's infidelity and kindly offered the tip. Private space? Xia Nanzhi was taken aback, replying in surprise. Yes. You also use Huawei. Don't you know about this feature? You can think of it as a second phone where various apps and data can be stored, and it even has a second WeChat. The technician's words sent Xia Nanzhi into a frenzy. Chen Qiu, you scoundrel. How could you be involved in so much behind my back? Over 100 gigabytes? A second WeChat? You. Chapter 10. Jealousy. Xia Nanzhi was seething with frustration. Following the instructions of the expert, she returned to the password input interface and began incessantly attempting to unlock her private space. After restarting the phone, she needed to first access the main screen to return to this interface. The system would lock after 5 incorrect attempts, however. If she could input 4 wrong passwords and then access the main screen once, it would refresh the attempts, with the screen off and then back on. She could try again for 4 more attempts, continuing the cycle until she successfully entered her private space. She tried the birthdays of Chen Qiu's mother and grandparents, but to no avail. Next, she inputted the birthdays of her own family members, but they too were incorrect. Just as Xia Nanzhi was about to lose her mind, she suddenly recalled a string of numbers on the back of a photograph. 10. 17 foot. This could be the 4-digit code. She began to use 10. 17 is the suffix, adding various years before it, starting from 99, then 98, down to 97, and continuing all the way to 90, but each attempt ended in failure. She then shifted her focus to the years 00 through 09, yet still could not gain entry. She doubted it could be any numbers beyond 10, as that would imply a very young age, which simply did not align with her expectations. For over 2 hours, she battled with her phone, growing increasingly despondent. Everything she could think of led to dead ends. The main screen remained completely normal. Chen Qiu's unchanged Penguin account remained logged in on her phone, but it offered no clues, having not sent messages in a long time. The browser history was unremarkable, devoid of any unsavory sites. The screensaver displayed a photo of Xia Nanzhi, taken by Chen Qiu, yet her expression conveyed a mix of disdain and slight reproach. It was a picture from her first day standing up, and her dissatisfaction stemmed from Chen Qiu's prolonged attempts to capture a satisfactory shot, leaving her legs trembling from fatigue, naturally leading to her complaints. Chen Qiu, you scoundrel, what on earth is the password? Just then, a phone call interrupted her thoughts. It was Xia Nanzhi, urging her with complaints. Nanzhi, have you dealt with that trivial matter at your company? Hurry back, we have work to do at home. At that moment, Chen Qiu's voice cut in. Dad, please stop pressuring Nanzhi. I can handle this. Xia Nanzhi responded with discontent. Chen Qiu, don't speak for her. She promised to return by this afternoon, and it's already past 3. Even if she's busy making money, how much can she really earn in an afternoon? Our family's interest from the bank far exceeds that. Money is endless, but your grandfather's 70th birthday only comes once. He then turned to Xia Nanzhi, insisting, Nanzhi, you need to come back immediately. I don't care what you're doing. You must return. Even if you accomplish nothing, you should at least be here. In truth, there was too much for Xia Nanzhi to do, but as a child, she needed to show her commitment. Neglecting family matters for the sake of profit contradicted the values of the Xia family. Even if $1 billion project were presented before Xia Nanzhi, he would immediately abandon everything and rush home should any mishap befall his family. Dad, I'm on my way back, Xia Nanzhi expressed wearily, acutely aware of her father's anger. Hurry, Xia Nanzhi urged before abruptly ending the call. Xia Nanzhi cast one last glance at her phone before placing it into her bag, taking out her repaired phone, and descending to her car. Throughout her drive, numerous colleagues greeted her, but she lacked the disposition to respond. The village was alive with activity. Enormous balloons floated in the air, while a blower inflated a red rainbow arch adorned with the words "Congratulations on Xia Zhangwo's 70th birthday" written in red paper. Rows of red awnings had been erected, and a mobile restaurant had set up over 100 tables in the village. Chen Qiu and Xia Nanzhi, towels draped over their shoulders, were busily assembling a stage, while sound engineers adjusted equipment and performers applied their makeup, preparing to take the stage that evening. Suddenly, a cargo van arrived, and the staff of the mobile restaurant rushed to receive the ingredients, preparing dinner for the villagers who were lending a hand. Nanzhi, we're out of cigarettes and alcohol. Could you drive to buy some? When you return, distribute the cigarettes to the elders you see, Xia Nanzhi called out, wiping the sweat from his brow. All right, Xia Nanzhi nodded, recognizing that such expenditures would undoubtedly be significant. Yet, even at their highest, it would only amount to a few $100,000, an insignificant sum for the Xia family. Just as Xia Nanzhi turned to enter her car, she spotted her little cousin riding an electric scooter, helmet on, returning with a large quantity of milk tea. Cousin, would you like some milk tea? Her cousin asked cheerfully as she halted beside her, adjusting her helmet. Is there enough for everyone? Xia Nanzhi inquired. Of course. I just used the money my brother-in-law gave me to buy out the entire milk tea shop. I brought back the first batch, and the rest will be delivered. Her cousin beamed. Knowing Xia Nanzhi's fondness for milk tea, she rummaged through the bag and handed her a cup. Here you go, cousin. Mint milk tea. Suppressing her complex feelings towards Chen Qiu, Xia Nanzhi affectionately ruffled her cousin's hair, but, in the next moment, sprinted towards Chen Qiu. Brother-in-law, I brought you milk tea. This cup is one I learned to make from the staff. I prepared it myself. Chen Qiu received the milk tea with a smile, amused. Well, thank you. You're welcome. Her little cousin chirped, her laughter bright and carefree. In that instant, however, Xia Nanzhi's expression soured. The milk tea in her hand transformed from cool to scalding hot, as if touched by the blazing sun. The tires screeched against the ground, creating a cacophony that startled many. Damn, what is wrong with Nanzhi? Why is she so angry about buying cigarettes? Even Xia Nanzhi from a distance was taken aback. Uncle, you wouldn't understand. This is a case of jealousy from the elder sister. The little cousin, with her ponytail swaying, displayed no signs of guilt. Rather, she seemed quite pleased with herself. Xia Qinggong, feeling somewhat bewildered by the situation, momentarily failed to grasp the context and queried, "What on earth is she jealous about? There are no beautiful women flirting with Chen Qiu." The little cousin, immediately incensed, pointed at herself and exclaimed, "Uncle, am I not beautiful?" Xia Qinggong scrutinized her seriously, retorting, "You? Let us not kid ourselves. You cannot even compare to your sister. Your sister inherited your aunt's beauty, while you are a product of the Xia family's genes, which can only be described as rather unattractive." Furious, the little cousin was ready to confront Xia Qinggong, shouting, "Uncle, I will strangle you. I will strangle you." This provoked a chorus of laughter from those present. Creaking to a halt, Xia Nanzhi parked the car outside the tobacco shop, startling the owner, who nearly believed a female driver was about to crash straight into his establishment. As Xia Nanzhi stepped out of the vehicle, the owner's eyes widened in awe, exclaiming, "A fairy! She is simply a fairy." However, the words that escaped her lips were as chilling as ancient ice, causing a shiver to run down his spine. "Boss, I need to buy cigarettes." Chapter 11. He has someone now under the influence of Xia Nanzhi's commanding presence. The boss involuntarily shuddered, hastily inquiring about her cigarette preferences and quantity. Upon learning that she intended to purchase 100,000 yuan worth of Zhonghua cigarettes, he was taken aback and quickly asked for the purpose of such a large order. When informed that it was for a banquet, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, secretly reveling in the situation. However, given the substantial volume of cigarettes, he needed to arrange a temporary supply. He summoned his wife to entertain Xia Nanzhi with tea while he rushed to procure some Zhonghua cigarettes from a fellow vendor, even arranging for delivery from the Tobacco Bureau. With such a significant order, he had to ensure proper usage. If there were any discrepancies, his business would be at stake. Moreover, as a major client, he delivered the cigarettes to the village, and seeing the scene unfold, his worries dissipated entirely. After all, as long as it was for a banquet, the destination of the cigarettes would pose no problem. Yet, even a regular banquet would not require such a quantity of cigarettes. It was only when he saw Xia Nanzhi distributing cigarettes that he understood. Goodness, is this what wealthy individuals do? In the village, cigarettes are handed out one by one. No wonder they prosper. As dusk descended, the second batch of cigarettes arrived at the village, and Xia Nanzhi settled the bill, bringing immense satisfaction to the boss. Having toiled throughout the day, everyone naturally dined early, with tables laden with exquisite food and drink. Under the sunshade, lights and fans were set up, and the entire Xia family gathered, needing more than one table to accommodate everyone. Guests frequently approached to propose toasts, and although Xia Nanzhi abstained from alcohol, she would rise to accompany others when they toasted Chen Qiu. The men engaged in drinking games, creating a lively atmosphere. Xia Nanzhi sat beside Chen Qiu, occasionally glancing at his phone, eagerly preparing to observe his password. Finally, the moment arrived. Chen Qiu had been overwhelmed by the others, leading to peals of laughter. "You rascals! Why are you pouring drinks down my granddaughter's husband's throat? Is there no one else in our family?" Old man Xia Jiangwo cast a bewildered glance at the crowd. "Brother-in-law, are you all right? Would you like me to help you back to rest?" Xia Nanzhi's younger cousin and several younger relatives gathered around, expressing their concern. "I'm fine. Just let me lie down for a bit." Chen Qiu waved his hand dismissively. Yet, at that moment, the world spun around him, and he could barely stand. The nearby stage had commenced its performance, and the cacophony of laughter mingled with the sounds from the stage, intensifying Chen Qiu's discomfort. "You all are too much. My cousin said she wouldn't tea drink, and yet you insist on pouring it down her throat? My cousin can hold her liquor better than my brother-in-law." The younger cousin glared at the crowd in displeasure. Xia Nanzhi widened her beautiful eyes, astonished at her cousin's words. "Wait, if you are concerned for Chen Qiu, why drag me into this? Am I no longer your cousin? Nanzhi, just join everyone for a drink. You can sleep at Grandpa and Grandma's house tonight. If you don't drink today, you'll have to drink tomorrow. And if not tomorrow, then the day after. Your father and uncle are in the same boat," Gao Yulan interjected, approaching. "I shall drink." With a clenched jaw, Xia Nanzhi raised her glass, for she was overwhelmed with vexation, harboring considerable resentment towards Chen Qiu. Throughout the evening, Chen Qiu had neither entered the password nor allowed her to utilize facial recognition or fingerprints. She had initially contemplated using Chen Qiu's fingerprint in the dead of night to unlock the private space, as it could be configured with both a password and a fingerprint upon its creation. However, her agitation grew increasingly unbearable. She felt she could not endure until the midnight hour. Indeed, Gao Yulan's gaze softened slightly. Had Xia Nanzhi remained entangled in trivial contracts or contemplated divorce from Chen Qiu, she would have truly felt compelled to scold her daughter. Nanzhi, go over to the old village chief's table and pay your respects. They are esteemed elders. Called out the venerable Xia Zhangwell. All right. Xia Nanzhi, with her glass in hand, approached the old village chief's table to begin toasting. The elderly gentlemen could not hold their liquor as well as in their youth, and having already indulged, no matter how much they drank, Xia Nanzhi swallowed her wine in one gulp. They sipped on baijiu while she consumed red wine. A swift downing was not too great a loss. Xia Nanzhi was unaware of when she became inebriated, only that she kept drinking until she collapsed. Nanzhi, you said you wouldn't drink at all, yet here you are. In such a state, drinking is merely a social affair. No one is forcing you. Why the rush? Gao Yulan, exasperated, helped her back to the courtyard and laid her gently on the bed. Earlier, Gao Yulan had repeatedly counseled her, but her daughter had absorbed none of it. No matter who offered her a drink, she accepted without hesitation, and if no one did, she sought out the liquor herself, intent on losing her mind. Woo, Mom. Xia Nanzhi lay sprawled, suddenly sobbing. What is it? Gao Yulan sat by her side, her heart aching for her daughter, gently stroking her face. Chen Qiu, he is a scoundrel. Xia Nanzhi, increasingly aggrieved, vented her suppressed feelings under the influence of alcohol, crying and acting irrationally. A scoundrel, you say? The real scoundrel is you. How could you devise such a contract? Gao Yulan frowned, reproaching her. She understood that modern youth were more open-minded. Some resorted to foam marriages and contracts to appease their families, agreeing to cohabit under certain terms. Yet, unless her daughter admitted it herself, she could scarcely fathom such occurrences within the Xia family. Wu Chen Qiu, he has someone else. Nestled in her mother's embrace, Xia Nanzhi wept uncontrollably. Words she could rarely express were unleashed in that moment. What did you say? Gao Yulan was taken aback, her mind reeling. Chen Qiu. Xia Nanzhi's words faltered, and she cried herself to sleep. Gao Yulan removed her shoes and socks, tucked her in, and turned on the air conditioning, yet her heart was anything but calm. Before long, Chen Qiu was carried back by his aunt and second aunt. Although he had regained some clarity after a while, he remained heavily intoxicated. Gao Yulan regarded Chen Qiu's demeanor and found it difficult to believe he was the type to stray. After all, what motive would he have for infidelity? Who could he possibly betray? It is well known that Chen Qiu's heart lies firmly with the Xia family. He frequently visits his grandparents, attends to them, and even prepares meals for Xia Nanzhi each day. Some may claim that Chen Qiu lacks ambition, merely a stay-at-home husband relying on others. Yet the Xia family holds a different view. In fact, should anyone dare to speak such words, they would be met with immediate rebuke. If Chen Qiu were truly a dependent without integrity, could Xia Cheng succeed in valuing him? Would the esteemed elder Xia Zhangwo hold him in such high regard? Thus, in her eyes, this matter was merely a misunderstanding. Creak, the door closed. On the bed, two figures lay in tranquil repose, yet one, like a fish yearning for water, continually burrowed into the embrace of the other, holding on tightly. Chapter 12. Co-sleeping Gao Yulan abstained from alcohol and drove the unconscious Xia Qinggong back to Luqing. After summoning the housekeeper, the two of them together carried Xia Qinggong upstairs to his room. Gao Yulan took a bath but did not retire to bed immediately. Instead, she ventured into Xia Qinggong's study to retrieve a piece of red paper, which bore the birthdates of Chen Qiu and Xia Nanzhi. She sat thoughtfully in a chair, contemplating the significance of these dates, which neither Chen Qiu nor Xia Nanzhi were aware of, as they had secretly consulted a master to have their destinies calculated. In marriage, it is rare for two individuals to have perfectly compatible birth dates. As long as their dates do not clash and their zodiac signs are harmonious, there exists no issue. Both Chen Qiu and Xia Nanzhi are known to possess resilient destinies, indicated by particularly auspicious birth dates featuring the literary star. In ancient times, they would be celebrated scholars, and in modernity, it foretells their entry into the cultural and entertainment sectors, where they are destined to shine. Xia Nanzhi has already proven this. As her Nanzhi media has gained considerable acclaim, Chen Qiu, however, has yet to emerge, as his time has not yet come. Nevertheless, it is merely a matter of years before his fortunes manifest. Yet, a powerful birth date does not always guarantee fortune. For instance, Xia Nanzhi's auspiciousness could be detrimental to her husband, leading to multiple marriages throughout her life, familial discord in her later years, and ungrateful children, ultimately resulting in a solitary existence. Conversely, Chen Qiu may live without a spouse or offspring, accumulating wealth yet still facing a lonely demise. However, when their destinies intertwine, They invigorate one another's lives. The challenges in Xia Nanzhi's fate can be mitigated by Chen Qiu, while those in Chen Qiu's can be resolved by Xia Nanzhi, creating an unparalleled union. Without each other, both would suffer misfortune, yet together, they embody a harmonious family and smooth endeavors. Thus, Gao Yulan asserts that the family would disintegrate without Chen Qiu. This is no jest. Alas, she mused, she truly did not comprehend what these two youngsters were up to. Should they fail to marry before the year's end, they might encounter significant trials, and their paths could diverge. Gao Yulan sighed. Previously, she had not taken the master's interpretations to heart since the couple had already obtained their marriage certificate, making the wedding merely a matter of time. However, the contract had rendered her utterly uneasy. Yet, matters of the heart cannot be forced. As the morning sun streamed through the curtains, casting a gentle glow upon the bed, Chen Qiu stirred, rubbing his temples as he opened his eyes, only to feel an overwhelming heaviness upon him, as if something were pressing down. Accompanying this sensation was a waft of fragrant air. Glancing to his side, he beheld Xia Nanzhi nestled against him, her hair tousled, completely enveloped in his embrace, sleeping peacefully. Yet, Chen Qiu's right arm had gone numb beneath her weight. Taking a moment to gather himself, he attempted to extricate himself from her grasp. Sensing his movement, Xia Nanzhi clung to him with increasing desperation, her arms tightening around him. This predicament was quite challenging for Chen Qiu. Her form was exquisite, and though her clothes remained on, the softness of her touch was undeniable. When had Chen Qiu ever engaged in such intimate contact with Xia Nanzhi? Even during the 3 years he had given her massages, such closeness had never occurred. His action stirred Xia Nanzhi from her slumber. Upon awakening, the first sight she beheld was Chen Qiu's handsome yet somewhat weathered visage. The second glance revealed her arms wrapped around Chen Qiu, causing her cheeks to flush crimson in an instant as she hastily released him. Chen Qiu, are you a pervert? How could you take advantage of me while I was asleep? Xia Nanzhi was on the verge of a breakdown. Clearly, Chen Qiu's heart belonged to another. So why did she cling to him so desperately? Was she truly so pathetic? I'm sorry, Chen Qiu sighed wearily, fully aware that reasoning with a woman was futile, an unwinnable battle. With a swift motion, Xia Nanzhi, both embarrassed and furious, kicked him off the bed with her small foot. Without my permission, how dare you share a bed with me? As she spoke, she hurriedly checked her attire, relieved to find it intact. Though the absence of Chen Qiu's embrace left her heart heavy with a sense of loneliness and discomfort, an instinctive longing to hold him again. I'm sorry, Nanzhi. Tonight, I shall drink less and ensure I do not become inebriated. I will sleep on the floor. Chen Qiu lamented. Previously, after celebrating the new year with the Xia family, he would return to Luqing to stay. However, now that they were legally wed, the Xia family expected them to share a bed. These 3 days were a time for the Xia family to perform good deeds, and as the hosts, they could not abstain from drinking. Stop pretending to be concerned about me. I don't care how much you drink tonight. I'll be going back to Luqing, Xia Nanzhi retorted coldly. I'm sorry. Chen Qiu sighed again, turning to leave for a shower. The family had already departed early. Even the elders, Xia Zhangwo and Wu Xiuxiu, had gone to the village committee's open space. Brother-in-law, why are you just getting up? Everyone is already busy. His little cousin rushed in, grabbing Chen Qiu, who was drying his face. I drank too much last night and overslept. Have uncle and auntie arrived? Chen Qiu asked with a smile, referring to Xia Qinggong and his wife. His cousin nodded eagerly. They have. Uncle sent me to wake you, and sister, we need to go welcome the gods at 9. Since turning 73 and 84 were regarded as 2 calamities for the elders, it was customary to invite deities to ward off misfortune, with the welcoming ceremony being part of the process. Not every family in Luqing followed such customs, as the expenses were exorbitant, particularly for the Xia family. Over the course of 3 days, the cost could easily soar into the hundreds of thousands. Cousin, wake up. Are you a pig? It's already past 8. Why are you still sleeping? His little cousin ran to knock on the door, her tone full of disdain. I'm coming, Xia Nanzhi's cool voice replied. She had once cherished her mischievous little cousin, but over the past few days, she had grown to find her irritating. Cici, let us head over first. Your cousin still needs to wash up and put on makeup, Chen Qiu called to her. Oh, what is the point of makeup? You're just being lazy. His little cousin retorted, exasperated. Chen Qiu lightly tapped her head in exasperation. She is your cousin, and it is quite normal for girls to wear makeup. You shouldn't say that. The younger cousin tugged at Chen Qiu and called out to Xia Nanzhi, Cousin, hurry up. We'll head over first. Xia Nanzhi nodded indifferently, watching their figures recede. She then took her clothes and went to take a shower, having not had the chance to wash up after last night's revelry. A group of young children huddled around Chen Qiu as they made their way towards the village committee office. However, upon their arrival, the atmosphere was decidedly tense. Xia Cheng was gripping a chair with a face full of fury, while a group of people struggled to restrain him, positioning themselves in front of him. Not far ahead, a young man dressed in a stylish white high-end shirt and jeans knelt on the concrete ground. Chen Qiu looked over at him, and as he turned to face her, their gazes collided in the air, both recognizing one another. Chapter 13 Confrontation. Xia Qinggong's temper flared uncontrollably, and he bellowed, "Don't you dare hold me back. Today, I shall certainly put an end to that little brat. Su Xiaoping, you think you're so clever. Coming here today to provoke us right when we are preparing to welcome the deity? You assume I won't dare to confront you? I've watched you grow up. Had I known you were such a person, I would have long since tossed you into the sea to drown. Damn it." The elder barked in a deep voice. Silence. The time to welcome the deity is upon us. Quickly temper your rage and do not carry it forth. Xia Qinggong retorted anxiously, "Father, this scoundrel clearly has not given up, still wanting to cling to Nanzhi." The elder shot him a glare before stepping out from beneath the awning to confront Su Xiaoping. He grasped Su Xiaoping and pulled him up, his tone icy. "Young Su, today is a day for our Xia family to do good deeds. I do not wish for this to escalate and tarnish our reputations. You should leave. Nanzhi is now married to Chen Qiu. There is no possibility left between you two." Yet Su Xiaoping shook his head, refusing to rise. "Grandfather, I'm sorry. These past years were my fault, and I will make amends with Nanzhi." Xia Qinggong shouted furiously, "How dare you? Make amends? What nonsense! Where were you when my daughter lay in bed for 3 years? Where were you when she cried out for you? You were kicked to the curb by that woman in Shanghai, and now you come crawling back to Nanzhi? Get lost. If you don't leave, I swear I'll come at you with a knife." Those nearby struggled to restrain the enraged Xia Qinggong, who was like a raging bull, nearly impossible to contain. At that moment, Chen Qiu approached under the blistering sun. Su Xiaoping shot him a disdainful glare, his eyes brimming with contempt, clearly conveying a sentiment of "How dare you compete with me?" He even instinctively wanted to rebuke Chen Qiu. However, feeling the weight of the onlookers' gazes, he restrained himself. "Chen Qiu, Nanzhi is my childhood companion. We grew up together, and she still harbors feelings for me. Her marriage to you is merely a means to fill a void. Now that I have returned, she will return to my side." Chen Qiu's lips twitched in disbelief. Was this fool truly so dim-witted? Did he not think before he spoke or acted? Furthermore, Chen Qiu, do you even deserve to stand beside Nanzhi? Elder Xia, Uncle Xia, you may not know yet, but Chen Qiu has someone else on the side. He doesn't even regard Nanzhi seriously. He has cheated. Su Xiaoping's voice rose significantly, intending to shift the pressure off himself through Chen Qiu. Once Chen Qiu was out of the picture, he was convinced that Nanzhi would return to him, and then Xia Qinggong and the others would be powerless to intervene. His words fell like a heavy bomb into a pot of boiling oil, instantly unsettling everyone present. "Su Xiaoping, you're not a good person yourself, yet you dare to slander my son-in-law?" Xia Qinggong roared in fury. "Uncle Xia, please do not rush. I speak with evidence," Su Xiaoping remarked, turning to Chen Qiu with a cold smile. "Chen Qiu, are you set to appear on a program next week with a woman named Jiang Miolin?" Chen Qiu, casually holding a cigarette, lowered his gaze to scrutinize him. And then, Su Xiaoping smirked. "I assume Nanzhi and Uncle Xia are still oblivious to this matter?" Chen Qiu nodded indifferently. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" Su Xiaoping pointed a finger at him and declared to the elderly Xia Jianguo, "Grandfather Xia, you heard it yourself. Chen Qiu has already admitted it." The old man's expression darkened. "Su Xiaoping, you should leave. The Xia family does not welcome you." Su Xiaoping, agitated, retorted, "Grandfather Xia, he has already strayed. Why are you still protecting him?" The old man shook his head. "I do not believe a word you say. Your credibility is non-existent, and your accusations against Chen Qiu hold no weight. He is unaware of any Jiang Miolin or program. However, this will not serve as grounds for suspicion against him." With a swift motion, Chen Qiu seized the back of Su Xiaoping's collar with such force that he could drag him across the ground. "Let go of me!" Su Xiaoping yelled. "The evidence is irrefutable. If you do not release me, you will regret it." Despite his struggles, Su Xiaoping, weakened by indulgence, stood no chance against Chen Qiu's strength. "Are you not going to release me? Shall I expose all your secrets to the world?" Su Xiaoping shouted in a fit of fury. With a sudden crash, Chen Qiu slammed Su Xiaoping's head against his car, then wrenched open the door, tossing him inside. Su Xiaoping felt as though his skull might shatter from the impact, his body slamming into the center console. "Get away. Understand?" Chen Qiu exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze icy. "Fine. Chen Qiu, are you truly unafraid of your misdeeds being revealed? Very well. Just wait, Su Xiaoping threatened, only to receive a punch to the forehead from Chen Qiu that nearly sent him reeling. Chen Qiu raised his fist mockingly. Can you depart now? Feeling a twinge of fear, Su Xiaoping hurriedly replied, Don't strike. I'll leave. Is that satisfactory? However, Chen Qiu still landed another punch, sneering, Su, I have not strayed. Expose me if you wish, but I strongly advise you to refrain from doing so in the coming days. Once grandfather's birthday has passed, you may play your games, and I shall indulge you. But should you ignore my counsel, I suggest you never step outside. I cannot guarantee that a car won't come to claim you at any moment. Under the weight of Chen Qiu's gaze, Su Xiaoping felt his heart race. Despite Chen Qiu's calm demeanor, he sensed a looming threat of death. No longer daring to make threats, Su Xiaoping fled in disarray, leaving behind a cloud of exhaust. Upon hearing the news, Xia Nanzhi stormed into the village committee's open space, her face a mask of fury. Just in time. She caught sight of Su Xiaoping's vehicle receding into the distance. She had explicitly told Su Xiaoping to leave, yet he dared to return. What was his intention? With an explosive force, Xia Qinggong hurled the plastic chair in his grasp to the ground, shattering it, and sent several nearby chairs tumbling over. Clenching a cigarette, he retrieved Su Xiaoping's father's number from his blacklist and dialed, Su Mu, manage your son. If he dares to appear before me again, I swear I will end him. Bai Yueguang hurried over to Chen Qiu, her concern evident as she glanced at his hands. Chen Qiu, are you all right? The hostility on Chen Qiu's face faded, replaced by a gentle smile. Mom, I'm fine. It's getting late. We should prepare to welcome the deity. Bai Yueguang remained anxious. Are you truly unhurt? Chen Qiu chuckled. I'm perfectly fine. As he spoke, he approached Xia Qinggong and hung up the phone, shaking his head. Dad, there's no need to be angry. Today is a joyous occasion. Excessive anger is harmful to your health. Xia Qinggong's countenance darkened, his fury palpable. That bastard Su Mu has really grown brazen. For years, he's relied on the projects I've secured for him, and now he dares to defy me? Has he forgotten how I aided him back in the day? Chen Qiu extracted a cigarette, lit it for him, and patted his back. All right, Dad, there's no need for such wrath. Regardless of his actions, we must focus on our own lives. Though Xia Qinggong's anger simmered, Chen Qiu's words provided some solace. However, at that moment, he noticed his daughter speeding away in her car. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his fury surged anew. Xia Nanzhi, where are you going? Come back this instant. Yet, the SUV afforded him no opportunity to intervene, accelerating to a swift 80 miles per hour on the village road, leaving him in the dust. Oh, what a calamity! What a calamity! Bai Yueguang was equally incensed, her eyes brimming with tears. Chen Qiu attempted to pursue her but was firmly grasped by Xia Qinggong. With a heavy fist, he struck the table, declaring, Chen Qiu, don't go after her. If she dares to bring Su Xiaoping back, I will disown her as my daughter. Meanwhile, on the main road, an SUV caught up with a white Porsche. Su Xiaoping, glancing into the rearview mirror, watched the unfolding scene with a darkened expression that swiftly transformed into a smirk. Nanzhi, you've come. You truly cannot let go of me. Ha ha. He slowed his vehicle, preparing to park by the roadside, even readying himself for an embrace and kiss with Xia Nanzhi. However, with a sudden roar, the SUV accelerated, ramming into the rear of the Porsche, sending it flying into the air. One was severely injured and hospitalized, while the other was apprehended on the spot. Chapter 14. Departure. After Xia Nanzhi left, she never returned, nor did anyone attempt to contact her. What should have been a joyous birthday banquet was overshadowed by this incident, dampening the spirits of all present. Particularly, Xia Jiangwo was so incensed that he ceased to participate entirely. Chen Qiu, feeling helpless and resigned, merely wished to complete his final task. Alas, fate had other plans. He spent several days at home until Monday arrived, signaling that it was time for him to depart. He dared not share this matter with Xia Jiangwo and his wife. Instead, he invited Bai Yueguang and Xia Qinggong to a meal. Bai Yueguang had already surmised his intentions, her heart heavy with unease. Throughout the meal, Chen Qiu endeavored to attend to their emotions, yet as the gathering drew to a close, it was time for them to part ways. He rose and deeply bowed to the couple, placing a signed agreement upon the table. Uncle Xia, Aunt Gao, I am profoundly grateful for your care over these past 3 years. I have wronged you. Please do not blame Nanzhi. Bring her back. Chen Qiu gazed at the tearful Bai Yueguang, and with a sigh, his eyes grew resolute. Aunt Gao, I am sorry. What I told you that night was the truth. From the very beginning, I deceived you both. Nanzhi and I graduated from the same academy, but we were not acquainted, and I am certainly not her admirer. My approach was purely selfish, I do not love her. I am but a petty man. What Su Xiaoping said is indeed true. I have been unfaithful. Chen Qiu took upon himself the entirety of the blame, wishing only to prevent the dissolution of their family. He was merely an outsider, but Xia Nanzhi was their daughter. Moreover, the kindness the Xia family had shown him over the years compelled him to act in this manner. Xia Qinggong's smile faltered. And though he still wore a facade of cheer, his hand trembled around the cigarette. Chen Qiu, what nonsense are you speaking? How could you possibly have been unfaithful? Chen Qiu shook his head, his expression earnest. This matter is true. Tomorrow I will appear on a program with Miolin, and you will see for yourselves. I am sorry. Please forgive me. With a final deep bow, he exited the private room, leaving the couple in shock, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and a desire to retain him. Ding dong, a message arrived, revealing that Chen Qiu had refunded the entire 5 million Xia Qinggong had lent him, alongside 2 WeChat messages, one a photo of the IOU. The other a written note. Uncle Xia, I apologize. I have lost count of the kindness you have shown me over the years. This 10 million IOU is my recompense, and I will repay it as soon as possible. From now on, I will no longer use this WeChat. Repayments will be directly transferred to your account. Xia Qinggong's breath quickened, and with a crash, he dropped to the ground. Gao Yulan, alarmed, with swollen eyes and a choked voice, exclaimed, Old Xia, what is wrong with you? The following morning, at Luqing North Station, Chen Qiu, cigarette in mouth and dragging his luggage, awaited his departure. His youthful visage, coupled with an aura reminiscent of an older man, attracted the attention of numerous commuters rushing to catch their morning transport. With a few audacious young women daring to request his WeChat, only to be met with a firm shake of the head in refusal. The previous evening, he had deactivated both his WeChat and phone, leaving behind a final post on his social media, confessing to infidelity and publicly apologizing within the social circle of the Xia family to mitigate the repercussions for Xia Nanzhi. He felt no remorse, nor any sense of frustration, as this was the singular act he could perform for the Xia family. Suddenly, a graceful woman clad in a white dress and adorned with a bellflower straw hat approached, dragging a suitcase behind her. She smiled and waved at Chen Qiu, her bright eyes and captivating smile radiating like the dawn sun. Chen Qiu, taken aback, let his cigarette fall to the ground, only to be met with a bittersweet smile. Miolin, what are you doing? Dressing like your sister. Are you trying to make me believe I'm hallucinating? Jiang Miolin bounced over to his side, inquiring, brother-in-law, do I look beautiful? Chen Qiu sighed in exasperation, adjusting her hat. Yes, just as beautiful as your sister. Jiang Miolin proudly lifted her chin. Of course. We share the same mother, after all. By the way, brother-in-law, what about you and the Xia family? Chen Qiu interrupted, it's all in the past. I have divorced Xia Nanzhi. Jiang Miolin felt a pang in her heart. Are you truly willing to let go? You have cared for the Xia family for 3 years. Chen Qiu shrugged. There is nothing to miss. For the Xia family, my departure is the only solution. If I were to remain, it would only lead to chaos. A family like that cannot endure. Jiang Miolin nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. They walked side by side towards the entrance, a handsome figure alongside a beautiful one, their pairing eliciting glances from passers-by. Miolin, I require your assistance with something, Chen Qiu said as they boarded the train to Jinling, seated together, their eyes meeting easily with a mere turn of the head. What is it, brother-in-law? Jiang Miolin tilted her head in curiosity, momentarily halting her efforts to unpack a plethora of snacks. It concerns the Xia family. Chen Qiu sighed wearily. I left without them truly believing it was my fault, regardless of what I said before my departure. Jiang Miolin blinked her lovely eyes playfully. So, you wish for me to pretend to be your girlfriend? Chen Qiu nodded. He had indeed planned this with Jiang Miolin. Originally, he had intended to negotiate a divorce with Xia Nanzhi and leave quietly after the birthday banquet, subsequently appearing in public to shoulder the blame, as seeing is believing. Surely, if the Xia family witnessed his closeness with Jiang Miolin, they would be disheartened. Brother-in-law, I'm not agreeing to that. Jiang Miolin laughed, shaking her head. Is that so? Chen Qiu replied with a wry smile. Jiang Miolin amusingly pointed to herself, exclaiming, I am a little star with millions of fans. If you pretend to be my boyfriend, you will ride my wave of popularity. Chen Qiu was momentarily speechless, playfully nudging her. What's wrong with wanting to share a bit of that fame? Can I do that? Jiang Miolin extended her fair hand, palm facing upward. Then you must pay me. 100 yuan. Chen Qiu playfully tapped her palm. Here you go. 100. How childish. Jiang Miaolin's hand was empty, yet she beamed with radiant joy. I am indeed childish. You are my brother-in-law. So am I not allowed to be a little playful? As she spoke, Jiang Miolin clung to Chen Qiu's arm in a charming manner, attracting numerous envious gazes from onlookers. However, they were merely admiring the attractive couple. Jealousy was futile, even if they wished to feel it. Dear passengers, welcome aboard this train. This train is departing from Luqing North Station to Jinling South Station. Smoking is strictly prohibited on this train. Our next stop is launching. The train began to move slowly. And Jiang Miolin eagerly opened her mouth. Brother-in-law, feed me. Chapter 15. Pursuing Jinling. Chen Qiu raised his hand and stuffed a bun into Jiang Miaolin's mouth, while his other hand danced over the keyboard, composing music with earphones on. This melody had been a work in progress for him, yet it remained unfinished. Before Xia Nanzhi's recovery, all of his focus had been directed toward her. After she stood up, he busied himself daily with her rehabilitation exercises and prepared nutritious meals for her. Brother-in-law, you still haven't finished that piece. Jiang Miolin leaned closer, her mouth full of bun. Mumbling away. I'm too busy. Chen Qiu chuckled helplessly. Oh, then don't rush it. Just take a good rest on the bus. The program we are participating in isn't a music show. Instead, it's an experiential program that requires us to traverse the city and try various professions. After all the running around at the Xia residence, you should conserve your strength. Jiang Miolin kindly offered him a cup of soy milk, bringing it to his lips. Still, I should keep working on it. What if it comes in handy? What if it becomes a hit? Chen Qiu replied with a laugh, taking a sip through the straw. Then I hope it serves you well. If you become famous, you could help me out in return. Whether I can break 10 million fans rests on your shoulders. Jiang Miolin grinned playfully. Rest assured, if I achieve fame, I could never forget you, Chen Qiu said with a smile. Their train journey lasted a total of 7 hours. Departing at 7:25 a.m. and arriving at 2:39 p.m., where a production team would be waiting to greet them. Throughout the journey, Jiang Miolin refrained from bothering Chen Qiu, even preparing instant noodles for him at noon, adding 2 sausages and a marinated egg. She had spent the morning binge-watching a series and snacking, yet she still managed to devour a bowl of noodles at lunchtime. At times, Chen Qiu genuinely questioned how her stomach could accommodate so much, especially without gaining weight. Meanwhile, at the Luqing police station, the Su family accused Xia Nanzhi of intentionally causing an accident that left Su Xiaoping severely injured and hospitalized with multiple fractures. They refrained from contacting Xia Qinggong, as they wanted him to come pleading on his own. Their plan was simple. Once they managed to detain Xia Nanzhi, they believed Xia Qinggong would be desperate. However, despite their frantic efforts to keep Xia Nanzhi in custody, she was ultimately released. The reason was straightforward. Xia Nanzhi had vehemently denied any intent. She explained that she could not forget Su Xiaoping, and in a moment of overwhelming emotion while pursuing him, she accidentally collided with his vehicle. As for why she pressed the accelerator afterward, she claimed it was a reflexive panic. Years ago, when she chased after Su Xiaoping, she had been in a car accident that left her paralyzed from the waist down. The memories of that incident surged back, causing her body to react uncontrollably. The Su family was nearly driven to despair. Everyone knew Xia Nanzhi had acted with intent, yet there was no evidence to substantiate it. The accident hadn't resulted in Su Xiaoping's death, but it had rendered him bedridden for 6 months. Xia Nanzhi, you shall pay the price for this. At the entrance of the police station, Su Xiaoping's mother shrieked with fury, wishing fervently to tear her face apart. Go ahead, I am waiting. I have recorded your words on video. From this day forth, should any misfortune befall me, the police will trace it back to the Su family. If you have no further business, kindly step aside. As Xia Nanzhi exited the police station, she activated her phone's recording function, holding it firmly in silence. You. The woman was nearly beside herself with rage. Xia Nanzhi, do not presume that this matter ends here. If you wish to keep the Xia family out of it, then I shall ensure that Xia Cheng is dragged down. I will unite with numerous developers in Luqing to target your Xia family. Sumu declared sternly. Welcome. Do come and settle the score with my father. Then all the shoddy work in the West City and South City will be exposed. With the operations of Nanzhi Media, I can make this known nationwide within a day, compelling the province to establish a special task force. If you wish to live, then get lost. Xia Nanzhi's gaze was icy as she shoved them aside and entered a black Bentley parked at the entrance. Sumu and his wife trembled with anger, yet found themselves powerless. Xia Nanzhi's audacity suggested she possessed irrefutable evidence against them, enough to make it public knowledge. For Xia Nanzhi had long since grown weary of Su Xiaoping, harboring only disdain for him. President Xia, where are we heading? Inquired the executive who had driven the car. Jinling. Xia Nanzhi replied coldly. She had not consented to a divorce, yet Chen Qiu had the audacity to leave with another woman? President Xia, Chen Qiu's participation in the program has been confirmed. The production team has already arranged accommodations for them at the hotel and begun filming external scenes, the executive sighed. The program has commenced? Xia Nanzhi furrowed her brow in disbelief. Yes. However, it is merely an external filming segment, introducing the guests. The segment includes games to prepare for tomorrow's recording. By the way, the production team's live broadcast has already begun. You may wish to take a look, the executive stated, retrieving the live stream to present to Xia Nanzhi. As she watched, the live stream switched between different camera angles, capturing Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin alighting from a vehicle. One was adorned in a white dress, donning a bellflower straw hat, pure, radiant, lively, and confident, while the other, clad in a simple striped shirt and jeans, bore a visage of a 20-year-old yet carried a hint of weariness. Observing the two, the comments surged. What on earth is happening? Why did these two emerge from the same car? Their contrasting auras are so pronounced. It's like a Beauty and the Beast scenario. And not just any Beauty and Beast, but one in a princess gown and the other in a tailcoat. I'm at a loss. Is that not my goddess Miolin? Goddess, why are you in the same car with someone else? Goodness gracious. Goddess, what are you doing? How can you hold that scoundrel's arm? Release him. Let go at once. The on-site director was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Jiang Miolin would dare to be so audacious during a live broadcast. It is well known that Jiang Miolin is the epitome of innocence. Should she announce a romantic relationship, countless admirers would undoubtedly withdraw their affections. The most perplexing aspect was that Jiang Miolin had not even given a prior notice. With a snap, Xia Nanzhi nearly crushed her phone in her grip, the metallic body of the device emitting a sound of distress under the pressure. CEO Xia, please remain composed, an executive urged, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He truly felt a pang of sympathy for his phone. Is there still a seat available for an observer on this program? Xia Nanzhi inquired coldly. And no, there isn't. The executive stammered in fear. The show had already commenced. How could there be any seats left for observers? The production team had certainly made all the necessary arrangements. The so-called observers were merely intended to enhance the viewing experience during the live broadcast, as the process of performing tasks could be rather monotonous. None at all. Xia Nanzhi's tone sharply escalated, causing the executive to feel as if he were pricked by 1,000 needles, his heart racing uncontrollably. Why yes, there is. CEO Xia, please hold on for a moment. I will make a phone call. Chapter 16. Summer Nanzhi exploded. Due to the absence of an official announcement, the world remained oblivious to the relationship between Chen Qiu and Summer Nanzhi. Although those within their circle were aware, the outside world was entirely in the dark, particularly considering that Summer Nanzhi was merely beginning to emerge and had yet to establish herself as a financial mogul within the industry. While the media presence of Nanzhi was indeed commendable, it paled in comparison to that of established corporations. The news that General Manager Xia of Nanzhi Media would be attending our program as an observer raised eyebrows. What was going through the mind of such a prominent leader? Upon receiving the call, the director found himself perplexed, his mind swirling in silence. It is essential to note that this was merely a small-scale program. With minimal costs involved, they could scarcely afford to invite any top-tier celebrities. Director, should we accept this offer? I feel that General Manager Xia might just want to make an appearance to enhance her company's reputation, inquired an assistant beside him. What would her appearance fee be? The director furrowed his brow, weighing the pros and cons. Allowing Summer Nanzhi to attend could indeed leave a favorable impression, potentially paving the way for future collaborations. She requires no appearance fee, the assistant replied, shaking his head. None at all? The director was taken aback, only to feel a surge of excitement. Excellent. Since General Manager Xia is extending us this courtesy, let us invite her. He instructed the assistant director to take over his duties for the broadcast as he stepped out to make a phone call, confident it would be without issue. Not far away, the director, nodding and bowing as he concluded the call, confirmed the arrangements. Director, how did it go? The assistant director turned to inquire. It's all set. General Manager Xia is en route to Jinling and will arrive by evening at the latest, ready to participate in tomorrow's recording. The director exclaimed with enthusiasm. Their only expenses would be accommodation and meals, yet they would benefit from the publicity associated with Summer Nanzhi. Even if Nanzhi Media's reach was not monumental, it was still a company valued in the billions. At that moment, Summer Nanzhi was intently watching the live stream, where real-time subtitles introduced Chen Qiu. In comparison to Jiang Miolin, Chen Qiu seemed rather uninspiring. Jiang Miolin, a third-tier celebrity with millions of fans, had appeared in numerous dramas and reality shows, gaining recognition nationwide. Naturally, Summer Nanzhi had never heard of her, let alone met her. The program's introduction of Chen Qiu consisted of a single line. Chen Qiu, a graduate of the Beijing Central Conservatory of Music. Upon seeing this, Summer Nanzhi was momentarily taken aback. The Central Conservatory of Music? Chen Qiu had deceived her. For Chen Qiu had persistently claimed to be an alumna of the National Academy of Chinese Theater Arts, her alma mater. Meanwhile, the executive driving remained silent. Acutely aware of Summer Nanzhi's growing frustration, not daring to utter a sound or even play music, despite the monotony of the journey. What? Graduated from the Central Conservatory of Music and now appearing on the program? Goodness, how many such pretenders exist in a year? Even if this program lacks high visibility or significant funding, it is certainly not a platform for someone like her. She must have paid her way into the show. Indeed, she must have paid to get in. The wealthy second-generation scion should keep his distance from our goddess, Miaolin. Xia Nanzhi scoffed repeatedly, showing no regard for Jiang Miaolin's name. Chen Qiu, that deceitful trickster, had duped her for years. What was so strange about a deliberate misspelling behind a photograph? This woman bore an uncanny resemblance to her and was dressed similarly. She must be the person in the photo. Jiang Miaolin? Jiang Miaoi? Both Chen Qiu and the other individual were equipped with microphones, capturing every moment. Ah Qiu, let us go sit over there. Some guests had already arrived before them. They should greet them. Jiang Miaolin looked gently at Chen Qiu. He nodded with a smile, allowing her to link her arm with his as they approached the already present guests, a man and a woman. Ah Qiu, such a close address. Xia Nanzhi's grinding teeth grew louder, making the executive driving the car feel as if he were on the edge, his grip on the steering wheel faltering. Hello, I am Chen Qiu. Hello, I am Jiang Miaolin. They greeted as they approached. Given that they were currently live streaming, first impressions were paramount. And greeting was a swift way to establish rapport. On the grassy ground before them, two individuals sat in white chairs. The man, Xiaoyun, was handsome and a minor internet celebrity, while the woman, Chen Qiu, was a third-tier star, akin to Jiang Miaolin. As this was a program focused on experiencing various professions, there was no script involved. Even if there were, it would hold no significance. After a brief introduction, another pair of guests arrived, a man named Zhuang Xing, a singer with 2 popular songs on Douyin, and a woman named Lin Xiaoqian, a former child star who had faded into obscurity as she grew older. As the program had just begun and everyone was unfamiliar with one another, the production team had prepared some games, aimed at fostering closeness and enhancing the live broadcast's effectiveness. Before the games commenced, the director expressed gratitude to the sponsors and advertisers. The choice of a trio of men and women was intentional, as each group would experience a profession together, necessitating a degree of camaraderie. The groups had been formed, Chen Qiu and Jiang Miaolin together, with Xiaoyun and Chen Qiu in another, and finally Zhuang Xing and Lin Xiaoqian paired. The first game was a variation of red light, green light, but with a twist. The female participants represented princesses kidnapped by the villains, standing with the other guests while the male participants played a guessing game. Once the male guessed correctly, he would race towards barrels representing 50, 100, and 500 yuan. Each group had only 10 opportunities for the guessing game. The amount they could secure would serve as vital startup capital for their group. After the 10th round concludes, the male contestant must dash towards the female contestant to rescue his princess. Should he be caught in the process, he must return to his original position. The director succinctly outlined the rules of the game. The camera panned across the game area, revealing a vast grassy field featuring a circular arena with a diameter of 100 meters, surrounded by dozens of posts, each adorned with varying numbers. The male contestant must guess correctly to commence his run. An incorrect guess will leave him stationary. During his sprint, other contestants may call out 1, 2, 3, freeze at any moment to attempt to catch him. If he is caught, he must return. If not, he may continue. Upon reaching a post, he must halt to participate in the next round of Pictionary before racing to the next post. Each touched post may not be revisited. There is only one post worth 500 yuan, several worth 100 yuan, and the remainder valued at 50 yuan. This means that even if the group excels in all 10 rounds of Pictionary, the maximum they can earn is 1 for 100 yuan. The difficulty of Pictionary will not be overly challenging, but if someone manages to succeed in all 10 rounds, they will receive an additional 1,000 yuan in starting funds. The director stated. With a gleeful expression, Jiang Miaolin, upon hearing the rules, turned to exchange a knowing glance with Chen Qiu, who reciprocated with a smile. Their confidence was palpable, and their expressions were captured by the camera, broadcasting to the live audience. before Jiang Miaolin's fans could erupt in excitement. It was Summer Nanzhi who was set ablaze with enthusiasm. Chapter 17. In this moment, she was infuriated for the sake of entertainment. The initial funding allocated to the guests of such programs is naturally limited, yet they must cover their daily expenses for food and accommodation. Even though the remuneration during the filming process is settled daily, the amount of funds can impose considerable pressure. Observing these internet celebrities and stars fussing over mere pennies while experiencing the lives of ordinary people constitutes the program's greatest appeal. Initially, Xiao Yun and the others believed that Chen Qiu and Jiang Miaolin were merely here to stir up a romantic storyline and generate hype. However, their gazes suggested otherwise. Jiang Miaolin, it appears you hold great confidence, the director interjected with a chuckle. What do you think, Qiu? Jiang Miaolin turned to Chen Qiu, her eyes radiating warmth. With a smile, Chen Qiu replied, Director, we can increase the difficulty. If we pass all 10 challenges, could you grant us an additional 500? Conversely, if we fail, we shall forfeit 1,000 from our funds. Is that acceptable? The director, taken aback, inquired, Chen Qiu, are you certain? If we raise the stakes, I may have to let the guests create some mischief. Chen Qiu nodded with unwavering confidence. Absolutely. You set the rules. Xia Nanzhi was momentarily stunned, for she had never witnessed Chen Qiu display such demeanor. Furthermore, the synergy between Chen Qiu and Jiang Miaolin seemed worthy of a wager against the production team. What are your thoughts, Xiaoyan? Do you agree to increase the difficulty for the two of them? The director asked the remaining 4 participants. Sure, sounds good. Xiaoyan was the first to respond. It's just an additional 500. It's not a big deal. Even if Chen Qiu and Jiang Miaolin truly are a couple. What of it? With their interference, not even couples married for decades could answer correctly all the time. We concur, the other 3 nodded in agreement. Sharing Xiaoyan's sentiments, they both doubted Chen Qiu's abilities and believed he was merely putting on a show. Upon joining the production team, was he really attempting to steal the limelight? Such a person must be difficult to work with. Then it's settled. Chen Qiu and Jiang Miaolin shall be the final pair to participate, while the rest may alter Jiang Miaolin's drawing, 2 strokes each, regardless of what Jiang Miaolin has drawn. You may choose to add 2 strokes or erase 2 strokes. Should Chen Qiu answer all correctly, the initial funding will increase by 1,500. However, if he answers even 1 incorrectly, 1,000 will be deducted. The director asked, does this rule pose any issues? None at all. The group responded in unison. Due to Chen Qiu's excessive confidence, the live chat exploded with comments. Could these two truly be a couple? Although they haven't explicitly stated it. Their every action speaks volumes. Nonsense, nonsense, nonsense. I refuse to accept that. I refuse as well. You scoundrel, do not attempt to take my Miaolin goddess away from me. She is mine. I shall carry her away. Are you overthinking this? How much do you earn in reality? I barely make over 500,000 a year. And you're more audacious than that. Miaolin goddess belongs to me. As the groupings had been established, the order for Chen Qiu's team was also predetermined. The director instructed the other 2 teams to send a representative to flip a coin, with the person whose side faced up designated as the first in line to commence the game. From the outset, the production team had arranged the guests' appearances. Although the guests were allowed to make their own selections, given their unfamiliarity with one another, they naturally gravitated towards those who emerged before or after them. Furthermore, the order of appearance held significance. Xiao Yun and Chen Zhizhi were particularly active on Douyin. Although Chen Zhizhi was a 3rd-tier celebrity, she leaned more towards the realm of internet fame. Zhuangsheng and Lin Xiaoqian belonged to the music industry, one being a Douyin singer and the other holding an 8th-grade piano certification. Even though both Chen Qiu and Jiang Miaolin were also in the music field, Chen Qiu was invited by Jiang Miaolin. Thus, as they appeared in the middle group, they would naturally segregate the other 4 guests into 2 distinct groups, alleviating any selection dilemmas. Zhizhi, we are the first to take the stage. I'll be relying on you shortly. Xiaoyan smiled at her. Rest assured. Leave it to me. Chen Zhizhi patted her flat chest, assuring her she indeed possessed commendable looks, having the potential to be a star or an influencer. Though one could only speculate on the extent of her cosmetic enhancements. Everyone, take your positions. The director called out. Miaolin, let us go over there, Chen Qiu said. Turning to her. Jiang Miaolin replied with a gentle smile, linking arms with Chen Qiu as they walked towards the area prepared by the production team. Before them stood a circular ring, 100 meters in diameter, marked by a white line sprayed with foam. The other guests were required to stand beyond this white line, while there was an opening in the circle. Chen Qiu stood at the line's forefront, awaiting her Prince Charming at the ring's exit. During the preparations, the director cautioned the other guests against cheating, forbidding any signals or eye contact, and instructing them to keep their backs turned and gaze forward. Haha, this is hilarious. What kind of sorcery is the director up to? Is he deliberately signaling someone? Jiang Miaolin mused. Director, just report my ID directly. Do you really think Chen Qiu and Jiang Miaolin can become a couple? I'd wager a carnival that it's absolutely impossible, because Miaolin is my goddess. If I lose, I'll live stream a carnival. If they manage to win 10 rounds, I'll live stream a head wash. Ha ha ha. This director knows how to create a show. To prevent Chen Qiu and Jiang Miaolin from coordinating, he purposely separated them to opposite sides. They're in for a rough ride. Winning the entire game only yields 1 for 100 yuan, yet if they lose even once, they're left with mere pocket change. What is the point of that? You wouldn't understand. That's what makes it interesting. Indeed. What if Chen Qiu's team only scores 100? If that happens, it'll be quite a spectacle. No way, I won't allow it. I can't bear to see my goddess suffer. Oh my, it just dawned on me. Chen Qiu, I admit I was too loud earlier. You must do your best. If you were to earn merely a few hundred, would not my enchanting goddess Miaoi have to endure hardship alongside you? Should you manage to attain a grand slam, I shall treat you to a splendid carnival. In an instant, as the crowd processed this revelation, those fans who had previously criticized swiftly altered their stance, rallying in support of Chen Qiu. If Chen Qiu were indeed to earn just a few hundred, come tomorrow during the recording, he would undoubtedly be unable to afford even a hotel room. In this scenario, the fans of Chen Qiu and Jiang Miaolin found themselves united by a common interest. The more Chen Qiu earned, the better conditions Jiang Miaolin would enjoy. If the two were to share a room at night, even with the room filled with cameras, they would surely be overwhelmed. It seems that the group is responsible for their own accommodations. Damn, Xiaoyun, you must persevere. If you dare to share a room with my Ji, I shall promptly take to blowing up your Douyin. Zhuangxing, keep pushing forward. Others began to grasp the situation as well. The fans of the 4 guests had initially regarded Chen Qiu and his companion as mere entertainment, but upon realization, they too became united by self-interest. In today's game, those who earn the least would become the source of amusement. Goodness, the production team must be out of their minds, intentionally pairing a man and a woman for grouping, while also requiring them to manage their own accommodations, clearly suggests that the two must share a room. Is this truly a variety show, or rather a matchmaking program? Is this even suitable for broadcast? Xia Nanzhi felt an overwhelming urge to storm the production team and hang the director. In this moment, her fury was palpable, reaching a boiling point. Chapter 18. What is his intention? The director watched the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room, nearly splitting his sides with laughter. He had anticipated this outcome from the outset, which is precisely why he designed this segment in such a manner, deliberately withholding substantial initial funding. The more vehemently the netizens criticized, the higher the viewership of his live stream soared. Simultaneously, the guests found themselves ensnared in 2 predicaments. First, should they cohabitate in the same room? If they chose not to, even accounting for their salaries, they would find themselves in dire financial straits. Second, once their funds were depleted, what desperate circumstances would they be compelled to endure? Furthermore, every penny they possessed would prove invaluable when the production team orchestrated later plot twists. The director currently held 2 scripts. One entailed having the guests set up a stall, while the other involved utilizing their funds for survival on a deserted island. Both options could seamlessly transition into a new program, sustaining the current show's popularity while enhancing the next installment's value. The director was poised, ready to auction off these 2 scripts. As the excitement surged, the popularity of Chen Qiu and his companions escalated, and with a smooth transition into the next program, their worth would inflate alongside the production team's success. They would undoubtedly acquiesce. Hey, I truly am a genius. Hurry it up, urged Xia Nanzhi, her impatience palpable. All right. Ms. Xia. The executive before her was left feeling exasperated. He struggled to comprehend Xia Nanzhi's thought process. Chen Qiu and Jiang Miaolin's participation in this program was an overt act of infidelity, so why would Xia Nanzhi willingly walk into the crossfire? She could simply have dismissed Chen Qiu. Moreover, with Jiang Miaolin bearing an uncanny resemblance to Xia Nanzhi, once Xia Nanzhi appeared on the show, public uproar was inevitable. In the live stream, Xiaoyun ultimately connected with Chen Qiu, successfully completing the princess rescue mission. The first group, Xiaoyun and Chen Qiu, achieved victory. Xiaoyun successfully rescued the princess Chen Qiu, who had been captured by the villains, earning an initial fund of 200 yuan. The director's voice echoed, Qiu. I am truly sorry. It is all my fault. Xiao Yun's expression darkened. Director, come here, he exclaimed. You claimed it wouldn't be difficult. Yet you had us guess idioms. Are you out of your mind? 200 yuan? Ha ha ha, you have to be kidding me. This director is utterly deranged, but I love it. Indeed, what kind of sensible person would guess idioms, especially under the premise that the group members are not well acquainted? This isn't fostering intimacy, it's sheer madness. Xiao Yun, I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. I had high hopes for you, and you deliver a mere 200 yuan? Chen Qiu's face mirrored his frustration. Feeling dizzy as regret flooded her for having decided to participate in this absurd program. 200 yuan. A paltry sum. It was insufficient even to purchase a lipstick. And now I must go find a job. Even as Chen Qiu screamed internally, she maintained a cheerful faade, saying, It's all right, Xiao Yun. We are still getting to know each other, and you did your best. Xiao Yun once again offered his apologies, striving to salvage his rapport with the audience. Were it not for the lucrative incentives provided by this disreputable director, he would have already made a hasty retreat. However, upon reflection, if the program were to prove engaging, the ensuing buzz would inevitably draw countless admirers his way. Group 2, Zhuangsheng and Lin Xiaoqian, you are up, announced the director. Zhuangsheng, do not burden yourself with excessive psychological pressure. Even if our initial funding is limited, we can still work hard to earn more. Just give it your best effort. Lin Xiaoqian commenced with flattering remarks, ensuring her on-screen presence was captivating. I will certainly do my utmost. Zhuangsheng nodded earnestly, trying to embody the spirit of a true man, though internally he felt a sense of insecurity. Damn it, this director is nothing short of a charlatan. He promised a light-hearted show, yet right from the start, he threw down the gauntlet. How could this program possibly become relaxed from here on out? Zhuangsheng indeed exerted himself, and everyone recognized his efforts, yet the idioms provided by the production team were utterly nonsensical. What are these ridiculous idioms? Yi Gong likes dragons, first and foremost, lanterns and celebratory decorations, dining in the wind and sleeping in the dew? Who can decipher these? He was an art student, not a graduate student, and Lin Xiaoqian's incomprehensible doodles were beyond anyone's understanding. Group 2, Zhuangsheng successfully rescues Princess Lin Xiaoqian, earning 300 yuan. Now it's time for Group 3, Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin, to take the stage. Are you sure you want to increase the difficulty? The director inquired of the two. Zhuangsheng had acquired 3 idioms, joyous, uneasy, and a drop in the ocean. It was evident that the production team had intentionally made things easier for him. Besides the usual drawing tasks, the board allowed for 3-word hints that could not contain any characters related to the idioms. I will follow Achio's lead, Jiang Miolin said softly. Director, we still choose to increase the difficulty, Chen Qiu declared with a smile. What if the production team was deliberately stirring the pot? Even if other guests posed a hindrance? What of it? With the tacit understanding between Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin, many things could be conveyed with just a glance. All right, take your positions, the director nodded. However, Chen Qiu interrupted. Wait a moment, director. You didn't mention that the 500 yuan barrel would run away. If it falls to the ground, does that count as my success? The director momentarily paused, perplexed, and asked, What do you mean by it falling to the ground? Chen Qiu elaborated, literally, falling to the ground. The director, still somewhat confused about Chen Qiu's intentions, contemplated for a moment before nodding. Very well. If you can make it fall to the ground, the staff will not carry it away. As long as you touch it, that will count as a success. The director had dug too many holes during the show, such as the case with the 500 yuan barrel. Xiao Yun had initially aimed for that, but who would have thought that as soon as he approached, a staff member would abscond with the barrel, leaving many in the live broadcast in fits of laughter. Upon spotting the 500 yuan bucket, Xiao Yun and Zhuangsheng hastily relinquished their pursuit, opting for other buckets, for none could guarantee they would not be caught in the act of chasing after a bucket. Should they be apprehended, they would be compelled to return to the starting point, thus forfeiting yet another opportunity to secure funds. Alas, I can scarcely bear to watch. My beloved Miolin, how could you partner with such utter nonsense? You truly have my sympathies. What is Chen Qiu's doing account? I must confront him immediately. The director had clearly offered an escape route, yet he not only declined it, but also inquired about some absurd bucket. What is he scheming? Amidst the cacophony of critiques, a large screen near Jiang Miolin illuminated with a PowerPoint presentation, commencing with the relatively straightforward phrase united in purpose. With a mere glance, Jiang Miolin discerned how to illustrate it. This idiom was easily rendered, devoid of any complexity. Chen Qiu, observing on his mobile device, would receive an instant transmission of the image Jiang Miolin completed, as the production team aimed to ensure the audience could clearly see only her finished work. Jiang Miolin sketched a multitude of figures, all tugging on a rope, the other end of which extended beyond the screen, devoid of any superfluous details. United in purpose, Chen Qiu instantly provided the answer. A group of individuals pulling a rope, without clarity on what they are pulling. Thus the pivotal information lies in the fact that these individuals are indeed pulling the rope, hence, united in purpose. Correct. Please select your bucket and prepare yourselves. The director reminded. Chen Qiu, steady yourself and choose the immobile buckets, striving to earn as much as possible. I do not wish to see you owe the production team 1,000 yuan. Chen Qiu, have you lost your mind? Why are you fixating on the 500 yuan bucket? Ha ha ha. Is this fellow truly intent on pursuing that bucket? This show is utterly fascinating. So entertaining, I love it. The live audience had begun their countdown, needing to articulate each number deliberately, maintaining a synchronized rhythm. Upon reaching 3, the call of statues would follow. Brother, my dear brother, I implore you to remain steady. Damn it. Is he genuinely about to chase after the 500 yuan bucket? With a sudden burst of energy, Chen Qiu propelled himself forward like a cheetah on the savannah, charging directly towards the 500 yuan bucket, startling everyone present. Chapter 19 over a decade? What does that make her? Goodness, how can he run so fast? Is he truly a musician? Could he possibly be an athlete? Chen Qiu, keep it up. I have faith in you. Yet, astonishingly, this scene is merely the beginning. In the next moment, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Chen Qiu seized a triangular ice cream cone devoid of numbers and hurled it towards the staff. The numbered items were all circular pillars. The triangular cone served merely to demarcate areas. My word, where does such talent come from? And one that attacks the staff, no less? Haha, director, are you bewildered? When you devised these rules, did you ever anticipate that someone would dare to use an ice cream cone as a weapon? I am quite curious. If the staff were to be injured, would it be classified as assault or a workplace injury? As the guests concluded their countdown, shouting the words wooden man, they turned around in unison. They did not witness Chen Qiu's extraordinary performance, for at the very moment they turned, he had already frozen in place, having been fixated on them since they uttered 2. The guests, oblivious, turned back again to resume the countdown, only to find, at that precise moment, Chen Qiu had snatched up 2 ice cream cones and hurled them at the staff. I can hardly contain my laughter. It is truly hilarious. Before entering this live broadcast room, I never imagined it would be so amusing. Look at that staff member, clutching the pillar, running and jumping, nearly resorting to cursing. Even the director appeared to be drenched in sweat. Typically, stars on camera shouldn't behave this way. Has he forsaken his charm? Has he abandoned his appeal to the public? Yet, the comments in the live chat were harmonious, filled with laughter. Wooden man. The guests turned back once more, and Chen Qiu, anticipating their move, remained perfectly still. Following this, they repeated the call of wooden man, nearly driving the guests to the brink of collapse. The staff were panting heavily. Yet Chen Qiu showed no sign of fatigue. Is he some sort of beast? Xia Nanzhi witnessed Chen Qiu chase the staff for over 10 minutes. She was well aware of his stamina. After all, he could massage her for hours on end and still manage to hoist a wooden beam to construct a stage. Director. I can't go on. I'm exhausted. The staff member's shirt was completely soaked, and he lamented helplessly. Should we bring in someone else to continue? Chen Qiu turned to the director and inquired. No. The pillar is yours. The director replied in exasperation. Everyone in the live broadcast room was nearly in stitches. That staff member was truly pitiable, being chased while also being struck multiple times, all the while desperately trying to protect the pillar. My heart aches for the staff for 3 seconds. Haha. A mischievous production team and a Chen Qiu who cleverly exploits the rules. This program is becoming increasingly entertaining. It is their first encounter with a production team reduced to surrender by a contestant. It is indeed laughable. Chen Qiu touched the stake barrel abandoned by the staff, receiving a startup fund of 500 coins, and promptly entered the next round of Guess What I Draw. Chen Qiu, just wait. I shall present you with a challenging conundrum. The director declared ominously, all in the name of entertainment. No problem. Bring it on. Chen Qiu instinctively reached for a cigarette, but reconsidered, as this was a program, and decided against it. However, his gesture caught the audience's attention. What was that guy about to do? Was he going to pull a gun from his pocket and take out the director? I'm starting to feel scared. I suspect he might be from the mafia. A bunch of fools. He was just reaching for a cigarette. Xia Nanzhi failed to realize the audience's teasing and silently typed a line of comments. The director. Startled by Chen Qiu, quickly interjected, Chen Qiu, steady yourself. You can't smoke in the live stream. Even we, as the production team, could face a ban. Instantly, the chat was flooded with ha ha ha. Everyone knew Chen Qiu was merely retrieving a cigarette, but the director's remark made it all the more humorous. The director pointed towards Chen Qiu's phone and said, hurry up. The next set of images has already been sent to you, and you will never guess it. The first set, Unity of Purpose, was too simple, so the guest chose not to be mischievous. However, this set was different, as it was by any means necessary. It corresponded perfectly with the scene where Chen Qiu had just chased the staff around. One must admit, the director truly understood the essence of entertainment. Jiang Miolin anticipated that the guest would take action this round, so she prepared in advance, drawing a completely unrelated picture on the board, not even using the 3-character hint. Coupled with the guest's alterations, this drawing was utterly unrecognizable. By any means necessary, Chen Qiu merely exchanged glances with Jiang Miolin, and the words slipped out. What the heck? The director broke into a cold sweat. The live stream fell silent for a moment, then a barrage of question marks flooded the screen. Xia Nanzhi gazed at the demonic drawing and could not discern a trace of by any means necessary. How did Chen Qiu arrive at that conclusion? Wait, how did you guess that? The bewildered director inquired. It's quite simple. I chased for over 10 minutes. If you wanted to create some entertainment, it ought to be something like perseverance, exhaustive effort, or by any means necessary. The latter seemed more probable since many of the idioms preceding it contained numbers. Furthermore, while Miaolin's drawing appeared to reflect nothing, it, in fact, conveyed everything. Because she illustrated our past together, it aptly resonated with by any means necessary. Chen Qiu replied with a smile. He exchanged knowing glances with Jiang Miolin, and they both chuckled. The director was left speechless. Is that even possible? How long have you two been together? Chen Qiu merely extended a single finger. Although no words were uttered, an understanding resonated profoundly. My goodness, these two have been in a relationship for over a decade? That means it must have commenced in middle school. If we were to exaggerate further, could it have begun in elementary school? As Xia Nanzhi observed. Her mind erupted in disbelief, grappling with an unsettling reality. If Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin have indeed been together for 10 years, then what is her place in this narrative? Should she not be considered Chen Qiu's cherished light? Wasn't Chen Qiu her admirer? I refuse to accept this absurdity. Let me present you with a more challenging one. The director gritted his teeth. It's futile. The more obscure the idioms you introduce, the easier they are for me to decipher, for there was a fool in the past who could never remember them, despite knowing everything. She insisted on compelling me to weave tales for her. Chen Qiu chuckled lightly. Regardless of whether it was the director or the audience in the live stream, they were all unceremoniously inundated with a hefty dose of dog food, rendered speechless. So, this isn't merely a childhood romance. It's akin to a child bride scenario. Director, give it up. Even if you were to consult an idiom dictionary, I could still illustrate it for a Qiu. Jiang Miaolin gently laughed. You all. The director momentarily felt an impulse to bang his head against a wall. Yet, he remained obstinate, conjuring up phrases like wind and clouds are unpredictable, vague and elusive, and too numerous to enumerate to contradict Chen Qiu. As Chen Qiu broke down a set of idioms, everyone in the live stream was left in utter disarray. Who can elucidate what you both have endured? Why does it seem that even without words, a mere exchange of glances reveals your innermost thoughts? Chapter 20. Heart-wrenching. The director and crew were already drenched in sweat. However, the more exaggerated the performance of Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin, the better the live broadcast's effect. From their perspective, it was truly difficult to fathom the nature of their connection. Why, in this vast world, would there exist such profound bonds between individuals? Initially, the director dismissed Chen Qiu, who had not been summoned to the set, believing everything would unfold according to his script. But now, it was spiraling out of control. Chen Qiu, may I inquire when you two first met? The director asked, wiping his brow. Chen Qiu chuckled softly. You might find it hard to believe, but I have known her since the day she was born. Jiang Miolin chimed in, smiling. On the day I was born. He was right there with my sister outside the delivery room. The director, now drenched in cold sweat, realized he had severely underestimated the situation. The live chat erupted once more. I have truly underestimated this. To call him a child bridegroom is an understatement. While everyone else buys rice at the supermarket, who would wait in the fields for the sprouts to grow? And what of those who just moments ago clamored to take Jiang Miolin away? They have all been metaphorically welded shut. Would you still carry her off? Is it too late for me to be reborn? Perhaps I should seek out a campus beauty to nurture from childhood. Chen Qiu turned to the director with a smile. Director, We have completed all 10 rounds. So does that mean our initial funds amount to 1,400 plus 1,500? The director, in a state of despair, nodded. Yes. Please wait a moment. The production team will transfer 2,900 yuan to your account. For the sake of the show, everyone's WeChat accounts are brand new. This is not an isolated incident. Most challenge-based programs operate in this manner. Thank you, Director. May I take a brief respite? Chen Qiu inquired, nodding as he once again reached for his pocket. Go ahead. Go ahead, the director replied, exasperated. Though Chen Qiu bore no airs of superiority, he undeniably gave off the impression of a seasoned elder. Goodness, Jiang Miolin. What sort of person have you brought to our production team? As Chen Qiu stepped aside to smoke, Jiang Miolin surprisingly followed him, leaving many viewers in the live chat momentarily speechless and utterly flustered. But who was truly flustered? I shall not disclose. While Chen Qiu smoked, the director grew increasingly anxious that he might incite negative sentiments in the live chat, as smoking is generally frowned upon for artists. Yet, it became evident that his concerns were unfounded. Viewers found Chen Qiu's brooding demeanor to be quite fitting, making smoking seem entirely normal. When Chen Qiu returned to the frame, the camera immediately focused on him, which displeased Zhuang Sheng, Xiao Yun, Chen Jiji, and Lin Xiaoqian greatly. We are all here to participate in the program, yet you monopolize most of the screen time upon your arrival. What are we, mere props? Now, we shall proceed to the second segment, career selection. Each group will have 5 minutes to discuss and deliberate, selecting as many professions from our list as possible. The more professions you choose, the more advantageous the random selection will be for you. The director explained the rules. The professions selected will be placed on a group roulette, and whichever profession is drawn will be the one they experience. Although the director did not explicitly state it, even the audience could surmise that the production team would undoubtedly introduce some challenges. For instance, intentionally including some overwhelming professions. You each send a representative to collect the list of professions, which includes roles such as cleaners, delivery personnel, designated drivers, restaurant servers, and many others, the director announced. Chen Qiu approached to retrieve the list, which was bound together in several pages, containing nearly all the easily accessible jobs. However, highly specialized positions such as programmers, illustrators, and HR professionals were conspicuously absent, for they would serve no purpose in this context. Zhuang Sheng and Lin Xiaoqian stared at the form, utterly bewildered. In addition to the usual delivery roles, there were bizarre professions like fecal cleaners and waste disposal operators. Xiaoyun and Qinji conferred and made an effort to select as many options as possible, such as tea pickers, couriers, and factory packers. They believed they could adapt to these jobs. Although they might be tiring, the advantage lay in their ability to connect with the public. As long as they remained relatable, they could attract more fans. Director, since the work period involves group collaboration, can we not supplement each other in our duties? Chen Qiu inquired, looking up at the director. What do you mean? The director asked, bewildered. Despite being the director, he found himself frequently caught off guard by Chen Qiu's questions. For instance, regarding the waste disposal operator, Miao Lin, being a girl, certainly could not carry heavy bags of garbage. Could she drive while I handle the lifting? Chen Qiu asked earnestly. Theoretically, that is permissible. However, we now utilize electric equipment, those devices that allow you to press a button to empty an entire bin of waste into the garbage truck. Some areas employ 3-wheeled motorcycles, while others use large garbage trucks. If it's the former, it counts as a single job position with only one salary. However, in the latter case, there would be 2 positions, the director explained. His clarification was not only for Chen Qiu and the other guests, but also for the viewers in the live broadcast. The core message was simple. If there are 2 positions, then you may divide the tasks. But if it is just one position, you must consider it among yourselves. Does that mean when it comes to tasks that might be challenging for women, they can do less or even opt out? Chen Qiu confirmed. I do not recommend opting out. Unless the money you earn is sufficient to support her, the director nodded. Even though the production team would not impose punitive measures, the female guests could not shirk their responsibilities. For if such a situation arose, they would undoubtedly face public outrage. Understood. Chen Qiu smiled and promptly returned the list to the production team. What are you doing? The director asked, once again perplexed. Not only he, but everyone else was also confused, thinking that Chen Qiu had given up. There are too many professions, and I am too lazy to jot them down. What I mean is to select all, Chen Qiu said with a smile. Boom. Everyone's minds erupted in an instant. It is worth noting that the production team, in their quest for humor, had just showcased some bizarre professions from the list in the live broadcast, leaving everyone in stitches, such as a fecal waste operator. Who on earth would willingly undertake such a task? Chen Qiu, have you truly finished watching? I won't even mention the ordinary jobs like moving bricks at construction sites, carrying cement, or sweeping the streets. Suppose someone's toilet exploded and asked you to fix it. Would you go? The director swallowed hard and inquired. Chen Qiu nodded. It's work. As long as it is legal and there is money to be made, we can do it. In our childhood, both Miao Lin and I did not come from privileged backgrounds. She had an older sister suffering from a severe illness who could depart from this world at any moment. While my father left us with a mountain of debt before he passed away. From a young age, we scavenged for bottles, collected cardboard, and caught fish in the river to sell at the market. We have done nearly everything. For a moment, the director was left speechless. At this point, Chen Qiu was not seeking pity. His expression was one of serene acceptance. He did not require sympathy, nor did he seek it from others. Yet, his words caused a sharp pang in Xia Nanzhi's heart. Chapter 21. Please, don't do that, for I will be overcome with tears. Out of curiosity, may I inquire how much debt your family is burdened with? Has it been resolved? The director could not contain his curiosity. If such a remark had been uttered by another guest, he would have merely looked upon it with disdain. He would not have bothered to inquire further, for the act of seeking sympathy has become antiquated. Nevertheless, it is all in the past. I share this not to elicit pity, but merely to demonstrate that we are capable of achieving anything. Chen Qiu chuckled lightly. As she spoke, Chen Qiu exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Miolin, both revealing a subtle smile of understanding. Their seemingly ordinary gaze conveyed a multitude of meanings, and suddenly, the audience began to comprehend the source of their rapport. Both of them had risen from adversity, fostering a profound sense of empathy. The director addressed them, saying, as for the career wheel for your group, our production team will decide. We have prepared 30 professions for you to draw from. All right. Chen Qiu nodded in agreement. In the eyes of Xia Nanzhi, Chen Qiu had always been a person of unwavering optimism, seemingly capable of anything. Even when faced with challenges she had never encountered before, she was always eager to learn. Whenever anything was needed at home, a mere call of her name would summon Chen Qiu to assist. Yet she had never contemplated how Chen Qiu had transformed into such an individual. She had never imagined the extent of the hardships Chen Qiu had endured. Yet no matter the circumstances, Chen Qiu could not deceive her. As the other two groups made their profession selections, despite hastily compiling a list of 30, they remained apprehensive about the director's peculiar arrangements. Ladies and gentlemen, your career wheel will be crafted tonight, and the drawing will take place at 8 p.m. Additionally, after you select your profession, you must also draw the corresponding number of days for the experience, which ranges from 1 day, 3 days, a week, to half a month. Should you find the experience unbearable and wish to change jobs midway, you will incur penalties from the production team and be required to pay a fine. The director paused momentarily before continuing. Now, we shall proceed to the final segment, the talent showcase. Each of you will perform a skill you excel in, to leave a lasting impression on the live audience. In an instant, everyone in the group, including Zhuang Sheng, breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there would be a talent showcase. If the opening live broadcast had concluded without it, only Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin would be remembered, while the others would fade into the background. Starting tomorrow, each group would have its own dedicated live stream room, making it crucial to win the audience's favor now. As this would directly determine tomorrow's traffic pool, we shall proceed in the order of the groups as previously established. First, let us welcome Group 1 Xiaoyun and Chen Zhizhi. The director initiated applause, which was soon echoed by the staff, creating a lively atmosphere in the live stream. What can those two perform? I have no idea. In their live stream, it would either be a product sale or a PK battle. Recently, there has been a noticeable decline in enthusiasm, prompting a desire to attract more followers through a performance. Chen Zhizhi made the first appearance, showcasing a sultry dance. Had she been less modestly dressed, the live broadcast could have faced restrictions, as many viewers were compelled to defend themselves by typing furiously. In contrast, Xiaoyun opted for a more conventional approach, delivering a rap piece. Next, it was the turn of the duo, Zhuang Xing and Lin Xiaoqian. Although Lin Xiaoqian is a once prominent child star, she is also a virtuoso pianist, and with the program's foresight, she naturally performed on the piano. Zhuang Xing sang his hit song from Douyin, a poignant ballad, determined to ensure everyone recognized it as his own. The third group, Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin, were inquired by the director about their performance. Let us sing a duet. They exchanged glances and agreed. while Chen Qiu's vocal prowess could be lethal. The presence of Jiang Miolin altered the dynamics. Despite Chen Qiu's earnest attempts to adapt, not every note could be swiftly adjusted, as it was deeply ingrained in his being. In the frame, Chen Qiu settled at the piano prepared by the production team, while Jiang Miolin perched on a high stool with her guitar, exuding professionalism. As Chen Qiu's fingers grazed the keys, only the words Nanshan Nan emerged. His long, agile fingers delicately struck the piano keys, initially producing a few inconsequential notes. Chen Qiu's singing was deeply tied to his emotions. His choice of song reflected his mood, and after a prolonged hiatus from performing, he was merely seeking the rhythm. As the audience endured several minutes of silence, even Xia Nanzhi on the opposite end of the screen was fixated on the unfolding moment. Suddenly, when the first series of notes erupted, it sent shockwaves through the crowd. The absurdly slow rhythm of his single-handed playing seemed to resonate with a mournful melody. "Fool, why do you keep doing this?" It was a persistent flaw that he couldn't shake off. Young as he was, he bore the weight of profound wisdom, akin to that of an elder. After enduring a lifetime of struggles, he ought to embrace joy. The essence of her voice echoed persistently in Chen Qiu's mind, gradually prompting him to close his eyes. Jiang Miolin understood that Chen Qiu was still searching for his rhythm, hence she refrained from intervening immediately. It was at this moment that Chen Qiu began to sing. In the southern sun, snowflakes fall. In the northern night, spring prevails. If time permits before darkness descends, I wish to forget your gaze. The moment those lyrics escaped his lips, even Zhuang Sheng and Lin Xiaoqian couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Gazing towards Chen Qiu, a poignant tableau of separation unfolded, striking even those who were musically unversed. Xia Nanzhi felt a sharp pang in her heart. For throughout the past 3 years, she had consistently sensed this repression emanating from Chen Qiu. The restraint was palpable, leaving her perplexed about his past. A lifetime spent in pursuit of an unattainable dream leaves him weary. He no longer speaks of the solitary island of encounters, for his heart has become a desolate wasteland, incapable of harboring a home. Chen Qiu's voice has grown increasingly deep and hoarse, imbued with a sorrow that pierces the soul, drawing everyone into his melancholic cadence. "Fool, though we shall eventually part ways, am I not living well at this moment?" he exclaims. "Fool, fool, fool. Chen Qiu, you great fool, please do not behave this way, for it will make me want to weep. Fool, I must take my leave now. You must take good care of yourself. I hope you encounter someone who truly loves you." With a sudden clap, Chen Qiu's right hand strikes the piano keys with urgency, disrupting the rhythm and awakening those lost in sorrow. Merely a few lines of lyrics have already brought tears to the eyes of many watching. Chen Qiu's tempo is extraordinarily slow, yet he stretches those few lines into a full 40 seconds. As confusion spreads, even startling the director, Chen Qiu turns to meet Jiang Miaolin's gaze, lifting his left hand to rest upon the keys. Chapter 22. She is merely a substitute. The rapid tempo of the piano resonated, accompanied by the strumming of the guitar. What once began as a desolate and oppressive silence transformed into a vibrant melody. You, amidst the southern sun, were engulfed in snowflakes, while I, in the northern chill of night, experienced a perpetual spring. Though the lyrics were identical, the essence had completely metamorphosed. Drunk on his dreams, good night. He heard someone singing an ancient tune. The sorrowful imagery, once separated by vast distances, now morphed into a harmonious scene gazing across the Milky Way. One person strummed and sang on this side, while another danced joyfully on the other. Despite their inability to hold hands in that moment, neither felt sorrowful. At this juncture, what Chen Qiu sang mattered little, for he had conveyed his emotions through song to everyone around him. The stark contrast between the two performances, if not witnessed firsthand, would have been difficult to believe. Everything appeared the same, yet felt entirely different. If time allows before darkness falls, I shall forget your eyes. A lifetime spent pursuing a dream, awakening only to find the absurdity of existence. The rhythm in Chen Qiu's hands quickened, and even without prior rehearsal, Jiang Miolin effortlessly matched his tempo, a testament to the unspoken understanding they had cultivated since childhood. Back then, Jiang Miolin would often lament about Chen Qiu's rhythm, complaining that he was lost in his own world, leaving no one but his sister able to keep pace or penetrate his inner sanctum. Yet now, Jiang Miolin had risen to the occasion. South of the mountain, sorrow in the autumn. The southern hills are piled with grain, the southern wind whispers, while the northern sea holds tombstones. Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin exchanged lines, the atmosphere growing increasingly jubilant. Even Jiang Miaolin's strings resonated with playful plucks and claps. Though the lyrics had concluded, their performance continued unabated, alternating pauses between Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin. They were acutely aware of their purpose, understanding they were conversing with those who had departed. Buzz, when the two finally ceased, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. Even the director stood frozen in place. Though the latter half was a lively tune, it inexplicably evoked tears. The audience experienced a lingering tinnitus, a resonance of the noise that had preceded it. Through their devices, they felt the profound impact, unable to fathom the expressions on the director's face. What kind of song is this? The lyrics are so oppressive. I could barely endure the first rendition, yet the second transformed it into this? I'm in tears. Am I even salvageable? User Balabala sent out Carnival X10. User Shengsheng sent out Carnival X20. As the song came to a halt, a flurry of gifts filled the screen. Those with means sent hundreds or thousands, while those without illuminated fan banners. The once stagnant likes were now fervently being clicked. As if the production team had activated a like bot, Xia Nanzhi could not help but slouch wearily in her chair. Having come to a profound realization, she was not the cherished moonlight of Chen Qiu's heart, but rather a mere substitute. Stop the car. Let me out. Xia Nanzhi shouted at the executive driving. The executive dared not protest and hastily pulled the car over to the emergency lane, rushing to place a warning triangle behind. Inside the vehicle, a heart-wrenching scene unfolded. The director wiped the sweat from his brow, casting a wary glance toward Chen Qiu. Chen Qiu, Jiang Miolin. I am at a loss for words regarding your antics. Chen Qiu chuckled, unable to resist the urge to light a cigarette, but quickly suppressed the impulse. So, director, are you satisfied? The director's eyes nearly rolled into the heavens as he replied, satisfied, absolutely delighted. Your singing caused an explosion in the livestream's comments. Jiang Miolin smiled, offering a slight bow to the camera. Thank you all for your support. The director interjected, don't celebrate too early, as many of those comments are criticizing you. They claim you both made them cry. Jiang Miolin, regarding her own background, noted, your resume suggests either an internet celebrity or an actress. Yet no one knew you could sing. She glanced at Chen Qiu with a grin, adding, the reason is quite simple. Because of someone. Jiang Miaolin's style mirrored that of an older sister. She had no intention of entering the music industry or showcasing her vocal prowess until Chen Qiu had emerged. All right. You too, enough of this lovey-dovey display. Get back to the hotel and rest. We will draw for roles at 8 p.m., and the recording starts at 7 a.m. tomorrow. The director said with a hint of exasperation. Understood. They nodded, bidding farewell to the audience before departing in the show's vehicle. Zhuangsheng and his companions felt somewhat drained. Fortunately, the next segment of the recording would be separate, allowing them to utilize their own small group live streams. Otherwise, it would have been overwhelming. Recording a show alongside such talented individuals was akin to facing a dimensional reduction. They were more resilient, and their singing eclipsed his own. How could one compete? The daytime live stream concluded, and the director instructed, Zhuangsheng, you all may head back now. The four nodded, pairing up to return to the hotel. Meanwhile, in Luqing, Gao Yulan assisted Xia Qinggong in leaving the hospital. Xia Qinggong had been admitted the previous night but fortunately faced no major issues, though he had stayed overnight for some medical examinations. Ding dong, Xia Qinggong's phone buzzed with a message. He possessed two mobile devices, one in his left pocket for family communication, housing his personal WeChat, and the other for work-related matters, equipped with his professional WeChat. The phones were stored in different locations, thus emitting distinct notification sounds. Upon hearing the alert, Xia Qinggong swiftly retrieved the phone from his left pocket, anticipating a message from Chen Qiu, only to be met with disappointment upon checking. Though the message indeed came from family, it was sent by my little niece, accompanied by a video. Uncle, my cousin has been found. She has gone on a show with her husband. I just can't comprehend why she suddenly changed her name to Jiang Miolin. Moreover, their names have even made it to trending topics. Xia Qinggong clicked on the video and was momentarily taken aback. At first glance, he recognized his daughter without a doubt. Yet, upon a second glance, something felt amiss. Those eyes, that demeanor, that attire. It was simply not his daughter. With a peculiar expression, Xia Qinggong scrutinized the video, then glanced at his wife beside him. Had he not known her so well, he might have suspected that this was her illegitimate child. Gao Yulan was equally bewildered. She snatched the phone to examine the video again, and, in an instant, she became anxious. Darling, hurry. Let's go back to my parents' house. Xia Qinggong, somewhat confused, scratched his head and asked, why are we going back to your parents' house? Suddenly, realization struck him. Oh my goodness, I remember now. Let us go. Let us go. I'll drive you back. Chapter 23. He is my husband. Xia Nanzhi raised her gaze to the hotel before her, where several individuals, including the director and assistant director of the show, rushed out in a flurry. President Xia, you've arrived. We apologize for not welcoming you properly. The director greeted her with a sycophantic smile. Yet, she appeared to be in a daze, as if she heard nothing at all. In the next moment, the entire crew seemed to experience a collective shock. What the hell? Jiang Miolin. The assistant director hurried over to examine the license plate, confirming it was indeed a black Bentley. But how could Jiang Miolin be standing right in front of them? Assistant director, isn't Jiang Miolin upstairs with Chen Qiu? The director quietly inquired. Yes. They just drew their professions, a 7-day street cleaning experience card, then returned to their respective rooms to rest in preparation for tomorrow's recording. The assistant director was equally perplexed. During the draw, there had been a live broadcast. Although they did not attend in person, the live effect was quite good. Chen Qiu's group was assigned street cleaning, while Xiao Yun's group was tasked with serving in a restaurant, and Zhuang Xing's group was at a factory tightening screws, providing plenty of amusement for the audience. If they were all in their rooms, then she. The director glanced towards Xia Nanzhi, and even without completing his sentence, they understood each other's thoughts. Xia Nanzhi and Jiang Miolin shared a surname, yet they did not seem to belong to the same family. President Xia? The director tentatively called out. Xia Nanzhi finally snapped back to reality and nodded. Cold sweat trickled down the director's back, and he awkwardly remarked, President Xia, you are truly stunning, but you bear a striking resemblance to one of our female artists. Xia Nanzhi replied coldly, you mean Jiang Miolin, right? The director nodded eagerly, yes. Yes, that's her. His words were also a probe into the nature of their relationship. It was rumored that Xia Nanzhi was the daughter of a real estate tycoon, immensely wealthy, while Jiang Miolin, like Chen Qiu, came from a troubled background, making them appear even less likely to be related. Director, I have but one request. My role as an observer for the production team must remain confidential. During the live broadcast, my face must not be recorded, especially not to let Chen Qiu know I am here. Xia Nanzhi stated coldly. Understood. But may I ask what your relationship with Chen Qiu is? The director asked, trembling with apprehension. At that moment, the director had not anticipated that Xia Nanzhi would even respond, as such a personal inquiry was purely out of curiosity. Xia Nanzhi initially intended to remain silent, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Gritting her teeth, she declared, he is my husband. A stunned silence enveloped the group. If Chen Qiu was indeed her husband, then she was here to catch him cheating, yet she did not want him to know. And she bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Miolin, the rightful wife catching her husband in the act, yet appearing like the mistress. The mistress seeming to ascend to prominence openly. What an absurd twist of fate. If the relationship between Xia Nanzhi and Chen Qiu were to be exposed, alongside a comparative photograph of Jiang Miolin and Xia Nanzhi, this program would undoubtedly explode with hype. President Xia, a nearby executive exclaimed in a state of urgency. There was truly no need for Xia Nanzhi to respond. Should the news leak, what would become of her reputation? Mr. Zheng, you may leave now. I shall remain in Jinling alone. Xia Nanzhi waved her hand and walked into the hotel. President Xia, please this way. I will escort you to your room. The director quickly followed, gesturing politely. Mr. Zheng shook his head in exasperation, leaving the keys to the Bentley with the production team to be handed over to Xia Nanzhi. The director, having endured a night of information bombardment, had managed to suppress the news within the production team. Few were aware, including the guests who were to attend the observation today, as they had also been briefed by the team. At 7 a.m., the director summoned Chen Qiu and his team downstairs for a pre-departure morning meeting. The live broadcast for both the group and the observation guests was simultaneously underway, with Xia Nanzhi included in the mix. However, none dared to casually query her. While everyone was eager for gossip, they were also wary, given Xia Nanzhi's indifferent demeanor. Displeasing her could lead to dire consequences for many. Everyone, today marks your first day of adaptation, so adhere to the production team's schedule during working hours. However, starting tomorrow, you will work according to your respective shifts. For instance, Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin from Group May 3rd need to rise at 3 a.m. and work until dawn. Currently, our group funds are as follows. Group 1 has 200 yuan, Group 2 has 300 yuan, and Group 3 has 2,900 yuan. All salaries are settled daily. But please manage your funds wisely to avoid bankruptcy, the director announced. Understood. The group responded in unison. Zhuangxing, Xiaoyun, and the others were clearly unaccustomed to such early mornings, their energy levels visibly low. Yet, due to last night's trending topic, many were now aware of their program. particularly the duet video of Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin, which had garnered over 4 million views across platforms overnight. For million views, it truly moved many to tears. Even though the live broadcast has just begun, there are already 50,000 viewers in Chen Qiu's group stream. All right, now please select your means of transportation to the workplace. The director said with a mischievous grin. Chen Ji almost choked. Wait, it's our first day at work, and you're not providing us with a ride? From now on, your rooms are canceled. Before the conclusion of today's work, your luggage will be managed by the production team, but this is only for today. The director's smirk grew even more devilish, inciting an urge to retaliate against him. However, that was not the most infuriating part. A more vexing revelation awaited. Oh. And regarding your salaries, I almost forgot to mention. Group 1 will serve as waitstaff for 100 yuan per day. Group 2 will work in a factory for 150 yuan per day, and Group 3 will serve as cleaners for 60 yuan per day. Your wages are calculated based on the prevailing market rates, so put forth your best effort. Work diligently, and the production team may offer additional bonuses. The director chuckled mischievously. What a ridiculous situation. The wages for Groups 1 and 2 barely amount to 2 or 300 yuan a day, just enough to cover a hotel room, leaving little for meals. Is this truly how the show operates? Shouldn't the focus be on Group 3? Together, they earn only 120 yuan a day. Their pay may be lower, but they possess a more substantial initial fund, so no matter the challenges, they are not likely to feel the pinch just yet. Indeed, moreover, they will only be experiencing this for 7 days, after which they will switch jobs. With grand aspirations, the director waved his hand confidently, proclaiming, "Let us embark, workers." Chapter 24. An unpleasant feeling on their first day of duty. Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin were required to arrive at their respective company before 8 a.m. and complete their onboarding with the staff, delayed by the director. They rushed out at 7:19, necessitating an increase in pace. Miolin, run. Chen Qiu urged, grasping her hand as they dashed towards the subway station. All right. Jiang Miolin beamed. Her radiant smile illuminated by the morning sunlight that cascaded upon her fair, delicate features, causing her eyes to sparkle. Yet, like mirrors, they reflected Chen Qiu's figure. The two sprinted along the street, trailed by 2 cameramen wielding their equipment, capturing the unusual scene that drew considerable attention from passers-by. Are they taking wedding photos? Someone mused. Impossible. Who would come out to take wedding photos this early? Besides, they're dressed in ordinary clothes. They look like they're filming a show. That girl's smile is truly enchanting. I fell for her at first sight. Fell for her? It seems you're merely enamored by her looks. As Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin exited the subway station, numerous onlookers turned their heads, intrigued by the presence of cameras and their striking appearances, making them the center of attention wherever they went. At that moment, the subway was moderately filled, yet not overcrowded. The surrounding crowd instinctively created a space for them, as most ordinary individuals preferred to avoid the spotlight. Witnessing this, Xia Nanzhi felt a pang of discomfort. She reminisced about her recovery period, when Chen Qiu was her steadfast companion, encouraging her and motivating her to engage in daily rehabilitation exercises. Once her strength returned, Chen Qiu took her out to explore, opting for the subway rather than driving, which felt refreshing. She recalled how, despite her complaints about Chen Qiu, her eyes were always captivated by him. When the subway arrived at their destination, Chen Qiu would deliberately maintain a half-step distance, ensuring she appeared to walk at a reasonable pace. While she would urge him to hurry and catch up, it seemed that during those times, he had never held her hand, and in their private moments, any intimacy was notably absent. The other observers glanced at the large screen, then at Xia Nanzhi's expression, which starkly contrasted their expectations. Rather than displaying anger or resentment, her face was marked by a profound sadness. Before 8 a.m., Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin arrived at their workplace, but upon stating their purpose and locating their contact person, everyone was utterly astonished. Wait, isn't he that the director of the show? Someone exclaimed. No way, it really is him. I hereby declare Director Feng has officially emerged as the most remarkable variety show director of the year, without exception. All in favor? Opposed? I won. Now, I shall formally present Director Feng with an award. Whereas the applause? The applause resonated like thunder in the live broadcast room, with an array of clapping gift effects dazzling the screen. In front of the camera, Director Feng donned a blue shirt and a black suit, exuding an air of sophistication. With the air conditioning blowing, he casually crossed his legs, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Qiu and his companion. Is it just the two of you here to work? You both look like privileged kids. Can you handle it? Don't come crying to me after a morning of work. begging to quit. Although Director Feng was fully aware of their capabilities, he feigned an air of condescension, his performance alarmingly convincing. Director Feng, since your esteemed company is willing to provide us with this opportunity, we shall certainly give our utmost effort. Chen Qiu's lips twitched uncontrollably, while Jiang Miolin, recovering from her astonishment, struggled to suppress her laughter. This director was truly a talent. You think it's easy? Go. First, take care of the cleaning in our company. Director Feng waved his hand dismissively, his impatience evident as he instructed the two to fetch cleaning tools from the entrance. In this scenario, Director Feng acted as an NPC dispensing tasks. Such villainy was not meant for others. The audience would take it seriously, believing Chen Qiu and his friend were truly being mistreated. Yet, with Director Feng in charge, the atmosphere transformed entirely, creating an exceptional entertainment effect. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Go, clean our company. Such was the infamous lack of script? This delightful variety show was certainly worthy of more installments. Brothers, let us elevate the heat in the live room, making Director Feng famous. So the big boss invests in him. User Little Cat doesn't eat fish sent out Carnival 5. User please Chen Qiu. Don't sing sent out Sports Car 100. Chen Qiu and his companion retrieved brooms and dustpans from the entrance. This company was the sanitation headquarters of Jinling's Jianya district, responsible for the entire district's sanitation contracts, boasting particularly modern architecture and facilities. Though the company was clean, it still required tidying. Their task was to thoroughly clean every nook and cranny of the premises within a day. As long as they persevered, they would pass and be eligible for formal employment the following day. Emerging from the air-conditioned room, Director Feng glanced at the pair, stating, I'm off to fish for a while. When I return this evening, if I find any cigarette butts or other litter on the ground, 10 yuan will be deducted for each piece of trash. Do you understand? Chen Qiu was both speechless and amused. He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and theatrically presented it to Director Feng on camera. The director was taken aback, feigning shock. Whoa, Hengshengxia? You're quite affluent, aren't you? Coming in with such high-end cigarettes? Seizing the moment to embellish the scene, Chen Qiu flashed a charming smile, saying, as newcomers, we must leave a good impression on our leader, right? Director Feng, if we perform well, can we expect a raise? Director Feng feigned contemplation for a moment, then clasped Chen Qiu's shoulder and led him aside, whispering conspiratorially, considering your astuteness, a raise is out of the question. However, I can extend a few privileges. Chen Qiu, pretending to be curious, inquired, oh, what privileges? Director Feng gestured behind him, explaining, ordinarily, sanitation workers are not provided with meals or accommodation. However, we have an extra room in the staff dormitory that you may temporarily occupy for a few days. But this is not a privilege to be taken lightly, understand? Chen Qiu nodded and promptly retrieved his phone, opening a calculator to input 3 figures before Director Feng, asking, Manager Feng, would this arrangement be acceptable? Director Feng rolled his eyes and retorted, that is a staff dormitory. You expect to stay for several days and offer me just 200? I just commended your cleverness. But it seems you are truly lacking in effort. Chen Qiu doubled the figure, replacing it with 400, and said, Manager Feng, would this be satisfactory? Both of them were wearing microphones, and their hushed conspiracy was entirely captured by the camera, eliciting hearty laughter from the audience in the live stream. Chapter 25. What just happened after stepping out for a moment? My goodness, Director Feng truly lives up to his reputation. A mere 2 words to describe him would be extraordinary. To elaborate, one might say he is exceptionally remarkable. Initially, I worried that the limited funds for the guests would be insufficient, but it appears they are more than adequate. I believe the true brilliance lies with Chen Qiu. Indeed, if he had not approached Director Feng to trigger the hidden task, would he have been able to secure such a low rental for the accommodation? Goodness. Is such a maneuver even possible? I must hasten to the first live broadcast room to alert my goddess of the moment. Abandon hope, my friend. Even if you inundate the chat with messages, the guests remain oblivious to your efforts. Director Feng regarded the figures entered by Chen Qiu, hesitated momentarily. Yet his furrowed brow gradually relaxed as he patted Chen Qiu on the shoulder, exclaiming, Young man, you're quite astute. I've heard that participants like you face considerable challenges, often with scant resources. Consider this my assistance. As he spoke, Director Feng furtively surveyed the surroundings and discreetly unveiled his WeChat payment code. Ding dong, an alert chimed, indicating a receipt of 400 yuan. Director Feng's smile broadened as he continued. You are indeed fortunate. The vacant staff dormitory was originally occupied by a leader, boasting a spacious 40 square meters, with a room and a living area. fully furnished and equipped for cooking. While the electricity is covered by the company, it is advisable to keep usage under 100 kilowatts. Otherwise, should it come to light, I would find myself in a difficult position. Chen Qiu nodded fervently, then inquired softly, Director Feng, how long may we stay at most? After a brief pause, as if contemplating, Director Feng replied, a week is certainly feasible. However, you must vacate within 15 days. Chen Qiu interjected, Manager Feng, if we can only stay for 15 days, 100 kilowatts will undoubtedly be insufficient. The weather remains warm, and we will need air conditioning at night. Could you possibly lend a hand in this regard? As he spoke, Chen Qiu transferred an additional 100 yuan to Director Feng. The corners of Feng's eyes crinkled in amusement as he remarked, very well. Since you are so sincere, I shall consider a solution. How does 200 kilowatts sound? That is the utmost I can arrange. Chen Qiu nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Manager Feng. Director Feng waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. You two focus on your work. I shall take my leave to enjoy some leisure. This impromptu skit elicited both laughter and bewilderment from the onlookers. Before commencing their tasks, a staff member escorted Chen Qiu and his companion to the dormitory to inspect their new quarters and assisted them in unlocking the door. With a crisp sound, the door swung open, revealing a modest living room. The bathroom was situated within the living area, with a large window diagonally opposite it. A 60-inch television graced the room, alongside a single-door refrigerator boasting a capacity of over 300 liters. A gray, single-fabric sofa occupied one corner, while beneath the window, a table displayed a brand-new black induction cooker. However, in the next moment, everyone was once again taken aback. For the neatly packed luggage of Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin lay in one corner of the living space. What? I initially believed that Chen Qiu triggering a hidden task was quite impressive, but it turns out Director Feng was operating on an entirely different level. He had already anticipated that Chen Qiu and his companion would be renting a place. Is it possible that the production team would provide accommodations without triggering a hidden task? My friends, I'm off to check the situation in room 1. I'll investigate room 2. Chen Qiu exchanged a glance with Jiang Miolin, both of them bemused by the situation. However, after paying the deposit for their sanitation uniforms, they began their cleaning duties within the company. The office building required considerable tidying, but in comparison, the larger courtyard was notably easier to manage. Chen Qiu entrusted the simpler outdoor tasks to Jiang Miolin while he took charge of the building's cleanliness. Given the bright sun outside, he ensured that Jiang Miolin donned a straw hat and applied sunscreen before allowing her to venture outdoors. Since the production team had already facilitated their move to the rented space and transported their luggage, the contents within could be utilized. The straw hat and sunscreen spray were freshly retrieved from their room. Additionally, Jiang Miolin adorned herself with sun protective sleeves and a white mask, completely concealing her original beauty. If one were not attentive, they might easily mistake her for a mere cleaner. Chen Qiu diligently swept both upstairs and downstairs, then fetched a mop to begin mopping the floors. Since Director Feng would not return until evening to inspect, it was clear that their duties extended beyond simple sweeping. Mopping and window cleaning would certainly be involved. Jiang Miolin took a quick stroll and soon returned to assist Chen Qiu, and the pair immersed themselves in their work, leaving little room for idle chatter. As they had previously stated, they had long acclimated to such a lifestyle and bore no complaints. In room 1, as servers, Xiayun and Qinji arrived at a skewer restaurant. As soon as they commenced their shift, a fellow production team member, acting as the manager, introduced them to the establishment and guided them in their work. They were to experience life in the restaurant for half a month. Once familiar with their surroundings, they first tidied the tables and chairs in the dining area before being summoned to the kitchen to assist with preparing the skewers. When a plethora of ingredients was presented before them, they felt overwhelmed. Oh no, what should we do? We just arrived and already wish to leave. Aren't we supposed to be servers? Shouldn't our role be limited to attending to the guests? Why must we also engage in the task of preparing skewers? Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream perceived their situation as entirely authentic. In the company, everyone is similarly treated as mere beasts of burden. How are the brothers in Group 1 faring? Are there any hidden tasks here? None at all. We have been waiting for several hours, merely observing them at work. Though they have not voiced it, surely they harbor grievances. As internet celebrities who have amassed considerable wealth, it is quite natural for them to express discontent. I am curious to know, if they were to find themselves without a roof over their heads tonight, would they be utterly devastated? Sister Xi, go engage in a dialogue with the NPC. Indeed, hurry and converse. By the way, how is the situation in room 2? Oh, they are just like those in room 1. busily stuffing dolls with sponge in the factory. Dolls? Is that suitable for broadcasting? Goodness, even if they are creating a show, it cannot be something ghastly. They are merely ordinary dolls, such as kittens, puppies, and teddy bears. Oh, that indeed lacks excitement. Brothers, quickly return to room 1. Something significant is happening. What is going on? Chef Chen has taken the stage. At that moment, the screen in room 1 was flooded with question marks, as Chen Qiu, clad in a cleaning uniform, was seen in the company cafeteria, one hand grasping a large iron pot and the other wielding a spatula, diligently preparing a meal. Everyone was momentarily dumbfounded. What on earth? I stepped out for just a moment. What is happening? Chapter 26. He has left. What does he mean? The crowd was not only filled with question marks but also various exclamations. Chen Qiu's culinary skills were nothing short of exceptional. He deftly maneuvered the wok over the fierce flames of the kitchen stove, igniting a blaze that astonished the viewers in the live stream. The flames danced along the edges of the iron pan, erupting within to create a ferocious fire, leaving many in the live chat utterly dumbfounded. Had Chen Qiu not been donned in a sanitation worker's uniform, one might have assumed he was a seasoned chef. At that moment, Jiang Miolin was stationed at the service window, busily distributing meals to the employees queuing for food. This incident stemmed from Jiang Miaolin's visit to the cafeteria, which inadvertently triggered a hidden task. With an abundance of cleaning to be done in the building, and Chen Qiu occupied with window cleaning, they thought it prudent to grab a meal at the cafeteria to address their lunch needs. However, upon arriving, Jiang Miolin noticed only 3 individuals at work and inquired if assistance was needed, thus activating the task. As a part-time chef, Chen Qiu received an additional 100 for the day, while Jiang Miolin, serving as a part-time server, earned an extra 50. It was truly unexpected that Chen Qiu possessed such culinary prowess. With skills like his, one could only assume he had undergone formal training. How delectable it appeared. Who wouldn't he want to taste it? On the other side of the screen, the observing guests erupted in gasps of astonishment. Most of them were merely minor internet celebrities from platforms like Douyin, seeking to enhance their visibility while earning a paycheck, yet they paled in comparison to Xia Nanzhi's stature. Xia Nanzhi gazed at the sumptuous feast laid before her, momentarily losing her appetite. Since taking over the company, she had grown accustomed to dining at home during lunch. Chen Qiu had spoiled her palate to the extent that she found the food outside unappetizing. With a resounding clap, she slammed her chopsticks onto the table and tossed the microphone aside, creating a momentary cacophony in the observation room. I refuse to eat. Please dispose of the food in the trash. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving the observing guests speechless and the production team hesitant to speak. Eventually, a female staff member escorted her back to her room upstairs. For convenience, the production team had rented the largest room in the hotel, which had been refurbished and repurposed as the observation room. Lying on the bed, Xia Nanzhi felt utterly drained. Suddenly, her phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, she saw it was her dear friend Zhou Ming calling, stirring a pang of bitterness in her heart. Nanzhi, are you aware that Chen Qiu is on the show? Xia Nanzhi fell silent, offering no reply, but the voice on the other end already knew the answer. Nanzhi, Chen Qiu has been carrying on with another woman behind your back, and he is trending on social media. I never imagined Chen Qiu could be this kind of person. He treated you well for 3 years. Even I struggled with your temperament back then, yet he endured it. Now that you're better and can stand again, he has left. What does this mean? What truly unsettled Zhou Ming was Jiang Miaolin's striking resemblance to Xia Nanzhi. What was Chen Qiu trying to accomplish? Was he attempting to pit them against one another? To seek a woman who bears an exact resemblance, solely to validate one's affections for Nanzhi? To compel her to swiftly reciprocate those feelings? Forget it. Ming, sighed Xia Nanzhi wearily. Chen Qiu had never held any affection for her from the very beginning. What significance does it hold to pressurize and interrogate Chen Qiu? She was even uncertain of her purpose in remaining in Jinling. Nanzhi, are you truly prepared to give up just like this? What place does Chen Qiu's actions leave for your dignity? Even if divorce is inevitable, he ought to bear the consequences. Zhou Ming exclaimed through gritted teeth. Enough. After all, he's the one who healed me, and it is indeed his unwavering dedication over 3 years that has ultimately wrought a miracle in my life. Xia Nanzhi felt even more despondent. Under ordinary circumstances, Zhou Ming would not have relentlessly pursued Chen Qiu. As Xia Nanzhi had articulated, it was Chen Qiu who had restored her health. As her closest friend, Zhou Ming had always been grateful to Chen Qiu, perceiving him as a good person. Throughout the past 6 months, she had not only been dissuading but also struggled to comprehend what exactly Xia Nanzhi was guarding against. Were she to encounter Chen Qiu? She would undoubtedly marry him without hesitation, for she believed her future would be filled with unparalleled happiness. She was aware that Xia Nanzhi had long ceased to harbor feelings for Su Xiaopeng, and in fact, only felt disdain towards him. Thus, there must be a misunderstanding between the two. However, upon seeing the trending news, she realized that there was no such misunderstanding. It was all merely a matter of fact. For Chen Qiu had indeed been unfaithful. "Nanzhi, where are you now?" "I am coming to find you," Zhou Ming inquired with concern. Sensing the profound despondence in her tone, I am in Jinling," Xia Nanzhi replied, glancing at her hotel room. She had initially hesitated to disclose her location, but suddenly yearned for companionship. "Jinling? Isn't Chen Qiu's production team also in Jinling? You aren't going to seek him out, are you?" Zhou Ming's heart raced as she asked. Xia Nanzhi fell silent once more, but Zhou Ming understood everything. "Nanzhi, wait for me. I am flying over from Lu City right now. If you cannot voice certain things, then I shall speak on your behalf. I must confront him and discover what he is truly thinking," Zhou Ming declared, brimming with indignation. In her view, Xia Nanzhi had likely been aware of Chen Qiu's infidelity for some time, which was why she had hesitated to fully commit to him. It was remarkable that Nanzhi had managed to endure until now. She had even personally traveled to Jinling. If it were her, she would have stormed in front of Chen Qiu with a knife by now. "All right," Xia Nanzhi nodded and sent her location. "Come quickly." Zhou Ming immediately procured the nearest flight to Jinling and drove towards the Lu City airport. She had been vacationing abroad for the past few days, and Chen Qiu's calls had gone unanswered. Xia Nanzhi's phone had also remained silent, as she had spent the previous day at the police station. In pursuit of this matter, she forsook the latter part of her journey and returned directly to her homeland, arriving in Luqing at 3 o'clock in the early hours of last night. Upon returning home, utterly exhausted, she succumbed to slumber until noon, only to awaken with urgency to contact Xia Nanzhi. In Chen Qiu, she perceived the epitome of a longed-for romance. However, the actions of Chen Qiu were beyond her acceptance. Yet, at the airport, Zhou Ming encountered an unexpectedly familiar gathering: Uncle Xia, Aunt Gao, and her grandparents. "What brings you here?" she inquired, astonished. Xia Qinggong, equally taken aback, looked at Zhou Ming and asked, Ming, weren't you on vacation abroad? When did you return?" Zhou Ming hastened towards him, explaining, "I arrived just after 3 last night. I intend to go to Jinling to find Nanzhi." "What is your purpose here?" Xia Qinggong paused in surprise. "Nanzhi is in Jinling?" Zhou Ming, slightly bewildered, replied, "Indeed. Did you not know?" Upon comparing their flight tickets, they realized they were on the same flight. Chapter 27. Returning Chen Qiu home? Which home? Xia Qinggong and the others were aware that Jiang Miolin was in Jinling, yet due to their lingering resentment towards Xia Nanzhi, they had refrained from contacting her thus far. Ming, what is Nanzhi doing in Jinling now?" Gao Yulan inquired, her concern evident despite her dissatisfaction with Xia Nanzhi's departure and her silence over the past few days. "She is currently at the hotel where Chen Qiu's program team is staying. I heard her mention that she is serving as an observational guest for the show," Zhou Ming explained without reservation. Upon hearing this, Xia Qinggong and his companion exchanged glances, their hearts relieved. At least the situation was not as dire as they had feared. It was a comfort to know that Xia Nanzhi was not pursuing Su Xiaopeng. "Uncle Xia, what is this all about?" Zhou Ming was puzzled. There should be a reason for her trip to Jinling, but Xia Qinggong was unaware of Xia Nanzhi's presence there, which raised questions about why they had brought their grandparents along. The elderly couple, after all, were not suited for such exhausting travels at their age. Ming, are you familiar with Jiang Miolin, who is beside Chen Qiu?" Gao Yulan asked in a grave tone. "Yes," Zhou Ming nodded. Upon mentioning her, a surge of anger rose within Zhou Ming. However, Gao Yulan pointed to herself and then to her grandmother, saying, Ming, don't you think she bears a striking resemblance to us?" Zhou Ming's mouth twitched, and a ridiculous thought crossed her mind. "Aunt Gao, you can't possibly be suggesting that Jiang Miolin is a long-lost relative, can you?" But Gao Yulan's expression was serious as she nodded. "There is indeed a possibility. I have a twin sister who was abducted when we were young. She went missing in the Magic City, and despite years of searching, we had no choice but to give up." Zhou Ming gasped, feeling as though her worldview had been turned upside down, yet it seemed entirely plausible. Without this explanation, how else could one account for Jiang Miaolin's appearance? Ming, we have shared this matter with you, but it is best that you refrain from discussing it publicly for now. It is exceedingly rare for two individuals to resemble each other closely, yet it is still within the realm of possibility. Our journey is aimed at confirming this matter." Zhou Ming shivered, suddenly recalling Xia Nanzhi's predicament, and anxiously remarked, "But Aunt Gao, if things are truly as we suspect, what will happen to Nanzhi?" Gao Yulan's face was etched with anguish, and Xia Qinggong sat in his chair, displaying a despondent expression. Indeed, what would they do if the situation unfolded as they feared? Should they bring Chen Qiu home? But which home would that be? Yet, if they were to deny a long-lost relative a return home, how would they address the emotional turmoil of their grandparents? Gao Yulan leaned against her forehead, unable to suppress a weary sigh. Zhou Ming pondered for a moment and suggested, "Aunt Gao, Uncle Xia, let us keep this matter to ourselves for the time being. I will be going to the program team, and I will find a way to assist you. Once we have answers, we can discuss how to resolve this situation." As the couple Xia Qinggong nodded in agreement, it was time for boarding. The group made their way to the boarding gate, yet each individual bore a heavy heart. In the evening, Xiayun and Qinji from Group 1 re-entered the bustling atmosphere of dinner service. On their first day of work, they were bound by their schedule to toil until 8 p.m. The overwhelming hours left them on the verge of tears in the restaurant. Working from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., what kind of shift was this? Even the capitalists would not impose such grueling conditions, one would think. Simultaneously, the work schedule for the following day was released. Xiao Yun and Chen Ji were assigned to serve from 7 p.m. to 2 a.m., with no break in between. Group 2, Zhuangsheng and Lin Xiaoqian, would work from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., filling dolls with sponges. Meanwhile, Group 3, Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin, were tasked with the sanitation of an entire block from 4 a.m. to 10 a.m., subject to inspection. Chen Qiu, Jiang Miolin, you both have done remarkably well. I entrusted you with the company's sanitation, and you even cleaned the restrooms, exclaimed their supervisor. Here's your wage for today. Each of you will receive 60 yuan as your base pay, an additional 40 yuan as a bonus. And the remaining 150 yuan is your earnings from the cafeteria. After your shift tomorrow, you may choose to continue assisting in the cafeteria. If you do, you will still earn 150 yuan for the day. Director Feng approached them with a smile, presenting an envelope containing their total wage of 350 yuan. The cafeteria work was relatively relaxed, as it only involved serving lunch. By the evening, employees would naturally return home for dinner. Chen Qiu handed the envelope to Jiang Miolin, placing it in her pocket, while he cheerfully offered a cigarette to Director Feng, inquiring, "Manager Feng, do you happen to know anyone selling second-hand electric scooters?" Director Feng looked surprised, holding the cigarette between his lips without lighting it as the production team humorously censored the scene, leaving one to chuckle. "What? Are you looking to buy a scooter?" Chen Qiu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. As you know, we are filming a program, and even if I change jobs, remaining in Jinling, having an electric scooter would be quite advantageous." After a moment of contemplation, Director Feng replied, "All right, considering your diligent efforts, I shall inquire on your behalf." Chen Qiu pulled out a lighter, almost causing Director Feng to choke, who shot him an exasperated glance that seemed to convey, "Seriously? You know we're recording a show. Are you trying to get us banned?" Their playful banter was amusing. One offered a cigarette while the other boldly accepted. Chen Qiu's smoking habit seemed rather intense. Earlier that morning, when he opened his suitcase, I distinctly noticed a pack of Tianxia and a pack of Zhonghua. Indeed, he hailed from an ordinary family. Yet Jiang Miolin was no ordinary individual. With millions of fans, spending over 1,000 yuan on cigarettes was a trivial matter for her. "Brothers, is it enjoyable to smoke Hetian? I haven't tried it yet. It's decent. The flavor of Zhonghua is rather strong. Only the medium Zhonghua is pleasant to smoke. The taste of Hetian is quite agreeable." "Wow, Fugu, you seem to know a lot about this." "I'm hardly Fugu. I'm merely riding on others' coattails." Director Feng promised to provide Chen Qiu with an answer when they returned to work tomorrow. Chen Qiu nodded in agreement and then left the company compound with Jiang Miolin to make extensive purchases at a nearby supermarket. The absurd production team claimed they could cook, yet only provided an induction cooker without any pots, bowls, or utensils. They even had to purchase salt, MSG, soy sauce, all by themselves. The two returned with a substantial haul, with Chen Qiu carrying the heavier items while Jiang Miolin managed the lighter ones. Their outing cost them over 200, nearly a day's wages. "Shall we eat together?" Chen Qiu asked, busily placing various fruits and vegetables into the refrigerator, glancing back at the two cameramen. In the afternoon, the cameramen had been switched out. After all, they are human. Expecting them to carry cameras for over 10 hours is simply unrealistic. "It's fine. We have our own work meals," replied one cameraman, wearing a backward duckbill cap, while focusing on the camera screen and shaking his head at Chen Qiu. "Let us eat together. We bought plenty of ingredients." Besides, Qiu cooks exceptionally well, Jiang Miolin said with a gentle smile. Her eyes sparkled beautifully, captivating even through the lens of the camera. Indeed, let us share a meal, Chen Qiu chuckled. Just then, Director Feng's voice came through the earpiece, giving his approval. Director Feng suggested they sit down to eat, as a means to assess Chen Qiu's cooking. If it proved to be delicious, he would personally appear on camera to indulge in a meal at Chen Qiu's home. Chapter 28. She would not allow it. Jiang Miolin was washing vegetables, preparing garlic, chili peppers, ginger, and other ingredients, while Chen Qiu deftly butchered the chicken wings, treated the tilapia with flour to remove its slime, and sliced the beef against the grain into thin pieces. With a splash, the ingredients were tossed into the pot, instantly releasing a captivating aroma that wafted through the air. Behind them, a sleek black standing fan blew gently in their direction, creating a delightful atmosphere as the professional chefs cooked. When I become wealthy, I will certainly acquire a phone that allows me to savor the sense of my culinary endeavors. How enticing. I am currently indulging in takeout. Speaking of which, have the other two groups triggered the hidden tasks? It is better not to mention it, but now that you've brought it up, I can hardly contain my laughter. What happened? When Zhuang Sheng and Lin Xiaoqian from Group 3 finished work, the NPCs approached them to engage in conversation, yet they inexplicably bypassed crucial information. I suspect the NPCs were there to offer them housing, but since they had money in their pockets, they were indifferent. Zhuang Sheng had just booked a modest inn online for 170 yuan, which was quite decent, consisting of one bedroom and a living room, and he has now gone out to dine with Lin Xiaoqian. Haha, are these two really that foolish? The production team has stated that every bit of funding has its significance, yet they are being so extravagant. Wow, boiled beef, cola chicken wings, braised tilapia, garlic stir-fried greens, and the glistening white rice is making my mouth water. The two cameramen set up their tripods, pointing them in different directions, and at Chen Qiu's invitation, they sat down to eat. Jiang Miolin arranged the bowls and plates for them, even personally handing them chopsticks. Her technique in presenting the chopsticks was remarkably refined, gripping the middle of the chopsticks with the tips facing herself and the ends toward the cameraman. Chen Qiu served them rice, and thus they began to feast. Chen Qiu, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. Have you studied this professionally? Exclaimed the man with the backward duck-billed cap, his eyes widening in amazement. I wouldn't say I studied. I've just cooked a lot and have become skilled at it, Chen Qiu replied with a smile as he poured them each a glass of cola. If you two were to open a restaurant, it would undoubtedly flourish. The man with the backward cap gave a thumbs up and remarked. Previously, they had only diligently shadowed the filming, never imagining that one day they would partake in a meal alongside the show's guests. It is important to note that even in their small program, the status of the guests far exceeded theirs. Their income was incomparable. Haha. Who can truly predict the success of opening a restaurant? Chen Qiu responded with a light-hearted dismissal. Yet, the viewers in the live broadcast were growing anxious. Countless comments pleading with Chen Qiu to start a restaurant streamed by, as they genuinely wished to savor his culinary prowess. Two cameramen, while indulging in a feast, couldn't help but praise Chen Qiu's culinary skills, extolling the delectable taste of dishes such as the cola chicken wings, which were sweet yet not overly cloying, leaving a lingering aroma of star anise and bay leaves upon the palate. The braised tilapia, fresh and not at all salty, bore no trace of the muddy flavor typically associated with freshwater tilapia, and the fish skin remained intact, making it exceptionally delightful. Xia Nanzhi lay on her bed, unable to resist watching the live stream, her stomach rumbling audibly. In the past, this would have been her exclusive experience. Chen Qiu not only prepared soups and rice for her, but also served her vegetables and, after the meal, would even give her a massage to aid digestion. After dining, Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin embarked on making a 4-fruit soup, a beloved summer dessert in Luqing, which could be found in abundance during the warm months. Chen Qiu reserved some for herself and instructed the crew to take the remainder back to share with the staff who were still working. For fruit soup? How outrageous. Director Feng has you all running around at 4 a.m., and now you're expected to prepare 4-fruit soup for them? It's bound to be terrible unless you bring me a taste. I can hear you're scheming all the way from Nandao. I want some too. Chen Qiu's 4-fruit soup was brought back to the hotel, still cold from the van, leaving everyone astonished, as none had anticipated Chen Qiu's hidden talent. Yet, it swiftly captivated the hearts of all present. Suddenly, the sound of high heels echoed as Xia Nanzhi emerged from the elevator. Her hair slightly disheveled and her presence somewhat intimidating, startling those around her. She handed Director Feng 1,000 yuan and ascended the stairs with a large bucket of 4-fruit soup. Everyone was momentarily stunned, including Director Feng. After retreating to her room, Xia Nanzhi settled on the sofa, savoring the four-fruit soup while continuing to monitor the live stream. With each mouthful of the icy four-fruit soup, a sweet sensation washed over her, invigorating her spirit. However, at that moment, the live stream abruptly ceased. As Chen Qiu and Zhang Miolin needed to rise early the next day, they bid farewell to the viewers and prepared for bed. Xia Nanzhi nearly lost her composure, almost hurling her phone in frustration. The end of the live stream meant that Chen Qiu and Zhang Miolin were free to do as they pleased. This was unacceptable. But how could she confront them, and under what guise? To claim she was Chen Qiu's wife would only serve to diminish her own dignity. Her pride forbade her from such an act. Curling up on the sofa, she embraced her fair legs, resembling a wounded kitten tending to its own wounds. While the darkened screen before her displayed no further signs of the live stream, the phone suddenly illuminated, causing her heart to constrict with a jolt. Though she was acutely aware that today's live broadcast was unlikely to proceed, a flicker of hopeful anticipation still surged within her. Yet, the screen revealed a call. It was from Zhou Ming. "Nanzhi, I'm downstairs at the hotel. Which room are you in? I'm coming up to find you." Zhou Ming's voice resonated through the receiver. Xia Cheng and the others had also arrived in Jinling, but they had merely rented a villa for the time being. Everyone was anxiously awaiting the outcome, yet they understood that haste would yield no benefit until a flawless resolution was reached. Revealing the truth to Xia Nanzhi or Chen Qiu could potentially escalate matters further. "I'm in 1707. Please come up." Xia Nanzhi replied, her voice laden with exhaustion. Even if she wished to descend and greet Zhou Ming, she found herself unable to do so. Moments later, a soft knock echoed against the door. As she approached to answer, she caught a glimpse of her disheveled reflection in the full-length mirror, her face marked by despondency. With a sigh, she made an effort to tidy herself up. "Nanzhi, what has happened to you?" The moment Zhou Ming laid eyes on her, an overwhelming wave of compassion surged within her. As a close friend, Zhou Ming could easily discern her state of distress. Chapter 29. The heart speaks differently. Xia Nanzhi forced a faint smile and waved her hand, saying, Ming, I'm fine." Zhou Ming, concerned, retorted, "You call this fine? Have you not been sleeping well? Those dark circles under your eyes are quite pronounced." She hurriedly rubbed Xia Nanzhi's face, her heart aching at every expression that crossed her friend's features. Ming, I truly am fine." Xia Nanzhi ushered her inside and closed the door behind her. Zhou Ming took a deep breath, gritting her teeth, and with a look of disdain declared, "Nanzhi, I am going to confront that scoundrel Chen Qiu and bring him here to see you." "Don't." Xia Nanzhi exclaimed almost instinctively. With the situation spiraling out of control, she could not bear to face Chen Qiu in her current state, nor did she wish to witness even a hint of sympathy in his gaze. She did not want anyone's pity, especially not from Chen Qiu. "Nanzhi, sometimes I really want to scold you because you are as stubborn as a mule. Chen Qiu has long since strayed, and you have known about it for ages. Why didn't you tell me? If I had known sooner, I would have confronted him." Zhou Ming seethed. It was true that Chen Qiu had done a great service to the Xia family, but that did not absolve him of his wrongdoings. "Just because you treat me well, does that mean I must accept your infidelity? Why should I? I only recently confirmed it," Xia Nanzhi replied with a bitter smile. Shaking her head, suddenly she felt utterly drained, collapsing onto her bed. She was neither Chen Qiu's first love nor his cherished moonlight. In fact, she was not even his beloved. What could she do? I can't take it anymore. I must strangle Chen Qiu." Zhou Ming stomped her feet in frustration. How could she have ever thought of Chen Qiu as a good person? How could she have allowed herself to think of him in any regard? "Nanzhi, I will appear on the show tomorrow to seek justice for you." Zhou Ming could no longer bear to see her friend wallowing in self-pity. "Please don't. If you go, it will imply that Chen Qiu means a lot to me. And if our relationship is exposed, the ensuing scandal will ruin my reputation." Xia Nanzhi shook her head in bitter resignation. Even in such dire circumstances, she remained obstinate, retreating behind the facade of strength, haunted by the pain left by Su Xiaopa. "Are you protecting him?" Zhou Ming scrutinized Xia Nanzhi's eyes, pressing for an answer. "No." Xia Nanzhi shook her head, but her gaze faltered. "You are protecting him." Zhou Ming gritted her teeth. She desperately wanted to reveal the truth, to assert that Zhang Miolin might be linked to the Xia family. Once the truth surfaced, Xia Nanzhi's attempts to bury her head in the sand would be futile, and then she would have to watch as Chen Qiu and Zhang Miolin became entwined. Could Xia Nanzhi truly accept that? No. Xia Nanzhi would only retreat further. Ming, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten all day." Xia Nanzhi changed the subject. You went an entire day without eating because of that scoundrel Chen Qiu? Zhou Ming nearly fainted from indignation. Xia Nanzhi hesitated to speak, and Zhou Ming, seeing her, became even more infuriated, pulling her along as they descended the stairs. Meanwhile, in the staff dormitory, Jiang Miolin emerged from the bathroom clad in a creamy white nightgown. As she dried her hair, she noticed Chen Qiu sprawled on the sofa, sound asleep. The overhead light cast a warm glow, and a cigarette, unlit and clinging to his lips, hung precariously as his mouth hung slightly ajar. Amused, Jiang Miolin crouched before him and stealthily captured his image with her phone. The click of the shutter startled Chen Qiu awake. Miolin, why are you taking candid shots of me? He inquired, bemused yet amused. Brother-in-law, you look utterly ridiculous. I couldn't help myself. Jiang Miolin giggled in response. Have you finished your shower? Chen Qiu asked as he sat up, tousling his messy hair. From his angle, he caught a glimpse of the delicate collarbone beneath Jiang Miaolin's neckline, prompting him to discreetly avert his gaze as he removed the cigarette. Yes. Didn't I call you to take a shower? She replied, nodding with a smile. All right, I'll head in now. Chen Qiu gathered his fresh clothes and made his way to the bathroom. Jiang Miolin resided in the room, her belongings neatly hung in the wardrobe, while he, as a man, simply tossed his suitcase aside. Brother-in-law, please leave your dirty clothes in the sink. I'll wash them, came Jiang Miaolin's voice from behind. Don't worry, I can just wash them by hand. Chen Qiu waved her off and closed the bathroom door. Soon, the sound of water rushing filled the air. Jiang Miolin glanced toward the bathroom and then at her own neckline, shaking her head in resignation before retreating to the back room. After his shower, Chen Qiu felt revitalized. He knelt on the floor, using a plastic basin to scrub his soiled clothes. To his dismay, the water turned murky. Fortunately, the company building was regularly cleaned. Otherwise, the daytime workload could have overwhelmed both him and Jiang Miolin. Miolin, I'm turning off the lights now, Chen Qiu called into the room. Okay. Jiang Miaolin's door remained ajar, as she felt no apprehension about Chen Qiu's intentions. Moreover, the air conditioning kept the room cool, allowing the open door to let the chill escape. Good night, brother-in-law, came Jiang Miaolin's voice from the darkness. Good night, Chen Qiu replied, collapsing onto the single sofa. Before long, soft snores emerged from him once again. A smile graced Jiang Miaolin's lips as she succumbed to slumber, enveloped by a sense of security. In the early hours, before dawn had broken, Chen Qiu was roused by the blaring alarm of his phone. He approached Jiang Miaolin's door to wake her but merely knocked lightly, refraining from entering. Inside, Jiang Miolin lay beneath a pink bedspread, cradling a small brown teddy bear, sleeping peacefully. As the sound of knocking echoed, she slowly opened her eyes. There was no trace of morning irritability. Her gaze, upon first awakening, resembled that of a serene angel, compelling one to glance back. Miolin, it's time to rise. The crew will likely arrive shortly to knock on the door. Prepare yourself, for the live broadcast is about to commence. Chen Qiu called out, and proceeded to the kitchen to cook, aware of the early start required for the day. They had purchased some ready-made buns from the supermarket the previous evening. He retrieved the buns from the freezer and placed them in the steamer, adding 2 eggs to the pot as well. While waiting, he casually heated 2 cups of milk. Brother-in-law, turn around. Jiang Miolin playfully tapped his shoulder from behind. What is it? Chen Qiu turned to find her handkerchief before him, as she stood on tiptoe, diligently wiping his face. You silly girl. I've just washed my face. Chen Qiu chuckled. You boys are so careless. Brushing your teeth and washing your face is just a perfunctory task for you. And yet you still have sleep in the corners of your eyes. Jiang Miolin, with utmost care and seriousness, continued to cleanse his visage. Yet, as he gazed at her, Chen Qiu found himself transported back in time, as if Jiang Miaoi stood before him once more. Back then, she too possessed this same spirit, optimistic, gentle, and positively radiant, like a blazing sun. She devoted herself entirely to warming Chen Qiu's heart. Miaoi. Chapter 30 Confrontation. Chen Qiu felt a sense of disorientation. Unable to suppress a low murmur as he softly called out, his gaze filled with tenderness as he reached out to caress Jiang Miaolin's face. However, his hand was gently pushed away by Jiang Miolin, her tone tinged with playful reproach. Brother-in-law, it's me, Miolin. Chen Qiu's face flushed with embarrassment. He cleared his throat and withdrew his hand with a hint of chagrin. Miolin, I apologize. I was reminded of your sister. Jiang Miolin wore a smiling expression. Yet the bittersweet ache in her heart was known only to her. She set down her handkerchief and gazed at the handsome and clean-featured Chen Qiu, nodding in satisfaction. It's all right, brother-in-law. I shall go and apply my makeup now. Chen Qiu nodded in acknowledgement. The steam rising from the pot pushed against the lid, creating a rhythmic metallic clatter. He stepped outside to smoke a cigarette as footsteps approached from downstairs. It was two cameramen from the production team. Surprised to see Chen Qiu standing at the door, they exchanged smiles and greeted him. Chen Qiu, good morning. We were planning to come upstairs to summon you, but it seems unnecessary now. Good morning. Chen Qiu responded, nodding and offering them cigarettes. When Jiang Miolin emerged from the bathroom, ready and refreshed, the cameramen powered on their equipment, commencing the live broadcast for the day. Having both had breakfast, they filmed Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin dining before following them into the street. On the avenue, Director Feng and a staff member awaited their arrival. Surprisingly, despite the early hour of the broadcast, over 3,000 viewers were already tuned in, much to their astonishment. Wow, you two are up quite early. I appreciate this work ethic, Director Feng remarked, smacking his lips and stroking his chin, nodding in approval. Director Feng, have you inquired about the electric scooter? Chen Qiu asked, offering him a cigarette with a smile. Director Feng kept the cigarette perched in his mouth, pretending to smoke without lighting it, and replied with a grin, I did. Do you have motorcycle licenses? In Jinling, you need a license to ride an electric scooter. If you do, I can have someone bring the scooter over by noon. I have one. How much will it cost? Chen Qiu inquired. Director Feng chuckled. You two are in for a great deal. It's just 1,000 yuan for a scooter that hasn't been ridden much. It originally cost 200 yuan. Chen Qiu promptly transferred the money to Director Feng, arranging for the scooter to be delivered at noon. With an electric scooter, commuting to work with Jiang Miolin would become significantly easier, eliminating the need to walk 1 or 2 kilometers to reach the street. The staff behind Director Feng handed them 2 large brooms, and after a few words of caution, he departed in a dark green Bentley Continental parked by the roadside. This spectacle left the live stream audience speechless. Wow, I knew Director Feng would pull something for the show. He is truly capitalizing on the trending traffic. A Continental GT? That's a multi-million-dollar sports car. The production team is really investing heavily for the sake of entertainment. Absolutely. Director Feng, you're simply outrageous. We are aware that you are driving in Continental GT. But what is the meaning of turning around and making another lap? As the dark green sports car passed by once more, Chen Qiu was left speechless. Director Feng made yet another circle, and on the 3rd lap, he even rolled down the window to greet Chen Qiu, inquiring if he thought the car looked handsome. It's newly purchased. Unable to contain his frustration, Chen Qiu seized a broom and chased after Director Feng, who hastily sped away. Instantly, the live streaming room erupted with laughter, the atmosphere so vibrant that it felt as if thousands were present, despite only a few thousand viewers. The number of viewers continued to rise. These two truly amuse me. Among the 3 streaming rooms, only this one offered a dramatic scene, and Director Feng only appeared here. I didn't even have time to engage with Room 1 last night. Did Xiao Yun and Chen Ji trigger any hidden tasks after work? Don't get me started. I was utterly exasperated by those two. If they possessed even a modicum of Chen Qiu's intellect, they wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. I genuinely cannot fathom Xiao Yun's thought process. He chose a budget hotel, and then in the dead of night, he found himself itching all over, leading him to switch hotels, leaving him with merely 20 yuan. Is it really that absurd? Indeed, their room had to be vacated by 2 p.m. at the latest. Yet they only started working at 7 p.m., leaving them with several hours of discomfort. Today, I plan to linger in the other 2 streaming rooms. If they fail to entertain, I will exclusively reside in room 3 from now on. I hardly slept a wink last night, setting an alarm for 4 a.m. just to catch their live stream. Goodness, are they truly that dedicated? Hee, at least I don't have to work as dawn broke. Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin swept the streets, collecting leaves and debris. The morning light generously bathed the city streets, sunlight filtering through the canopy above and casting dappled shadows upon them. The flow of traffic and pedestrians gradually increased, and astonishingly, local viewers from Jinling approached, offering them water before heading off to their jobs. In any other program, such gestures might be mere theatrics, but in this show, it was quite genuine. As many came to deliver water, suddenly, a black Bentley roared to a halt beside Chen Qiu. A woman clad in a fringed floral dress leaped from the driver's seat, her small shoes clattering as she hurried toward Chen Qiu. Her hair was elegantly styled, her complexion radiant, adorned with delicate makeup, yet her face bore an expression of fury. Chen Qiu was taken aback by her beauty, surprised that she had come. However, before he could utter a word, she reprimanded him first. Chen Qiu, Take off your microphone and come here. Chen Qiu clearly wished to refuse. But before he could express his hesitation, Zhou Ming shouted, Chen Qiu, do you even realize what you've done? If it weren't for your reputation, I would expose everything right now. Zhou Ming has exercised remarkable restraint, striving to withhold any information before the camera. Should this matter come to light, it would undoubtedly inflict a significant blow to Xia Nanzhi's reputation. Zhou Ming glanced around, noting that Jiang Miaolin was not in proximity. Otherwise, she would certainly have dealt with her as well. Meanwhile, Jiang Miaolin was tidying up in another corner of the street. Ming, the ordeal is past. It is I who has wronged you, Chen Qiu expressed with exasperation, letting out a sigh as she reluctantly removed the microphone and handed it to the cameraman behind her. Given Xia Nanzhi's disposition, Chen Qiu did not anticipate that she would permit Zhou Ming to pursue her to Jinling. After all, her heart belonged solely to Su Xiaopeng, rendering Chen Qiu inconsequential in her eyes. Chen Qiu, do you truly believe that a mere apology can resolve this situation? Get in the car. Zhou Ming seethed, fiercely grabbing Chen Qiu and dragging her towards the Bentley. Chen Qiu turned to exchange a knowing glance with the cameraman, signaling that she had a matter to attend to and would return shortly. The vehicle remained stationary, yet the live stream had erupted into chaos. Chapter 31. Here on the sofa, the audience in the live broadcast room incessantly discussed the relationship between Chen Qiu and the other party. Although the car door was closed, one could still hear the woman's vehement tirade. The cameraman directed the lens towards the Bentley, its windows obscured by a privacy film, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. Nonetheless, the passionate exclamations echoed out. After several minutes, the car door swung open. Chen Qiu stepped out, his expression one of resignation. As Zhou Ming, her face flushed with anger, pointed at him and exclaimed, Chen Qiu, you are truly a scoundrel. Over these 3 years, I shifted from being wary of your ulterior motives to placing my complete trust in you. When it came to matters concerning her, though I couldn't always attend to her needs, I defended your reputation at every turn. When others accused you of being a freeloader, I stood up for you. That incident at the Royal KTV, despite the uproar, it was I who ultimately resolved the issue. And this is how you repay me. Chen Qiu silently walked towards a broom propped against a trash can, picking it up and continuing to sweep without a word. Yet, his silence only deepened Zhou Ming's disappointment. Her beautiful eyes blazed with fury, plummeting into despair. Even before arriving, she had harbored a sliver of hope for Chen Qiu. Chen Qiu, I truly misjudged you. Zhou Ming gritted her teeth, glaring at him with venomous intensity. As he swept, an air of tranquility enveloped him. Impervious to the world's turmoil, yet his silhouette exuded a haunting desolation. She is in Jinling. Can you truly bear to not see her? Zhou Ming shouted in exasperation. She is in Jinling? Chen Qiu responded in disbelief, his hand momentarily halting its motion. Indeed, Zhou Ming replied coldly, with a fleeting smile. Chen Qiu returned to his task of sweeping. Given his understanding of Xia Nanzhi, who had pursued Su Xiaopeng and had yet to return after so many days, it was likely she had followed him to Jinling. Throughout these 3 years, Xia Nanzhi had repeatedly regarded Chen Qiu as Su Xiaopeng, alternating between tears and affection. Yet each time she awoke from the dream, she would treat Chen Qiu as a stranger, filled with resistance. Chen Qiu, you are utterly despicable. Zhou Ming felt as though her silver teeth were on the verge of shattering, consumed by the realization that she had misjudged him. Disappointment and desolation made her loathe him like never before. Apologies for disappointing you, Chen Qiu said, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, leaving Zhou Ming utterly astonished. Rendered speechless. How could he still smile at such a moment, even with such nonchalance? You are unbelievable. Zhou Ming, now fuming with rage, stormed into the car and slammed the door shut. Just as she was about to depart, she suddenly recalled something, opening the passenger door and tossing out a protective talisman, shouting, Chen Qiu, from this day forth, we are severing all ties. You had best never appear in my sight again. I never wish to see you again. You are a scoundrel, a beast. Zhou Ming abruptly pressed the accelerator, racing down the street towards the horizon. Chen Qiu felt no sorrow. He had contemplated all possible consequences before making this decision. Summer Nanzhi's future was a path of her own choosing, and Chen Qiu would not bear the burden of her choices. However, out of respect for the Xia family, for the esteemed Xia Qinggong couple, and for the elderly Xia Jiangwo, he still hoped for a return to tranquility for the Xia household. Thus, should he shoulder all blame, it would be the sole pathway to gradually restore peace to the Xia family and mitigate the repercussions of Summer Nanzhi's actions. In his 3 years with the Xia family, Chen Qiu had undergone considerable transformation, and he felt it was his responsibility to soothe all scars. The audience in the live broadcast room was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. Many speculated whether Chen Qiu had been unfaithful. If he were not a scoundrel, how could this situation be explained? To attribute it to the show's production value was inconceivable. The production team would never contrive such a dismal plot for the sake of entertainment. Nor would Chen Qiu risk his reputation to play along. Zhou Ming dashed back to the hotel, only to encounter Xia Nanzhi rushing down from the upper floors. Her face etched with urgency as she sought him out. Ming, did you go to find Chen Qiu? Zhou Ming's features were still marred by anger as she stepped forward. Nanzhi, let us return to Luqing. Chen Qiu is beyond saving. He is a scoundrel. Xia Nanzhi, however, fixed her gaze upon her, her expression growing colder. Ming, why did you seek him out? Zhou Ming, frustrated by her friend's naivety, replied, he has treated you this way. I must demand an explanation from him. Suppressing her own fury, Xia Nanzhi countered, but did I not ask you not to seek him out? Even if you do, what significance does it hold? Zhou Ming paused, realizing her friend was indeed angry. As she watched Xia Nanzhi furiously turn and enter the elevator, she hurried to console her while following closely behind. In the observation room above, Xia Nanzhi wore a frosty expression, akin to a timeless glacier that deterred anyone from approaching. Zhou Ming sat beside her. Acutely aware of the live broadcast, she dared not utter a misstep. Yet, the more Xia Nanzhi brooded, the more anger simmered within Zhou Ming. Xia Nanzhi had pursued Chen Qiu all the way to Jinling, only for him to refuse even a meeting. Chen Qiu's heartlessness was palpable. Yet Xia Nanzhi continued to defend him. Were she in Xia Nanzhi's position, she would have torn the scoundrel apart without hesitation, regardless of any past favors. For one's merits and faults could not be balanced. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted, ringing in Xia Nanzhi's hand. It was a call from General Zheng back in Luqing. As soon as she answered, a hurried voice reached her ears. President Xia, someone is surreptitiously disseminating information about you and Chen Qiu online, intending to incite public opinion through subtle means and ultimately escalate it into trending news. This method requires some time to ferment, yet its impact is extensive. It is also quite challenging to trace the puppeteer behind this manipulation, as it is a common tactic in public relations sabotage. You must immediately head to the Su family and demand they cease this vile scheme, or I will expose the truth. Xia Nanzhi replied coldly. Upon answering the call, she muted her microphone. However, Mr. Xia, this matter may not necessarily be the doing of the Su family. Moreover, they may not comply obediently. Zheng expressed his concerns. Regardless of whether it is the Su family or not, once public opinion begins to ferment, let the Su family wait in despair. They know precisely what actions to take. Xia Nanzhi exclaimed with indignation. Understood, Zheng replied, promptly complying with her directive. Zhou Ming, observing the heavy-hearted Xia Nanzhi beside her, let out a deep sigh. Seizing the opportunity to excuse herself to the restroom, she sought out the production team and made her way to the room previously occupied by Jiang Miolin. The production team, aware of the relationship between Xia Nanzhi and Chen Qiu, and recognizing Zhou Ming as Xia Nanzhi's close friend, did not refuse her request. Although Jiang Miaolin's former room had been tidied up, Zhou Ming still discovered a strand of hair on the sofa. Chapter 32. All right, enough fooling around. At 10 a.m., Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin concluded their sanitation duties. Director Feng arrived on a brand-new electric bicycle, presenting it to Chen Qiu as a used vehicle. Chen Qiu found it both amusing and perplexing. Even the most budget-conscious production team would not genuinely seek out a second-hand electric bike. Jiang Miolin sat in the back, her face caressed by the gentle breeze, which playfully lifted her bangs. Her serene visage and sweet demeanor were captivating. Chen Qiu, donning a black helmet with the windproof mask unfastened, observed as hurried electric bikes whizzed past, their rear seats adorned with delivery boxes, collectively contributing to the vibrant tapestry of the city. Inside the staff cafeteria, the rhythmic sound of knives striking the cutting board resonated like the sweetest melody, rendering the atmosphere delightful even without any special effects. Chen Qiu's left hand deftly maneuvered, his finger joints guiding the knife as he pressed down at a 45-degree angle on the potatoes. His swift actions ensured that the shredded potatoes were not only finely cut but also uniformly sized. Meanwhile, Jiang Miolin and a few older ladies perched on small stools, clad in rubber waterproof gloves, diligently washed vegetables. As mealtime approached, many staff members gathered at Jiang Miaolin's serving window, eagerly awaiting their turn. This was partly due to Jiang Miaolin's beauty, which was a visual delight, and partly because they were still reminiscing about the delicious meal Chen Qiu had prepared the previous day. Knock, knock. In the hotel observation room, accompanied by the sound of knocking, the production staff placed lunch on the table. Zhou Ming's gaze towards Xia Nanzhi became peculiar. If she wasn't mistaken, this appeared to be the very meal prepared by Chen Qiu in the cafeteria. Zhou Ming opened the takeout box and took a bite, confirming her suspicions. Indeed, it was Chen Qiu's handiwork. During her time in Luqing, she had often visited the Xia residence for meals. How could she not recognize Chen Qiu's culinary skills? However, while her expression was one of bewilderment, Xia Nanzhi maintained an impassive faade, her face devoid of any visible emotional upheaval. She merely picked up her chopsticks and consumed her food in small bites, exhibiting none of the fury she had displayed the previous day, as if the flavors of the meal had satiated both her body and soul. Chen Qiu, you are such a scoundrel, Zhou Ming muttered under her breath, angrily prodding her food with her chopsticks. Are you still eating, Mei Ming? Xia Nanzhi inquired, turning to her. I'm done. Zhou Ming felt deflated under Xia Nanzhi's gaze, slumping in her chair as she watched Xia Nanzhi elegantly take her meal from the takeout box. After a satisfying meal, Director Feng entered the observation room, smiling at everyone. Starting tomorrow, you will take turns drawing lots to create some trouble for each group of guests. We shall see how they handle crisis situations. Yet, Director Feng did not direct his gaze towards Xia Nanzhi and Zhou Ming, knowing that even looking at the two would be futile. Should they appear on camera, it would undoubtedly stir a significant uproar in the live broadcast. A woman who bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Miolin had sought out Chen Qiu just that morning. Should we trouble them? The observers were momentarily taken aback, their expressions transforming into something quite remarkable. Indeed, the challenges posed during their engagement, as well as their reactions, directly influenced the wages and bonuses dispensed by the production team. The better they performed, the greater their rewards, potentially even triggering the spin-the-wheel rewards of the show. Conversely, any failures would result in corresponding deductions from their salaries. As Director Feng elucidated. Director Feng was at it again. I had a feeling he was not as straightforward as he appeared. If the guests were to engage in labor so simply, it would hardly be his style. Chen Qiu and the others were oblivious to the presence of the observers. And what if they resorted to violence? Given Chen Qiu's temperament, that was certainly a possibility. Oh dear, I find myself almost looking forward to it. What a predicament. The audience in the live stream began to engage in fervent discussion, each brimming with excitement. Director Feng, as observers, are we permitted to create any difficulties we desire? Zhou Ming inquired, her voice tinged with pent-up frustration. Xia Nanzhi quickly tugged at her, silently imploring her to refrain from reckless behavior, yet Zhou Ming's indignation only intensified. Xia Nanzhi was always considering Chen Qiu, but how had Chen Qiu reciprocated? Wait, that voice from off-camera sounds so familiar. If I am not mistaken, it seems to belong to the beautiful woman who approached Chen Qiu this morning. Could she possibly be an observer from the production team? If so, this could become quite intriguing. Director Feng had not anticipated Zhou Ming's timely interjection and turned his gaze toward her, further piquing the audience's curiosity about who was beyond the screen. Suddenly, Zhou Ming sprang to her feet. Director Feng, just answer me. Is it permissible for me to create any difficulties I wish? Xia Nanzhi's face fell in an instant, and she chastised softly, Enough, Mei Ming, don't cause a scene. If Zhou Ming were to appear on screen again, the situation could spiral out of control. Nanzhi, I simply do not understand your unwavering protection of him. If you choose to do nothing, then what purpose do you serve by remaining here? Zhou Ming retorted, silencing her microphone as she confronted her. Deep within her heart, she still harbored feelings for Chen Qiu, yet she was unwilling to voice it. What was she doing? Hiding away like a turtle? Ming Ming. There are matters you are entirely unaware of. Xia Nanzhi inhaled deeply, suppressing her emotions. I am unaware, which is precisely why I cannot comprehend. Zhou Ming pressed on. If Xia Nanzhi truly wished to sever this relationship, she ought to return to Luqing and forget about Chen Qiu, rather than wallowing in self-pity here. She was clearly reluctant to let go, clearly captivated by Chen Qiu, yet she allowed him to flaunt his presence before her. Ming Ming, come with me. With a resigned sigh, Xia Nanzhi ultimately led Zhou Ming away from the observation room and back to their quarters upstairs. Within the depths of Zhou Ming's furious and perplexed gaze, Xia Nanzhi withdrew a laminated photograph from her bag and presented it before her. What is this? Zhou Ming inquired, her brow furrowing as she scrutinized the image. Though the girl in the photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to Xia Nanzhi, the distinct style and expression led Zhou Ming to conclude that they were undoubtedly not the same individual. Turn it over, Xia Nanzhi sighed wearily, sinking into the sofa. Upon flipping it, Zhou Ming's eyes were immediately drawn to the inscription, Jiang Miaoi, 10, 17, and an unsettling realization began to dawn upon her. Staring incredulously at Xia Nanzhi, disbelief washed over her. So, the person in Chen Qi's heart has never been you? Zhou Ming's mind erupted in chaos, as if the very heavens had collapsed. Although Xia Nanzhi remained silent, her desolate demeanor spoke volumes. Ah, I see now. No wonder Chen Qi has sought nothing from you over the years. It all makes sense. Zhou Ming nearly tore the photograph to shreds, overwhelmed with a dizzying rage. 3 years. Chen Qi had treated Xia Nanzhi as a mere substitute, deceiving everyone in the process. Chapter 33. If you remain silent, how can others understand you? Zhou Ming could not fathom why Chen Qiu would commit such an act, one that she deemed far more egregious than infidelity. In her eyes, emotional betrayal was far more intolerable than physical indiscretions. The latter allowed for some semblance of reconciliation, while the former was a devastating blow. The revelation that this photograph had been retrieved from Chen Qiu's suitcase, coupled with the discovery that his phone housed over 100 gigabytes of intimate content, nearly sent Zhou Ming into a fury. How could Chen Qiu have treated everyone as fools throughout these 3 years? On what grounds did he find justification for such behavior? Ming, just let it go? Chen Qiu's heart has never truly belonged to me from the outset. What significance would it hold to pursue him? Xia Nanzhi sighed bitterly, her once proud gaze now cast downward, shattering Zhou Ming's heart. Nanzhi, are you aware of that Jiang Miaoi? Zhou Ming, in her anger, nearly divulged everything. What about her? Xia Nanzhi's brow furrowed slightly. Sensing something awry, Zhou Ming hastily suppressed her words and shifted the conversation. Nanzhi, you must still harbor feelings for Chen Qiu, right? However, Xia Nanzhi resolutely shook her head, her smile growing increasingly bitter. No, Chen Qiu has never regarded me as significant. Why should I reserve a place for him in my heart? Zhou Ming firmly grasped her chin, fixing her gaze upon Xia Nanzhi's eyes. If you truly feel nothing, why did you confront Su Xiaoping? If you feel nothing, why do you remain silent in the face of such turmoil? Even when the Su family sought trouble, you still attempted to suppress it. Xia Nanzhi's eyes flickered, avoiding Zhou Ming's piercing gaze as she replied, my issue with Su Xiaoping arose solely because I had warned him multiple times. Yet he persisted in disregarding my pleas and encroaching upon my family. Zhou Ming once again adjusted her gaze, insisting, you're deceiving yourself. Nanzhi, having known each other since elementary school, do you think I am unaware of your true nature? Regardless of the circumstances, you never defend yourself. You are like an ostrich, burying your head in the sand when wounded. But if you never articulate your desires, how can others comprehend you? Your presence here clearly indicates a hope for Chen Qiu to return to your side. If you choose an action, you will undoubtedly regret it. Were it not for the matter concerning Jiang Miaoi, Zhou Ming would have simply escorted Xia Nanzhi away, believing that avoidance or denial would allow time to heal all wounds. However, the situation with Jiang Miaoi was a high-probability occurrence. No matter how Xia Nanzhi attempted to evade it, she could not escape unless she severed ties with the Xia family. Nanzhi, you are faced with 2 choices, either compel Chen Qiu to return or ensure that this scoundrel pays the price for his transgressions. Should you fail to reach a resolution? As your close friend, I cannot bear to see you wallowing in self-pity day after day. Zhou Ming laid the choices before her, yet she secretly hoped for the latter. Since in Chen Qiu's heart, Xia Nanzhi is merely a substitute, seeking reconciliation with him is futile. When one's heart is absent, there is little one can do. If she severs ties during this period, then in the future, seeing Chen Qiu with Jiang Miaoi will not evoke such distress. Ming, you are right. Let us return. Remaining here is devoid of purpose. Xia Nanzhi rose to gather her belongings. Zhou Ming grasped her arm firmly, exclaiming, Nanzhi, do not run away. You must stay here. Let me help you deal with that scoundrel. Xia Nanzhi, still unfit to face the world, found no reason to demean herself before Chen Qiu. As if eagerly awaiting his return, she would personally sever all ties for Xia Nanzhi. Ming, please do not act this way. What is past is past. I will sign the divorce agreement he left behind when I return. Xia Nanzhi hurriedly interrupted. Xia Nanzhi, you were willing to recklessly confront Su Xiaoping. Yet why are you so hesitant concerning Chen Qiu? When Su Xiaoping hurt you, I could not intervene, but this time, I will not allow the same fate to befall you. Zhou Ming declared, her expression icy, as she turned to leave with the hair she had found in the room. The door slammed shut, leaving Xia Nanzhi alone to gaze at the door and the nearly crumpled photograph on the floor, a wave of helplessness washing over her. Ming was right. She was indeed an ostrich. But did she truly harbor feelings for Chen Qiu? The modern technology of paternity testing has advanced remarkably. It took Xia Nanzhi merely 2 days to go from obtaining a strand of hair to bringing his grandparents to the hospital for testing, and finally, to receiving the results. Ring, ring, ring. A call came through to Zhou Ming's phone. Ming, we are heading back. The results are in, and they align with our suspicions. We have also gathered information on Jiang Miolin. Her mother lives in Haizong, Luqing. We must return to investigate. The rest is up to you. Zhou Ming paused, her hands trembling on the steering wheel. Even though she had prepared herself mentally, the revelation still shocked her. With this result, Xia Nanzhi was left with no way out. The thought of what lay ahead caused Zhou Ming's heart to ache. Uncle Xia, are you going to find her? Zhou Ming asked, her voice choked with emotion. Ming, you know there is no other choice. As children, we must act. Xia Qinggong replied, equally powerless and forlorn. They had already devised a plan to cope with the situation. Allowing everyone some time to adjust and resolving the necessary matters would be the best outcome. Once everything was settled, the truth must be revealed to all. Yet, the one who would suffer the most in this ordeal would undoubtedly be their daughter. He could hardly imagine the expression on Nanji's face upon learning the truth. Even he couldn't help but lament the whims of fate. All right, Uncle Xia, after you return. It would be prudent not to disclose any information, nor allow Jiang Miolin to receive any news. As for the rest, I shall take charge. Zhou Ming gritted her teeth. Determined to secure greater leverage for Xia Nanzhi, she intended to keep Chen Qiu perpetually ensnared in guilt. Ming, if they no longer harbor feelings for one another, do not escalate matters too severely. That child, Chen Qiu, after all, he has been of service to our Xia family. Gao Yulan said as she took the call, her voice tinged with a hint of choked emotion. Rest assured, Aunt Gao, I know precisely how to proceed. Zhou Ming replied through clenched teeth. After ending the call, she set off in her car toward Chen Qiu's direction, though she had acquiesced verbally. The course of action lay solely in her hands. Even if it meant dragging Chen Qiu into a self-destructive spiral, she would not allow the Xia family to suffer. Chapter 34. Hidden for 3 years, treating everyone as fools. In the bustling street, a fruit accidentally fell from the treetop, landing on Jiang Miaolin's head and becoming entangled in her sleek black hair. Chen Qiu couldn't help but chuckle as he took a tissue to wipe it off for her. This scene left many viewers in the live stream utterly captivated. Even in their silence, their mere presence together was breathtakingly beautiful. Especially the hint of laughter concealed in Jiang Miaolin's eyes, which completely ensnared anyone who dared to gaze upon her. Though it was the golden autumn of September, it felt as if the gentle spring breeze of March had arrived. Creaking to a halt, a black Bentley pulled up, and Zhou Ming, fuming with anger, stormed out in her little leather boots. From a distance, she observed Chen Qiu's actions towards Jiang Miolin, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. Oh my, this beautiful lady is back. What is she up to? Her presence alone was enough to draw attention. Yet what truly captured the gaze was Jiang Miaolin's decisive stance as she positioned herself protectively in front of Chen Qiu. Give me a microphone. Don't you all want to know what is happening? Well, I shall reveal it to you, Zhou Ming declared, reaching for the cameraman while boldly addressing the lens. Ming. Xia Nanzhi, watching the live stream, felt her heart tighten with sudden anxiety. Yet, she quickly reminded herself that she could no longer retreat. Perhaps allowing Zhou Ming to expose the truth could sever the turmoil within her heart. Ming, you need to say it. I will speak for myself. This matter is quite simple. I have been unfaithful, Chen Qiu stated calmly as he faced the camera. Zhou Ming hesitated, her hand grasping the microphone momentarily faltering, her fist nearly crushing it as she turned to glare fiercely at Chen Qiu. How could he speak of such a thing so nonchalantly? What? Chen Qiu is married and has cheated? Who is his spouse? Is it this beautiful lady? Oh my, just when I thought the entertainment industry had a semblance of love. You tell me yet another artist has fallen from grace? And the legitimate wife is still chasing after the show? Look at this beautiful lady. She clearly belongs to the affluent class. Why then did Chen Qiu choose to be unfaithful? Indeed, why would he stray? With a sigh, Chen Qiu set down the broom in his hand, bowed to the camera, and to Zhou Ming as well. I apologize. This entire situation is my fault. I shall take my leave. I am truly sorry for the trouble I have caused the production team. Jiang Miolin quickly reached out to stop him, but he sighed again, gently pushing her hand away. Before departing, he took full responsibility once more. This matter has nothing to do with Miolin. She knows nothing about it. So please do not place any blame upon her. As Chen Qiu removed the microphone and turned to leave, Zhou Ming rushed forward and delivered a resounding slap across his face, her voice filled with fury. Chen Qiu, are you even a man? You think apologizing will resolve everything after your actions? Jiang Miolin hastily approached, forcefully pushing Zhou Ming aside, her gaze icy as she stood protectively in front of Chen Qiu. On what grounds do you strike him? Has he truly erred? Jiang Miolin yearned to unveil the truth of the matter. Clearly, Chen Qiu had endeavored to shield Xia Nanzhi and protect the Xia family, yet in the end, he was not only misunderstood but also subjected to such treatment by Zhou Ming. Is he at fault? How could he possibly be at fault? For 3 long years, he had concealed your photograph, treating everyone as fools. Zhou Ming's face flushed with anger as she pointed at Chen Qiu, bellowing at Jiang Miolin. Then tell me, whose name is inscribed behind the photograph? Unable to contain herself, Jiang Miolin retorted with equal fervor. Ha! You dare to confront me with such audacity? If that name is not yours, then whose could it be? Zhou Ming's sarcasm faltered, her expression momentarily stunned. No, this doesn't seem right. Jiang Miolin is her true name. Unless she has changed her name, it should remain unchanged. And Jiang Miolin and Jiang Miaoi differ by but a single character. Why would there be a need for alteration? Even if Zhou Ming sensed a discrepancy, she remained steadfast in her stance. Jiang Miolin, you are not as innocent as Chen Qiu portrays you. From the very beginning, you were aware of Chen Qiu's marital status, and yet you feigned ignorance? Jiang Miolin scoffed. Indeed, I knew from the start. And what of it? I grew up alongside him. I love him. He is already divorced. Why should I not be with him? Zhou Ming's eyes widened in fury as she shouted, "Foul creature! Shameless!" The intensity of this confrontation left the live stream audience astounded, with some even questioning whether this was scripted. Director Feng, watching from the hotel, broke into a cold sweat. This incident would certainly propel their show to trending status, but it hardly seemed a positive development. Just then, a figure dashed out from the observation room, seeking a vehicle from the production team and racing towards the scene. Chen Qiu desperately tried to intervene between the two, but their tempers flared. Even the usually gentle Jiang Miolin was unrestrained at this moment. If you are so formidable, then tell me whose name is behind that photograph. He was unfaithful. He is divorced. Why do you still concern yourself? Jiang Miolin demanded. He was unfaithful during his marriage, seamlessly transitioning to you. Only someone as lowly as you would willingly accept him. Zhou Ming, now frenzied, unleashed a torrent of words without any semblance of reason. Her name is Jiang Miaoi. She is my sister. Jiang Miaolin's eyes reddened as she choked on her words. In an instant, Zhou Ming was rendered speechless, unable to utter another syllable. Behind her, a figure stood frozen, and when the cameraman turned to look, he was taken aback. What the hell? How did she arrive? The cameraman instinctively attempted to shift the focus away, but she approached directly. What did you say? Jiang Miaoi is your sister? What date is October 17th? Even though she was aware that Xia Nanzhi bore a striking resemblance to herself, upon their meeting, Jiang Miolin found herself momentarily taken aback. Chen Qiu was stunned, having not anticipated Xia Nanzhi's arrival. Xia Nanzhi, how do you show your face here? Jiang Miolin choked on her words, but before she could finish, Chen Qiu hastily covered her mouth. With a wry smile, Chen Qiu regarded her, yet before he could utter a word, he was interrupted by Xia Nanzhi. Chen Qiu, this does not concern you. Do not hinder her. Today, I demand to uncover the truth. Jiang Miolin quickly pushed Chen Qiu's hand away, crying out, Xia Nanzhi, you are already cherished by Qiu, yet you still cannot let go of that scoundrel Su Xiaoping, the one who nearly brought about your demise. Do you wish to know what October 17th signifies? Very well, I shall tell you. It is the anniversary of my sister's passing. She departed this world at the tender age of 19. Chapter 35. Uncle Xia, the fate of your son-in-law rests in your hands. Xia Nanzhi stood in stunned silence, her gaze fixed on Jiang Miolin. She had envisioned countless scenarios, yet none had prepared her for this outcome. She had believed that the so-called Jiang Miaoi was nothing more than a figment of imagination, and that only Jiang Miolin truly existed. To her astonishment, Jiang Miaoi not only existed but had also passed away. Jiang Miaolin's words erupted almost as a scream, and after she finished, she collapsed into Chen Qiu's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. I apologize. We must conclude today's recording here, if that is acceptable. Chen Qiu held her trembling form, casting a helpless glance towards the cameraman. Chen Qiu, where are you going? Zhou Ming interjected anxiously, rushing to block his path. Chen Qiu turned to glance at her, though devoid of reproach. The detachment in his eyes caused her mind to whirl. Xia Nanzhi watched Chen Qiu's figure retreating into the distance, a pang of emotion tightening her throat, igniting an urge to chase after him. Yet, she merely stood there, witnessing the departure of the two. Nanzhi, how can Chen Qiu act this way? Zhou Ming exclaimed, still brimming with indignation. However, her voice lacked the sharpness it had earlier. As she too began to sense the unsettling nature of the situation, It seemed to diverge drastically from her initial assumptions. "Let us return for now," Xia Nanzhi said, offering a bittersweet smile before turning to enter the vehicle. "Nanzhi, wait for me." Zhou Ming glanced back toward the direction Chen Qiu had taken, hurriedly pursuing Xia Nanzhi. The production team's vehicle was entrusted to the on-site cameraman to drive back, while Xia Nanzhi took her seat in the passenger side of a black Bentley. They departed. Yet the incident sparked a considerable uproar in the live broadcast. If Chen Qiu's actions were merely an infidelity, they would not have elicited such silence. Yet, Jiang Miaolin's tears and Chen Qiu's sorrow both hinted at deeper complexities. Especially the mention of Su Xiaoping by Jiang Miaolin unveiled further revelations. Perhaps, Chen Qiu had once been entangled in a marriage of affluence, one that had rendered him unappreciated, with a wife who harbored an affair, leading to this turmoil. Until the truth became clear, no one truly held the right to comment. On the sofa, Jiang Miaolin wept incessantly in Chen Qiu's embrace. Director Feng personally approached to inquire, but was met with Chen Qiu's assurances that all was well, as he urged him to remain outside. Chen Qiu requested that Director Feng grant them the night to themselves, assuring him that they would depart from the production team the following morning, causing no inconvenience. Director Feng, observing the situation, hesitated to voice his thoughts. He wished to communicate with Chen Qiu, yet it was evident that Chen Qiu was not in a suitable state, and with Jiang Miaolin's sobs resonating within the room. He could only assign someone to keep an eye on Chen Qiu and to reach out to him if needed. Before hurriedly returning to the hotel to seek out Xia Nanzhi. Knock, knock, he tapped on Xia Nanzhi's door. Zhou Ming opened it, initially intending to keep Director Feng at bay. But Xia Nanzhi insisted he come in. "Miss Xia, what exactly is going on?" Director Feng sat across from her, gazing at her face, which was marred by confusion and turmoil, and spoke softly. He sensed her emotional instability and endeavored to avoid provoking her. "Qiu and I have already divorced," Xia Nanzhi sighed, shaking her head, yet it was evident to everyone that she could not let go. "Are you leaving?" Director Feng inquired gently, noticing the packed suitcases. Xia Nanzhi nodded. "Yes, we are. I apologize for the trouble we've caused you these past few days. As compensation, I will provide funding for your program once I return. You still have subsequent shows, don't you? I could invest in you as well." Director Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Xia, there's no need to discuss this right now. I can see that you still have feelings for Qiu, and there is something I am uncertain whether to mention." Xia Nanzhi raised her gaze and asked, "Is it about Chen Qiu?" Director Feng nodded. "Indeed. If you wish to stay, I can share this information with you, but if you intend to leave, then it is of no consequence. If Xia Nanzhi chooses to depart, then matters concerning Chen Qiu would indeed be trivial. If he were an ordinary guest, he would not involve himself in this affair. There is no necessity, and it would only invite trouble. He might even expel the guest and terminate the contract on the spot. Although he has known Chen Qiu for only a few days, he can sense the weight on Chen Qiu's shoulders. The bond between them is heart-wrenching to witness. Xia Nanzhi prefers to remain in the shadows, while Chen Qiu bears everything silently, saying nothing. Such is the nature of love. Those embroiled are often blind to the truth. Yet, if an outsider intervenes, perhaps this matter would not be a true issue at all. Director Feng, please speak, Xia Nanzhi urged, looking at him intently. Taking a deep breath, Director Feng replied gravely, "In truth, Chen Qiu and Jiang Miaolin are not a couple. Jiang Miaolin privately refers to him as brother-in-law. I trust you understand my implication? Perhaps things are not as you perceive." A thunderclap of realization exploded in Xia Nanzhi's mind, and even Zhou Ming beside her wore a face of disbelief. As night descended upon Luqing, Xia Qingdong had just landed and hurriedly returned Zhou Ming's call. Her voice was urgent, imploring him to swiftly locate Jiang Miaolin's mother and obtain Jiang Miaoi's birthday. Xia Qingdong was somewhat perplexed, furrowing his brow. "Ming, how do you know she has a sister?" Zhou Ming, anxious and having not eaten all day, felt a tumult of emotions as she replied, "Uncle Xia, how I know is not important. This matter is crucial. I need you to quickly secure Jiang Miaoi's birthday. It is significant for both Chen Qiu and Nanzhi. Whether you still have this son-in-law depends on you." Xia Qingdong was utterly bewildered by her words, yearning to inquire further, yet she steadfastly refused to elaborate, acknowledging the complexity of the situation and her own uncertainty. Xia successfully agreed to the plan. Initially intending to visit the Jiang family the following day, he glanced at the clock and noticed it was only 8 p.m., prompting him to bring Gao Yulan and the others to pay an unexpected visit. According to the clues gathered by Jiang Miaolin, her mother currently resides alone in Xingyue community, a house purchased by Jiang Miaolin for her. Though modest in size, encompassing merely 90 square meters, the residence bore an air of significance. Throughout the journey, both grandparents were visibly anxious, particularly grandmother Su Guizhi, whose palms were clammy with sweat and whose eyes glistened with tears on the brink of spilling. Ding dong, the doorbell chimed, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps from within. When the door swung open, Jiang's mother stood before the family of four, momentarily taken aback by the assortment of items they carried. A mutual gaze passed between them, enveloping the atmosphere in a profound silence. Yet an overwhelming tide of emotion brewed beneath the surface. Jiang's mother felt her body stiffen, while grandmother Su Guizhi could no longer contain her tears. The sound of large droplets striking the ground, shattering the solitary tranquility of the moment. Chapter 36. One is his daughter, and the other is his niece. Jiang Xiaoxiao refrained from asking further questions and welcomed Xia Qinggong and his companions into her home. She appeared composed, yet her complexion betrayed her. Even her hands trembled slightly while serving tea, nearly spilling the cups. Her hands bore the calloused marks of time, reflecting a life of hardship. Although she was the same age as Bai Yueguang, one appeared as a beautiful woman in her late 20s, while the other had transformed into a middle-aged woman with graying hair due to life's trials. Her face, weathered by years under the sun, carried a sallow hue, and her arms bore numerous scars from past labors. "Allow me," Bai Yueguang gently pressed her hand down, speaking softly. Gao Qishu shakily retrieved a cigarette, struggling to ignite it with his lighter, until Xia Qinggong hurriedly lit it for him. One. A choked sob broke the silence, the first to falter being Grandma Su Guizhi. Jiang Xiaoxiao lowered her gaze, observing her own severely varicose veins. Her eyes slightly reddened, yet she dared not respond. In contrast to her, the individuals before her clearly belonged to a higher social echelon. Though she was unfamiliar with luxury goods, she vividly remembered the time her daughter had gifted her an expensive handbag worth tens of thousands, despite her initial refusal. The rationale was simple. After a lifetime of struggles, her daughter, now affluent, merely wished for her to live more youthfully. While time could not be reclaimed, Jiang Miolin could only seek to make amends. The handbag Bai Yueguang carried appeared even larger and more opulent than her own. "Mom, please try to remain calm. Didn't we agree to approach this gently? We mustn't frighten her," Xia Qinggong interjected hastily, turning to Jiang Xiaoxiao with a forced smile. "Sister, do not take this the wrong way. We mean no harm. I am Xia Qinggong, the owner of Chenggong Real Estate in Luqing, which makes me your brother-in-law. This is my wife. Surely you can deduce the connection?" There was no need for any paternity report. Bai Yueguang's resemblance was evident enough. Regardless of Jiang Xiaoxiao's past struggles, her features unmistakably mirrored those of Bai Yueguang. Yes, Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded, though she lowered her head even further. She was aware of Chenggong Real Estate, a major local property group in Luqing valued at hundreds of billions. The community she resided in was indeed under Xia Qinggong's ownership. Yet, these matters were completely beyond her contemplation. "Sister, this situation is rather serendipitous. If it weren't for Chen Qiu, we would never have found you," Xia Qinggong remarked with a wry smile. As he broached this topic, the weight of being a father-in-law nearly overwhelmed him. One was his daughter, and the other was his niece. What on earth is happening? "Chen Qiu? He knows you?" Jiang Xiaoxiao finally lifted her gaze, astonished as she looked at them, a glimmer of understanding igniting in her eyes. She had been utterly unaware of the connections Chen Qiu had fostered with the Xia family over the past 3 years. The only informed individual is undoubtedly Jiang Miolin. Indeed. Let us set this matter aside for now. However, how did you come to know Chen Qiu? Xia Qinggong could perceive the inferiority within Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes, so he intended to use Chen Qiu as a means to foster a closer relationship between them. "I used to work alongside his mother. After his father absconded abroad, leaving behind a mountain of debt, their family fell into disarray. It is lamentable that the child has endured so much following his father's departure. They were driven to the brink of desperation. Yet, a mere 4-year-old child managed to step forward to protect his mother." Jiang Xiaoxiao spoke, a bitter smile gracing her lips. "Such circumstances are hard to fathom, are they not?" It was the upheaval at the age of 4 that transformed Chen Qiu's temperament. He employed some means to silence all the creditors, but thereafter, he became exceedingly melancholic. Immersed in his own world, he would often be found alone on the rooftop, singing deeply sorrowful songs. It must be said that Chen Qiu possesses remarkable talent in singing. Yet his songs are too profound for adult ears. Even Jiang Xiaoxiao, who prided herself on her strength, could not help but weep silently while reminiscing upon his melodies. "Wait, 4 years old?" Xia Qinggong was taken aback, exchanging a glance with his wife, both recalling a certain event. Indeed, 4 years old. His mother was on the verge of suicide, sacrificing everything to repay the debts. Yet, he resolved everything within half a month. We had no idea what to worry about. His mother dared not even contemplate death until his return, which finally brought us peace of mind. Yet those creditors mysteriously vanished. Jiang Xiaoxiao sighed sorrowfully. Bang! Xia Qinggong abruptly slapped his thigh, instantly awakening, exclaiming a curse. What the hell? That kid is the miraculous figure from back then? Jiang Xiaoxiao raised her eyes. Puzzled. What miraculous figure? Bai Yueguang stepped forward to explain. Sister, this tale is lengthy. Back then, fortune smiled upon us. We had a benefactor, secured contracts, and embarked on a construction venture, albeit modest. In those circles of Luqing, there circulated a rumor regarding a half-grown child who borrowed 1,000 for travel expenses, vanished for half a month, and then returned with over 100 million in cash. At the time, we could hardly believe it, dismissing it as a mere jest, until we encountered those creditors from that era, which confirmed the truth of the matter. Did he not move houses? Jiang Xiaoxiao was taken aback, instinctively nodding. Bai Yueguang continued. Precisely. Many sought him afterward, yet none succeeded in finding him. Some did manage to locate him, but claimed he had become reclusive, unwilling to meet with anyone. Jiang Xiaoxiao understood the gravity of that past incident and was aware of the considerable debts the Chen family had incurred. Yet she never imagined the extent to which it had escalated. Over 100 million from more than 20 years ago. What an astronomical figure that is. Suddenly, she recalled a matter years ago. Before the untimely passing of her eldest daughter, Chen Qiu had similarly vanished for several months. His whereabouts were shrouded in mystery, and his actions remained unknown. However, upon his return, the hospital inexplicably received a donation of 3 million yuan, specifically earmarked for her daughter's surgical expenses. In the end, despite the hospital's best efforts, the remaining unspent funds were all donated elsewhere. What on earth had transpired with that young man? How could he have acquired such a substantial sum over 2 decades ago? Xia Qinggong raked his fingers through his hair, utterly perplexed. I do not know, Jiang Xiaoxiao replied, shaking her head. Yet, within her heart, a sense of unease began to stir. If events unfolded as she suspected, then those so-called donations from back then were, in fact, orchestrated by Chen Qiu behind the scenes. Nevertheless, there remained numerous illogical facets to consider. First and foremost, if Chen Qiu possessed such lucrative capabilities, why did he continue to live in such a manner? Chapter 37. How can a deceased individual usurp her position? Bai Yueguang recalled the matter and turned to Jiang Xiaoxiao with a smile, inquiring, Sister, did Chen Qiu possess his musical talent from a young age? Or did he undergo specialized training? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxiao could not help but smile wryly. Training? Given his family's circumstances, what could he possibly learn? When his family was affluent, he was merely 3 years old and could hardly learn anything. If it weren't for Chen Qiu teaching my 2 daughters to sing since childhood, I would never have imagined he could achieve such a level of proficiency in music. So, he never received any formal education in music? Xia Qinggong's breath caught as he remarked, as a successful individual, I am well aware of the financial burden associated with learning an instrument or piano. Yet, surely Chen Qiu must have had some guidance? Indeed, when his mother had a bit of savings, she wished to enroll him in music classes. However, within half a day, the teacher returned him home. Aside from his reluctance to converse with others, he never caused anyone any trouble. Even his admission to the Central Conservatory of Music was due to a special invitation from a teacher who flew to Luqing to recruit him, explained Jiang Xiaoxiao. In just 2 short years, Chen Qiu graduated ahead of his peers and even obtained a graduate degree. Had one not seen his diploma, one might assume he had encountered some misfortune at school and was expelled. As she spoke, Jiang Xiaoxiao retrieved an old photo album. In the pictures, Chen Qiu's face was perpetually somber. Even as Jiang Miaolin and Jiang Miaoi laughed joyfully beside him, he remained disengaged, his eyes reflecting a desolate loneliness that was heart-wrenching. The depth of his sorrow, the profoundness of his despair, and the glimmer of hope extinguished in his gaze left both Xia Qinggong and Bai Yueguang momentarily speechless. After all, he was just a child. Even if he had endured significant familial upheaval, such an expression seemed unfathomable for one so young. His gradual uplift in spirits truly began after my younger daughter turned 5. Prior to that, the only one who could converse with him was my elder daughter, though she often did most of the talking while he merely listened. He was disinterested in school, yet managed to rank among the top 10 in his class. He possessed an undeniable talent for singing, but shunned performing in front of others. At that time, We were unaware that children could suffer from psychological issues. Even we adults did not pay much heed to such matters. Jiang Xiaoxiao was perpetually occupied with work and raising her 2 daughters. Though she attempted to give Chen Qiu more attention, she could never fully accomplish it. And he often collected bottles? Xia Qinggong could not help but ask. Yes. Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded. This occurred during his gradual recovery, but my elder daughter was diagnosed with cancer and was not expected to live much longer. At this point, her gaze fell, the weight of sorrow evident, as tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Originally, Jiang Miaoyi was destined for demise. However, a miracle graced her existence, allowing her to endure against all odds. For a time, those around her even forgot that she was battling cancer, perceiving her merely as a vibrant and healthy young girl. Yet, in the year of her 19th birthday, her condition abruptly deteriorated, with doctors proclaiming she would not live to see her 20th birthday, and thus, she departed from this world. Upon reflection, many of Chen Qiu's transformations occurred after Jiang Miaoyi was diagnosed. Her life was fraught with hardship, leaving her little room for various matters. In hindsight, perhaps Miaoyi's illness spurred Chen Qiu's changes. One could say she bore a heavy burden. The year after giving birth to her daughter, Jiang Miolin, her husband perished in the line of duty, leaving the 2 of them to navigate life alone. Can we go see her? Xia Qinggong asked somberly. Jiang Xiaoxiao glanced at the dark night sky outside, her insecurities creeping in once more. Is it appropriate now? Won't it take up your time? Her grandfather, Gao Qishu, also teared up, unable to refrain from interjecting. That is my great-granddaughter. What is there to worry about? Observing their expressions and listening to the old man's words, the softest part of Jiang Xiaoxiao's heart was stirred, tears welling in her eyes, and she ultimately nodded. In Luqing, at the West City Cemetery, Xia Qinggong held a bouquet of flowers, illuminating the path for those behind him, particularly concerned that Gao Qishu and his wife would stumble. Grandmother Su Guizhi clutched Jiang Xiaoxiao's hand tightly. When they had become separated in the bustling metropolis years ago, she had felt an overwhelming sense of guilt that lingered for a long time. Had she not been distracted by the allure of the city as a young girl, rushing off to buy clothes, perhaps they would not have endured so many years of separation. Subsequently, the Gao family had sought Jiang Xiaoxiao on numerous occasions, but they were unable to locate her. At that time, the technology was such that once a child was abducted, finding them was nearly impossible. And so it was. After her abduction, Jiang Xiaoxiao was sold to the mountains and later followed villagers to work in the city, eventually making her way to Luqing. She vaguely recalled her origins in Luqing, but as she matured, many crucial details faded from her memory. Nevertheless, in Luqing, she encountered her soulmate, a man of great responsibility and integrity, yet tragically lost to a flood disaster. Before the gravestone, the flash of a mobile phone illuminated the ground and the dark tombstone, reflecting the image of a gentle and sunny young girl. This sight evoked memories for Xia Qinggong of the moment he met his wife. At that time, he was unaware of the concept of love at first sight. Yet in that fleeting glance, he resolved to bring her home as his bride. The plastic flowers remained undisturbed, accompanied by a bouquet that had long since withered, clearly having been there for some time. A tenacious little daisy continued to bloom in solitude. Miaoyi, mother has come to see you. Jiang Xiaoxiao knelt before the gravestone, gently caressing it, but in an instant, her tears flowed freely. She hesitated to visit her daughter often, for each visit brought forth tears. The image of her daughter before her passing shattered her heart anew each time. I apologize. It was my mother who could not save you. It is my mother's fault. Jiang Xiaoxiao collapsed to the ground, sobbing with a choked voice. Gao Yulan couldn't help but be moved by her emotions, quickly rushing over to support and comfort her. Though she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, the situation surrounding Jiang Miaoyi back then was not merely a matter of finances. Had money been a solution, this tragedy would undoubtedly have been averted. Hello, Miaoyi. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Xia Qinggong, your uncle by marriage. This is your grandfather, Gao Qishu, and this is your grandmother, Su Guizhi. Xia Qinggong felt a similar heaviness in his heart as he offered incense at the grave, introducing them softly. They had initially believed that locating Jiang Xiaoxiao might be the beginning of a convoluted journey. However, they never anticipated that the reality was far graver than they had imagined, and by immeasurable degrees. As someone who has navigated the complexities of the business world for many years, he had discerned the essence of the situation. It was not that Chen Qiu had been unfaithful, but rather that he was aiding Xia Nanzhi. Yet, what Chen Qiu stated was also true. Initially, Chen Qiu had not harbored feelings for Xia Nanzhi, but the anguish of Jiang Miaoyi's demise had left him in despair, unable to recover for years. After Chen Qiu graduated. A few years later, a crisis befell Xia Nanzhi, prompting the Xia family to disseminate advertisements and seek solutions everywhere. Upon witnessing this, Chen Qiu brought with him all the pain stemming from Jiang Miaoi's death to the Xia family. No wonder Chen Qiu, who is fundamentally a person of deep loyalty and affection, would resort to such actions. Yet if the events truly unfolded in this manner, what of his daughter? How could one who perished before Chen Qiu, yet lived eternally in his heart, ever usurp her rightful place? Chapter 38. Someone is jealous, but I shan't reveal who. The moment a string of numbers arrived, Xia Nanzhi frantically pulled out her phone and entered the digits. With a click, the sound of the phone unlocking echoed, and she finally stepped into a realm that felt almost nightmarish. Gazing at the unlocked private space on her phone, she felt no sense of ease. Instead, she was enveloped by a profound sense of anxious trepidation. Zhou Ming observed her, noting how her hands trembled incessantly, her beautiful eyes fixated on the phone, yet filled with fear. Nanzhi, let me handle this, Zhou Ming said with a bittersweet smile, reaching out to take the phone from her grasp. However, Xia Nanzhi's hands clutched it tightly, as if it were the last straw for a drowning person. Even though Zhou Ming was her closest friend, she was unwilling to share anything. With trembling fingers, she hesitantly tapped on the second WeChat in the private space. Yet, the brief moment it took to unlock the WeChat felt like an eternity, and when the password entry screen appeared, her gaze dimmed completely. The password for WeChat might be exceedingly simple, so simple that it could either be the string of numbers she had just entered or perhaps the digits appended to the pinyin of Jiang Miaoi's name. Yet, she was paralyzed by fear. She dreaded the possibility of entering the correct password, and even more so, the thought of confronting the unbearable contents that lay within. At that moment, she completely recoiled. What was ostensibly a straightforward task felt insurmountable to her. The contents within the private space were remarkably simple. Aside from the various pre-installed mobile applications, there was only this WeChat. Nanzhi, take a look at the album. Zhou Ming offered her a moment of reprieve before gently prompting her. This snapped Xia Nanzhi back to reality, and she hurriedly opened the album, which was not locked. As she tapped in, a torrent of images flooded in. Scrolling down to the very last photo, one that dated back over a decade, revealed a young girl. She wore a birthday hat, her eyes closed, and her fingers intertwined in a prayerful gesture. The background was shrouded in darkness. Yet the candlelight from the cake illuminated her face, casting a glow upon her very essence. She resembled an angel who had descended to earth. And though the face was identical, it exuded a beauty that made Xia Nanzhi feel a pang of envy. Xia Nanzhi's fingers swiped left across the screen, unveiling a series of photos capturing her every expression as she made her wishes. Those long eyelashes formed a sequence akin to a flipbook, creating a video-like effect as the images rapidly transitioned. Xia Nanzhi could distinctly see her eyelashes flutter, and when the girl opened her eyes, the world seemed to brighten. The candlelight ignited the stars within her gaze, yet simultaneously illuminated the figure of the person capturing her image. In her pupils, the youthful visage of a boy appeared, so tender, with a black digital camera obscuring half of his face. The girl's lips curled into a delightful smile with her presence. Even the world around seemed to lose its luster. As the photos continued to scroll, a young boy holding a camera reached out with his right hand, adorning the girl's face with 6 whimsical whiskers made of white cream. The girl, already possessing an angelic beauty, appeared even more breathtaking. Her visage now embellished with the playful feline adornments. Beside her stood a little girl in a strawberry-patterned dress, gazing intently at the scene unfolding before her. In the preceding photo, she looked towards her sister, and in the subsequent one, her gaze shifted to the cake, her expression one of profound confusion, as if she could not comprehend why they would waste such a delightful cake. This little girl was none other than Jiang Miaoian. Countless photographs chronicled the myriad moments of the past, yet each and every one captured her most exquisite moments. Xia Nanzhi's pace of flipping through the photos gradually slowed. She observed the girl's blossoming beauty, her laughter, and then her repose on a hospital bed. Suddenly, the pang of bitterness within Xia Nanzhi dissipated, replaced by a sense of tranquility inspired by the girl's radiant smile. Zhou Ming found herself reflecting on her futile attempt to uncover the password, deeming it the most foolish endeavor of her life. Not only had Xia Nanzhi fallen under the girl's charm, but she too felt the pull of enchantment. As she gazed at the photographs, any lingering resentment melted away. Even with little understanding of the past, the images evoked a flood of memories, stirring within her a tinge of envy. Nanzhi, there might still be something in the system application folder. Zhou Ming sensed this possibility. Over a decade ago, mobile storage technology was not as advanced, with memory measured merely in megabytes. Thus, for these photos to have been imported to a phone, it was likely they were stored elsewhere. Nowadays, with cloud storage so prevalent, anyone with a substantial collection of photos would typically safeguard them in the cloud, often with a backup on an external hard drive. Xia Nanzhi opened the folder and discovered a cloud storage link on the final page. Upon accessing it, she was relieved to find that the account had not been logged out due to other devices. The cloud contained an even greater trove of photos and videos, astonishingly amassing several terabytes of data. However, unlike the immaculate phone album, the contents were less than perfect, featuring numerous images of the girl in tears. Some captured during moments of teasing and others taken surreptitiously. One photograph depicted the girl sitting peacefully on a bench beneath a tree, engrossed in a book. With a gentle breeze tousling her hair, the moment forever frozen in time. Unable to resist, Xia Nanzhi clicked on a video, revealing the girl holding a camera. Playfully addressing a boy squatting by the roadside, "Silly, what are you doing squatting here again? Who made you unhappy? You look as if someone owes you millions." Her voice, melodious as a lark, beckoned curiosity about her expression in that moment of capture. "Stop bothering me. I'm busy," the boy replied dismissively, casting her a sidelong glance. "Hee, why are you like this? I merely received a love letter at school. Look at how upset it makes you." The girl laughed sweetly, her joy evidently unrestrained. "It's not about the love letter." The young man turned his head, showing no desire to glance at her. The young girl playfully teased him for a while before gently draping herself over his back. "Get up quickly, you're too heavy," the young man retorted with annoyance. He remained crouched, bearing the weight of the girl. Unfazed, she continued to cling to him, turning her camera towards them, capturing her radiant smile alongside his exasperated expression. "Someone's feeling jealous. Who could it be? I won't tell." She giggled, her face pressed against his. The sweetness of the moment seemed to almost overflow from the screen. Xia Nanzhi felt a twinge of jealousy, reluctant to watch any longer, and swiftly swiped to the next video. One after another. She could barely endure more than 3 seconds of each. The following video was shrouded in complete darkness, the girl's voice resonating closely, fully captured by the camera. The surroundings appeared eerily quiet. Even the softest sounds were crystal clear. Yet this scene left Xia Nanzhi in a daze. As the two individuals in the video seemed entirely intertwined, and even in the absence of light, it felt as if they were lying together on a bed. Chapter 39. Has he left? The girl's voice emanated softly from the phone's speaker, like a gentle whisper, filled with tender affection. Yet her idle chatter bore little substance. "You silly, are you asleep?" "No," came the boy's irritable reply from beside her. "You pinch me one moment. Talk to me the next." Then nestling into my arms. "How could I possibly sleep?" The girl seemed unfazed and inquired, "Silly, what color do you think the stars in the sky are?" "I don't know. Go to sleep already. We have a competition tomorrow." "Silly, do you think I will become a star in the sky after I die?" The boy, slightly agitated, exclaimed, "Pfft. Why are you talking about such morbid things at this hour? The doctor said your condition is stable. Stop scaring yourself." A creaking sound, likely from the girl shifting on her bed, drew their voices closer together, as if they were uttering the words from the same mouth. They chatted for quite some time, none of it bearing any real significance, yet each trivial remark sparked a pang of envy. The more one experiences and observes, the more one realizes that love is not merely a vow of eternal devotion or a promise of unyielding loyalty, but rather a shared gaze into old age. When the person beside you no longer engages in idle banter, their heart has already drifted away. Love is such a simple and ordinary affair. She longs to express it and share it with you. Even the simplest of moments, when voiced, can transform into unforgettable memories between you two. "Silly pig. I'm having trouble sleeping. Will you give me a kiss, please?" The girl's coy voice was soft and enchanting, almost rendering one weak in the knees. All right. But let it be known that after this kiss, it's straight to sleep. We need to rise early tomorrow." The boy's voice came, tinged with both exasperation and amusement. The girl replied sweetly. That kiss lingered, stretching on until the camera's battery finally expired. Xia Nanzhi continued to peruse the contents on her cloud drive, including videos of the girl performing solo and photos of her standing on the awards podium. In a moment, dawn broke. The impact of these videos and photographs was more profound than she could have ever imagined. Zhou Ming had previously thought that the notion of undying devotion was merely a fabrication of dramas and films, something utterly impossible. Yet, that night, her perspective was irrevocably altered. It even stirred within her a desire. If she could experience such love firsthand, she would willingly embrace death in her prime. Ring. A phone call interrupted her thoughts. "Xia, Your affair with Chen Qiu has made the trending news. We've been trying our utmost to suppress it. But it's proving futile. The voice of General Manager Zhang crackled through the line, laced with urgency. Trending news? Where's Chen Qiu? Xia Nanzhi suddenly awoke to the gravity of the situation. In an instant, cold sweat beaded on her forehead. A sleepless night had left her body utterly fatigued. Yet this fatigue was swiftly overshadowed by a surge of shock and fear. I don't know. General Manager Zhang shook his head. Originally, the production team lacked such formidable influence, but the arrival of Chen Qiu propelled them into the limelight, repeatedly trending on social media. Coupled with Chen Qiu's own admission of infidelity, the quarrel between Jiang Miolin and Zhou Ming, along with Xia Nanzhi making an appearance on camera, ignited a fervent uproar online. The majority of those unaware of the true circumstances vehemently condemned Chen Qiu, deeming him an irredeemable figure due to his tarnished reputation. Yet amidst these comments, a plethora of conspiracy theories emerged, speculating that Xia Nanzhi's own marital indiscretions had driven Chen Qiu away. Many delved into Xia Nanzhi's background, uncovering her as the founder of Nanzhi Media, a scion of a billion-dollar real estate empire. In light of such a stark disparity in status, it seemed increasingly plausible that Xia Nanzhi could compel Chen Qiu to depart. Xia, we are currently facing a deluge of unfavorable public opinion. We must devise a strategy to swiftly eradicate this negativity, urged Director Zhang. Chen Qiu has already committed infidelity. That is an undeniable fact. Therefore, Xia Nanzhi need not shield him any longer. It is imperative to disclose the truth to protect both the company and her personal reputation. Just then, the call abruptly ended. Xia Nanzhi, nearly frantic, promptly opened the live stream on her phone. According to the program's schedule, at this very moment, Chen Qiu should be live with Jiang Miolin. Yet, the streaming room was eerily vacant, blanketed only by a barrage of comments, some filled with curses, others expressing hopes for Chen Qiu's return. Even in the absence of activity, tens of thousands remained vigilantly watching. Director Feng, where is Chen Qiu? Why isn't he live? Xia Nanzhi instinctively called Director Feng to inquire. He has already left with Jiang Miolin, Director Feng replied despondently. He had personally attempted to intervene as they were about to depart, but his efforts were in vain. By now, the two had likely already left, and their destination remained a mystery. What? He is gone? Xia Nanzhi found herself momentarily stunned, her body feeling exceedingly heavy. Zhou Ming, with her head bowed like a child caught in wrongdoing, dared not meet Xia Nanzhi's gaze. In that moment, she realized her grievous error. She had been utterly mistaken. The reality was far from her assumptions, yet her outburst in the live stream yesterday had precipitated Chen Qiu's choice to leave. Clatter. Xia Nanzhi's phone fell heavily to the ground. Zhou Ming suddenly came to her senses. No. Director Feng must have their contact information. If they could obtain that, they could surely bring them back. With this thought, she hurriedly picked up Xia Nanzhi's phone and called Director Feng again to ask about it, only to be met with refusal. This was a request from Chen Qiu before he left. Director Feng stated over the phone. Boom. Zhou Ming's mind exploded with frustration. If even Director Feng was unwilling to share the contact details, how could they ever locate Chen Qiu? By the way, before leaving, Chen Qiu asked me to convey a message. Director Feng continued on the other end of the line. Ordinarily, in such a situation, the production team would not only terminate the contract but would also seek to recover damages from Chen Qiu and the others. However, Director Feng had chosen not to pursue such actions. What message? Xia Nanzhi suddenly felt a surge of urgency, her breath quickening as she inquired. To Miss Zhou, he said, I am sorry. For the past 3 years, I have deceived you. It is my fault. You are right. I am merely a selfish wretch. To President Xia, he expressed, as the mountains shift and the waters flow, I hope you can pursue your own true happiness. Director Feng sighed. Yet, as these words escaped his lips, both women felt as though their minds had erupted. Zhou Ming was engulfed in guilt. Chen Qiu, so deeply emotional. Even though her heart had only harbored thoughts of Jiang Miaoi for the past 3 years, she could not blame anyone. Chen Qiu had been living in the past, which only deepened Zhou Ming's heartache. In an instant, Xia Nanzhi choked back her tears, sitting on the bed, covering her face as she wept. Chen Qiu was gone. Chen Qiu had truly departed. Chapter 40. I allow only his heart to harbor me. In Luqing, at the Zhou residence, witnessing Xia Nanzhi's despondency, Zhou Ming could not help but take her to the West City Cemetery. Why have you brought me here, Ming? Xia Nanzhi inquired, bewildered as she surveyed the surroundings, where gravestones stood like sentinels, interspersed with towering pines. The blazing sun cast its rays upon her visage, accentuating her pallor. Nanzhi, come with me, Zhou Ming sighed, offering no explanation as she continued to lead her forward. Not far ahead, a gravestone caused Xia Nanzhi to freeze, her form rigid as her eyes widened in astonishment at Zhou Ming. The gravestone bore the gilded inscription, "In loving memory of Jiang Miaoyi." "Nanzhi, there is something we have been concealing from you," Zhou Ming began, drawing a deep breath and gazing skyward, feeling the absurdity of fate. In truth, she was your rival. Yet simultaneously, she is your sister. Zhou Ming's words hung heavy in the air. Had Jiang Miaoyi not passed away years ago, perhaps none of this would have unfolded. And there would have been no reunion. If Jiang Miaoyi were still alive, they would indeed be a fated pair, with their families existing as parallel lines. In the midst of Xia Nanzhi's shocked bewilderment, Zhou Ming opened the digital paternity report and placed it before her. Uncle Xia and Aunt Gao, along with your grandparents, have already acknowledged Jiang Miaolin's mother, but we have dared not inform you. Even if you sought her out, it would be futile, Zhou Ming lamented. The complexity of the situation lay here. If Jiang Xiaoxiao were to learn the truth, their relationship would inevitably become strained. Given Jiang Xiaoxiao's temperament, she would likely retreat, fiercely protecting her daughter and Chen Qiu. Although Jiang Xiaoxiao is Xia Nanzhi's aunt by blood, their personalities reveal a striking similarity. Both have been wounded by reality. Acutely aware of fear and pain, Xia Nanzhi gazed at the report in her hands, unable to regain her composure for an extended period. She glanced at the document, then lifted her eyes to the gravestone. After a long pause, a faint smile unexpectedly graced her lips. Zhou Ming remained oblivious to this change, continuing her monologue. "Nanzhi, to put it bluntly, you are as stubborn as a mule and as evasive as an ostrich. Over the past 3 years, while you have yearned for Chen Qiu to become part of your heart, every action you have taken has been one of resistance. I truly do not understand your reasoning. Feigning sleep in front of Chen Qiu while calling out Su Xiaoping's name, allowing him to stand vigil by your side, despite the misunderstandings, you refuse to clarify. Instead, deepening others' misconceptions. What, pray tell, are you truly doing?" The situation has escalated to this point, with half the blame resting squarely on Xia Nanzhi's shoulders. She harbors feelings for Chen Qiu, yet remains unwilling to voice them. Chen Qiu, that fool, is equally perplexing. Before leaving, I meticulously arranged everything, shouldering all the responsibilities so that you could reconnect with Su Xiaoping, completely unaware that your feelings for him had long since faded. At this point, Zhou Ming couldn't help but feel exasperated, stamping her foot and exclaiming, "You two really? I'm astounded. How could those who were destined to fall in love end up at this juncture?" Yet, Xia Nanzhi's smile blossomed even more radiantly, like the splendid spring flowers. As she replied, "So, he can't escape now?" Zhou Ming paused, turning to her in astonishment. "What are you planning to do?" "What am I planning to do?" Xia Nanzhi's smile shone brightly as she said, Ming, have you noticed something?" Zhou Ming tilted her head in confusion. "What issue?" Xia Nanzhi gently brushed aside her wind-tousled hair. Exuding confidence and beauty, Ming, those actions Chen Qi took before leaving can only prove that he harbors feelings for me. It's merely his lingering thoughts about Jiang Miaoyi that cloud his awareness. Under such circumstances, a marriage between us is utterly impossible, even if we were to wed. I could never usurp Jiang Miaoyi's place. So, what is the point? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming grew alarmed, urgently insisting, "Nanzhi, are you really going to bury your head in the sand again? If you miss out on Chen Qi, you will undoubtedly regret it for the rest of your life. Don't be foolish." As her best friend, she was deeply concerned for Xia Nanzhi, and upon discerning the essence of the situation, Chen Qi's standing in Zhou Ming's heart escalated once more. Were it not for the knowledge that Chen Qi could never reciprocate her feelings, she might have even entertained thoughts of snatching him away. Ming, you are mistaken. Chen Qi left me without a word and is intent on divorce. He must face the consequences. As long as he clings to Jiang Miaoyi, I will never marry him. I am selfish. I only allow his heart to belong to me. With a smile, Xia Nanzhi produced Chen Qi's phone from her pocket, entered Jiang Miaoyi's birthday, and accessed the privacy space once more. This time, however, she opened WeChat and input Jiang Miaoyi's initials along with her birthday, just once. To her surprise, she gained access. She opened the singular conversation in WeChat, her smile widening as she gazed at the gravestone before her, radiating confidence and nonchalance. "Apologies, but don't blame me for being ruthless. After all, we are rivals in love." As the northern winds grew chillier, autumn had unmistakably reached its midpoint. On October 17th, a video devoid of visuals, yet rich in sound, was uploaded to Douyin, instantly becoming a sensation. The video featured the harmonious voices of a man and a woman. In truth, The video was not entirely dark. Rather, the camera failed to capture the faint light within the shadows, resulting in such a visual. The sound echoed in an expansive void, as if resounding in an immense, tranquil space. Only 4 souls in the world knew the location of this place, the West City Cemetery of Lu City. 2 individuals sit before a gravestone, while another pair lurks in the shadows, refraining from drawing closer. Accompanied by the gentle strumming of a guitar, a faint introduction unfolds, soon giving way to the deep, melancholic voice of a man. Each lyric he utters recounts the poignant memories shared with a certain someone, infused with sorrow, despair, and profound nostalgia. He sings the first half of the song solo. Even those unaware of the underlying truth are moved to tears, swept away by the intensity of his emotions. In the darkness, a glimmer of light emerges as you unlock the door to my heart. In these days of desolation ahead, how am I to endure? At this moment, the song transitions without any rhythmic cadence, giving rise to a female voice that interjects with a monologue. Suddenly, the tone shifts dramatically. "Oh, foolish one, why do you, like the old man, carry such depth? Look up at the sky and guess where I might be." Chapter 41. Reminiscence, fool. Have you eaten well, slept well, and thought of me, having sung the wrong notes just moments ago? 3, 2, 1. Let us try again. As the familiar melody resonated once more, everything transformed entirely. The lyrics unfolded in a duet. The female voice led the way, while the male voice seemed to chase from behind. As the song approached its crescendo, the male voice caught up, intertwining with the female voice, culminating in the poignant final lines. "The light in the darkness is you who has unlocked my heart. In the days of solitude that lie ahead, I shall navigate them with grace." Even as the final note faded, the female voice did not rejoin, resulting in an unsettling consequence, one that ensnared the listener in an inescapable emotional grip, rendering them unable to forget. Initially, Chen Qiu had wished to add a concluding line spoken by the female voice, uttering "fool," but Zhang Miolin vetoed this, believing the song achieved perfection without it. As the performance concluded, the names of the artists flashed on the screen. Chen Qiu, Zhang Miolin. Lyrics and composition by Chen Qiu. In a single night, this song soared to the top of Douyin's trending list, once again evoking tears from countless listeners. "Chen Qiu, you've stolen my goddess away, vanishing for an entire month. The moment you return, you sing a song that makes me weep. Give me back my tears." Where did such talent come from? The singing is utterly extraordinary. In the latter half, I found myself laughing and crying simultaneously. "Chen Qiu, do you not recognize me? I was the guest from a month ago on Go. Working People, the one who repeatedly trended. Isn't he a scandalous artist? How has he not been blacklisted?" Blacklist him? Are you out of your mind? Autumn God, I implore you to stop singing and start a live stream instead. I shall reward you. Others sing to heal, but your singing brings deep sorrow. October 17th. How could anyone name a song that? You fail to understand. It is a song of reminiscence. Reminiscing about whom? About someone named Jiang Miaoi. She is Jiang Miaolin's sister. Autumn God, why haven't you returned to the production team? They are about to wrap up. I can hardly bear to watch without you there. Indeed. Please stop singing and come back to the show. In Beijing, at Huayu Media, a sharp knock echoed through the music director's office. A poised woman, cradling a transparent teacup and sipping purple hibiscus tea, leisurely savored the morning, watching the sunlight filter through the glass into the office, gazing at the adjacent skyscraper, and observing the white clouds in the clear sky, with a flock of birds migrating southward. "Come in," she said without turning. The door creaked open, revealing a woman clad in an OL suit, who briskly entered. "Director, you must listen to this." Last night at 8 p.m., an original piece titled October 17th was updated on the Douyin platform and has already gone viral today. The video has garnered over 4 million views and an astonishing 2.7 million likes. Typically, a like-to-view ratio of 10 to 30 is considered impressive on Douyin, yet this video achieved an extraordinary 67.5. Despite the numerous successful short videos in the Chinese media landscape, such staggering statistics are unheard of. What? 2.7 million? Chen Qiu suddenly froze, staring in disbelief at the woman before her. "Yes, director." The woman in the professional skirt nodded earnestly. Chen Qiu's lips twitched involuntarily, her expression turning grave as she requested the video be sent to her. She donned her headphones and began to listen. The music commenced with a monotonous guitar strum, which, like an empty soul, gradually sank the atmosphere into a heavy stillness. Chen Qiu's frowned, the melody deepening in tone, far beyond the grasp of an average individual. "Music. Akin to literature and film, shares the commonality of rhythm and cadence, requiring a gradual progression to immerse the audience. As a competent musician, one must convey their message clearly to the listeners. Only then can they truly comprehend it. The niche appeal of classical music stems from its elevated threshold. Those capable of analyzing and appreciating it are indeed rare. Nevertheless, even classical compositions necessitate a sufficient rhythm to narrate a story. This song, from its onset, cultivated an ambience before delving into the lyrics. Thus, when the lyrics finally emerged, the emotional buildup could easily collapse. To maintain stability for 4 bars is the mark of a professional musician. To hold it for 16 bars indicates true talent. If one can sustain the entire piece, they transcend the realm of the ordinary, reaching a divine level. At that moment, a male voice entered, and Chen Qiu's mind erupted. Goosebumps prickled her arms. The man's voice was deep, husky, and fervent, yet devoid of any madness. Had he shouted, she would have deemed it crude, but he did not. His lyrics, though sung, resonated with the somber narrative of a tombstone, evoking memories of the past. His calm voice lacked much fluctuation, yet it stirred monumental waves within Chen Qiu's heart. Just the first line of his singing was enough to elevate him to legendary status. Simultaneously, the lyrics were flawless. As she listened, Chen Qiu found herself forgetting what she was hearing. The words eluded her memory, for they had woven together in her mind into a poignant tableau. A girl clad in a white dress, adorned with a straw hat, stood in the shade of a tree, a gentle breeze caressing her. She lightly pressed down her hat, her figure somewhat ethereal, for she had already departed from this world. This was a memory nestled within the singer's mind. The singer sat before the gravestone, reaching out towards her spectral silhouette. In the foreground, a young girl stands in the shade of a tree, while behind her looms a chilling gravestone. Chen Qiu's nose tingles with an unbearable sadness, and tears fall uncontrollably onto the desk before her. The woman in the office uniform standing in front of her does not interrupt. Upon hearing the song, she resonates deeply with Chen Qiu's emotions. She stumbled upon this video while riding the subway, and by the time her own tears fell, many others had already been moved to tears by the same video. Foolish girl, why do you share such profound sentiments with that old man? She chides herself. Fool, you sang the wrong part just now. 3, 2, 1. Let us try again. As the female voice fills the air, Chen Qiu feels a sharp pang in her heart. In the visuals, the girl traverses the realm of imagination, her form so agile, her gaze so gentle. Her voice intertwines with the male counterpart, as if her emotions are guiding his. Bright, optimistic, and enthusiastic, she sings while gently swaying her legs. The breeze playfully lifts her delphinium straw hat, revealing her long, flowing hair, enhancing her beauty even further. Click. As the male voice takes precedence, leading the rhythm, even Chen Qiu senses the countdown beginning. Chapter 42. The daughter-in-law returns to the village as the rhythm shifts. The figure of the young girl gradually retreats, becoming more distant, yet her smile remains unchanged. O light in the darkness, you have knocked upon the door of my heart. In the days of my solitary existence, I shall cherish my time well. When the final farewell emerged, Chen Qiu stood utterly dazed, the music in her earphones coming to an abrupt halt, yet she remained lost in thought. She had certainly encountered beautiful melodies before, but never had she experienced such profoundly moving music, not even for the first time. It was the omission of the final female lyric, Fool, that jolted her back to reality, nearly driving her to madness. It resembled a romantic novel that reaches a climactic moment only to conclude suddenly, followed by an open-ended finale that leaves one yearning. That word fool was akin to a period at the end of a sentence, yet its absence rendered the song an endless loop. Chen Qiu uncontrollably listened again and again, spiraling into despair with each repetition, her tears flowing more fiercely. Snap! Her silver teeth nearly shattered. It was a rare moment of fury ignited by a mere song. Who on earth penned this tune? And who had the audacity to sing it? The office lady before her cautiously explained. Director, the lyrics, composition, and singer are all attributed to someone named Chen Qiu. Did you not notice the ending? In a fit of rage, Chen Qiu slammed her phone onto the table and tossed her earphones aside, venting her frustration as she violently pulled out a tissue to blow her nose. I cannot endure this. How could such a person exist in this world? The office lady timidly inquired. What is the matter, director? Chen Qiu, exasperated, shouted. He sang everything, then left me with this kind of ending. Expecting me to be gloomy all day, I sense he is clearly concealing something at the conclusion, yet he remains silent. Oh! Her anguished cries echoed from the office, leaving some outside in bewilderment. unable to comprehend the situation. Director, shall we contact him? Should we sign him? The office lady asked. Yes. Bring him to the capital. I want to give him a piece of my mind. Chen Qiu sniffed, wiping her tear-streaked face. What contract shall we use? The lady continued. As long as he can compose another song of this caliber, it will be classified as A-level. If he produces 2 more, we shall offer him an S-level superstar contract. Chen Qiu decisively stated. Though merely a director, she wielded absolute power as the majority shareholder was her father. The lady nodded and exited the office, closing the door behind her. Yet, after her departure, Chen Qiu found herself once more ensnared in the song's endless loop. Despite its irritations, the song possessed an enchanting allure, an irresistible magic. Douyin, Original Music Division. When Chen Qiu's video was placed on the director's desk, a situation akin to that of Chen Qiu emerged, leaving one utterly despondent after watching. The contract terms offered by Douyin mirrored those of Chen Qiu, featuring both A-level and S-level agreements. For an obscure singer, this was akin to a divine gift falling from the heavens. An A-level contract signifies a first-tier agreement, while the S-level represents a superstar contract. These are among the most formidable contracts in the history of Longhua, without exception. Mannheim Media, Universal Music, Emperor Entertainment, Rolling Stone Records. In an instant, nearly every renowned record company across the nation extended invitations to Chen Qiu, yet their numerous private messages vanished into the void, receiving no response whatsoever. In Chuanyu, a remote little mountain village, a sleek black Wenjia M9 slowly approached, gliding up a freshly poured gray concrete ramp before coming to a halt on the cement ground in front of a modest building. The small structure had long been completed, standing amidst a vast expanse of land where the elderly had planted an array of flowers and greenery. A personal vegetable garden lay adjacent, with chickens and ducks wandering freely across the yard and the concrete. Li Mei, someone has come to your home. Is that a license plate from Luqing? Has your son returned? Surely not. That rascal would have called me, replied Xia Li Mei, glancing back with curiosity as she visited a neighbor. Despite her words, she rose from her seat. Wow, what a beautiful girl. She must be a big star, right? Li Mei, is this your daughter-in-law? Asked the neighbor, her eyes brimming with envy. After all, if someone had come all the way to their home, who else could it be but a daughter-in-law? Chen Qiu had been well-behaved and considerate since childhood, never causing worry, and as he matured, he frequently sent money home and contributed to the construction of their house, evoking much admiration. As 2 elegant figures alighted from the vehicle, they made their way to the trunk, retrieving a multitude of gift boxes. Nanzhi, what brings you here? Xia Li Mei approached, her expression one of surprise. Although she was aware of her son's marriage to Xia Nanzhi and knew that Xia had regained her ability to walk, this marked their first official meeting. Due to the absence of a celebratory event and Xia's recovery period, Xia Li Mei had not traveled to Luqing. She never anticipated that Xia would come on her own. Look at your legs. You appear just like everyone else. Mom, I'm so sorry. Chen Qiu and I have been married for 6 months. Yet we haven't come to visit you and Grandpa and Grandma. Xia Nanzhi said as she approached with Zhou Ming, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. My dear, why bring so many things? Where's that rascal Chen Qiu? Xia Li Mei remarked, though her face blossomed with smiles, her heart filled with immense joy. As the millennium dawned, the economy in the south flourished, prompting many from Chuanyu to migrate southward, establishing themselves across various provinces. Xia Li Mei and her husband had ventured south earlier, arriving in Luqing in the early 1990s. During Chen Qiu's university years, she returned to this small mountain village to care for her grandparents and never left. Although her husband committed grievous acts, abandoning her with a plethora of debts and eloping with his mistress abroad, her in-laws treated her with utmost kindness. Mother, Chen Qiu has been quite busy lately and cannot return for the time being. Fortunately, I have some free time. So I came back with my best friend to visit you and Grandpa, explained Xia Nanzhi. Over 2,000 kilometers from Luqing to here. How could that scoundrel allow you to make the journey? Especially since you are still in recovery. Xia Li Mei nearly fainted with exasperation, thinking that if Chen Qiu were present, she would have kicked her fiercely. Mother, the distance is manageable. Firstly, there are 2 of us to take turns driving, and secondly, my car can drive itself. It practically drove us home without much assistance from us, Xia Nanzhi replied with a smile. What? It drives itself? Isn't that dangerous? Xia Li Mei felt a sudden pang of anxiety and couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 43. The firstborn will surely be a son. Xia Li Mei embodies the quintessential mindset of a middle-aged woman. Despite having experienced glory in the past, she remains rather conservative, struggling to embrace new ideas. Having spent recent years in the village with limited exposure to the outside world, her apprehensions are entirely understandable. Xia Nanzhi, linking arms with her, led her into the small building while sharing some mundane details about the car. What may have seemed trivial transformed into something significant simply because she was willing to converse. Upon learning of Jiang Miaoi's identity, Xia Nanzhi felt a profound sense of relief, granting her additional understanding towards Chen Qiu. Her circumstances, alongside Su Xiaoping's, starkly contrasted with those of Chen Qiu and Jiang Miaoi. Although both pairs had grown up as childhood friends, Jiang Miaoi's past with Chen Qiu was beyond reproach. Through her father, Xia Nanzhi uncovered events from Chen Qiu's childhood that astounded her, how he managed to navigate such considerable troubles. Yet, simultaneously, a sense of melancholy enveloped her. Empathizing deeply, she pondered how she would fare in Chen Qiu's shoes, realizing it would be an insurmountable challenge for her, especially when it came to protecting her mother from the clutches of creditors. The small building, though modest with its tiled exterior and slightly renovated interior, could never compare to Xia Nanzhi's villa. However, it was a home. After Chen Qiu's departure, the villa felt desolate, and Xia Nanzhi found it impossible to remain there alone. During this period, she either stayed with her parents or at Zhou Ming's residence. "Mother, where are Grandpa and Grandma?" Xia Nanzhi inquired curiously. Perched on a high stool at the large round table with Zhou Ming, the living room was somewhat austere. Adorned only with the memorial photographs of her great-grandparents on the shrine, the incense burner coated in a layer of gray ash, and flanked by red electric candle-like incense sticks. An elderly villager passed away, and your grandfather left early to oversee the ceremonies. As for your grandmother, despite her age, she still insists on gathering firewood. There is no stopping her, Xia Lime chuckled, shaking her head as she brewed tea for the two young women. Really? At her age, still climbing the mountains for firewood? Zhou Ming expressed her astonishment, knowing that Chen Qiu's grandmother was over 70. She's accustomed to labor. If we were to keep her idle, she'd feel unwell. However, she doesn't venture too far. In recent years, I've prohibited her from chopping wood. She merely collects some kindling at most, Xia Lime responded with a hint of exasperation. Allowing her to remain active is essential for her health, and despite her lifetime of toil, the fact that she suffers no significant ailments is a tremendous blessing. "Mother, where is Grandma? Let us go assist her," Xia Nanzhi proposed, rising from her seat. Xia Lime quickly pressed her down, her expression filled with concern. "No, Nanzhi. You've only just recovered. What if you were to injure yourself? The mere thought of your willingness will bring her joy." However, Xia Nanzhi was determined to persist. Just as Xia Lime was about to decline once more, several neighbors arrived unexpectedly, all of whom were familiar faces from nearby. "Lime, these two young ladies are truly beautiful. Which one is your daughter-in-law?" inquired an elderly woman leaning on a cane, her eyes gleaming with admiration as she surveyed the two girls. "Mother, who is this?" Xia Nanzhi rose to greet her and turned to Xia Lime for clarification. Chen Qiu was highly regarded back in his hometown. Not only is he meticulous in his dealings, but he is also exceedingly courteous. While I may not reach his level, I will certainly strive to do my best. This is Grandma Xia, who lives diagonally across the hill from us. In terms of relations, you should address her as second Grandma, Xia Lime explained, subsequently introducing the other guests to Xia Nanzhi. In such a small village, connections were plentiful, and there were only two surnames, Chen and Xia. Xia Lime's parents belonged to this village. "Second Grandma." Xia Nanzhi approached swiftly to assist the elderly lady. "Wonderful. Chen Qiu is indeed different in the city. He has brought back such a beautiful daughter-in-law for your family. It is truly a blessing from our ancestors." The elderly lady's face radiated with excitement and happiness. The other women who had come were mostly of Xia Lime's generation, some of whom had already become grandmothers, often envied by Xia Lime. They glanced at Xia Nanzhi and then at the impressive vehicle parked at the entrance, feeling a shared sense of admiration. In terms of demeanor, Xia Nanzhi clearly exuded the grace of a refined lady, the daughter of a wealthy family. In terms of appearance, Xia Nanzhi was strikingly beautiful and possessed a fine figure, clearly the type of woman who would bear children easily. If encountered by an experienced woman, the immediate thought would be, she is bound to have a son as her firstborn. "By the way, where is Chen Qiu?" the elderly lady inquired, scanning the room and noticing his absence. "I don't quite understand what he is up to. Nanzhi mentioned he is busy," Xia Lime replied, somewhat speechless. It was indeed quite perplexing for her son not to return home when his daughter-in-law was visiting for the first time. Busy? That seems quite unreasonable. Even if he has matters to attend to, he should have returned for this occasion, the elderly lady remarked. It is normal for young people to be busy, but they can manage their schedules. They could certainly find a mutually convenient time to come home. Yet, Xia Nanzhi had returned, and Chen Qiu was absent. Those unaware of the situation might start to gossip. I will call him. Xia Limei had been contemplating this for some time, but had been engaged in conversation with the two young ladies. Please, mother, do not call him. Xia Nanzhi quickly interjected. Chen Qiu is recording a program, and his phone has been taken by the production team. He has been unable to communicate with anyone for several months. Xia Limei was puzzled. Recording a program? What sort of program is he recording? With a smile, Xia Nanzhi explained, Mother, haven't I started an entertainment company? I have invited Chen Qiu to be a guest on the program. Upon hearing this, Xia Limei did not dwell on it for long. Yet she remained perplexed about which show could be recorded for several months without any communication with the outside world. When Xia Nanzhi arrived, she quickly became the focal point of the household. A group of elder relatives gathered around her, engaged in conversation, and before long, another wave of visitors arrived. Even Chen Qiu's grandmother, upon receiving the news, hurriedly carried firewood back home to meet her granddaughter-in-law. When everyone learned that Xia Nanzhi's family was wealthy enough to own a real estate company and that her own business was valued at several billion, all were left utterly astonished. Hundreds of billions in family assets and tens of billions in personal wealth were astronomical figures for these humble villagers. Chapter 44. She is the mistress. She is the adornment. Xia Limei was aware of the wealth possessed by the Xia family. Yet she never imagined that Xia Nanzhi's family was so affluent. In an instant, a wave of anxiety washed over her. For the disparity in their social standings was too great. They were simply mismatched. Xia Nanzhi discerned the unease in Xia Limei's heart, and, with a playful smile, reassured her, Mom, do not overthink. If it weren't for Chen Qiu's presence by my side over these years, I would not have been able to stand. It is Chen Qiu who saved my life. Upon hearing this, Xia Limei's expression finally returned to normal, her smile blossoming further, while the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes deepened. Indeed, there was no need for her to worry. Had the Xia family genuinely been concerned about social mismatches, they would not have allowed Xia Nanzhi to traverse such a distance to be here. To further ease her mother's mind, Xia Nanzhi voluntarily recounted some events from the past 3 years, sharing how irritable she had become when her lower body lost sensation. Unafraid of leaving a poor impression on her elders, for such reactions were entirely human. Is it true that Chen Qiu's wife has returned home? Where is she? A voice, belonging to an elderly woman, interrupted as she wiped the sweat from her brow. She set down 2 large bundles of dried firewood, dressed in an old-fashioned floral shirt, black trousers, and a pair of liberation shoes. The aesthetic of the older generation was quite different. Had they been given the attire of the youth, they would have felt utterly out of place. Hello, Grandma. I am Chen Qiu's wife, Xia Nanzhi. She introduced herself, rising amidst the crowd to greet the elder. The grandmother was momentarily taken aback, for Xia Nanzhi was extraordinarily beautiful, surpassing even the stars of the television screen. Xia Nanzhi? What a lovely name. But dear, are you truly my grandson's wife? It feels as though I am dreaming. The grandmother exclaimed in disbelief. Despite the tangible sensation of Xia Nanzhi's hand grasping hers, it still felt surreal. Yes, I am, Xia Nanzhi affirmed, helping the grandmother to sit down. Ji Feng, you are indeed fortunate. Such a wonderful granddaughter-in-law, a true lady of wealth. How enviable. Another elder chimed in. Indeed, Auntie, your Nanzhi is quite admirable. My rascal of a son, not only could he not find someone like her, but if he could even secure a city girl, I would be ecstatic enough to wake up laughing from a dream. The group of older female relatives engaged in lively chatter, with Auntie being a term of endearment for elder women in the Sichuan-Chongqing region, used regardless of blood relations. Zhou Ming observed the commotion surrounding Xia Nanzhi, finding it difficult to interject, so she retreated to the sidelines to indulge in snacks. The grandmother took her time to digest this monumental news, realizing that indeed, the old Chen family's ancestral grave must be emitting green smoke. Firstly, Xia Nanzhi was stunningly beautiful. Secondly, she was affluent. And thirdly, she was caring and filial, leaving no room for criticism. Chen Qiu was preoccupied, yet she brought her close friend back home. And this display of filial piety was enough to make countless elders envious. The Chen household was bustling throughout the day, upon learning of Xia Nanzhi's situation. The elderly patriarch was consumed with worry, eager to rush home, but was unable to do so due to ongoing funeral duties for a family member. Although he couldn't return, the grandparents from the same village came to visit, with an increasing number of guests, and it being Xia Nanzhi's first visit. The Chen family had to host a meal for them at noon. Aware of this, Xia Nanzhi purchased a substantial quantity of ingredients in town before entering the village. Yet it still proved insufficient. She sent Zhou Ming back to town once more. The midday feast was extraordinarily lavish, with many people lending a hand. Abalone, sea cucumbers, and a plethora of fresh seafood were in abundance. For a table of 10, not including beverages, the cost alone reached around 7,000 to 8,000. Goodness! The daughter-in-law of the Chen family is truly affluent, willing to spend so extravagantly on our meal? Is this mitai? Indeed, it is mitai. And it seems to be the flying mitai. I heard a bottle costs over 3,000. My goodness, how exorbitant. What exactly does her family do? I heard they are involved in real estate. Not only is her family incredibly wealthy, but she herself also possesses a company valued at tens of billions. It's said she operates in the entertainment industry, though I'm not quite sure what that entails. The entertainment industry, I understand. It comprises stars, singers, and filmmakers. Tens of billions? That's an astounding amount of wealth. If converted to cash, it would take a train to transport it all. The Chen family has certainly struck it rich. As people continued to discuss, Xia Nanzhi, accompanied by Zhou Ming, began to toast at each table. Prior to this, she had already shared several drinks with the elders, her cheeks flushed. The villagers were quite adept at drinking and exceedingly hospitable, which made it challenging for her to keep up. Upon her approach, many elders stood up, even though they had already seen Xia Nanzhi. Her beauty was striking up close, leaving them in awe. Cousin, please keep an eye on her. Although Nanzhi can drink, she isn't particularly skilled at it. If she gets drunk on her first day here, I want to know how to explain it to her parents, said Xia Lime to a middle-aged man. Rest assured, I'll be vigilant, he replied with a hearty laugh. However, just as he spoke, a chair fell over, and Xia Nanzhi leaned softly into Zhou Ming's embrace, only to quickly stand again, waving her hand to indicate she was fine. Xia Lime, feeling exasperated, marched over, glaring at the middle-aged man, who held his drink. His face filled with embarrassment. He had not anticipated such swift retribution. All right, Nanzhi, no more drinking. The elders recognize your intentions, and that is sufficient. Please don't overexert yourself. Xia Lime gently supported her, expressing her concern in a soft voice. It's all right, Mom, I can still drink, Xia Nanzhi replied, waving her hand dismissively. She was the type who, once intoxicated, would seek out more alcohol herself. This behavior manifested in moments of joy as well as sorrow. Yet, she remained oblivious to the moment when she would become inebriated. Auntie, please take Nanzhi to the room to rest. I will continue drinking with the elders. Zhou Ming proactively offered. It had been primarily Xia Nanzhi partaking in the drinks, while Zhou Ming had consumed little. After all, Xia Nanzhi was the host, and she was merely an accompaniment. Ming, I entrust this to you, Xia Lime nodded. Rest assured. Zhou Ming smiled, taking a seat and lifting her glass to drink. However, at that moment, a trace of bitterness tinged her smile, for it was only then that she might, in some small measure, replace Xia Nanzhi. Chapter 45. I have come to know everything. Nanzhi, you really are quite something. When Chen Qiu returns, I shall certainly have words with him. What sort of chaotic program is he filming, leaving you to fend for yourself without a care? Xia Lime and Grandma joined forces to assist her onto the bed, murmuring softly, yet the corners of their mouths were adorned with smiles. Today, Xia Nanzhi's performance had indeed brought glory to their family in the village. It wasn't merely about her wealth. As a daughter-in-law, she was beyond reproach. Wealthy, beautiful, and filial. Who could not envy her? Mom, I'm truly fine. Xia Nanzhi, feeling a bit dazed, smiled while waving her hand. Xia Lime rose and said, Nanzhi, you should rest in bed for now. I'll go fetch you a glass of water. However, Xia Nanzhi grasped her hand tightly, saying, Mom, I want to talk to you, is that all right? Xia Lime chuckled warmly. Silly child, why would that be a problem? Is that rascal Chen Qiu treating you poorly? You can tell me, and I shall give him a piece of my mind. Xia Nanzhi quickly replied, No, that's not it. Chen Qiu has always been very good to me. Xia Lime, still holding her hand tightly, inquired with a smile, Is there anything he hasn't done well? I can speak to him on your behalf. Xia Lime was completely partial to her, nurturing her, which struck a chord in Xia Nanzhi's heart. A wave of grievance surged forth, akin to a child who had suffered outside, yearning to seek solace in her mother's embrace. Mom Xia Nanzhi's voice trembled, startling Xia Lime. She paused, quickly asking, What is it, dear? Why are you crying? Has that rascal Chen Qiu bullied you? Before, Xia Lime had not given it much thought, believing Xia Nanzhi's words that Chen Qiu was busy filming a program. But now, her perspective shifted entirely. as a woman who had endured her own share of pain. She could discern Xia Nanzhi's expression in an instant. What filming? What about not being able to answer calls? All mere excuses. Even if Chen Qiu truly had to film something, he should have brought Xia Nanzhi back before or after the shoot, not left her to return alone. Mom, you must have seen this face before. Xia Nanzhi clung tightly to Xia Limei, her eyes filled with grievance as she looked up. In that moment, Xia Limei's heart tightened painfully, her mind echoing with silence, as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped, leaving only a void. Mom, you recognized my face long ago. Didn't you? Xia Nanzhi's tone bore no accusation. She merely sought an answer. Nanzhi, you know everything? Xia Limei's fingers trembled slightly, guilt flooding her heart, leaving her at a loss as to how to face her daughter. Alas, I have come to understand everything, despite her usual resilience. Xia Nanzhi's moments of vulnerability emerged most poignantly when intoxicated. Mother, please refrain from contacting him or chastising him. I comprehend his situation. Xia Nanzhi choked out, tears streaming down her face in a torrent of pent-up emotion, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure, unwilling to fully succumb to her fragility. Surrendering would equate to defeat. Were it not for the effects of alcohol, she would not have uttered such words. The liquor compelled her to seek understanding. Nanzhi, it is we who owe you an apology. If you harbor any resentment, do voice it to me. It was my failure to inform you of this matter sooner, sighed Xia Limei, her heart heavy with regret, unsure of how to face Xia Nanzhi. Such a remarkable young woman had been relegated to the role of a mere substitute for her son over the past 3 years. Who could bear such a fate? This was also a consequence of her own silence. Mother, I truly do not blame you, and in fact, I am grateful to you. The resemblance between her and me is not without reason. I must thank her for transforming Chen Qiu into such a wonderful person. As Xia Nanzhi spoke, she succumbed to slumber in Xia Limei's embrace, leaving behind words that perplexed Xia Limei. As evening approached, the elder finally returned home, having been specially sent back by the family after learning that his granddaughter-in-law had returned. In the living room, he found Xia Nanzhi, who had just awakened from her hangover, surrounded by relatives who were engaged in lively conversation. Uncle, you have returned. Our family is truly blessed to have Chen Qiu marry such a wonderful wife. A middle-aged man hastened over to welcome the elder. Approaching 80, the elder's hair was white, his complexion drawn, and age spots marked his face. Yet, upon seeing Xia Nanzhi, he was taken aback, utterly astonished. It was as though time had reversed, and the young maiden from years past stood before him once more. Chen Qiu's grandmother was unable to travel, having seldom ventured far from home. Prior to Chen Qiu's university days, the elder had visited Luqing several times and had met Jiang Miaoi more than once. He felt a pang of sorrow for the girl. Such a splendid individual had departed from this world far too early, never having tasted the joys of life. Grandfather, I am Xia Nanzhi, Chen Qiu's wife. A bittersweet smile flickered across Xia Nanzhi's lips, quickly replaced by a radiant expression. She had anticipated this moment and prepared herself mentally. If she were to reclaim Chen Qiu, it would be done openly and honorably. Even though Jiang Miaoi has departed from this world, she is determined to exert her utmost efforts in a direct competition with Jiang Miaoi. Chen Qiu devoted 3 years to pulling her from the depths of despair. So why should she not invest the same amount of time to win Chen Qiu's affection? Hello, Nanzhi. I apologize for the lack of hospitality due to our modest circumstances. Please do not take offense. The old gentleman has been quite occupied. Grandfather, what you say is quite uncalled for. Since I have married Chen Qiu, how could I ever disdain our home? Xia Nanzhi assisted the elderly gentleman to sit down, just as Xia Chenggong initiated a video call. She adjusted the camera to capture herself and began introducing her relatives beside her to Xia Chenggong. He happened to be in the old courtyard, having shed his suit jacket and allowing the fan to cool him off. Xia Zhangwo, murmuring beside him, seized the phone and engaged in a lively conversation with Chen Qiu's grandfather, demonstrating their familiarity. This was not their first video call. After Chen Qiu and Xia Nanzhi registered their marriage, they had briefly met through the screen once before. Xia Zhangwo had repeatedly extended invitations for their family to visit Luqing. Yet Xia Limei and the others harbored no intentions of making the journey, and the reasons were quite straightforward. 1. The Xia family's lineage, and 2. The complexities intertwined between Chen Qiu and Xia Nanzhi were far from simple. Chapter 46. 3 years of tenderness. It is her turn. Before the wedding banquet was set and prior to Summer Nanzhi's return to her hometown, Xia Limei and the others could not confidently ascertain the longevity of this marriage. Particularly, Xia Lime was deeply concerned about the repercussions should Summer Nanji uncover Chen Qiu's past misdeeds. In this matter, Xia Lime found herself unable to blame Chen Qiu or Summer Nanji in any capacity. The initial transgression was committed by Chen Qiu, yet, could one truly hold him accountable? Moreover, as a mother, her heart ached for her son. My dear in-laws, now that Nanji has arrived at your home, it would be remiss of you not to visit Luqing. Otherwise, one might mistakenly believe that our family holds you in disdain. Summer Jiangwo remarked cheerfully. I recall Chen Qiu mentioning your mobility issues. It would be most opportune for you to stay in Luqing for a while, allowing me to accompany you to a major hospital for a checkup. Summer Jiangwo was aware of Jiang Miaoi's situation, yet he chose to remain silent. Even as Summer Nanji's grandfather, he felt he could not reproach Chen Qiu. He could only reflect internally on the whims of fate. Now, with his granddaughter eager to reconcile with Chen Qiu, it was only natural for him, as her grandfather, to lend his support. However, they all understood the principle of gradual progress, akin to a frog slowly being boiled in water. No, that is quite unnecessary. At my age, I have only a few years left before I must return to the earth. There is no need to spend money on a hospital visit. Chen Qiu's grandfather quickly waved his hand in protest. My dear in-law, such sentiments are misplaced. A hospital visit does not cost much, especially with insurance, Summer Jiangwo countered, shaking his head. Truly unnecessary. Chen Qiu's grandfather persisted. Then, does this imply that you will not attend our banquet? That would not be reasonable. Since the young couple is marrying, our two families should cultivate closer ties and get acquainted. Otherwise, how will you find your way in Luqing in the future? Summer Jiangwo articulated persuasively. It was indeed difficult to decline such an invitation. Yes, grandfather, when we return to Luqing in a few days, you should accompany us. Even if this ailment has plagued you for decades, a hospital visit may bring you some comfort, Summer Nanji encouraged. Chen Jijun glanced at his daughter-in-law, and after a brief moment of hesitation, they both nodded in agreement. With such earnest words spoken, it would be impolite to refuse any further. Moreover, Summer Nanji had shown understanding without any reproach. Very well then. We shall trouble you, dear-in-law, Chen Jijun sighed in relief, a smile brightening his face. Summer Jiangwo too smiled broadly, saying, that is the spirit. Come, let us familiarize ourselves, enjoy some time in Luqing. I will take you around. After all, I am of an age where I have little to occupy my time, and guiding you on excursions would bring me joy, even if Chen Jijun has difficulty moving. We have a vehicle at home. One lives but once. How could one not witness the magnificent landscapes of our homeland? Previously, the circumstances were not conducive, but now, fortune has smiled upon us. Chen Jijun and Xia Jiangwo continued their conversation, while Xia Nanzhi went into the kitchen to lend a hand. Although she lacked culinary skills, she had no trouble washing the dishes. By the time Zhou Ming groggily awoke, the household had already commenced the second round of drinking, with the sounds of revelry and spirited games echoing continuously. Aware that Xia Nanzhi would seek out more alcohol once inebriated, the others refrained from allowing her to indulge further, which left her with a rather melancholic demeanor that elicited both amusement and exasperation from the group. On the following morning, Xia Lime and her husband Chen Jijun took Xia Nanzhi up the mountain to pay respects to their ancestors. Although the matter of Chen Qiu was no longer discussed, its implications were unmistakable. Typically, it is the bride who accompanies the family to ancestral rites after entering the household. Despite the arduous and winding mountain path, Xia Nanzhi made no complaints. Instead, she assisted Xia Lime and Chen Jijun by carrying their belongings. Upon reaching the summit, the view was breathtaking, a magnificent panorama that stirred the heart. Nanzhi, this is my father. You should call him great-grandfather, Chen Jijun instructed. Shortly after my father passed away, my mother followed suit, and I had them buried together. He encouraged Xia Nanzhi to light incense while providing an introduction. Xia Nanzhi respectfully bowed 3 times before the grave and placed the incense stick in the burner. Meanwhile, Xia Lime was tending to the grass, and Xia Nanzhi joined her, despite Xia Lime's insistence that her attire was too fine for such labor. Undeterred, Xia Nanzhi resolutely persisted. After a day of toil, she successfully cleared the weeds. Chen Jijun, seated at the mountain's edge with a cigarette, gazed into the distance, lost in thought, while Xia Nanzhi, without any airs, settled beside him. Grandfather. The graves of great-grandfather and great-grandmother are in disrepair. Shall we not take this opportunity to restore them? I can arrange for workers and materials from the county, she proposed. Chen Jijun exhaled a plume of smoke, chuckling as he waved his hand dismissively. Nanzhi, your filial piety is commendable, and it would surely please your great-grandparents. But for now, It is unnecessary. Over the years, Chen Qiu has sent back a considerable sum, allowing us to build a house and lay down a concrete path. But their graves must remain undisturbed. Wiping her brow with a tissue handed to her by Xia Nanzhi, Xia Nanzhi couldn't help but inquire, "Oh, and why is that?" With a gentle smile, Xia Nanzhi explained, "That was the elder's decree. He stated that once the graves are completed, they must not be altered. Even the orientation and burial site were chosen by your great-grandfather himself. He believed that any disturbance would bring misfortune to his great-grandson and great-granddaughter-in-law. He insisted that renovations should only occur after your children are born. He believed that only then can everything be definitively settled, and our family's fortune be fully established. However, these are merely the superstitions of the elderly. It is sufficient to regard them as mere sayings, without placing undue significance upon them." Xia Nanzhi perceives that the current generation is skeptical of such beliefs, hence her remarks. After all, the notion of feng shui is rather ethereal. Upon hearing this, Xia Nanzhi was momentarily taken aback. In the past, she indeed dismissed such beliefs, even when her family spoke of so-called masters whose predictions were purportedly accurate. She merely entertained their words as idle jest. Yet now, even if these assertions were fabrications, mere sweet-sounding lies, she was willing to embrace them, for she yearned to reclaim Chen Qiu's affection, to be the singular love of his life, hoping that even the heavens would align in her favor. Jiang Miaoi's demise had drawn Chen Qiu to her side, and it was also due to Jiang Miaoi that Chen Qiu had cared for her for an entire 3 years. Jiang Miaoi had forged a connection between their family and Chen Qiu, ultimately leading her to reunite with her long-lost twin sister after 3 years. Such is fate. Jiang Miaoi's unwavering gentleness had warmed the heart of the young Chen Qiu, while Chen Qiu's tenderness over 3 years had granted her a new lease on life. Now, it was her turn. "Chen Qiu, since you have been captured by me in this lifetime, you shall not escape. I shall punish you. I want you to forget her. I desire to occupy your heart entirely." A smile graced Xia Nanzhi's lips, radiant like the brilliant glow of dawn, yet it evoked a pang of empathy in the beholder. Chapter 47. Has the house been burgled during my absence? Mom, I'm back. I just got off the highway. Is there anything you and Grandma need me to bring from town? After more than 10 days, Chen Qiu rented a car and returned from out of town with Jiang Miaolin. The reason he only called after getting off the highway was that he had always preferred to surprise his mother, not wanting her to prepare excessively for his return. The car halted at the toll booth, and Jiang Miaolin, fastening her seatbelt, gently handed over the toll card. Given that it was a rented vehicle, it was unrealistic to expect it to have an electronic toll collection system. "You're back? What are you doing here?" Xia Nanzhi responded with evident surprise, her expression somewhat speechless. Chen Qiu, momentarily pausing as he handed the toll card to the attendant, couldn't he help but roll his eyes. "What do you mean? Can't I return home? I'm leaving for out of town again soon. By the next time I come back, it'll probably be the new year. There's a company in Beijing that wants to sign me, and I intend to check it out." Recently, numerous talent agencies had reached out to Chen Qiu, some even requesting his address for face-to-face discussions. However, he planned to wait until his second song was released before addressing any of these contracts. Moreover, if he were to sign, Jiang Miaolin would have to be included in the arrangement. "Oh, you're planning to develop in Beijing? Then don't bother coming back," Xia Nanzhi remarked. "What?" Chen Qiu exclaimed, glancing at his phone as if he had dialed the wrong number. Wasn't it customary for his mother to say, "Nothing to bring," or "Just come back," or "Hurry back, Grandma and Grandpa miss you," whenever he returned? Yet this time, something felt off. "I mean, you focus on your plans. If you're too busy to come back, then don't. We want to be home anyway," Xia Nanzhi added. Where have you all gone? What about Grandma?" Chen Qiu asked, scratching his head as he paid the toll and proceeded through the booth. Even if his mother and grandfather had ventured out of the village, surely Grandma wouldn't have accompanied them, as she could never manage to travel. "Grandma came with us. I booked a tour group to take them on a trip," Xia Nanzhi confessed, her tone tinged with guilt. "How did you manage that?" Chen Qiu inquired. "By plane. So really, don't come back. We won't be home." Xia Nanzhi glanced at Xia Nanzhi beside her, unable to suppress her words. "All right then." Chen Qiu was utterly speechless. His mother had taken Grandma on a trip without even informing him, leaving him to drive over 1,000 kilometers only to find the house empty. "Mom, I'm exhausted from driving. Did you leave the house keys under the stone?" he asked as he continued toward the village. "No. The keys were taken with us. Don't come back," Xia Nanzhi hurriedly replied. Chen Qiu felt increasingly uneasy. Had the house truly been robbed during his absence? "If I don't go back, where will I stay? I brought Miaolin back with me," he exclaimed, bewildered. Stay in town. Are there not many lodgings in town? You two could simply book separate rooms, Xia Nanzhi suggested. Mom, are you hiding something from me? I feel that something is amiss. Chen Qiu exclaimed, scratching his head in confusion. There is nothing. I'm busy. Let us talk later. Xia Nanzhi replied dismissively before hanging up. Chen Qiu felt a profound sense of unease, though he could not quite pinpoint the source of his discomfort. He simply found himself at a loss for words. Never mind. Let it be. We can manage in town. What is wrong, brother-in-law? Isn't Annie at home? Jiang Miolin inquired curiously from the side. Chen Qiu rolled his eyes and replied, She said she took my grandparents on a trip. Such a significant matter. And no prior notice at all. It's truly outrageous. Jiang Miolin chuckled. But when we returned, didn't we also fail to give notice? Chen Qiu found himself even more speechless. The thing is, I've been accustomed to this before. Who could have imagined they would actually go on a vacation? Miolin. Purchase a plane ticket. Tomorrow we shall drive back, and the day after, head to the capital. Jiang Miolin nodded with a light laugh. Her amusement evident as she observed Chen Qiu's gloomy expression. The two settled into a modest room at a local inn, which sufficed for a night's stay. In truth, Chen Qiu preferred the comfort of home, as the Townsends rarely saw many guests throughout the year, leading to unsatisfactory cleanliness. After a casual meal in town, they gathered in Chen Qiu's room. After several years of delay on the first song, the second one progressed at a significantly faster pace. Chen Qiu connected a splitter to his computer, feeding audio to two pairs of headphones, and playfully placed one on Jiang Miaolin's little head. Most musicians favored over-ear headphones rather than in-ear ones, and the reason was simple. The soundstage differed between the two types. Different soundscapes yield distinct musical sensations, and consequently, the layered experience varies as well. Moreover, at similar price points, over-ear headphones offer superior value, capable of revealing more intricate details provided there is ample audio input. Brother-in-law, are we still using the same old tune from the previous song? A rise after a fall? Jiang Miolin inquired, removing her headphones. In Chen Qiu's latest composition, the variations were less pronounced, yet the melancholic melody persisted. This time, however, the variations began after the second 8 bars. Following the second 8 bars, instruments gradually joined in. And before the audience could fully comprehend, the tempo quickened, though the 8-bar beat and rhythm did not accelerate. The continuous addition and replacement of various instruments created an illusion of increasing speed, weaving a dreamlike tapestry. A song typically comprises an introduction, climax, middle section, and conclusion. The first and latter halves can either mirror each other exactly or differ entirely, yet the climax and conclusion must remain consistent. They are interdependent, mutually enhancing each other. Maintaining their similarity is essential to prevent the entire song from veering off course. The song by Chen Qiu is truly exceptional. It intriguingly unfolds 3 dreams within a single composition, reflecting the stages of youth, middle age, and old age as depicted in the lyrics. Miolin, you're mistaken. Chen Qiu said with a smile. Oh, how am I mistaken? Jiang Miolin inquired curiously. Chen Qiu promptly seated himself at the table, aligning the computer screen towards him. And gazing at the lyrics displayed, he allowed the audio to play aloud, but before it could commence, he sang a line. You are my grand gamble. A reckless wager solely for you. Just then, the first 8 beats of the audio began. Yet Chen Qiu hesitated for half a beat before seamlessly merging into the subsequent half, delivering the line. Why must I be ensnared? Unable to extricate myself? Jiang Miaolin's eyes sparkled. Although Chen Qiu's rhythm was undeniably off, it was nonetheless melodious. It embodied a chaotic madness. And the lyrics evoked a longing that beckoned one to gaze into the distance. Chapter 48. We are quite familiar, aren't we, Nanzhi? This method of erratic timing and dragging is not something just anyone can master. First, one must comprehend the reason behind their dragging. Second, one must understand the effect it produces. Third, if the rhythm falters, the singer will undoubtedly feel discomfort. Chen Qiu merely initiated. And Jiang Miao already discerned how Chen Qiu intended to sing. Lazy pig, it's time to rise. The sun is shining on your bottom. Jiang Miaolin's playful voice seamlessly matched the next set of 8 beats, pulling the emotions back from the brink of madness, instantly elevating the mood. Chen Qiu returned the screen and sat beside Jiang Miaolin, harmonizing with her. Oh dear, let me sleep a little longer. What time is it? Jiang Miaolin's voice carried a faint pout, her displeasure evident. Silly pig, have you forgotten? Today is our wedding certificate day. After this line, the rhythm transitioned once more, distinctly joyous yet suffocatingly intense. Within the shifting rhythm, it felt as if a clock ticked in one's ear, its tempo increasingly erratic. Such rhythmic usage can be observed in classical compositions and martial anthems alike. The lyrics remain Jiang Miao's signature style, the melody uniquely hers. Yet this variation was Chen Qiu's personal showcase. Oh my, who is singing upstairs? It sounds rather delightful. The innkeeper, perched at the entrance with a pipe in his mouth, was captivated by the singing and curiously gazed upwards. Is that direction? The young couple who checked in today? They're still singing? The old man gently rocked in his armchair, the temperature a comfortable 18 to 19 degrees. Draped in a light jacket, just the right attire. Although he could not hear the melodic nuances, the voices above were a melody in themselves, pleasing even in isolation. Yet, as he listened, he suddenly froze. The smile that had graced his lips abruptly stiffened. Just moments ago, he was reminded of his own wedding day with his late wife. Though devoid of grand vows, their life was filled with happiness. As he reached the middle of the song, memories of his children's birth surfaced. The weight of providing for a family during times of scarcity. Yet, they thrived as a united front, facing troubles with steadfast resolve. However, as the song progressed, the old man increasingly sensed something amiss. The more he listened, the more his eyes moistened. Goodness, I've been deceived. This song is a mournful ballad, a lament for the departed. He called out, unable to contain himself. Young ones, cease your singing. I want to be able to sleep tonight. And I'll come looking for you. The old man's voice trembled with unshed tears. Chen Qiu was taken aback. And even the concluding notes intended for Jiang Miaolin abruptly halted. Young ones, please stop singing. While others sing melodiously, your singing is rather exasperating. An old man below shouts. Although the voices of the two singers are indeed pleasant, it feels akin to a dull knife inflicting harm. Gradually, they weave a beautiful dream, drawing you deeper into its embrace, your lips unconsciously curling into a smile, stirred by the music. Yet, just as the performance approaches its conclusion, the atmosphere shifts dramatically, and someone suddenly declares, no one is allowed to leave. They proceed to close the door, intent on suffocating everyone within. Is this not a clear case of luring the unsuspecting to a trap? It would be wise to bathe early and retire to bed, if the singing continues. I shall come to inspect the rooms. The old man can hardly contain himself. A matron, just returning from a game of mahjong, looks at him in confusion. Old man. What is the matter? Your eyes are red. It seems as though you've been crying. The old man, visibly distressed, waves his hand dismissively, retorting, No. I haven't been crying. It's merely that sand got in my eyes. At my age, how could I possibly cry? The matron, though somewhat perplexed by the situation, having lived together for so many years, understands her husband's temperament all too well. She gently pats his head, saying, all right, dear. I merely stepped out to play a bit of mahjong. Though there were other old men at the table, at our age, why should you feel jealous? The old man? The matron then hands him a handful of cash, saying, here, this is what I just won. Use it to buy yourself some cigarettes. The old man gazes at the money in his hand, then at his wife beside him, and in that moment, he feels even more despondent. The following morning, Chen Qiu rises early to knock on Jiang Yaolin's door before returning to his own room to freshen up. After all, he must drive for over 10 hours today to return the rental car to the company, necessitating an early departure from the town. Old man, we are checking out. Shortly thereafter, Chen Qiu descends the stairs with 2 suitcases in tow, while Jiang Miaolin, clad in a white dress and carrying a bag, resembles a beauty stepped out from a painting. You'll receive a refund of 40 for the deposit. The old man cannot help but roll his eyes, clearly displeased. Chen Qiu feels somewhat bewildered, unsure of what has caused the old man's ire. Qiu, what brings you back? As Chen Qiu is organizing his belongings at the hotel entrance, a delivery van passes by, and the middle-aged driver, upon noticing him, looks puzzled. However, upon seeing Jiang Miaolin, he is taken aback, exclaiming, what is she doing here? Isn't she supposed to be in Lu City? Uncle, are you up this early for work? Chen Qiu, also surprised, had not anticipated encountering him here. Indeed, just heading to work. The middle-aged man nods with a smile, then turns to pull a cigarette from his pack and tosses it to Chen Qiu from the van. As Chen Qiu finished loading the trunk, he approached the middle-aged man and lit a cigarette for him. Chen Qiu glanced back towards the driver's seat. The van's interior had been nearly stripped, filled with chicken and duck cages, as well as various fruits and vegetables intended for sale at the market. Qiu, when did you return? The middle-aged man exhaled a puff of smoke, stepping down from the vehicle without hastily turning off the engine. Since they had encountered each other, it was only natural to share a few words. He found it quite peculiar that Chen Qiu had chosen this moment to come back. Everyone had gone to Luqing. So why had he brought Xia Nanzhi along? Yesterday, Chen Qiu replied, releasing another smoke ring. Just then, Jiang Miolin approached Chen Qiu's side, smiling and nodding at the middle-aged man. He was momentarily taken aback, sensing something was amiss. Firstly, why did Nanzhi not recognize him? Secondly, her demeanor seemed somewhat off, lacking the usual confidence, ease, and pride. Uncle, allow me to introduce you to this person. Chen Qiu began, but was swiftly interrupted by the middle-aged man, who raised his hand with a smile, saying, What is there to introduce? We're quite familiar, aren't we, Nanzhi? Chapter 49. What if she is my sister? Upon uttering this phrase, an unsettling silence enveloped both parties, each acutely aware of the discord in the atmosphere. The mid-aged man's smile faltered, his lips twitching in confusion. The visage before him was unmistakably that of Xia Nanzhi. Yet her reaction upon being addressed left him perplexed, revealing a blend of discomfort and understanding. Dear uncle, what on earth has transpired during this time? Chen Qiu queried. A cigarette hanging from his lips, his expression shifting to one of calmness interlaced with bewilderment. At the birthday celebration, Xia Nanzhi had clearly pursued Su Xiaopeng in haste. Even after her arrival in Jinling, Chen Qiu could not fathom it being for his sake. Indeed, from the moment Xia Nanzhi appeared in Jinling, Chen Qiu sensed an incongruity in the unfolding events. Had only Zhou Ming arrived, he might have discerned the rationale behind her fury and empathized with her position. The mid-aged man felt increasingly uneasy but proceeded to relay the happenings in the village. Are you saying that Nanzhi returned to the village, claiming to be my wife, and stayed there for several days in that capacity? Chen Qiu responded with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. Indeed. The mid-aged man cleared his throat, casting a glance at Jiang Miolin standing before him. He found it utterly baffling, though they bore a striking resemblance. How could they not be the same person? So, Qiu, who is this? He inquired, still pursuing the matter. As an elder of the family, he felt the awkward tension but knew that decorum must be maintained. Uncle, this is my friend, Jiang Miolin, Chen Qiu introduced. Oh, a friend, you say? The mid-aged man's lips twitched, his mind racing, scratching his head in bewilderment. One with the surname Jiang, the other with the surname Xia. They clearly did not belong to the same family. Uncle, we must be on our way now. We cannot linger, Chen Qiu replied. His emotions complex, yet temporarily subdued by a smile directed at the mid-aged man. Very well, very well. Let us reconvene during the new year. The mid-aged man nodded, glancing at Jiang Miolin, adding, Miolin, do come back to play with Qiu when you have the chance. Your uncle will surely treat you well. Jiang Miolin nodded obediently, a smile gracing her face, albeit tinged with a hint of sorrow, as they made their way toward the vehicle. The conversation between them was not entirely discernible to the mid-aged man, yet the utterance of brother-in-law from Jiang Miolin struck him like a thunderbolt. He stood there, frozen in astonishment. Uncle, we are leaving, Chen Qiu called out, rolling down the car window to bid farewell as the vehicle drove away, disappearing into the distance. The mid-aged man remained rooted to the spot, utterly stunned. In his 50 years of life, he had never encountered such a jarring revelation, leaving him utterly perplexed. How could two individuals with identical faces possess different surnames, and yet, in terms of demeanor, show no connection to Xia Nanzhi, while simultaneously uttering the phrase brother-in-law? If Xia Nanzhi were the elder sister of Jiang Miolin, then why would Chen Qiu and the others exhibit such attitudes? If she were indeed the sister, how could Chen Qiu have brought Jiang Miolin back alone? Wouldn't that cause a complete upheaval? In Luqing, Shirtsua village, a modest courtyard bustled with activity. It was the weekend, and little cousin Cici was darting about as usual, accompanied by a group of unruly boys, chasing after the chickens and ducks from neighboring homes. This Saturday marked Xia Nanzhi's birthday, prompting the entire family to gather for a reunion. Ming, could you please check if the custom cake is ready at Leking Bakery? Came the voice of Gao Yulan, who was busy making dumplings with Xia Mei. Sure. Zhou Ming nodded, picking up the car keys as she prepared to head out. Wait. The order. Gao Yulan, her hands dusted with flour, called out hurriedly. Hiki, look at my memory. Zhou Ming chuckled, sticking out her tongue as she turned back to grab the order. Suddenly, a deafening firecracker exploded in the village, reverberating far and wide. With Chen Qiu absent, those little rascals had gone wild. Oh dear, my heart, Nanzhi exclaimed. With such a loud bang, it must be Cici and the others causing trouble again. Go find them and see if they disturb the neighbors. The corners of Xia Qinggong's mouth twitched, nearly fainting from worry. He wasn't concerned about the kids injuring themselves, After all, they were quite cunning. However, their antics could easily wreak havoc on the village's chickens, ducks, and fish. Not to mention the trees grown by the villagers. Those who played with firecrackers as children understood that without something substantial to blow up, it was worth the effort. Nanzhi, you stay here and help Annie with the dumplings. I'll take a look on my way, Zhou Ming offered. If there are any issues, I'll handle them. Thank you, Mei Ming. Xia Qinggong couldn't bear to show his age. After all, he dealt with these matters every year. Uncle Xia, why be so polite with me? I'm going. Zhou Ming smiled before heading out. She followed the direction of the earlier noise. The village was small, and it wouldn't take long to spot a gaggle of boys. When she finally spotted them, she was taken aback. In her line of sight stood a young man in a black shirt and blue jeans, surrounded by a group of children. He was repeatedly apologizing to an elderly man wielding a hoe. The old man wore a bemused expression. He was unharmed. Yet these little rascals had set off firecrackers that blasted a stainless steel basin high into the air, landing squarely on his forehead. The young man's hair had a natural curl at the ends, glinting under the sunlight. He pulled out 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and placed them in the old man's ass, prompting a mix of laughter and exasperation as they began to chat while smoking. The young companions beside the youth were all huddled together, resembling quails in their timidity. Particularly, his little cousin Cici, who wore an expression of guilt while tugging at the youth's garment, was clearly anxious about incurring his displeasure, yet equally fearful of him slipping away. Observing this, Zhou Ming could not help but quicken her pace towards him. Initially, she walked, but gradually she found herself running. Her breath became increasingly labored, and her eyes were filled with a dreamy illusion. The sound of her little shoes echoed sharply against the cement path, prompting the youth to turn in bewilderment, only to see Zhou Ming rushing towards him. Mei Ming, what are you doing? Why are you running so fast? Where are you off to? He inquired with a chuckle, as if nothing in Jinling had ever transpired. In truth, he could comprehend Zhou Ming's impulsiveness, after all. She was entirely oblivious to the circumstances and was merely trying to see things from Xia Nanzhi's perspective. Chen Qiu, why have you returned? Zhou Ming asked eagerly, but as soon as the words left her lips, she realized her mistake and quickly corrected herself. When did you come back? Chapter 50, A Confusion. A desire to weep. The return of Chen Qiu was entirely unexpected for Zhou Ming. After a period of absence, it seemed that Chen Qiu's demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation, appearing considerably more cheerful and optimistic. Yet, as she recalled the reprimands received in Jinling, and then gazed upon Chen Qiu's current smile, she suddenly found herself unable to meet his gaze. You all stealthily ventured to my home, whisking away my grandparents and my mother to Luqing. How could I possibly refrain from coming? Chen Qiu quipped, a cigarette dangling from his lips, amusement evident in his tone. Zhou Ming felt momentarily speechless, akin to a schoolchild caught pilfering money by their parents, overwhelmed with panic and confusion. Cici, why don't you and the little ones head back? I need to discuss a few matters with your sister Ming Ming, Chen Qiu suggested lightly. Do not worry. I won't be going anywhere, he added, affectionately ruffling his little cousin's hair. The young girl looked up at him, her face brimming with a pitiful expression. Brother-in-law, are you being serious? Chen Qiu could not help but chuckle, nodding affirmatively. Yet, the little cousin was relentless, clutching at his clothing. Is it truly true? You want to suddenly disappear and never return? During Chen Qiu's time on the show, aside from Xia Nanzhi, she had been his greatest concern. Ever since she spotted him trending online, her anxiety had escalated. She was utterly bewildered, desperate for answers. Yet both Xia Qinggong and Gao Yulan remained tight-lipped, leaving her in a state of distress. The only thing she could do was check her phone daily after school, fixated on the live broadcasts. Regardless of her attempts to call or message Chen Qiu, he remained unresponsive. Now, witnessing his presence once more, her greatest fear was that he would vanish again. All right. You all can head back now. Be good and obedient, Chen Qiu said with a gentle laugh. The little cousin, pouting, turned back repeatedly as she led the younger ones away. After walking a few meters, she paused to look back, only continuing when Chen Qiu waved his hand encouragingly. Chen Qiu found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Extinguishing his cigarette, he opted not to take Zhou Ming too far away, choosing instead to remain in place. Ming Ming, do tell me, what is really going on? Chen Qiu turned to face her, his expression growing serious. Throughout the journey, Chen Qiu had pondered this matter, contemplating its underlying reasons, yet he could not arrive at a rational conclusion, for any answer seemed illogical. Chen Qiu, what does Nanzhi mean to you? Zhou Ming could not restrain herself from asking. Yet, as the question slipped from her lips, a pang of pain pierced her heart. Why do you ask such a thing? Chen Qiu inquired, taken aback and bewildered. Wasn't she, as Nanzhi's close friend, fully aware of her feelings for Su Xiaopeng? Over the past 3 years, Nanzhi had transitioned from heart-wrenching despair to gradual improvement, though she occasionally called out Su Xiaopeng's name in her dreams. Have you ever considered that perhaps Nanzhi actually? Zhou Ming's words were abruptly halted, as she longed to express that Nanzhi harbored feelings for Chen Qiu. But this stubborn individual simply refused to acknowledge it. Without encountering the southern wall, one remains oblivious to the pain. Perhaps, in accordance with Xia Nanzhi's original intentions, she never contemplated the gravity of the consequences. She may have always believed that, following the established trajectory, even with a contract binding her to Chen Qiu, they would host a celebration in the village and eventually become husband and wife. She is akin to a wounded hedgehog, harboring affection for Chen Qiu yet curling up defensively. She never intended to inflict harm upon him. She merely sought to shield herself from further pain, desiring more time to tend to her wounds. Yet, paradoxically, she propelled the situation into a different extreme. Were it not for Chen Qiu's departure, were it not for the revelation of Jiang Miaoi's circumstances, she would have only tightened her embrace around herself, retreating into her own world, never to acknowledge nor yield. What exactly? Chen Qiu inquired, perplexed. Zhou Ming was immediately enveloped in a profound silence. She yearned to speak but hesitated. The reason for her reluctance was quite simple. Firstly, it was due to Xia Nanzhi's forthcoming intentions, and secondly, because of her own feelings. Ming, did her family impose such overwhelming pressure that she felt compelled to seek me out? Did she wish for my assistance in shielding her from her family? And then, Chen Qiu's words trailed off, yet his meaning was unmistakable. In this matter, he bore no blame towards Xia Nanzhi, for from the very beginning, it was his fault. He had clung to the sole straw of hope in his despair. Chen Qiu, are you a fool? Nanzhi has long since let go of Su Xiaopeng in her heart. You are the only one she truly cares for. Do you not realize this? Zhou Ming screamed internally. On the day of Grandpa Xia's birthday banquet. Do you know what she did? She rushed out and ended up sending Su Xiaopeng to the hospital. Zhou Ming's chest heaved with indignation, and she could no longer restrain her words. Had this been Xia Nanzhi, she might have remained silent, but given her character, she could not endure such a misapprehension. What are you saying, Ming? Chen Qiu was momentarily taken aback, his hand pausing mid-motion as he reached for a cigarette. After revealing the truth, Zhou Ming's emotions surged forth like a burst dam. Chen Qiu, you too. After 3 years, you still do not understand Nanzhi well enough. When you left the Xia family in Lu City, she spent several days at the police station due to the incident. She nearly faced severe consequences, and upon her release, she did not return home, nor utter a single word to her family. Instead, she rushed straight to Jinling to find you. But because of Jiang Miaolin, she cowered and dared not meet you. Did you even know this? If Xia Nanzhi had been a bit softer or more playful, this misunderstanding might never have escalated to this extent. Chen Qiu, you truly, regardless of the situation, have indulged Xia Nanzhi. You coddled her for 3 years. And now look, she has collided headfirst into calamity. Contemplating their tumultuous affair, Zhou Ming felt herself spiraling into madness, utterly overwhelmed. Ming, was this conveyed to you by her? Or is it merely your own conjecture? Chen Qiu couldn't help but frown slightly as he took a deep drag from his cigarette. When it comes to understanding, Chen Qiu's insight into Xia Nanzhi is no less than that of Zhou Ming. 3 years of meticulous attention has granted him profound knowledge of her. He does not doubt that Xia Nanzhi was the one who crashed into Su Xiaopeng, for he knows she has always been reckless. Xia Nanzhi is akin to an irritable hedgehog, typically yielding to gentleness but resistant to force. Particularly after experiencing grievances, she would confront others defiantly. No matter how wrong she feels or how much she is misunderstood, she refuses to utter even a single word of explanation. But what could be her motive for colliding with Su Xiaopeng? Surely it cannot be said that she harbors feelings for him? No, that is unlikely. It is more probable that she stood up for her father upon witnessing Xia Qinggong's anger at that moment. Just then, Chen Qiu caught a glimpse of a fleeting figure from the corner of his eye. As he turned, their gazes met, 2 pairs of eyes locking in mutual understanding. Her eyelids were tinged with red, and she sniffled, struggling to hold back the tears that threatened to fall. Chapter 51. The End. Xia Nanzhi pouted playfully. Zhou Ming followed Chen Qiu's gaze and turned to behold a graceful figure, though they were separated by a distance of 20 to 30 meters. It felt as if a rift in time and space lay between them. Xia Nanzhi sniffled again, her steps coming to an abrupt halt, despite her desire to rush forward. The agonizing pain in her heart rendered her immobile. Before seeing Chen Qiu, She had never anticipated his return, especially not on this day, her birthday. After a momentary pause, the tears she had been holding back could no longer be contained, cascading down her cheeks. Yet, she masked her disarray with her footsteps. The photographs tucked away in Chen Qiu's private space, along with the messages on WeChat, had elucidated his emotions for her. Chen Qiu was not one to frivolously share his affections. On the contrary, his love ran deep. However, it was precisely this profound devotion that placed an immense weight upon Xia Nanzhi's shoulders. Even though she was confident and proud, stubbornly resolute once she set her mind to something, she did not seek sympathy nor charity. The living cannot compete with the ethereal beauty of the deceased. Yet if she were to abandon her last vestiges of confidence and pride, victory would be even more elusive. Chen Qiu, you have arrived? In just a few short steps? Xia Nanzhi's demeanor quickly regained its composure. A gentle breeze tousled the wisps of hair at her temples, imparting her with an air of warmth, accentuating her beauty as if she were a living poem. Yes, I have arrived. Happy birthday, Chen Qiu replied with a smile, nodding in her direction. Although she endeavored to conceal her emotions, the brilliant tear streaks illuminated by the sunlight on her fair visage were unmistakable, resembling glimmering jewels. Thank you, Xia Nanzhi said, returning his smile. Amid Zhou Meng's astonished gaze, she jested, why did you come alone? Where's Jiang Miolin? Chen Qiu nearly choked on his words, perplexed by her inquiry. It was her birthday. How could he have brought Miolin along? That would have felt inappropriate. Miolin has gone home. As she has been out for several days and needs to return, he explained, then casually shifted the topic. Nanzhi, thank you for taking care of my grandfather. I know you brought him to Luqing for treatment and enlisted the best doctors. It must have cost quite a bit. Please send me the bill, and I will repay you once I earn some money. With both his mother and grandparents in Luqing, Chen Qiu felt it was too complicated to send them back. Consequently, he found himself indebted to the Xia family once more. Do you really owe me so little? This is insignificant, Xia Nanzhi chuckled. She still vividly recalls the night when Chen Qiu proposed divorce, a night filled with impatience and madness, nearly driving her to the brink of insanity. She had never envisioned that Chen Qiu would wish to part ways, nor had she considered that the one occupying his heart was not herself. If she were to return to that fateful evening, the pain would still resonate within her. However, she would no longer be so confrontational. All her inquiries directed at Chen Qiu that night, and the act of locking him inside their home, stemmed from her desire to prevent his departure. Yet he still chose to leave. Each matter must be addressed on its own terms. Debts must be repaid. Tomorrow, I shall journey to the capital, for a company awaits to sign me. I shall repay this in post-haste, Chen Qiu declared earnestly. Even if Xia Nanzhi truly had sent Su Xiaoping to the hospital, their relationship had already concluded. Moreover, Chen Qiu's remaining life harbored other aspirations. Jiang Miaoyi was the one who transformed his existence. Without her, he would have descended into perpetual despair. The events of his family's past were not the root of his despondency. The burdens left by his father amounted to mere fleeting concerns. His 3 significant ventures into the world, one to settle debts, another to cover Jiang Miaoyi's medical expenses, and the third, which is now upon him, were pivotal. He was never meant to belong to this realm. After enduring heart-wrenching anguish in a previous life, he succumbed to despair, resulting in a drastic shift in his artistic expression. Both his melodies and lyrics became suffocatingly oppressive, leading to his own collapse and subsequent banishment from the entertainment industry. The reason was not obscure. His songs were deemed lethal. Were he truly a product of this world, how could he have possessed such youthful brilliance? How could he, at the tender age of 4, have borrowed 1,000 from creditors, ultimately amassing a substantial sum to settle his family's debts? Money had never been his concern. Yet his life was indeed fraught with turmoil. This tumultuous existence mirrored both his past and present. Across 2 lifetimes, he had lost 2 individuals far more significant than his own life. Are you really leaving for the capital tomorrow? Won't you stay a couple more days? Xia Nanzhi's breath caught momentarily, but she soon regained her composure, her radiant smile unwavering. Indeed, I have barely a few coins to my name. Not even enough to purchase a cigarette, Chen Qiu jested. You have been spoiled by my father, indulging in such expensive habits. Since you're here, why not join us for dinner? How did you arrive? Xia Nanzhi inquired curiously. I rented a car and drove over, Chen Qiu replied, glancing toward an aging Volkswagen from over a decade ago. Very well. Later on, I shall have my father prepare a box for you to take back to your vehicle. Xia Nanzhi nodded enthusiastically. Chen Qiu's affinity for vehicles was something she had always understood. He never indulged in extravagance, as long as the means of transportation was functional. His expenditures were minimal, primarily directed toward her or his family. After learning about the Chen family's past, she had remained genuinely curious about how Chen Qiu managed to navigate such challenges. Moreover, it is not solely her. Even Jiang Miaoi remarked in the videos recorded during her lifetime that Chen Qiu appeared to be far more haggard than one would expect of her peers. Tracing the timeline, Chen Qiu's weariness commenced when the Chen family encountered their calamity. Logically, one would assume that after resolving the family's troubles, Chen Qiu's circumstances would improve significantly. Yet, this was not the case for Chen Qiu. Following the repayment of debts, it was, in fact, the onset of her despondency. It took Jiang Miaoi over a decade, culminating in a severe illness of her own, to fully awaken Chen Qiu and instill a sense of fear within her. Chen Qiu's existence spanned 2 lifetimes, languishing for decades. But after enduring 3 years alongside Xia Nanzhi, she finally began to regain her strength. Nanzhi, I was merely jesting earlier. There is no need for such formality. Chen Qiu chuckled. Take it if I offer it to you. You never showed such politeness when father used to give you cigarettes. Xia Nanzhi shot him a playful glare, laced with a hint of affection. Yet that glance left Chen Qiu momentarily speechless. Chapter 52. Mother, how can you say such a thing? At the outset, the male protagonist's past life is finally revealed, thus a brief explanation is warranted. 1. In his previous life, the male protagonist was a music deity. After his reincarnation, he resolved familial matters, and during the early 2000s, the sheer terror of billions in funds was palpable, primarily amassed through song sales. However, the copyright landscape of that era was not as formidable as it is 2 decades later, particularly when bulk purchases were involved, leading to further price reductions. Consequently, the protagonist sold nearly all of his songs during that time. 2. Following Jiang Miaoi's incident, all her medical expenses were covered by the protagonist. After selling another batch of songs, he found himself nearly depleted of resources. 3. Although the protagonist does not place great value on money, he can indeed produce funds when necessary. Prior to this, he refrained from debuting, primarily due to emotional turmoil and the heavy nature of his music. As a former music deity, he found it beneath him to utilize other songs for personal gain, thus choosing to forge his own path. It was only upon the completion of his song October 17th that he devoted 2 lifetimes to returning to his true self. Divider, in the Xia family's modest courtyard, the younger cousin, accompanied by a gaggle of children, frequently glanced back. The trio of Chen Qiu and the others trailed behind, maintaining a distance of over 10 meters as they made their way to the courtyard entrance. Cici, what are you up to? You're acting as if you're a thief. Have you engaged in some mischief and been chased off? Xia Chengong queried in exasperation. Uncle, sister, brother-in-law has returned, the younger cousin announced while peering into the bustling courtyard, though her gaze remained fixated on Chen Qiu. What? Who has returned? Xia Chengong exclaimed, momentarily caught off guard, causing the cigarette dangling from his lips to fall to the ground. Brother-in-law, the younger cousin eagerly responded. With a loud crash, a chair toppled over as Xia Chengong, clad in an apron and bloodied from slaughtering chickens, rushed out. He glanced in the direction of the younger cousin's gaze and spotted Chen Qiu and Xia Nanzhi returning, while Zhou Ming stepped aside to fetch a cake. Mother-in-law, come quickly, Chen Qiu has returned. Xia Chengong called out to the courtyard. Chen Qiu has returned? Xia Limei was taken aback, hastily setting down her cooking fire and joining Gao Yulan to head out. At that moment, grandfather Chen Jijun was recuperating at the hospital, accompanied by his wife and Xia Zhangwo, and would return later. Given that Chen Jijun had suffered from chronic ailments for decades, it was unrealistic to expect a swift recovery. Thus, his hospital visits focused on rehabilitation, occurring once a day for several hours. Mother, Chen Qiu called out towards Xia Limei, but upon noticing the eager expressions of Xia Chengong and Gao Yulan, he found himself at a loss for how to address them, uncertain whether to adhere to the past or to refer to them as uncle. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qiu ultimately decided to call out Uncle Xia. However, the moment the name Xia slipped from his lips, he was pinched sharply by Xia Nanzhi, causing him to wince in pain and lean slightly to one side. Goodness. Chen Qiu had only returned for a day, and he was already set to leave for the capital the following day. Xia Nanzhi took the initiative to address Xia Limei. Oh, weren't you supposed to go directly? Why have you returned? Xia Limei inquired of Chen Qiu. She was acutely aware of the delicate atmosphere, as a mother. She longed to see her son, yet she wished for Chen Qiu not to appear at this moment. The reason was quite simple. Their current relationship was precarious. She understood the significance of Jiang Miaoi in her son's heart, but she also recognized that Xia Nanzhi genuinely cared for him. The reason she agreed to come was twofold. First, Xia Nanzhi had accepted Jiang Miaoi's presence, which could potentially alter their relationship. Second, as a mother, she sought to contemplate a way to navigate this situation. After all these years, it was time for Chen Qiu to move on. Mom, what do you mean by that? If you can be here, why can't I? Chen Qiu rolled his eyes in exasperation. However, the way Xia Nanzhi addressed him set the tone for the situation, and he felt obliged to maintain decorum to avoid making everyone uncomfortable. Moreover, over the past 3 years, he had indeed benefited greatly from the Xia family. Whether it was Xia Qinggong or Bai Yueguang, Xia Zhengwo, or the others, they had all treated him with kindness. Despite the vast chasm in wealth and status between them, no one in the Xia family regarded him as an outsider. Dad, Mom, Chen Qiu called out to the two of them. Xia Qinggong's heart fluttered, and the tension he had felt finally eased. Earlier, he had genuinely feared that Chen Qiu would address him as uncle, although he knew that matters wouldn't progress so swiftly. Such a formality would have overwhelmed him. Chen Qiu, your timing is impeccable. Your father brought back a box of crabs. Would you like to help prepare them? Bai Yueguang approached with a smile, welcoming him. It was not that she wanted Chen Qiu to dive into work immediately. Rather, she hoped to engage him in some activity to restore the familiar atmosphere and alleviate any awkwardness. Chen Qiu's departure had signified his desire to sever ties with the Xia family, so pretending that nothing had occurred was undoubtedly the best course of action. All right, I'll help, Chen Qiu replied with a cheerful nod. He greeted his aunt and uncle, as well as his other relatives, who all responded with smiles. Ultimately, his gaze settled on his younger cousin, and he cheerfully said, "Cici, I have some things in the car. Would you like to come with me to fetch them? I bought a lot of delicious food for dinner." His younger cousins all nodded enthusiastically, their faces alight with joy, especially his little cousin, who was nearly in tears from laughter. Chen Qiu's words signified that he truly intended to stay. Yet, his little cousin was merely 15, playful and carefree, and she did not understand the complexities of the situation at hand. Mom and Dad, Chen Qiu and I are going to the car to retrieve something. Xia Nanzhi called out to the two, deliberately avoiding any inquiry directed at Chen Qiu. She understood that should she pose a question, Chen Qiu would undoubtedly decline her request, and she wished to spare her the chance to refuse. Go on, Xia Qinggong sighed in relief, smiling, as they observed the retreating figures. A collective sense of relief washed over the onlookers. The matter concerning Chen Qiu was known even to the aunts and uncles, and upon learning of it, they were at a loss as to how to proceed. Even now, as elders, they could only let events unfold naturally. Unable to impose any pressure on Chen Qiu or provide substantial assistance to Xia Nanzhi, everything hinged on her own actions. Mother-in-law, please do not worry too much. Let the children handle their own affairs. If all else fails, we shall find a way for Nanzhi to conceive first. Once a child is on the way, the situation will likely resolve itself. Both young hearts hold affection for one another. It is merely fate that has intervened, and we are powerless to alter it. Xia Qinggong turned to the visibly anxious Xia Lime and sighed. Let us hope for a smooth resolution. Chapter 53. Zhou Ming. Can it really be played this way? Chen Qiu, as was her custom over the past 3 years, sat on a low stool in the small courtyard, diligently attending to the crabs nestled within the foam box. Before her sat Xia Qinggong, the billionaire CEO, equally unperturbed as he butchered a chicken on another low stool, indifferent to the pungent odor of poultry that clung to him. At his level, he could easily have enlisted the help of local merchants to handle such tasks. However, the essence of life lies in personal involvement. He would never deign to perform such menial tasks in someone else's home. Yet, when it came to a family gathering to celebrate Xia Nanzhi's birthday, it was all about the ambience, a joyful unity. Dad, why do you keep staring at me? Chen Qiu asked, feeling somewhat uneasy under his gaze, bemused by the situation. The glint in Xia Qinggong's eyes mirrored that of his younger cousin, one of both concern for Chen Qiu's departure and delight in the moment. Nothing. Nothing at all, Xia Qinggong coughed awkwardly, rubbing his nose. His earlier gaze, if directed at a girl on the street, would undoubtedly have raised suspicions, perhaps even eliciting a call to the authorities. Chen Qiu, do you need any assistance over there? Xia Nanzhi inquired, drawing closer. Having been pampered by Chen Qiu and never having engaged in cooking, she had only ever helped with the washing, and often Chen Qiu wouldn't even allow her that. She had grown weary of this dynamic. Chen Qiu's unexpected return was indeed a surprise, but a welcome one. She yearned for Chen Qiu to witness her transformation, to see the brilliance she possessed. I'm nearly finished here. It's all good, Chen Qiu replied, shaking her head. The crab claws, though secured with rubber bands, still posed a certain risk. At that moment, the primary task at hand was merely to clean the crabs thoroughly. Oh, Xia Nanzhi nodded, choosing to ignore Chen Qiu's words as she settled directly in front of her. Despite half a box of crabs and shrimp remaining, Chen Qiu insisted on downplaying the task. Even though she was well aware of Chen Qiu's tendencies, a smile tugged at her lips. Ming, why are you just standing there? Come over and help. Otherwise, you'll be left without dinner tonight. Xia Nanzhi beckoned. Zhou Ming, upon hearing this, immediately grasped her intent to serve as a soap to prevent Chen Qiu from dismissing her. If it were just Xia Nanzhi sitting there, Chen Qiu would undoubtedly not impose any duties upon her. But with Zhou Ming present, the dynamic shifted, and Chen Qiu would have no choice but to acquiesce. Chen Qiu, why did those ancient people not indulge in such delectable seafood? Zhou Ming asked as she donned rubber gloves, scrubbing the crabs while seeking conversation. Truth be told, she was quite curious about the matter, but had always been too lazy to search the internet for answers. The reason was simple. Firstly, seafood is notoriously difficult to preserve. If it remains dead for too long, it becomes quite odorous. Secondly, the preparation of many seafood dishes requires substantial seasonings, and during that time, the prices of oil, salt, and spices often exceed the cost of the food itself, making it unaffordable even for fishermen. Thirdly, seafood is exceedingly high in protein, which can lead to a quick return of hunger after consumption. Chen Qiu remarked. Oh. Zhou Ming nodded, her expression one of understanding. In truth, the ancients were not averse to consuming such delicacies. Rather, if given a choice, they would prefer richer foods like pork belly. Chen's younger cousin interjected, brother-in-law. They must have been quite foolish. Sea fish is so delicious, why not catch and eat it fresh? Moreover, some sea fish and shrimp can be consumed raw. Chen Qiu laughed and rolled his eyes, casting a glance at her. Cici, it seems you are the one who is foolish. His cousin puffed her cheeks in indignation. Hands on her hips, playfully retorting, brother-in-law, I've improved my exam scores again. How could I possibly be foolish? Chen Qiu chuckled. Cici, you claim that those delectable sea fish are primarily deep-sea varieties, but under the conditions of the ancients, how could they possibly catch them? The deep-sea fish they encountered were mostly dead, floating on the surface and already foul for several days. Sea fish could only be preserved for half a day on board, and what we consider coastal waters today were regarded as deep seas back then. With their reliance on paddles, how far could they venture in a day? Listening intently, the cousin nodded in comprehension, then playfully tapped her head as if a light had turned on. All right, off you go to play. We are quite busy here. Chen Qiu handed her 2 red bills with a smile. Thank you, brother-in-law. I'll go buy milk tea for you. She gleefully accepted the money and dashed off with a group of young children. Cici, how can you forget your sister now that you have a brother-in-law? What about me? Your Mingming's sister? Zhou Ming called after her. I know. The cousin's voice drifted back from outside, somewhat dismissive, prompting Zhou Ming to roll her eyes in response. Alas, Xia Nanzhi accidentally pricked her finger on a sharp shrimp head. Even though she wore thick rubber gloves for washing dishes, the sharp edge pierced through, injuring her finger. Zhou Ming turned in shock, witnessing Xia Nanzhi hastily remove the glove, pinching her left index finger. Though blood did not immediately surface, she managed to squeeze it out. Zhou Ming was utterly astonished. Wow, who knew it could be played this way? Nanzhi, what happened? Xia Mei, nearby, reacted most strongly, quickly inquiring. Their proximity meant it was merely a matter of turning to each other. Mom, I'm fine. I'll just handle this, Xia Nanzhi replied. Xia Nanzhi continued to press her fingers, allowing the crimson blood to flow profusely from the wound, increasing in volume. Suddenly, she rose abruptly, turning to walk into the old house, insisting that she would handle it herself. Chen Qiu quickly urged her to sit down, removing her gloves to retrieve the first aid kit. Though Xia Nanzhi might not know the precise location of the kit, given that their home housed several, each containing different supplies, Chen Qiu, having spent 3 years in the Xia household, was certainly aware of this detail. Before long, she emerged with the first aid kit in hand. Chen Qiu meticulously sanitized Xia Nanzhi's finger with cotton swabs dipped in iodine and alcohol, aware of the risk of tetanus from the seafood injury, which could lead to a high probability of mortality if infected. Xia Nanzhi extended her finger, watching intently as Chen Qiu diligently disinfected the wound, a smile curving at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 54. What are you two winking at? Gao Yulan, observing the scene from behind, couldn't help but chuckle lightly, shaking her head before returning to prepare dumplings with Xia Mei. Her daughter had finally gained some insight. Indeed, this was a positive development. However, Had she only awakened to her understanding 6 months earlier, right after obtaining their marriage certificate, matters would not have spiraled into such complexity. On the side, Zhou Ming was frantically winking at Xia Nanzhi, sending her silent signals. Zhou Ming, wow, Nanzhi, your tactics are quite profound. Xia Nanzhi, there is no other way. Without a little strategy, how could he fall into the trap? Zhou Ming, doesn't your hand hurt? Xia Nanzhi, not at all. You should give it a try. Zhou Ming, no, thank you. In truth, if one were to accidentally get pricked or cut, the sensation of pain would not be as pronounced. However, the deliberate act made all the difference. It was akin to receiving an injection. When one looks away, it doesn't hurt, but when one observes, the pain seems magnified. Nanzhi, what are you two winking at? Chen Qiu inquired, looking up in confusion. Nothing at all, Xia Nanzhi replied, feeling as though she had just been caught in the act, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. Chen Qiu applied a waterproof band-aid to her finger with meticulous care, ensuring it adhered perfectly without any edges curling up. The difficulty in placing a band-aid on a finger is considerable. If applied too tightly, circulation is compromised, while a loose application results in it falling off easily. Especially when an imperfectly placed band-aid causes peeling, it can truly test one's patience. There we go. This should suffice. It's essentially problem-free now. Although this is a waterproof band-aid, do avoid water for now, Chen Qiu advised. Xia Nanzhi nodded in agreement. For some reason, Chen Qiu always felt a peculiar illusion, as if, after a brief separation, Xia Nanzhi had become remarkably more obedient. Much like a little stray cat that, after being abandoned, returns home transformed. Your Allah, the great general of milk tea has returned. Hurry. Come to pay your respects to the great general of milk tea. Xia Nanzhi's little cousin rushed in, a cloud of dust on her face, as if she had just taken a tumble. Bow your head. Do you believe I could knock your head off? Auntie Air scolded playfully, waving the rolling pin in her hand. They were preparing such a large quantity of dumplings for 2 reasons: to enjoy some tonight and to take along when departing from Luchan. Otherwise, there would be no need to make so many. Brother-in-law, Mom is scolding me again. Boo! The little cousin quickly hid behind Chen Qiu, her voice quavering. Xia Qigong, washing chicken intestines while smoking a cigarette, nodded in agreement. Indeed, you deserve a scolding. The little cousin, feeling aggrieved, shot him a glare. Uncle, you're actually siding with my mom? How could I bring you milk tea? Xia Qigong, I take back what I just said. Our CC is such a good girl. Just as the little cousin displayed a glimmer of joy, bolstered by the support of Chen Qiu and Xia Qigong, who made her feel fearless even against her mother. Xia Qigong pivoted the conversation. CC may be good, but she certainly has an unrefined appearance. Do not blame yourself. If blame is to be assigned, let it be directed toward the genes of our venerable Xia family. Unlike your sister, I have turned out this way, yet she manages to resemble your aunt so remarkably. In an instant, my little cousin was in a frenzy, rushing forward as if to scratch someone, prompting Xia Qigong to hastily brandish a chicken intestine, which terrified her into retreating, filling the small courtyard with peals of laughter. As November dawned, even though Luqing is a southern city, darkness fell rather swiftly. Around 5 in the evening, Xia Jiangwo drove home with Chen Jijun and the others. Despite his advancing years, he navigated the roads without issue. Upon entering, their eyes immediately settled on Chen Qiu. While Chen Jijun and his wife beamed with joy at the sight of Chen Qiu, Xia Jiangwo and his wife were equally delighted, though they also let out a long sigh of relief. During Chen Qiu's absence, Xia Jiangwo had refrained from discussing the matter with anyone in the village. Whenever anyone inquired, he simply stated that Chen Qiu was busy with matters. He cherished this granddaughter-in-law dearly. The thought of losing her brought him great unease. Grandma, you're back, Chen Qiu called out while stirring a dish. With those 2 titles, she addressed all 4 of them at once. Chen Qiu, Nanzhi mentioned that you were heading to the capital tomorrow? Xia Jiangwo inquired as he approached. Chen Jijun, having just completed his recuperation, though his legs had improved significantly, still relied on a cane, and it was Xia Qigong who quickly ushered him inside. Indeed, I have an appointment with some parties in the capital to discuss terms and subsequently sign a contract, Chen Qiu explained, busying herself in the kitchen. Oh, what sort of contract? Xia Jiangwo asked, pulling out a packet of cigarettes and offering one to Chen Qiu, who was taken aback and almost ceased her cooking, only to be reassured by Xia Jiangwo to continue, as he lit it for her. There is a record company interested in signing me, and the conditions are quite favorable. I wish to occupy myself with something, so I'm leaning in that direction, Chen Qiu elaborated. Why not sign with Nanzhi's company? Isn't her company also involved in the entertainment industry? Xia Zhengwo queried, puzzled. If Chen Qiu were to sign with Xia Nanzhi's company, her escape would be impossible, and their opportunities for interaction would multiply. Grandpa, it's different. Nanzhi focuses on the film and television aspect, which is not the same as music. The entertainment industry, as it stands, primarily pertains to Nanzhi's domain, Chen Qiu replied. In the past, music was distinctly separate from film. However, with the explosion of numerous variety shows, the two have intertwined into a singular realm where musicians and actors alike must leverage this convergence for profit. Is it that Nanzhi cannot manage it? Xia Zhengwo persisted, still unconvinced. It's not that she cannot, it's about resources. The companies I am negotiating with are either leading domestic firms or international heavyweights in the music industry. The resources and channels they possess are, naturally, incomparable, Chen Qiu responded with a smile. He comprehended the intentions of Xia Zhengwo, yet found himself unable to comply. For many years, Jiang Miolin had merely been a minor internet celebrity, concealing her musical talents as she awaited his resurgence. Now that he had finally emerged, he was determined to elevate Jiang Miolin to fame across the vast expanse of the land. Given his capabilities, achieving this was not particularly daunting. Well then, shall we indulge in a couple of drinks this evening? Xia Zhengwo could only pose this inquiry. Certainly. Chen Qiu nodded in agreement. As a sumptuous feast was laid out before them, the atmosphere in the small courtyard returned to its usual warmth and joy, especially since it was also Xia Nanzhi's birthday, making the gathering even more vibrant. Nanzhi, happy birthday, Chen Qiu beamed at her. Thank you, Xia Nanzhi replied, her lovely face illuminated by the flickering flames in the darkness, her smile blooming like a flower. With her fingers intertwined, she gently closed her beautiful eyes, silently making a wish, with her heart yearning solely for Chen Qiu. Meanwhile, at the Jiang residence. Chapter 55, Spending the Night at My Home. Jiang Miolin assisted her mother, Jiang Xiaoxiao, in preparing dinner. As they sat down to eat, Jiang Xiaoxiao had gone to great lengths to prepare a sumptuous meal, having purchased numerous ingredients during Miaolin's absence. Despite the fact that there were only the two of them at home, the atmosphere was warm and inviting. Although Gao Yulan had invited her over, Jiang Miolin chose to return home instead. Miolin, make sure to eat well. You're heading to the capital tomorrow. Why rush back so frantically today? Jiang Xiaoxiao inquired as she served Miolin some dishes. In the brightly lit dining room, the light illuminated their heads and cast a glow on a photograph displayed on the sideboard, which captured a moment of their family of four. My brother-in-law had some matters to attend to, so I returned with him, Miolin explained. Mom, we might not be back for several months after this trip to the capital. Do you have enough money in your account? I can transfer you some more. Not to worry. I don't need much for myself, Jiang Xiaoxiao replied, maintaining her usual demeanor, though a hidden sorrow lingered in her eyes. Besides, I still haven't spent the money you sent me last time. Mom, what's wrong? Why do you have that expression? Miolin asked, somewhat puzzled. Jiang Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head with a smile. It's nothing. I just miss your sister. Setting down her chopsticks, Miolin embraced her mother tenderly, saying softly, Mom, I'm still here. I will take good care of you in place of my sister. Jiang Xiaoxiao returned the embrace, letting out a deep sigh within her heart. Although she had reconciled with Gao Yulan and had found her biological parents, the truth remained unspoken to her daughter. If Miolin were to find out, Chen Qiu would inevitably learn as well, and no one could predict the outcome. Based on her understanding of Chen Qiu, it was highly probable that he would distance himself from everyone, including Jiang Miolin, not wanting to put them in a difficult position. After all, once Miolin acknowledged her relatives, any interactions Chen Qiu had would become complicated, caught between the Xia family and her grandparents. Even without Gao Yulan's plea to keep this secret for now, Jiang Xiaoxiao would have never disclosed it to her daughter, as it would ultimately complicate matters for Chen Qiu. Mom, I want to sleep with you tonight, Miolin said, holding her mother close. You, at your age, why are you still acting like a child? Jiang Xiaoxiao chuckled at her daughter's request. Miolin stuck out her tongue playfully. No matter how old I get, I will always be a child in your eyes. Jiang Xiaoxiao laughed gently, embracing her once more, and they continued their meal together. However, as she turned her gaze, Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes fell upon the photograph on the sideboard. The smiles of the family within the frame, especially the radiant smile of young Miaoi, lingered in her mind, leaving her unable to let go. Chen Qiu, where will you be staying tonight? You've been drinking. Don't drive. Xia Lime approached, noticing Chen Qiu standing up, and promptly admonished him. Don't worry, Mom. I know what I'm doing. I have already summoned a designated driver. Chen Qiuhua chuckled and nodded. That's good. Where will you stay tonight? Xia Lime inquired once more. Chen Qiu replied, I will head to a hotel shortly. He intended to express that even in the town, there were hotels available, and he could manage to stay there for the night without any issue. However, before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Xia Nanzhi, who assertively pulled him away. The old residence was already occupied by Xia Lime and Chen Qiu, leaving no room for others. Even if the ants returned, they would have to go back to Luqing to find accommodations. Nanzhi, what are you doing? Chen Qiu questioned, somewhat perplexed. You'll stay at my house tonight. If you go to a hotel after returning, people will surely mock you. Besides, I didn't drive here. So you can take me back, and I can ask my dad to put the cigarettes in your car, Xia Nanzhi explained. Chen Qiu looked quizzically towards the parking lot and pointed in a direction. But isn't your car over there? Xia Nanzhi retorted confidently, my second aunt needs to drive it. Chen Qiu. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Jiang Miolin calling. Brother-in-law, are you ready over there? Chen Qiu, cigarette in mouth, bid farewell to the people in the courtyard while walking towards the car. I'm all set here. I'm heading to a hotel. Jiang Miolin quickly replied, brother-in-law, why not come stay at our house? We have empty rooms, and it would be convenient for us to set off together in the morning. Chen Qiu glanced at Xia Nanzhi, who stood merely a step away, feeling both helpless and amused. Yet he still declined Jiang Miaolin's offer. No. I've had quite a bit to drink. It wouldn't be that convenient to travel a few dozen kilometers with a designated driver. I'll just find a hotel in the town and stay for the night. Xia Nanzhi was behaving rather unusually today. And since Chen Qiu wished to speak with her privately, regardless of whether there was a possibility for her and Su Xiaopeng to continue, he felt it was essential to clarify their relationship for the sake of future interactions. Had it not been for his mother and grandparents being brought to Luqing, perhaps he would have never returned after leaving that day. Their relationship was merely a contract. They had coexisted for 3 years, and one night of clarity wouldn't make a difference. All right then, Jiang Miolin responded, understanding Chen Qiu's reasoning. Being in the countryside, it was indeed inconvenient to travel, especially after having consumed alcohol. Meanwhile, Xia Nanzhi was notably restrained, making an effort to avoid drunkenness. Nanzhi, the designated driver has arrived. Let us get in the car. Chen Qiu called out to her. Wait for me, Xia Nanzhi replied as she snatched the car keys from Xia Qinggong, who looked bewildered and, like a bandit, proceeded to raid his vehicle. All his fine cigarettes were swiftly transferred into Chen Qiu's car. Xia Qinggong couldn't help but cough a couple of times. Exchanging a glance with Chen Qiu, both of them at a loss for words. This audacious action left the designated driver utterly astonished. A striking beauty brazenly seized an abundance of fine cigarettes from a luxury vehicle, stuffing them into a battered Volkswagen. With a resounding thud, Xia Nanzhi firmly shut the trunk and tossed the car keys to Xia Qinggong, casually remarking, Father, weren't you planning to quit smoking? I've conveniently assisted in depleting your stock. No need for thanks. Xia Qinggong's heart sank momentarily, feeling as though his cherished comfort was slipping away. When did he ever intend to quit smoking? Dad, we're leaving, he announced. Chen Qiu chuckled softly, shaking her head as she waved him off. Indeed, when you drive to the capital tomorrow, please take it slow. Is it possible to leave the car in Luqing and return it from a different location? If so, then let us leave it here. If not, we might have to find a cart to haul it back. Chapter 56. Very well, miss. Xia Qinggong gazed at Chen Qiu with genuine concern and casually offered him a cigarette. That was indeed my intention. Hence, I purchased my flight ticket to Luqing Airport. Chen Qiu replied with a nod. From the very beginning, he had harbored such thoughts when he rented the car. He originally planned to visit his mother and grandparents before returning the vehicle to the rental agency. Numerous car rental companies on major platforms have branches nationwide, conveniently allowing for the return of vehicles at different locations. To drive back 2,000 kilometers only to return the car, followed by taking a flight to the capital, would be quite cumbersome. Fortunately, the platform he chose also had a branch in Luqing. That's splendid. What time is your flight tomorrow morning? Xia Qinggong inquired. Around 11 o'clock. But I need to be at the airport by 9, Chen Qiu responded. Traveling by plane does not save much time compared to taking a high-speed train. While the train departs as soon as one boards, flying necessitates waiting for check-in, followed by the scheduling of the flight, which may even lead to delays. I have no plans tomorrow morning. Shall I accompany you and your mother to see you off? Xia Qinggong proposed. However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, realizing he had misspoken. It may seem trivial to add an extra U in his sentence, yet it bore a significantly different meaning. It implied he was aware that Jiang Miolin would accompany Chen Qiu. Moreover, as Xia Nanzhi's father, what reason would he have to see Jiang Miolin off? Such a notion was indeed illogical. On the surface, his demeanor towards Jiang Miolin should have been one of rejection. Even hostility and alertness a father would have towards a rival for his daughter's affection. It's fine, Dad. I can go by myself. After all, it's not far from Nanzhi's villa to Gaoqi, Chen Qiu said with a smile, dismissing Xia Qinggong's suggestion. He did not dwell on his words, for he was oblivious to the underlying implications. Mom, I'm leaving. I'll call you when I arrive in the capital tomorrow, Chen Qiu called out toward Xia Limei. All right, Xia Limei nodded, watching as Chen Qiu and Xia Nanzhi departed in the car. Zhou Ming stood among the crowd, watching the vehicle drive away. However, it was too long before she received a message from Xia Nanzhi. Ming, I'm heading to the capital tomorrow. Are you coming? Zhou Ming felt a sense of exasperation. My dear miss, the capital is so vast. Do you even know where they are going? How will you find them? Xia Nanzhi replied almost instantly, just tell me whether you're coming or not. As my dear friend, you wouldn't let me venture to the capital alone, would you? You have no pressing matters to attend to anyway. Zhou Ming surrendered to her persistence and replied, all right, I'll go home and talk to my dad. If I don't give him a heads up, he'll surely be furious with me. Xia Nanzhi, okay. Message me later, and I'll book the tickets. Zhou Ming, understood. Miss, as the rental car, an old Volkswagen from over a decade ago, slowly navigated through the upscale neighborhood. It felt utterly out of place amidst the luxurious villas where only the affluent resided, with million-dollar luxury cars parked along the roadside. The chauffeur, navigating through the sprawling landscape after crossing a bridge, occasionally glanced at the two passengers in the back seat. Although seated together, they were separated by half a seat. Their interaction seemed intimate yet not overly so, as Summer Nanzhi actively engaged in conversation with Chen Qiu, sharing amusing anecdotes from her village. Such a wealthy young lady. Strikingly beautiful. Could one indeed assume she was accompanied by a mere gigolo? Despite his curiosity, the driver refrained from uttering even a single word, recognizing that while this was a mere job for him, it constituted a life for others. With a creak, the vehicle halted before the entrance of a sumptuous villa. In addition to the fare due for the ride, Summer Nanzhi generously offered a $200 tip before leading Chen Qiu into the opulent abode. The villa's grandeur was beyond the driver's wildest dreams. Even a single ornamental tree in the garden could equate to years, if not decades, of his earnings. With a click, Summer Nanzhi unlocked the door, while Chen Qiu, carrying a convenient bag filled with a change of clothes, stepped inside. The lock had long been replaced, after all. On that fateful night, Summer had secured him within by breaking the key inside the lock with her high heel. How long has it been since you last stayed here? Chen Qiu inquired as he entered, immediately detecting the faint scent of dust in the air, indicative of a prolonged absence. I've been busy lately, staying mostly at my parents' place. I suppose it's been over a month since I've returned, Summer Nanzhi casually explained, removing her high heels at the entrance to reveal her delicate, unadorned feet. Exquisite like a work of art. As she glanced down, she playfully wiggled her toes. Chen Qiu, even now, I still feel as though I'm dreaming. I never imagined that one day I would rise again, my legs regaining sensation, she murmured. Isn't that a good thing? It proves that the massages I've given you over the past 3 years have been effective, Chen Qiu chuckled, changing into his slippers, which still remained in the shoe cabinet. However, upon entering the living room, he spotted his original blanket sprawled across the sofa. Nanzhi, how did my blanket end up here? He asked, puzzled. Summer Nanzhi froze, momentarily feeling like a cat caught in the act. Instinctively, she wanted to rush over. But as she took 2 steps, she realized her predicament and felt exposed. Comprehending the situation, she relaxed and boldly replied, the blanket? I brought it out. I was lounging in the living room, engrossed in the television, too lethargic to ascend the stairs for a blanket. So I thought I might as well borrow yours for a while. Chen Qiu, feeling a bit of a headache, replied. You've let it gather dust here for over a month. What am I supposed to use tonight? Xia Nanzhi turned her head, her beautiful eyes locking onto Chen Qiu's for a fleeting moment, gazing at him intently. How about we go to my room? Chen Qiu was momentarily taken aback, assuming she was jesting. What is the matter? The upstairs window has been closed for over a month. Do you want me to help you tidy up? Xia Nanzhi felt somewhat exasperated internally, but could only nod in agreement with his words. Yes. Shall we go? With a resigned sigh, Chen Qiu rubbed his forehead and consented, following her upstairs to her room. Indeed, Xia Nanzhi's window had been left open, and the blanket was covered in a considerable amount of dust, necessitating a wash. However, as Chen Qiu was tidying up, she unexpectedly gave him a gentle push from behind. Nanzhi, what are you doing? Chen Qiu turned around, only to find that Xia Nanzhi was crawling towards him. Chapter 57. Do I love you? Why should I care? Chen Qiu was momentarily taken aback by Xia Nanzhi's unexpected action, utterly unprepared and without a reaction, as she boldly settled onto his lap, her long legs parting to create an exhilaratingly provocative pose. Chen Qiu, your face is flushed, Xia Nanzhi remarked with amusement, her gaze fixed on him. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, Chen Qiu replied, how could I not blush with such a stunning beauty perched upon my legs? Besides, it's not blushing. It's merely a surge of blood rushing to my head, a perfectly natural phenomenon. Xia Nanzhi laughed, her mirth almost whimsical. Stop trying to deny it. You are indeed blushing. Frustrated, Chen Qiu exclaimed, Nanzhi, please get off me. I am a perfectly normal man. Be careful, or I might just take advantage. Yet Xia Nanzhi continued to gaze at him intently, her laughter ringing out. Take advantage? Do you dare? Chen Qiu found himself momentarily speechless. To claim he dared was a stretch, yet to deny it would be a blow to his masculinity. Chen Qiu, do you realize this is the first time I've seen you blush in 3 years? Don't move. I must take a picture, Xia Nanzhi declared, retrieving her phone from her pocket. Chen Qiu instinctively attempted to squirm away, but she firmly sat down on his abdomen, one hand pressing against his chest, capturing the moment with her phone. Confusion clouded Chen Qiu's mind. What was Xia Nanzhi doing? Did she comprehend her own actions? Though she carried a hint of alcohol on her breath, it hardly seemed enough to intoxicate her. Click, click. Xia Nanzhi, not satisfied with just one photo, continued to snap dozens, eager to sift through them later. If she could accumulate numerous videos and photos in her private album and cloud storage, then she would certainly surpass him. She intended to capture Chen Qiu in every conceivable moment. Xia Nanzhi, are you finished? Can you please get off me now? Chen Qiu inquired, exasperated. While she was not particularly heavy, the prolonged contact began to wear on him. Beg me. Just plead, and I shall relent, Xia Nanzhi teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. She had made a concerted effort to restrain herself from inebriation, yet allowed herself to indulge just enough for this moment. For as long as she appeared intoxicated in Chen Qiu's eyes, she felt liberated to act without restraint. My dear lady, you are quite inebriated, Chen Qiu stated, smacking his forehead in disbelief. I am not drunk, Xia Nanzhi retorted defiantly. Only a drunkard would insist they are not drunk. Chen Qiu shot back, unable to hide his embarrassment. With a sense of fulfillment, Xia Nanzhi decided she had had enough and rolled over to lie beside Chen Qiu on the spacious bed, her heart brimming with contentment. One must eat a meal bite by bite and walk a path step by step. Achieving such a feat tonight is already commendable. What follows is the next step. Chen Qiu, let us part ways. Chen Qiu sat up, observing the flush on her charming face, and inquired, What? Have you not yet signed the agreement I left for you? Xia Nanzhi shook her head, replying, Not yet. I seem to have misplaced the agreement. Please draft another one by hand for me. Chen Qiu rolled his eyes and said, Do you realize how many words are in that agreement? If you want me to write it out by hand, I might need several hours. There is a computer at home. Isn't there? I could simply print a copy. However, Xia Nanzhi shook her head again, insisting, I want it handwritten. It doesn't need to be elaborate or formal. Just state that we are getting divorced. Chen Qiu remarked, Isn't that akin to playing house like children? Xia Nanzhi huffed playfully, Do I care what you think? The question marks floating above Chen Qiu's head seemed to be sprouting grass, as Xia Nanzhi's words flowed in a continuous stream, each pause altering the meaning. Nevertheless, Chen Qiu did not dwell on it. Since this was her desire, he would comply. As he rose to fetch paper and pen, a subtle smile crept across Xia Nanzhi's lips. The rationale behind her suggestion was straightforward. Did Chen Qiu not wish to move on from their relationship? Thus, she would grant him that opportunity. Regardless of how hastily the agreement was scribbled, it would ultimately signify their mutual consent, eliminating any potential issues. Yet, there was a predicament. The marriage certificate had been secured within a safe. What was the purpose of a divorce, she pondered. When the time came for her to win Chen Qiu back, only then would the marriage certificate be retrieved from the safe. Without the certificate, how could they dissolve their union? If it came to litigation, she would never agree. Furthermore, given Chen Qiu's disposition, he was not the type to initiate a lawsuit over a divorce. At most, he might occasionally suggest she visit the Civil Affairs Bureau. But she had countless excuses ready, claiming she was too busy. What could Chen Qiu possibly do about it? Moreover, as long as Chen Qiu believed they were divorced, she would have innumerable reasons to reappear in his life. Who says divorce precludes friendship? Others may think what they will, as long as she desires to act. she will certainly pursue her intentions. Nanzhi, are you truly certain that this hastiness is acceptable? Chen Qiu produced a note, presenting it before her. The content was pinned according to her wishes. The entire message was rather brief. Yes, just like that. It's quite good. Xia Nanzhi nodded affirmatively. Now, please sign. Chen Qiu handed her the pen. Just as Xia Nanzhi prepared to rise, she suddenly flopped back onto the bed, drifting off to sleep. Observing this, Chen Qiu could not help but rub his forehead, utterly speechless. It felt as though he had been playfully teased by Xia Nanzhi all evening. Confirming that Xia Nanzhi had indeed fallen asleep, Chen Qiu felt a sense of helplessness. He gently lifted her from the bed and placed her on the armchair in the room. After replacing the sheets and duvet, he returned her to the sofa, covered her with a blanket, and adjusted the air conditioning temperature. With a soft click, the lights in the room extinguished, plunging it into darkness. Yet the corners of Xia Nanzhi's mouth curled into a faint smile. She clenched her fists beneath the covers and murmured playfully, Chen Qiu, do you think you can escape? The following morning, Chen Qiu, having spent the night on the living room sofa, intended to check if Xia Nanzhi had awakened before discussing their forthcoming plans. However, after knocking on her door and receiving no response, he took his bag and departed, reassured that it was not urgent to converse today. He could simply call her later. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment of his departure, Xia Nanzhi was hidden behind the curtains on the upper floor, watching him intently. Chapter 58. Are you aware that we seem like thieves? Before departing, Chen Qiu cast a final glance at the room of Xia Nanzhi above, then entered his vehicle and drove away. This sudden action startled Xia Nanzhi, who, despite merely peeking through the curtains with one eye exposed, felt compelled to hide herself away, frightened by Chen Qiu's presence. From below, nothing appeared amiss, yet Xia Nanzhi's heart raced anxiously. Ignoring her worries, she rushed into the bathroom to freshen up, simultaneously bombarding Zhou Ming with phone calls until she roused her from slumber. Ming, don't sleep. Get up quickly. Chen Qiu has left. He has an 11 a.m. flight. And we are on the same one. Zhou Ming's drowsy and resentful voice emerged. Nanzhi, what are you doing? You're not afraid of being caught by him? As Xia Nanzhi applied her makeup, she reassured, it's fine. We are in first class, so there will be no issues. Zhou Ming lamented. You make it sound so plausible. Given Chen Qiu's character, he most likely only booked economy class. It's improbable he would splurge on first class. Xia Nanzhi replied, exactly. Moreover, first-class passengers use the VIP passage, making it even less likely we would encounter him. Ming, hurry up. Put on some makeup. Wear a mask and a hat to conceal yourself. Even if there's a 1 in a million chance, we cannot allow him to discover us. Zhou Ming, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, Nanzhi, do you realize we resemble thieves in this situation? Xia Nanzhi responded, we are indeed acting like thieves. Quickly now. I'm almost ready, and we'll drive over to pick you up. Without waiting for Zhou Ming's reply, she hung up, leaving Zhou Ming no choice but to rise from her bed. After all, she was her dear friend. A friend chasing after her husband. And yet she too must endure this upheaval? What a predicament. Meanwhile, Chen Qiu first picked up Jiang Miolin, exchanging pleasantries with Jiang Xiaoxiao before departing with Jiang Miolin. They headed to return the car, with a rental drop-off point near the airport. After completing most of the formalities, the deposit was refunded on the spot, though any fines would require a 7-day wait for reimbursement through the app. Upon arriving at the airport, they waited in the departure lounge. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures, thoroughly bundled and dragging their luggage, entered the VIP passage, accompanied by flight attendants who warmly greeted them, for they were indeed esteemed guests of first class. The flight from Luqing to Jingxing would take a mere 3 hours. The airplane was scheduled to take off at 11 a.m., arriving at Beijing Daxing Airport by 2 p.m. Director, would you kindly refrain from swaying in front of me? You're making me dizzy, remarked a petite assistant in a black silk skirt, clutching her bag as she observed Chen Qiu's restless movements. As the music director of their company and the daughter of a major shareholder, Chen Qiu had been tirelessly endeavoring to recruit Chen Qiu into YU Media. However, Chen Qiu had either not responded to her messages or indicated he was still contemplating the offer. At long last, she has relented and agreed to make a trip to the capital. However, even before the plane has touched down, Chen Qiu is already in a state of anxious anticipation. She arrived at the airport an hour early, anxiously awaiting at the arrival hall. I haven't been hovering around you, Chen Qiu remarked to her assistant. Haven't you checked your WeChat step count? You should see how many steps you've taken in the past hour. Her assistant exclaimed, clearing her throat. Chen Qiu could no longer contain her impatience. The potential benefits and monetary value that Chen Qiu could generate are secondary. What truly matters is her immense talent, which Chen Qiu holds in high regard. During this period, she has listened to Chen Qiu's song October 17th countless times, and every rendition resonates with profound emotion. The music scene in Longwo boasts many exceptional songs, yet few reach such extraordinary heights. Xiaoyun, is Chen Qiu and Zhang Miaolin's flight arriving now? Are they about to land? Chen Qiu inquired after a moment's pause. Her assistant checked her phone and nodded. Yes, it should be around this time. Just as the assistant finished speaking, a plane appeared in the distance, gracefully descending towards the runway. Qinzong, that must be the one. But how can we be certain it's that flight? There are countless planes arriving and departing from Daxing Airport daily, Chen Qiu replied. I have no idea either. Perhaps you should consider getting me a pair of telescopic eyes, then I might be able to see the flight number, her assistant joked. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Qiu finally spotted two figures emerging with luggage. A tall, handsome man and a strikingly beautiful woman, clad in light blue jeans, a t-shirt, and a vest. In early November, the capital has already begun to feel the chill. Without adequate clothing, one would struggle against the city's temperature, which hovers around 10 degrees during the day. Chen Qiu? Zhang Miaolin? Chen Qiu hurried towards them and asked. Qinzong. Chen Qiu responded. It's me. Chen Qiu nodded, finally feeling a sense of relief. The assistant made a light-hearted remark. Chen Gushin, you have no idea how anxiously Qinzong has been waiting for you. She nearly dashed into the airport. Chen Qiu shot her a glance, slightly embarrassed, yet gestured for them to follow her. Come with me, please. Our company S driver is waiting in the parking lot. We still have time. Let us head to the office to discuss the terms. If all goes well, we can finalize the contract. However, the stipulation is that it will be an A-level first-tier contract for now. Should you create 2 more songs of the same caliber as October 17th, the contract can be upgraded to S-level. Moreover, our contract can be signed at any time, as it is designed for flexible upgrades. Chen Qiu nodded but replied, Qinzong, could we possibly postpone the signing for now? Upon hearing this, Chen Qiu felt a sudden jolt of anxiety and asked nervously, what do you mean? Has another company offered you better terms? Chen Qiu replied with a smile. It is not as you think. Since I have committed to coming to the capital, my primary intention is to negotiate with you. If we cannot reach an agreement, only then will I consider other options. My partner Miaolin and I have a new song ready for recording. The composition is already complete, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should be able to finish the recording quite soon. Therefore, I propose that you, General Qin, take a look at it first, and then contemplate your decision. After all, the terms you have offered are indeed quite appealing, but we currently have only one song. Listening to this, Chen Qiu finally exhaled in relief. She understood Chen Qiu's underlying concern that offering such a premier contract might lead to financial loss for the company. However, she held a different perspective. She believed that those she valued rarely posed a risk of loss. Chapter 59. A trivial matter. Nothing to worry about. Master, follow that vehicle ahead. Xia Nanzhi summoned a car, trailing behind Chen Qiu's business vehicle. Once she could ascertain which company Chen Qiu was visiting, everything else would become significantly easier. Understood. The driver was indeed perplexed, primarily due to the peculiar attire of Xia Nanzhi and Zhou Ming. Their overly concealed appearance and odd behavior led him to ponder their intentions. It was unlikely they were there to catch someone in the act, as it was rather absurd to fly in from the airport just to pursue another vehicle. Nanzhi, keep watch for a moment. I can't bear it any longer. I need to rest, Zhou Ming admitted, unable to withstand her fatigue. Although she had dozed off on the plane, it had hardly been sufficient, and her weariness only intensified. After a late night and an early morning, she had been dragged to the capital from Luqing. Xia Nanzhi nodded, feeling none of Zhou Ming's drowsiness. As long as she could confirm the company Chen Qiu was negotiating with and verify that he had signed a contract, everything else would fall into place. Investigating whether Chen Qiu had indeed signed with this company would not be overly complex. Internal news would surely leak, and the company might even have promotional material. At the very least, Xia Nanzhi could loiter outside the company for a few days to see if Chen Qiu would reappear there. However, that was the most cumbersome approach and likely unnecessary. Although her company was based in Luqing, she had several partners in the capital who could provide insights as well. As the two women removed their masks, one reclining against her seat and falling asleep while the other remained intensely focused ahead, the driver was taken aback, especially by Xia Nanzhi's visage. Even a fleeting glance in the rearview mirror would leave one utterly astonished by her beauty. Chen Qiu's business vehicle traversed the capital for over 40 minutes before halting at the entrance of Huayu Media, where a welcoming party awaited. Two lovely ladies. We have arrived at our destination. The driver turned to address the two women. Already here? Zhou Ming murmured, still evidently not fully awake, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She straightened her posture and could not help but stifle a yawn. Xia Nanzhi settled the fare but did not instruct the driver to depart. Instead, she generously offered a 500 yuan tip, requesting him to wait nearby, uncertain of how long they would be, with their luggage still in the vehicle making it impractical to leave. She figured a 500 yuan incentive would encourage the driver to remain. After all, he would hardly earn that amount in a few hours of work, and with the added bonus, he could enjoy a moment of rest, an agreeable arrangement for all. Chen Qiu, this is our company's recording studio. While it may not be the finest in the capital, many artists from our company do utilize it, Chen Qiu introduced as she led the two women to the recording studio upstairs. The company's recording studio has invested several million, which may not surpass the best, yet certainly exceeds the next. As long as the demands are not excessively stringent, it should suffice. Thank you, General Chen Qiu nodded. It is but a trifling matter. I merely hope that after you conclude your recording, you will continue to prioritize our company. Chen Qiu smiled at him and said, Chapter 60, did Chen Qiu use the wrong beat? Naturally. Chen Qiu smiled back at her. Chen Qiu turned to arrange matters in the recording studio. The accompaniment that Chen Qiu had prepared in advance had already been sent to Chen Qiu. Once everything was set, Chen Qiu gestured an okay towards Chen Qiu. The recording studio was modest in size, surrounded by soundproof foam, enveloped in an absolute silence devoid of any other sounds. Behind a large pane of glass, a sound engineer donned headphones, having already calibrated the equipment, ready to commence at any moment. Recording can be categorized into two types, dry and wet. The dry method captures sound directly from the microphone without any processing. The previous song recorded by Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin, October 17th, belonged to this category. It showcases the unique qualities of the singer's voice but simultaneously exposes flaws. Such vocals might suffice for a video song on platforms like Douyin. Yet they would be wholly inadequate for an album. The wet method, conversely, involves post-processing, enhancing the sound to make it more melodious. Prior to the session, Chen Qiu had discussed with Chen Qiu the necessity of a lyrical introduction before the accompaniment kicks in. Chen Qiu held high expectations for this song, especially considering October 17th as a stark example. If Chen Qiu's new song faltered, it would surely reflect poorly on her judgment. You are my gamble. A reckless bet solely for you. As Chen Qiu's first note of the a cappella emerged, even with Chen Qiu's anticipations, she was taken aback. This song was entirely distinct. October 17th commenced with a heavy, oppressive tone, shifted midway, and concluded with an unresolved emotional resonance, leaving one feeling as though something was amiss. In contrast, this new piece immediately elevated the pitch, creating an atmosphere of ease that coaxed a smile from Chen Qiu. At least, it was a promising start. As long as Chen Qiu sang a conventional love ballad, it wouldn't be disastrous. At the appropriate moment, Chen Qiu began signaling to the sound engineer to introduce the accompaniment, seamlessly following with the second line. Why must I be ensnared in this web, unable to extricate myself? Chen Qiu was momentarily stunned. Was Chen Qiu indeed using the wrong beat? This abrupt shift in rhythm evoked an unsettling sensation within her. It was undeniably beautiful. Yet it bore an air of chaotic madness, compelling one to glimpse the reverse. As Jiang Miaolin's voice intertwined, Chen Qiu's unease intensified, yet her spirit followed the melody. The lyrics once again transitioned into a variation. They were ostensibly cheerful, yet they bore a suffocating weight. Being the music director of a prominent Chinese media company, Chen Qiu had encountered countless individuals and listened to innumerable songs. Thus, she was acutely aware of where Chen Qiu's song was heading. If her intuition served her right, the initial two lines were indeed reversed, serving as a prelude to the narrative that was about to unfold. Chen Qiu is striving diligently to prevent her emotions from being ensnared, for she holds the position of director, and beside her are not only the sound engineer, but also a young assistant. However, as Chen Qiu and the others continued to sing, Chen Qiu's composure entirely shattered, and she could no longer contain herself. Even her body trembled in the throes of suppressed turmoil. Chapter 61. It appears that the effect has been quite remarkable. The song performed by Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin transcended mere lyrics. It was an expression of emotion. This composition, much like October 17th, rendered the words insignificant. What truly mattered was how the lyrics painted vivid imagery in the listener's mind. The most poignant aspect was the heartfelt sentiment conveyed through the song. Each inflection and cadence of their voices stirred the audience's emotions, embodying the pinnacle of musical artistry. even if the lyrics were forgotten. Everything the artists intended to communicate was wholly conveyed and fully received by the audience. Achieving such a feat requires an exceptional level of skill, and indeed, few in the entire realm of Longwa possess such capability. Those who can achieve this are renowned as the very best. Typically, a song comprises no more than 2 sections, with the first half mirroring the second to facilitate audience recall and maintain rhythmic flow. Even when the 2 halves are similar, they do not fatigue the listener's aesthetic sensibilities, as few would listen to a song repeatedly for dozens of times. However, the song by Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin was entirely different. Following a reverse sequence from the beginning, it unfolded into 3 distinct narratives, traversing from youth to middle age and finally to old age. While the accompaniment maintained a consistent rhythm, the gradual variations in tempo provided a wholly unique auditory experience. Chen Qiu had only encountered such a song once, this very one. The application of this rhythmic technique is predominantly found in classical music, which is inherently narrative, lengthy, and devoid of repetition, using melody to tell a story to the audience. In composing this piece, Chen Qiu seamlessly wove classical techniques into the fabric of the song, presenting them to the audience in the most straightforward manner. The distinction here lies in the difference between classical and colloquial language. Chen Qiu employed the poetic essence of classical literature yet articulated it in a contemporary vernacular. This is exceedingly rare and exceptionally challenging. A song that encapsulates 3 disparate yet interlinked stories, each progressing toward a climactic conclusion, is indeed a remarkable feat on the surface. The song does not evoke a sense of oppression, yet it tugs at the heartstrings at every turn, particularly as it nears its conclusion. Even with the awareness of its reverse storytelling, Chen Qiu found herself emotionally shattered. The inevitability of aging, illness, and death is a universal truth. No matter how steadfast a love may seem, the moment of parting is ultimately inescapable, and when it arrives, it is profoundly hard to accept. This song captures that essence. Gradually, Chen Qiu found herself unknowingly overwhelmed with tears, and after the song concluded, the 3 of them remained in a daze, unable to collect their thoughts. Even though the sound engineer was a professional, he too had completely forgotten his duties, utterly absorbed in the melodic enchantment. "Mr. Chen, how is the outcome?" Chen Qiu inquired as she and Jiang Miolin emerged from the recording studio, making their way to a small room adjacent to it. Chen Qiu was momentarily taken aback, yet the glistening tears still lingered upon her visage. It appears the results were quite satisfactory. Observing her current state, Chen Qiu couldn't help but chuckle softly, jesting with light-hearted banter. Chapter 62. Alas, are my tears not tears anymore? Chen Qiu, having endured the trials of his past life, is acutely aware of the sentiments harbored by the audience in the realm of music. The true test of a song's ability to resonate lies in the expressions of its listeners, which serve as the most direct and vivid manifestation of its impact. "Why does every song you produce carry this same tone?" Chen Qiu exclaimed, her frustration palpable. "Did you not request me to compose a piece akin to the quality of October 17th? Chen Qiu retorted with a chuckle. "I have delivered that. Yet you still express disdain towards my work? As a vocalist, one can explore a myriad of musical styles, however. Truly renowned artists typically confine themselves to 1 or 2 distinctive melodies. The rationale is straightforward. In this age of information overload, amidst a plethora of songs vying for attention, one must cultivate a unique and recognizable style that allows listeners to instantly identify their work. If one experiments with too many genres, it becomes overwhelming and disjointed. Even if every song is a potential hit, it becomes inconsequential if the style diverges too far from what the audience associates with you. This is akin to human nature. Each individual should possess a defined personality, yet a person who exhibits a myriad of ever-changing facades can be difficult to accept. From the outset, I sensed that your song would differ from October 17th, leaning towards a more conventional love ballad. A tinge of melancholy is permissible. After all, the market is replete with heart-wrenching love songs, and I believed you could offer a fresh interpretation. However, the outcome, you did it again. Though your song may not be as gut-wrenching as October 17th, it is hardly an improvement. The sorrow hidden within a smile is the most lethal. You are well aware of this." Chen Qiu could not help but dab at the corners of her eyes, lamenting. She understood that even without the touch of a sound engineer, the song would undoubtedly become a sensation upon its release on Douyin. It has been ages since such a quality piece emerged from Longwa, especially one crafted by the same individual in such a brief span of time. Her assertion that Chen Qiu knew how to deliver impactful narratives through his music stemmed from the way he weaved 3 stories into one cohesive love tale. ultimately ensnaring the listener in its depths. To encapsulate it in a phrase, he lures one in only to deliver a poignant blow. However, after that rendition, both Miolin and I sensed certain inconsistencies. Shall we attempt it once more? Chen Qiu inquired with a smile. If you wish to redo it, by all means. I truly cannot bear to listen any longer. I've never even experienced love. I cannot withstand such emotional torment, Chen Qiu retorted with exasperation. Chen Qiu instructed her assistant to remain here and, should any needs arise, to cooperate with Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin before turning to leave. However, the assistant was left in a state of bewilderment. If you, President Chen, find it unbearable, how can I possibly endure it? She thought, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. The sound engineer quickly regained composure, gesturing towards the two individuals re-entering the recording studio, indicating that they could commence at any moment. Yet this time, to prevent herself from becoming too immersed once more, the sound engineer found herself pinching her own arm intermittently. Chapter 63. Do you have a place to stay in the capital? The recording process for Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin proceeded smoothly, concluding after only 2 takes. However, the post-production sound editing would require additional time. Qin Shuangxue watched in her office as the two signed their contracts, and the anxiety that had lingered in her heart finally dissipated, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. For her, the most pressing concern had been the question of Chen Qiu's contractual affiliation. Jiang Miaolin's contract was classified as B-level, with the potential for future upgrades. Compared to typical singers, she was indeed in a much better position. Yet, to meet the standards of an A-level contract, there remained a considerable gap. After all, A-level contracts are reserved for top-tier artists, those boasting either significant fame or immense potential and formidable talent. While Chen Qiu could achieve such standards, Jiang Miolin still had some distance to cover, even though Chen Qiu's contract was merely A-level. The term stipulated that should he produce another song of the same caliber as October 17th, the contract could be upgraded at any time. The initial requirement was for 2 songs, but Chen Qiu had already delivered one. Chen Qiu, do you have a place to stay in the capital? If not, the company can arrange accommodations for you. We have an apartment available, in a pleasant environment, utterly tranquil, conducive to your creative endeavors, inquired Chen Qiu. For creators, a serene and suitable environment is of paramount importance. Continuous traffic noise can undoubtedly disrupt the creator's mood and diminish the inspiration that fuels their artistry. This is no trivial matter. Many remarkable songs emerge from fleeting moments of inspiration. Once missed, recalling them can be quite challenging. Then we would appreciate it if you could assist us with the arrangements. Chen Qiu responded with a smile. Certainly. Additionally, it would be beneficial for you to allocate some time in the coming days to engage in promotional activities for the company. This is primarily to enhance your visibility. Chen Qiu nodded in agreement. Given the terms of Chen Qiu's contract, providing him with a suitable living space posed no challenge. Despite the exorbitant real estate prices in the capital, the company's financial resources rendered this a trivial matter, especially considering Chen Qiu's contract was valued at 5 million. For other newcomers, attaining a contract in the million range is no easy feat. Compounded by the requirement to debut through a talent show and gain sufficient fame to amass a solid fan base. Furthermore, the company's agreement with Chen Qiu was not simply financial. It mandated that he compose at least 5 songs within a year and collaborate with the company on album promotions. Should he fail to meet this quota, he would need to produce at least 2 songs that approximated the standard of October 17th for inclusion in the album. The remainder would be under the company's direction, which would assign him tracks. Such stipulations are entirely standard in the industry. Indeed, under the circumstances, there has been a notable favoritism towards Chen Qiu. If it were anyone else, such exceptional terms would be utterly unattainable. The A-level contract, which can reach 5 million, is already quite extravagant, considering that even the top-tier celebrities only earn in the millions. Furthermore, Chen Qiu's contract is not entirely fixed. Rather, the company primarily employs a minimum guarantee agreement. Chapter 64. After being frozen for so long, she finally appeared. The amount of remuneration offered is secondary. What truly matters is the subsequent profit sharing. For other newcomers, the company must invest substantial energy and resources to nurture their growth, enabling them to generate revenue for the company. Typically, their contracts span several years, with initial losses incurred until profitability is achieved. However, in Chen Qiu's case, Chen Qiu felt that such investment was unnecessary. Given Chen Qiu's mature demeanor and adept control, the company had little to offer him. Even in terms of promotion and marketing, minimal expenditure was required, as evidenced by Chen Qiu's viral post October 17th on Douyin, which serves as a quintessential example. Chen Qiu, how about we grab a meal together? It's nearly mealtime, Chen Qiu suggested warmly. Since President Qin has extended such an invitation, we must certainly accept, Chen Qiu replied with a hearty laugh. When Jiang Miolin was with Chen Qiu, he typically orchestrated most matters, and she obediently followed his lead, having lived together for many years and knowing well that his decisions were seldom erroneous. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Or is there something specific you wish to eat? If not, we can head to a restaurant we've prearranged. I'll treat you to some local delicacies from the capital, Chen Qiu said with a smile. Except for doji, Chen Qiu suddenly recalled, hastily adding. Although the timelines of his previous and current lives are not the same, the eras and cultural customs remain remarkably similar. In his past life, he lived in the capital for over a decade and still could not acclimate to doji, which continues to haunt him in this life. Rest assured, as newcomers from out of town, I would never let you try that. If you end up disliking it, who knows how you would portray me in your minds? Chen Qiu chuckled in response, displaying her straightforward nature. As they conversed, she led Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin to exit the vehicle, the same business car that had arrived to pick them up in the afternoon, with their luggage still on board. Nanzhi, what do you think Chen Qiu has been doing for so long? Why hasn't he come down yet? As night fell, Zhou Ming and Xia Nanzhi sat by the roadside, bundled tightly in their coats, shivering. As residents of the southern city of Luqing, they were unaccustomed to winter temperatures dipping below a few degrees above zero, yet even this mild chill was enough to make Zhou Ming tremble, let alone the frigid temperatures of the capital at night. In November, the nighttime lows in the capital can plunge below zero. I have no idea. Xia Nanzhi, similarly wrapped in a coat, crouched at a distance, gazing towards the entrance of the Huayu Media Company. This was a spot she had specifically chosen to have a clear view of the company's entrance, even though they might not be able to see her from there. The driver had been accompanying them nearby for several hours. Xia Nanzhi temporarily added an extra 200, understanding that earning money is not easy, although 500 would suffice. She did not mind the additional 200. Nanzhi, they're here. They're coming, Zhou Ming exclaimed, her excitement surging as she spotted several figures emerging from the company. Thank heavens. After keeping her waiting in the cold for so long, they finally made their appearance. Chapter 65. Could it be that you misunderstood? As Chen Qiu and the others boarded the vehicle, Zhou Ming hurriedly urged Xia Nanzhi to call for the driver. The biting cold was becoming unbearable, and Zhou Ming was on the verge of despair. She harbored no regrets about accompanying Xia Nanzhi, yet she couldn't help but feel the urge to voice her grievances. Creak, a taxi swiftly appeared before the two women, promptly picking them up and accelerating in pursuit of the business vehicle. Although there was a certain distance between them, the driver had memorized some distinct features of the pursued car after trailing it for so long during the day, making it relatively easier to search on the road. Besides, with only a mere half-minute difference, the business vehicle was still navigating away from the park. Two lovely ladies, what exactly are you up to? The driver could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. He had been itching to ask this question since the afternoon, but had held his tongue until now. As he followed the business vehicle again, his confusion only deepened. He was well aware of Huayu Media, a prominent record company in the capital, renowned throughout the country. The two women had chased from the airport to the company, and now from the company out again. This was quite intriguing. If it were a case of infidelity, it would be impossible. After all, if something were amiss, it would have happened long ago, not delayed until now. This matter is rather complex, Xia Nanzhi casually explained. Upon hearing this, the driver chose not to press further. He could discern that Xia Nanzhi was not inclined to elaborate. President Qin, it seems we are being followed. The driver of the business vehicle glanced curiously into the rearview mirror and spotted a taxi that looked strikingly familiar. Being followed? Chen Qiu's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. They were not individuals of ill repute, nor had they offended anyone. The notion of being pursued seemed implausible. If anything, the same could be said for Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin. If a fan had chased them to the capital, surely they would have revealed themselves at the company's entrance and awaited a glimpse of the two. Indeed, President Qin, there is a taxi behind us that seems very familiar. I believe I saw it when returning from the airport this afternoon, the driver explained. Could it be that you're mistaken? Chen Qiu's brows furrowed momentarily, then relaxed as she dismissed the concern. After all, as she had just stated, there were countless taxis traversing the streets daily. It was improbable that one would specifically follow them. Even if there was, what would be the motive? The fare alone for such a journey from the airport to the company and now onward would be quite substantial. Perhaps I truly was mistaken. The driver scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He found the vehicle remarkably familiar. However, in the afternoon, he did not take note of the license plate. With so many cars around, he merely glanced and made a mental note. He recalled the 2 digits on the license plate of the car behind him. One was 5 and the other was 8. Yet, in the vast expanse of the capital city, vehicles bearing these 2 numbers were countless. Even reversing their order would yield entirely different combinations. Chapter 66, Approaching the Truth. As the vehicle entered the old district of the capital, it halted at the entrance of a narrow alleyway. Due to the inconvenient nature of traffic within, the chauffeur allowed them to disembark at the entrance, promising to return for them once they had dined. Chen Qiu, accompanied by her assistant, and Chen Qiu, ventured deeper into the alley. The finest dining establishments, renowned for their delectable offerings, often nestled within these urban passages, frequented predominantly by locals. The establishments that manage to earn a stellar reputation in such locales undeniably serve exquisite cuisine. In contrast, many trendy eateries are often more about allure than substance. Upon entering the restaurant, they were immediately enveloped by a warm cloud of steam. This time of year was indeed perfect for indulging in a pot of lamb hot pot. The restaurant's signature dish was not solely the lamb hot pot. It also boasted a selection of exquisite side dishes that were truly remarkable. On occasions when she dined alone, Chen Qiu often treated herself to a table here. Should solitude feel burdensome, she would invite her parents to join her. Despite navigating the treacherous waters of the entertainment industry, she found her circle of friends to be quite limited. Aware of the industry's perils, she maintained a cautious distance from its denizens. Dining for social obligations was acceptable, yet forging deep connections was another matter entirely. In contrast, Chen Qiu was different. From her initial exposure to Chen Qiu through October 17th, she had diligently gathered a wealth of information about him, particularly regarding his conduct within the production team. She was genuinely intrigued by the dynamics between Jiang Miolin and Xia Nanzhi, especially considering their striking resemblance. Furthermore, with Zhou Ming publicly accusing Chen Qiu of being a scoundrel and labeling Jiang Miolin as a mistress, the situation became quite captivating. 2 extraordinarily beautiful women, who bore an uncanny likeness to each other, appeared to be complete strangers. After all, Jiang Miaolin's sister had already passed away. Following the revelations, both Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin withdrew from the production team, with Jiang Miaolin's social media account becoming dormant and Chen Qiu's account seemingly vanishing from the internet entirely. Thus, Chen Qiu embarked on an investigation. To her astonishment, the woman featured on camera was named Xia Nanzhi. She was the owner of Nanzhi Media in Luqing and also the heiress of a successful real estate enterprise. In terms of status, Xia Nanzhi undoubtedly surpassed Chen Qiu. Yet this remarkable individual was none other than Chen Qiu's wife, legally wed. Rumor had it that Chen Qiu had remained by Xia Nanzhi's side for 3 years. 3 years prior, Xia Nanzhi had suffered a car accident that left her paralyzed from the waist down, unable to stand. It was Chen Qiu's unwavering dedication, providing her with massages day in and day out, that ultimately restored her ability to stand and regain sensation in her legs. The relationship between Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin was equally intriguing. They had known each other for years and were childhood sweethearts. One is a childhood companion who has grown up alongside him, while the other is a legally recognized wife. Undoubtedly, there lies a profound secret within this scenario. Furthermore, when considering Chen Qiu's October 17th, Chen Qiu deduces that the person occupying Chen Qiu's heart is neither of these 2 individuals, but rather the sister who has long since departed, Jiang Miolin. If it were not for her, how could Chen Qiu's October 17th evoke such heart-wrenching emotions? Little does Chen Qiu know that her casual conjecture is perilously close to uncovering the truth. Chapter 67. Upon exchanging a glance, one might instantly recognize each other. After inviting Chen Qiu and his companion to take a seat, Chen Qiu removed her outer garment and placed it on the chair beside her. Chen Qiu was not one to indulge in extravagance. Even after recently signing a contract with the company, he had no intention of treating himself to an unnecessary lavish meal. At that moment, the door curtain parted, and 2 masked women wearing baseball caps entered. They were none other than Zhou Ming and Xia Nanzhi. Upon entering the alley, they had instructed the driver to cease waiting, as they had pre-booked a room at a hotel, requesting the driver to help transport their luggage. Since their belongings contained no valuables, they were not concerned about theft. Their trip to the capital had been a spontaneous decision, prompted by Chen Qiu's visit to the ancestral home the day prior, resulting in a hasty packing of only essential items. After all, with sufficient funds, one could acquire anything they desired. Are you 2 here alone? Or do you have friends with you? Inquired the attendant at the entrance as they welcomed the two women inside. We're just the two of us. However, could we be seated in a more secluded corner? Or do you have a private room available? Xia Nanzhi asked, glancing instinctively toward Chen Qiu's table. Their eyes met with Jiang Miaolin's, who had noticed them from the entrance. Even though they were bundled up, Jiang Miaolin found them somewhat familiar, though she could not quite place why. Had it been Chen Qiu who exchanged a glance, he would have undoubtedly recognized Xia Nanzhi at once. Meanwhile, Chen Qiu was engaged in conversation with Chen Qiu regarding numerous upcoming work arrangements, such as participating in variety shows and talent competitions. Given the current season, engaging in variety shows was most advantageous, as it could enhance his popularity and attract a larger fan base. By the following spring and summer, several talent shows would emerge, providing Chen Qiu with ample options. In truth, Chen Qiu's talents did not necessitate participation in talent shows. However, this was the conventional pathway that everyone followed. Talent shows served as a singer's most significant exposure platform. Regardless of how viral one might be on Douyin, it was imperative to appear on such programs to gain recognition, as their nature was fundamentally distinct. Graduating from a talent show would pave the way for substantial backing from capital investors, propelling one to success. To secure support from investors, a singer's journey typically commenced with participation in talent shows. Once established, subsequent engagements would naturally follow. Without the groundwork laid by talent shows, it would be exceedingly challenging to gain entry into larger variety shows. Even if Chen Qiu could achieve instant fame through a hit song, it would be of little consequence without sufficient audience appeal to secure a spot on major programs. In the present day, whether one is a singer or an actor, success often requires a dual approach. While developing one's primary craft, one must also engage in various variety shows to amass wealth and fan support. From the company's perspective, if Chen Qiu were to focus solely on his musical development, it would undoubtedly be insufficient. The individuals with the highest probability of achieving fame must actively participate in variety shows, for the window of opportunity is fleeting. Even the most prominent stars may face the risk of being forgotten one day. This day could arrive in a matter of years or even decades. Amidst this contemplation, Zhou Ming, indulging in a lamb hot pot, savored the delectable flavors with fervor, as she has always been an aficionado of hot pot. And the taste at this establishment was remarkably delightful. Chapter 68. Life is but a fleeting few decades. This establishment does not serve the typical spicy soup base, yet it is remarkably flavorful. The area where they are seated is separated from Chen Qiu by a screen. It was Xia Nanzhi who was guided by the waiter to this spot, though she had wished to choose the table next to Chen Qiu, which unfortunately was already occupied. Ming, could you refrain from smacking your lips while eating? Please keep your voice down. I can hardly hear anything. Xia Nanzhi urgently kicked her under the table. Zhou Ming rolled her eyes in response, saying, Nanzhi, you are clearly blaming me for your own shortcomings. In this environment, even without my eating sounds, there would still be others talking. What can you possibly hear? Xia Nanzhi shot her a glare and insisted, I asked you to keep it down, so do so, or I'll have the waiter remove all the lamb. Although Xia Nanzhi had been quite hungry for most of the day and had only managed a couple of bites on the plane, she was far more interested in the conversations from the adjacent table than in her meal, even if the discussions held no substantial content. Even if they were merely work-related arrangements, it would bring her comfort. While waiting during the day, she had conducted some online research. Chen Qiu, as the music director for Huayu Media, was not a figure shrouded in secrecy. Her profile was readily available online, along with her own Weibo account. The fact that Chen Qiu and Jiang Miaolin were dining with Chen Qiu indicated that Chen Qiu had secured a contract, which was excellent news. This meant she could now locate Chen Qiu at a consistent venue. Any updates could be directly inquired about through Huayu Media. While this endeavor might be challenging for others, it was relatively straightforward for her, as she also owned a media company and could easily liaise with Huayu Media in her capacity as a partner. Nanzhi, you are truly heartless. I came all the way to the capital just for you, and you can't even let me enjoy a good meal? Zhou Ming lamented, her tone filled with exaggerated grievance. Yet, at that moment, she was more playful than genuinely upset, fully aware of Xia Nanzhi's feelings. Just eat. Focus on your meal. Xia Nanzhi chuckled, but before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Ming had already placed a piece of lamb into her mouth. One cannot deny that the lamb hot pot at this restaurant is exceptionally delicious. Despite all being lamb, the flavors vary dramatically depending on the broth used. Chen Qiu, are you able to drink? Chen Qiu inquired. Of course, Chen Qiu nodded. After all, he wasn't the one driving. and there were no pressing matters awaiting him upon their return. The apartment provided by the company for him in Jiangmiolin was already being cleaned, with various essentials being arranged, a process that required time. Therefore, there was no need to rush through this meal. "Waiter, bring us 2 bottles of erguo too," Chen Qiu called out. Though she belonged to the affluent class, her temperament was notably akin to that of Chen Qiu, free from excessive constraints and entanglements. Life is but a fleeting few decades. She had long since gained clarity. As long as she could live happily, what did it matter about the rest? With a soft click, Chen Qiu unscrewed the cap and filled the glasses for both herself and Chen Qiu. Chapter 69. Shall I say I learned this in a dream from an old man? Would you believe it? 2 crystal-clear glasses of white liquor rested upon the table. Chen Qiu turned to Jiang Miolin and inquired, "Miolin, would you care for a drink?" Jiang Miolin nodded and extended her glass, allowing Chen Qiu to fill it. "Come, let's toast," Chen Qiu said with a smile. Meanwhile, their assistant held a glass of juice, appearing rather out of place. Chen Qiu took a hearty gulp of the white liquor, experiencing a sudden warmth that ignited her esophagus and stomach. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Beer simply could not compare in this weather. Beer was meant for summer. However, sipping white liquor during the autumn and winter months was the true delight. "Chen Qi, I am genuinely curious about the source of your musical sensibility and such profound depth," Chen Qiu remarked. "I know many graduates from the Central Conservatory of Music, including genuine prodigies, yet none possess your uniqueness. Most of them have been immersed in music since childhood, but due to their limited experiences, no matter how skilled, they remain somewhat confined." Chen Qiu set her glass down, intrigued. This curiosity was not hers alone. Their assistant shared it too. Jiang Miolin had once been curious, but she had long since moved past that phase. After all these years, even she could not fathom what Chen Qi had truly encountered. Paradoxically, she was aware of all of Chen Qi's experiences, yet the underlying logic eluded her. The most glaring inconsistency was Chen Qi's musical talent. Even if one were to claim that Chen Qi was a born musical genius, instinctively knowing how to play any instrument upon touch or effortlessly mimicking songs, the complexities of sheet music and rhythm demanded rigorous training to master. It was implausible for someone to naturally comprehend written language from birth. The intricacies of the staff notation were utterly incomprehensible to the untrained eye. Yet, Chen Qi could decipher it and had even taught them from a young age. Chen Qi had consistently warned them never to mention this to anyone, not even to their family. Thus, for years, they had been learning music alongside Chen Qi, growing together. To assert that Chen Qi's understanding of music surpassed even that of professors at the Central Conservatory would be an understatement. Jiang Miolin found that she learned little upon entering the conservatory, as all that the instructors taught had already been imparted to her by Chen Qi. "Where does my musical sensibility stem from? Chen, if I say I learned it from an old man in a dream, would you believe me?" Chen Qi replied with a chuckle. As she spoke, she retrieved a cigarette and asked Chen Qiu if she minded. Chen Qiu waved her hand and produced a pack of lady cigarettes from her pocket. Such restaurants typically did not prohibit smoking, and with an exhaust fan nearby, their smoking at the table would hardly disturb others. Besides, the tables around them were also occupied by smokers. "Chen Qi, what you just said, are you trying to make me laugh to death? An old man in a dream taught you all this? If such a person truly exists, you must introduce me to them when we meet again." Chen Qi exhaled a plume of smoke, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes. While the sight of most women smoking is often frowned upon, the way Chen Qi held her cigarette exuded an air of elegance. "Haha, if I happen to encounter that person again, I shall certainly introduce you, President Chen, for it has been over a decade since I last saw them." Chapter 70. Thin-skinned. Don't Qiu. After Chen Qiu finished speaking, he smiled and gazed at Chen Qiu. The words of the elderly gentleman evoked memories of the novels he had read before rising to fame in his past life. In that previous existence, he had also ascended from the depths, evolving from a gifted graduate of a music academy to a contestant on a talent show, ultimately becoming a deity in the music industry. Throughout his 20s to his late 30s, Chen Qiu had been in a state of reflection, continuously shining in the musical realm until he encountered the love of his life, falling deeply in love. By then, they were no longer young. Chen Qiu felt a pang of sympathy for her, refraining from having children, yet this decision became his greatest regret in the latter half of his previous life. Had they been blessed with offspring, perhaps he would not have succumbed to such depths of despair. However, everything is intertwined with cause and effect. After experiencing that life, he was reborn into this world, where he met Jiang Miaoi. Given the chance to start anew, he would undoubtedly choose the same path without hesitation. Yet if he could relive it, he would certainly ensure that Jiang Miaoi received annual health checkups. Well, if you encounter him again, be sure to give me a call and introduce him to me. I am quite curious to see what kind of elderly gentleman could impart such musical knowledge to you when you were merely a child, Chen Qiu remarked, somewhat speechless. As they conversed, a cacophony of voices erupted nearby. A young man, disheveled and clutching a guitar, was embroiled in a heated argument with a middle-aged woman at the counter. Several elderly neighbors witnessed the commotion and hurriedly set down their chopsticks to mediate. What is happening over there? Jiang Miaolin inquired, taking a sip of white wine, which quickly flushed her cheeks with a radiant hue. Oh, that's just the old program at the shop, Chen Qiu responded. I often come here for meals and can see them quarrel every few days. The scruffy-haired fellow is the boss's son, and the middle-aged woman behind the counter is Aunt Lan, the owner. She wishes for her son to take over the shop, though it may not rival some prominent enterprises. This little establishment earns a decent profit each year, and Aunt Lan dreams of opening a branch for him to manage. Yet, he adamantly refuses, wanting only to pursue singing. I once helped resolve a conflict for her. I provided professional advice, saying that while Aunt Lan's son could sing for fun, breaking into the entertainment industry was unlikely. As she spoke, Chen Qiu turned to look at Chen Qiu, a playful smile gracing her lips. Aunt Lan's son lacks your vocal prowess, your talent, and your looks. If he possessed your appearance, no matter how poor his singing might be, he could still become a popular star and enjoy a fleeting moment of fame. Chen Qiu rolled his eyes and replied, thin-skinned, don't Qiu. Chen Qiu chuckled, her laughter light and vibrant. I speak the truth. But speaking of which, that young man has a song whose lyrics I deeply admire, despite its chaotic melody, which resembles a jumbled mess. Upon hearing this, Chen Qiu's interest was piqued. Oh? Lyrics that can capture President Qin's attention must be quite remarkable. Indeed. Chen Qiu nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are exceptionally good. One must acknowledge that some individuals express their feelings through lyrics that are truly splendid. Just like you, and also like him. Chapter 71, if you don't mind. May I study it? Chen Qiu continued to elaborate on the origins of the song, which was composed by the son of Aunt Lan, the shop owner, after his girlfriend broke up with him. Aunt Lan's son had been learning musical instruments since childhood and possessed a certain level of proficiency. Although he was unable to create a melody that matched the song, this shortcoming did not diminish the quality of the lyrics. It is important to note the stature of Chen Qiu. The lyrics she deemed worthy could hardly be subpar. Moreover, the song was a folk ballad, imbued with profound melancholy. While it might not surpass Chen Qiu's October 17th, it was, by that standard, at least a solid 60 points. Chen Qiu asserted earnestly, how high is the melody of October 17th? Scoring 60 points under its criteria indicates that it is undoubtedly exceptional by conventional market standards. Oh, is that so? Chen Qiu, upon hearing this, became even more intrigued. Meanwhile, the commotion at the counter grew increasingly raucous. A disheveled young man clutched his guitar, insisting that he must enter the entertainment industry. He was even asking his mother for money, claiming he had found a master and wanted to enroll in a class. He declared that this time he would surely succeed. Once he learned the craft, he would become a star. He also mentioned that his mother's financial support was an investment. Once he gained fame, he would earn an endless stream of money, rendering the need to run any store unnecessary. While the young man's ambition to chase his dreams was commendable, his mother's perspective was equally valid. After all, she had provided him with numerous opportunities, investing over 2 million in his musical aspirations, yet without results. From a mother's standpoint, urging her son to ground himself in managing the family business seemed reasonable. Hey, could you quiet down for a moment? Mr. Qin mentioned you have some impressive lyrics. Might I take a look? Chen Qiu interjected with a smirk as he strolled over, cigarette in mouth, humorously interrupting their argument. As the neighbors could not dissuade the two, redirecting their attention was the most effective approach, and discussing the song was ideal. Mr. Qin? The young man paused in confusion, turning to see Chen Qiu waving at him from her chair, which instantly ignited his excitement. Ah yes, I do have a decent song, let me show you. He nodded, retrieving his phone from his pocket and displaying a photograph of the lyrics to Chen Qiu. He was not a famous individual, so he felt no need to be overly cautious about sharing his work. The validation from others brought him joy. If you don't mind, may I study it? Chen Qiu inquired. Not at all. Since you are a friend of Mr. Qin, please feel free to examine it, the young man replied eagerly. With a proud glance towards the middle-aged woman behind the counter, he exclaimed, Mom, did you see? Even Mr. Qin from the Chinese media acknowledges me. Yet you keep insisting that I can't do this or that. The middle-aged woman, exasperated, could only shake her head in disbelief, a wry smile forming on her lips. Chen Qiu is aware of this matter. Her approval of the lyrics of a particular song does not imply her endorsement of other lyrics. At that time, her son presented her with dozens of songs, and she only found one to her liking. Does this singular choice prove that her son is a genius? Chen Qiu glanced at it earnestly. Although it was merely a fleeting glance, even he found it commendable. Chapter 72. You said, I cannot bestow upon you the happiness you desire, as Chen Qiu aptly stated. The essence of a song's lyrics does not hinge on the fame of its creator, but rather on the authenticity of their emotions. During the creation of this particular song, the young man experienced profound inspiration, coupled with a modicum of talent, which allowed him to pen such lyrics, a true spark of creativity. However, to expect him to replicate such lyrics is an impossibility. If he possessed genuine talent, he would have already composed a commendable melody to accompany this song. Even if it were not flawless, it would at least be serviceable. Well, what do you think? The young man inquired with eager anticipation. Please hold on a moment. Chen Qiu glanced at his phone, closed his eyes in contemplation, and exhaled a plume of smoke. The melodies of folk music are inherently simple, and this simplicity is essential, as the true heart of folk music lies in its lyrics and vocal delivery. Not long after, Chen Qiu opened his eyes and extended his hand. Could I borrow your guitar? The young man nodded fervently, exclaiming, Of course, of course. With a playful wave, Chen Qiu added, Come over here with me. This is your family's shop, and it wouldn't be right to disrupt business. The young man couldn't help but pout. He didn't wish for this predicament either. If only his mother supported him, he wouldn't find himself in such a situation. Nevertheless, he followed Chen Qiu to the table. With a swift motion, Chen Qiu strummed the guitar strings, testing the sound, only to find himself at a loss for words. He turned to the young man and asked, May I inquire who taught you to tune your guitar? Is your teacher reputable? Realizing the teasing undertone in Chen Qiu's voice, the young man felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he rubbed his nose. Chen Qiu, equally speechless, continued to play and tune the instrument. The young man's guitar was in dire need of new strings, and the entire instrument required some repairs as its sound was no longer accurate. Nonetheless, it was still somewhat functional. After several minutes of tuning, Chen Qiu casually played an 8-beat rhythm, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the shop. He asked the young man to send him the lyrics, then retrieved a tablet from his bag. The lyrics were displayed on the tablet's ample screen, ensuring clarity. With Chen Qiu's remarkable memory for lyrics, he could commit at least 4 lines to memory with just a glance, an ability honed through professional training. With another strum of the strings, Chen Qiu produced a melody that was entirely different from before, melancholic, profound, and infused with the somberness of autumn in the capital. The onlookers, already engrossed, were further captivated by the transformation. Even those without formal musical training could discern the professionalism in his performance. After all, they had often heard the young man sing, and they could easily judge the quality with a single listen. On that day, as the sun set, I approached you as I usually did. Suddenly, a solitary leaf fell, causing my heart to skip a beat inexplicably. Your face remained as it always had, yet it bore a chill that rendered it unfamiliar to me. You uttered the words, This is where we part. I cannot provide you with the happiness you seek. In this vast metropolis, we are not destined to be each other's lifelong support. Chen Qiu's voice, deep and magnetic, perfectly encapsulated the melancholic essence of the lyrics. Yet in an instant, it resonated through the ears of all present. Chapter 73. Perhaps you are not suited for this line of work. Perhaps you should consider abandoning it? The youth's song had been heard by the local patrons of the shop on numerous occasions, yet when the melodious notes flowed from Chen Qiu's lips, it was as if an entirely different essence emerged. The disparity was nothing short of staggering. Even the youth himself found himself momentarily entranced, although the lyrics were his own. He never anticipated that they could be rendered with such profundity. Furthermore, it was Chen Qiu's first encounter with his words. Merely glancing at them for a brief moment and pondering their meaning allowed him to sing them with an artistry that he himself could only aspire to reach in a lifetime. Such was the nature of talent. This was the mark of a true virtuoso. Perhaps, as his mother had suggested, he truly lacked the gift for singing. After all, the original composer, had devoted considerable time to his work yet found himself unable to attain even a fraction of Chen Qiu's prowess, unable even to look up to it. Chen Qiu's voice encapsulated the very emotions he had experienced that day, transporting him back to a time long past. The shop owner, standing behind the counter, was momentarily taken aback. She was aware of her son's ex-girlfriend's considerable influence, Their breakup had left him in a state of despondency for quite some time. Yet she had not anticipated the depth of this impact, although she had not experienced it firsthand or heard her son recount the details. Chen Qiu's singing painted a vivid picture for her, revealing just how heartbroken and desolate her son had truly been. To put it plainly, their separation stemmed from the ex-girlfriend's disdain, her desire for someone better, believing that her son was destined for mediocrity. His yearning to enter the entertainment industry and achieve great wealth was, in fact, largely spurred by the breakup. For a moment, she began to question whether her continued disapproval of her son's ambitions was truly justified. Should she not perhaps support him instead? Beside the screen, Xia Nanzhi and Zhou Ming were utterly captivated. Zhou Ming felt tears welling in her eyes, as if she were living the experience herself. Meanwhile, Xia Nanzhi felt a sharp pang in her heart. Over the past 3 years, she had been oblivious to Chen Qiu's remarkable singing ability. It was only when she learned that he had participated in a program and performed a duet with Jiang Miolin that she discovered he was a graduate of the Central Conservatory of Music. 3 minutes later, as the song concluded, the expressions of everyone in the shop revealed that they were far from satisfied, even though the music had ceased. They remained lost in reverie, as if the melody still lingered in their ears. Chen Qiu lit another cigarette and returned the guitar to the youth with a smile, saying, "Your lyrics are indeed commendable, but perhaps this line of work is not for you. Would you consider relinquishing it? I can arrange for Mr. Chen to purchase your song. Since Chen Qiu has already signed the contract, it is imperative for the company to assist in the production of the album, and naturally, the copyright will belong to the company. It is most advisable for the company to procure the rights. The contract offered by Chen Qiu to Chen Qiu is for a duration of 1 year. In other industries, longer contracts are typically preferred. However, this is not the case in the entertainment sector. Unless one is a once prominent star or singer who is now on a downward trajectory, a 1-year contract, along with its various stipulations, reflects Chen Qiu's sincerity. Consequently, Chen Qiu would not dare to disregard such goodwill. Collaboration is a mutual endeavor, and with the other party demonstrating earnestness, Chen Qiu naturally cannot fall short in reciprocation. Chapter 74. Life? Value. The reason I assert that you are ill-suited for this profession is rather simple. Even if I had never heard you sing, your guitar alone would suffice to reveal the truth. If you truly possess talent and were destined for this field, your guitar would not exhibit such inadequacies. Life, after all, is but a fleeting span of years. You have exerted considerable effort, and it is unnecessary to squander further time in an arena where your abilities do not lie. Chen Qiu advised. Cough, cough. The young man could not suppress a couple of dry coughs. He instinctively wished to retort, yet found himself unable to do so. Had Chen Qiu not delivered such a demonstration, he would have undoubtedly argued in defiance. However, Chen Qiu had already substantiated his claims through sheer skill, subtly indicating that the standards were beyond his reach. Deep down, he had always been aware of his limitations, yet his pride had compelled him to hold on. He yearned to prove himself, to chase his dreams, convinced that persistence would eventually lead to success, regardless of whether that occurred at 40 or 50. Yet, Chen Qiu's song brought forth a stark realization of his own inadequacies, leaving him with a profound sense of helplessness. He was but an ordinary individual. Having relied on his mother's support for far too long, it was time to return to reality. Without her, he would likely have struggled to make ends meet. As his skills were insufficient even for a position as a baritone in a pub, he would likely be dismissed even when applying for such a role. Is this song even marketable? Chen Qiu asked, amusement dancing in his eyes. The words had been spoken, but the decision of what to do next rested solely on him. Chen Qiu could neither intervene nor dictate. After all, the course of one's life is a deeply personal affair. Does this song truly possess any commercial value? The young man inquired, taking a deep breath, having already made a decision in his heart. Indeed, it is born from your most critical moment, and the lyrics are quite remarkable. However, the ultimate price must be negotiated between you and Mr. Chen. If this song were in my possession, I would have a 99% probability of making it a hit, Chen Qiu affirmed. Were it anyone else, such confidence would be unfathomable, but Chen Qiu was different. His understanding of music was unparalleled, even on a global scale. In his previous life, his youth was a time of growth. Yet the true accumulation of experience transpired during his trials and tribulations. He had been utterly consumed by his own world, and many previously incomprehensible ideas had crystallized during that period. Moreover, numerous techniques had been honed during those challenging times. Others had not traversed the path he had, nor shared his insights, making it impossible for them to reach his level. Once singing techniques reach a certain threshold, they become secondary. The true essence lies in the ability to convey emotion through one's voice. If you wish to sell, let us sit down and have a thorough discussion. As long as we can reach an agreement, I can send you the contract for signing right now, Chen Qiu remarked with a hint of amusement. However, for the young man, selling a song would mean he had irrevocably relinquished his path as a singer. If he refrained from selling, he would still possess a glimmer of hope. Unbeknownst to them, the proprietress had approached their side. After taking a deep breath once more, the young man gritted his teeth and declared, "I've made my decision. I will sell." Chapter 75. Can't you hear it yet? As a mother, Aunt Lan had always harbored the hope that her son would relinquish his impractical fantasies. Many pursuits, particularly those demanding creativity, hinge significantly on innate talent. Without such gift, reaching the heights one envisions is utterly unattainable. While it may be possible to scrape by in the industry, achieving prominence is nearly impossible. Life is indeed this stark and merciless. Some individuals are simply born with greater capabilities than others. Even if one exerts 99% of their effort, they may still fall short of those who achieve success effortlessly. If those gifted individuals apply themselves, the gap widens further. However, despite these thoughts and hopes, Aunt Lan's heart softened at that moment. After all, her son was a piece of her own flesh and blood. Watching him contemplate abandoning years of pursuit, how could she not feel a pang of compassion? Chen Qiu requested a contract template from the company. Being a large corporation, a simple template sufficed for the copyright acquisition of mid to lower tier creators. She adjusted the monetary figures in the contract, offering a price that was relatively generous compared to the market rate, and successfully signed with Aunt Lan's son. Mr. Chen, I truly thank you for today. Especially you, Mr. Chen, you've made me realize that not only do I lack talent, but I've also been straying down the wrong path, lacking even the most basic foundation. The young man chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Initially, he had been filled with pride, believing that others' lack of recognition stemmed from their inability to appreciate his worth. Many share this folly. New to the industry, they enter with inflated egos, convinced they are destined to shine like gold. Yet, in the end, it appears utterly laughable. True geniuses are rare, and even someone like Chen Qiu cannot be deemed a genius. His accomplishments in music stemmed from countless efforts in a past life, coupled with heart-wrenching experiences that culminated in his current mastery. From now on, focus on managing the family business. As for music, treat it merely as a form of entertainment. However, it must be said, after all these years in the industry, how could you still have such a flawed tone? Your guitar is in dire need of repair, and you remain oblivious. Chen Qiu chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. This is a classic case of someone who has just learned to walk, yet yearns to fly. Such a person is unlikely to succeed. Although Chen Qiu disliked extinguishing others' dreams, believing everyone has the right to pursue their aspirations, some dreams must be curtailed, like that of Aunt Lan's son. Had he not been so absurdly misplaced, Chen Qiu might have offered him some guidance. Ahem. The young man scratched his head, his face reddening. His arrogance was thoroughly humbled. Had he encountered Chen Qiu sooner, he would have long abandoned his musical aspirations and returned to the family business. Over the years, so much money has been squandered at home, yet not a single benefit has been reaped. What is the point? By the way, Mr. Chen, your voice seems remarkably familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere before. The young man inquired with curiosity. Can you not discern it yet? He is the composer and lyricist of October 17th. Chapter 76. Understanding is key. Understanding is key. Chen Qiu's words rendered the young man utterly speechless, his expression momentarily frozen, and his emotions abruptly stilled. He gazed blankly at Chen Qiu, blinking in disbelief and evident excitement. October 17th, which had surged to fame on Douyin, had even become a phenomenon in its own right. This song was already immensely popular, and many others had adopted it as background music for their videos, further propelling its reach. He could hardly fathom that the individual before him was the very author of October 17th, a prominent figure of considerable stature. Yet it made sense. Only someone of such caliber could warrant Chen Qiu's invitation for a meal, and only such an individual could glance at the lyrics and sing them effortlessly. It dawned on him. This was a person of remarkable talent. Mr. Chen, I must apologize for my earlier lack of decorum. You cannot imagine the impact your song October 17th has had within my circle of friends. The young man exclaimed, eagerly grasping Chen Qiu's hand. His unwavering dedication to pursuing his creative dreams, even seeking financial support from his mother, was intrinsically linked to October 17th. In his eyes, the type of artistry he aspired to achieve was precisely that of October 17th, a song that exploded onto the internet upon its release. Moreover, Its musical style resonated deeply with his own artistic pursuits. No worries, no worries. However, if you wish to regard music as a hobby, it would be wise to enhance your foundational skills. Without a solid technique, success will remain elusive, even in music, Chen Qiu remarked, shaking his hand in a gesture meant to awaken him to this truth. Cough, cough. I won't let that happen again, the young man replied, his embarrassment reaching new heights as he reflected on his past foolishness, coupled with his misplaced confidence, evoking an urge to disappear. How could he have been so naive? You all carry on. We shall take our leave. Chen Qiu and Aunt Lan bid farewell and turned to walk away with Chen Qiu toward the alley's exit. The young man stood rooted to the spot, staring at Chen Qiu's retreating figure for a considerable time before finally regaining his senses. He turned to look at his mother, noticing the many new wrinkles etched on her face over time. Although the shop was doing well, his reckless behavior had undoubtedly caused her significant distress. Mom, I'm sorry. I was too headstrong in the past. I promise to stay and help you from now on. The young man took a deep breath and smiled at her. No matter how profound his guilt, it deserved to be met with an apology. Even towards his mother, such sentiments were especially warranted. In this world, the only individuals who can unconditionally accept you are your own parents. Once understanding dawns, all is well. A radiant smile adorned Aunt Lan's face. The two exchanged a knowing glance and then returned to the shop. Shortly thereafter, Xia Nanzhi and Zhou Ming emerged from the store. With Chen Qiu and the others having already departed, the disguise of masks and hats became unnecessary, as the two women brushed past Aunt Lan and her companion. It left them momentarily taken aback. Chapter 77. A visit. Both Aunt Lan and her companion were rendered speechless, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they had indeed misperceived the scene before them. Was this stunningly beautiful young woman not the one frequently seen alongside Chen Qiu? Hadn't they just departed moments ago? Yet, here she was, emerging from the store. Summer Nanzhi sensed Aunt Lan's gaze upon her and turned to offer a smile, gesturing for silence, as if to convey that Aunt Lan should not concern herself with the matter. After they turned to leave, Aunt Lan and her friend remained in a state of confusion, dismissing it as a mere oversight, perhaps having failed to notice the girl's return to retrieve something. After all, unless they were twins, who could fathom the existence of two individuals so strikingly alike in this world? Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. During this period, Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin collaborated with the company on extensive promotional efforts, generating considerable buzz before finally releasing a new song. Such is the advantage of professional management. Chen Qiu and the others could focus solely on perfecting their content, leaving the rest to the company's guidance. One day, after work, Chen Qiu brought a basket of fruit, having arranged in advance to join Chen Qiu for dinner. Standing at the door, she brushed her slightly disheveled hair and touched up her makeup before ascending the stairs. Ding dong. As she pressed the doorbell, the electronic lock chimed in response. Coming. Jiang Miolin's melodious voice floated from inside as she hurriedly slipped on her slippers to open the door. By this time, the capital had grown quite cold, having been blanketed in a thick layer of snow from the previous night's heavy snowfall. Nonetheless, the interior was warm, as the heating had already commenced. President Qin. Jiang Miolin greeted her with a sweet smile upon opening the door. Miolin, it's been a while since we last met. You've grown even more beautiful. Chen Qiu exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Not at all. Please, come in, President Qin, Jiang Miolin urged, inviting her into the home and fetching a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet. As Chen Qiu donned the soft slippers, she placed the fruit basket upon the coffee table in the modestly sized living room the company had provided for them, which was sufficient for the two of them. From the kitchen came the delightful sounds of frying, accompanied by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. President Qin, you're here? Yes, I'm here. Chen Qiu replied with a chuckle, peering into the kitchen to see Chen Qiu, clad in an apron, busily tending to the stove. One couldn't help but acknowledge that Chen Qiu's industrious demeanor perfectly aligned with Chen Qiu's ideal image of a partner. The notion that a man who can cook is inherently attractive is indeed no exaggeration, particularly for someone like Chen Qiu, a sophisticated career woman. Chen Qiu, I initially intended to discuss something with you, but here I am, just dropping by for a meal. I feel quite embarrassed. Chen Qiu said with a shy smile. Not at all. It's just Miolin and me at home most days. If we don't buy groceries, we hardly venture outside. Chen Qiu reassured her. With your esteemed presence, Chen, the atmosphere at home becomes considerably more vibrant. Chen Qiu chuckled heartily, expressing her candid thoughts. In truth, for Chen Qiu, if there were matters to convey to other artists, she would undoubtedly relay the information, delegating the tasks accordingly, perhaps with just a phone call at most. However, Chen Qiu is different. Being such a remarkably talented individual, she wishes to extend the utmost respect to her, hence her decision to visit in person. Chapter 78. What relevance does tomorrow hold for today? Chen Qiu invited Jiang Miolin to entertain Chen Qiu with tea. The meal was quickly served. And when Chen Qiu emerged with 2 platters of delectable dishes, Chen Qiu found herself unable to contain her excitement, greedily inhaling the fragrant aroma. Throughout their interactions, she had learned of the relationship between Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin. They were not a couple, despite her earlier inquisitive inquiries. Although she had not mentioned Xia Nanzhi, Jiang Miolin had candidly divulged the truth. The situation aligned closely with her speculations, and upon learning the reality, she felt akin to Sherlock Holmes. Merely through a bit of investigative deduction, she had pieced together their story with remarkable accuracy. At times, one cannot help but admire a woman's intuition. It can indeed be formidable. Chen Qiu, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. If you were to open a restaurant, it would undoubtedly become wildly popular, perhaps even a sensation. Chen Qiu remarked as she savored a piece of tender beef, its sweet and smooth texture bringing her immense satisfaction. She had indulged in various gourmet delicacies, yet she had seldom enjoyed such homely fare imbued with genuine warmth. Eat to your heart's content. My skills have been validated by many, Chen Qiu chuckled. Knowing that Chen Qiu had to drive later, he poured her a glass of beverage. Are you trying to fatten me up? I've been dieting lately. Chen Qiu lamented after swallowing her morsel of beef. Even if you're dieting, that is a matter for tomorrow. What relevance does it hold for today? Chen Qiu replied with a smile. Reflecting on his words, Chen Qiu conceded, Chen Qiu, your reasoning is quite sound, rendering me speechless. The trio shared laughter and conversation as they finished their dinner. While sitting at the coffee table to brew tea, Chen Qiu finally broached her purpose. By the way, Chen Qiu, the company intends to leverage your current popularity by arranging a variety show for you, aiming to further enhance your renown. After this show concludes, the company will assess its impact and consider arranging for you to participate in a music variety show next spring or summer. Nowadays, most companies that cultivate new talents must navigate through music variety shows. It has become a systematic approach. Should you excel in the music variety show and garner significant attention, an influx of resources will inevitably come your way once it concludes. Presently, the company's management and packaging of Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin are merely minor capital operations. Only a music variety show can elevate an artist to stardom. Furthermore, this is the swiftest route. Regardless of the immense response Chen Qiu's new song has received on Douyin, or the number of followers on his social media accounts, they pale in comparison to the true establishment of fame and effective branding, which hinges on music variety shows. This is indisputable. The company's arrangements dictate our actions, and we shall adhere to them. However, I am uncertain about the variety shows available during this season, Chen Qiu inquired with a hint of perplexity. Considering it is already December, with merely 2 months remaining until the new year, it stands to reason that there are not many shows in production during this time. Currently, there are only 3 variety shows available for your selection. Chapter 79. What are your thoughts? Chen Qiu delicately withdrew a document from her bag, sliding it across the table towards Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin. As the two perused the contents, she elaborated. The opportunities available at this juncture primarily revolve around travel-themed variety shows. One involves filming in Hainan province, a venture initiated at the behest of the local cultural and tourism department aimed at enhancing the region's allure as a travel destination. The other is a nationwide travel program, spanning from January to approximately March, wherein guests are divided into several groups, celebrating the new year in various cities while capturing the festive atmosphere and culinary delights of the Spring Festival. Furthermore, there is an international travel variety show, which also entails celebrating the new year abroad. Listening to Chen Qiu's exposition and examining the documents in hand, Chen Qiu discerned that the nature of these programs aligned perfectly with his own expectations. The Spring Festival not only marks a peak in homeward journeys for countless wanderers, but also signifies a bustling tourist season. It is evident that various domestic provinces, as well as foreign cultural and tourism departments, would strive to capitalize on this influx of visitors. Hainan, being the southernmost province of the Dragon Kingdom and blessed with a tropical climate, remains an inviting winter haven, drawing numerous travelers from northern regions each year. However, as he continued to read, a particular detail caught Chen Qiu's attention, prompting him to pause. He pointed to a familiar name within one of the program proposals. Chen, how did this invitation for the variety show come about? Was it facilitated by your company? Chen Qiu glanced at the program title and chuckled lightly, shaking her head. The other two opportunities were indeed sourced by our company, as I believed you and Miolin would be a splendid match for them. However, this particular invitation is quite different. This one came directly to us. Many in the industry are already aware of your signing with our company. And the director of this show not only approached us personally, but specifically requested both of you to participate. Upon investigation, I discovered that Director Feng, who is helming this program, was also in charge of your last variety show. At this moment, Chen Qiu smoothly divulged the results of her inquiries, as they were factual and had been previously established, making them more palatable to her audience. Director Feng? Chen Qiu exchanged a glance with Jiang Miolin, both reflecting a hint of confusion, setting aside their previous unpleasantness that had cast a shadow over the last program. They were puzzled by the fact that Director Feng had only recently concluded that show. It seemed improbable that he would transition directly into another production without a hiatus. After all, the previous program was Feng's inaugural venture. Even if he possessed a script for the next show, he would still need to secure funding. The capital market typically requires the previous show to be edited and released before considering investment in a director's subsequent project. The investment for a variety show typically reaches into the tens of millions, and should prominent celebrities be invited, the investment could soar to over 100 million. What do you think? Chen Qiu inquired with a smile, taking a sip of her tea. Do you have Director Feng's phone number, Mr. Chen? Chen Qiu felt a surge of curiosity, sensing that something was amiss. Chapter 80. Excessive modesty is just pretentiousness from Chen Qiu's perspective. Even if Director Feng had successfully secured the script and funding, the official coordination with Qiong Province and the selection of scenes would still require time. Moreover, setting aside other considerations, Chen Qiu's intuition suggested that something was amiss, almost as if there were some underlying conspiracy. The thought crossed his mind, and he immediately chuckled, shaking his head. Despite having signed with Huayu Media, he was not a prominent star, and as a current artist of Huayu Media, it was unlikely that Director Feng would lead him astray. Although he had not spent much time on the show, he had formed a very favorable impression of Director Feng, who was quite down-to-earth and genuinely interesting. Do you need Director Feng's number? Hold on, let me have someone send it to me. The person who liaised with Director Feng wasn't me. I'll have to ask my subordinate for it. Chen Qiu said, dialing a number. Soon enough, Director Feng's contact information was sent over. After a brief moment, Chen Qiu dialed the number. Not long after, the call was answered, though the background noise was a bit raucous, suggesting a gathering of people perhaps celebrating after a show. Chen Qiu, though not particularly invested in the details of that program, was aware that it had recently wrapped up. Hello, I'm Feng Shu. May I ask who this is? The noise on the other end quieted slightly, allowing Director Feng's voice to come through. Director Feng, it's been a while. Can you still recognize my voice? Chen Qiu asked, amused. Oh my dear Chen. The great singer. You finally reached out. Feng chuckled, adding, please hold on, let me step out of the room. Everyone is drinking and chatting. It's quite noisy in here. Just a moment later, the sounds on the other end indeed subsided, followed by the unmistakable sound of a lighter, indicating he had lit a cigarette. Great singer Chen, how have you been? I hear that you and Miolin are now signed with Huayu Media and gaining quite a bit of attention. There is much discussion about you both. Chen Qiu smiled and replied, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Miolin and I are just staying at home, hardly doing anything. At most, we've gained a bit of fame under the company's operations. Feng Shu laughed heartily. All right then. No need to be so modest. Excessive humility is merely pretentiousness. Your song October 17th is not only a tremendous hit on Douyin, but has also gained significant traction within our program. Many people, upon learning that you participated in our show, flocked to the live stream, eager to know when you would return. They're all waiting for you. Feng's words were not mere flattery, but reflected the reality of the program, as Chen Qiu's explosive success with October 17th had indeed drawn a considerable influx of viewers, far exceeding their expectations. After exchanging warm pleasantries, Feng Shu deftly redirected the conversation back to the main topic, inquiring, Chen Qiu, what are your thoughts? Are you considering bringing Miolin to participate in the seamlessly connected next variety show? I had conceived this program long before your arrival, and I already have a rough draft of its initial concept. Over the past few months of filming, not only has it been refined, but I have also secured a substantial investment. Chapter 81. Why go to Luqing? Under normal circumstances, the investment in the next program by Feng Shuxia would undoubtedly be as challenging as Chen Qiu had anticipated. However, the program team had caught the attention of a wealthy patron. In a nutshell, Budget is no obstacle. Whatever amount is desired shall be provided. This perfectly aligns with Feng Shuxia's intentions. Moreover, with the previous program having just concluded, the transition to the next one is imminent, ensuring that a significant portion of the live audience from the last program will carry over. Chen Qiu, this upcoming program is far more leisurely and engaging than the last. Several guests will partner together to embark on a business venture, whether it be opening a shop or establishing a small company, capturing every moment of their journey. They will share daily living and dining experiences, tackling various challenges encountered in the business operations together. Feng Shuxia grinned mischievously, seducing Chen Qiu into participating. It was imperative that Chen Qiu appeared as a guest. Failure to secure her presence could jeopardize the entire endeavor. After all, should the affluent patron withdraw their investment, the consequences would be dire. Furthermore, inviting Chen Qiu would undoubtedly generate a buzz. The thought of Chen Qiu, Jiang Miolin, and the wealthy patron mingling together was exhilarating. A wicked smile crept onto Feng Shuxia's face as he pondered this enticing prospect. And Chen Qiu, if you agree to join us, I promise to present you with an astonishing surprise, one that you could never even fathom. Feng Shuxia continued his enticing proposal. Director Feng, you truly don't mind the impact my and Miolin's previous appearances had on your show? Chen Qiu inquired with a playful smile. Not at all. You both brought substantial viewership to my program. Why would I mind? I'm thrilled. Feng Shuxia waved his hand dismissively. From the outset, he had never perceived any issues with Chen Qiu. On the contrary, he found her to be quite admirable and responsible. Unlike the pampered guest of the program team, Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin were refreshingly down-to-earth, genuinely adapting to the program's environment. They rose at dawn to clean the streets without a hint of complaint, often waking before the staff to prepare everything, eagerly awaiting the crew's arrival for filming. Chen Qiu, will you be joining us or not? The other guests have mostly been confirmed, many of whom are returning from the last program. We are only waiting on you and Miolin. It's urgent. If the great singer Chen were to perform a couple of songs on our show, we would certainly trend wildly on social media. Feng Shuxia urged eagerly. In truth, even without the generous investment from the affluent patron, he would still desire to bring Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin back. Collaborating with them was an absolute pleasure. Come on. We are in. Director Feng has offered us such a generous appearance fee. How could we refuse? Chen Qiu laughed heartily, making a jest. Indeed. The appearance fee proposed by Feng Shuxia was considerably higher than what other guests received. Firstly, there is the current fame of Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin. Secondly, the duo of Chen Qiu possesses greater entertainment value. Thirdly, the production team has become financially prosperous. It is settled then. A week from now, you and Miolin will fly directly to Luqing, and we shall meet at Luqing Airport. Feng Shu expressed his delight. Luqing? Chen Qiu paused momentarily upon hearing this, pondering why the filming location was not in Qiong Province but rather in Luqing. Chapter 82. Are you certain you want to go? Listening to Chen Qiu's tone of confusion, Feng Shu realized that there had been a misunderstanding. With a hint of exasperation, he clarified, Chen Qiu, I am referring to Luqing, not your hometown of Luqing. The former pertains to the majestic deer, and it is one of the most renowned tourist cities in Qiong Province. At this revelation, Chen Qiu finally understood. Feng Shu was indeed speaking of a place akin to Sanya in his original world. As a former deity of song and a traveler between realms, Chen Qiu perceived that the situations in both worlds were fundamentally similar, albeit with distinct nuances. For instance, the differences in area between Luqing and Sanya were quite pronounced. Feng Shu sought confirmation once more, anxious that Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin might mistakenly travel to the wrong destination. He continued, So, it is settled. We shall meet at Luqing Airport in a week. Please give me a call before you depart, and I will personally come to fetch you both. Miolin, overhearing this, couldn't help but chuckle, replying, Understood, Director Feng. You are becoming quite verbose, akin to the old folks in the village. Feng Shu, aware she was jesting, laughed heartily. I merely fear you might not show up. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they ended the call. Jiang Miolin found herself both amused and exasperated by Director Feng. Regarding the upcoming variety show, as long as Chen Qiu was on board, she had no objections. She was merely accompanying him. You are indeed certain about this? Chen Qiu sipped her tea with a light laugh. Of course, since Director Feng has given his approval. And Miolin and I have been cooped up at home for too long. It's time to venture out, Chen Qiu replied jokingly, sharing a knowing glance with Jiang Miolin. Both of them smiling in agreement. It was indeed time for them to step outside. Spending all day indoors writing songs was hardly a viable routine. Very well, Since you've both made up your minds, I shall arrange for my team to liaise with Director Feng tomorrow and finalize the contract, Chen Qiu nodded. However, as she spoke, a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes, and she chuckled. But with you two gone, I shall miss those delectable home-cooked meals. That is truly a pity. Chen Qiu laughed heartily. If you have the time, Chen, you are more than welcome to join us. Chen Qiu rolled her eyes. I would love to, but I have a mountain of tasks awaiting my attention at the company. After all, I am the director. Chen Qiu did not linger at Chen Qiu's residence for long. She departed around 8 o'clock. Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin, in perfect harmony, headed to the kitchen to tidy up and clean the area before settling down on the sofa to watch television. Later, they convened once more to deliberate on the lyrics and melody of their new song, as the piece they had acquired from Lan Yi's son required a formal rearrangement. The contract they signed with the company stipulates the production of 5 songs over the course of a year, which, for Chen Qiu, is hardly a matter of concern. Furthermore, it is only in the first year, aimed at boosting popularity and promoting the album, that such a demanding task is imposed. Even if Chen Qiu does not complete the assignment within this time frame, he will still be able to manage it later when he collaborates with the company on variety shows. Chapter 83. Alas, my fate is truly lamentable. The rhythm of the entertainment show is relatively rapid, with numerous singers selected through auditions undergoing rigorous training by the production team to attain superior musical and vocal skills. However, Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin find themselves in a position where they hardly require any further instruction. Thus, while others are engaged in training, they seize this golden opportunity to dedicate time to their creative endeavors. Nanzhi, you must think I've come all the way to the capital out of sheer idleness, right? Spending my days without any meaningful engagements, merely trailing behind you as we toil away at a snack shop. Zhou Ming, weary and fatigued, returned to their rented villa in the capital, feeling a mix of exasperation and melancholy as she collapsed onto the sofa. She truly felt that such a life was quite unjust. How is it that she, a daughter of privilege, finds herself driving luxury cars only to earn a meager salary at a snack shop, insufficient even to cover fuel expenses? Today marked her final day of work, and she was finally liberated to vent her frustrations. As a close friend, not only did she travel thousands of miles to the capital alongside Xia Nanzhi, but she also had to endure hardships in the process. This life truly seems unfair. All right, I understand your struggles. Let us rest well over the next couple of days. Soon we shall venture southward. My dear Ming Ming, it is time for you to accompany me as we participate in the program. Xia Nanzhi chuckled, drawing closer to her side. Alas, my fate is truly lamentable. Zhou Ming lamented, tears brimming in her eyes. As she spoke, she rested her head upon Xia Nanzhi's lap, pouting her lips in a clearly aggrieved manner. Yet, she only expressed this sentiment in jest. If she genuinely minded, she would have packed her suitcase long ago and returned home to Luqing to find her mother. By the way, Nanzhi, will we be filming the program in Qiang province and consequently not return home for the new year? Zhou Ming inquired lazily as she stretched. Indeed. Xia Nanzhi nodded. Zhou Ming sighed in resignation. Then I must return home for a visit, to have a word with my parents and soothe their worries. If they discover I am filming a program with you without prior notice, they will undoubtedly explode with concern. Especially my father. If I don't give him a heads up, it would be impossible to calm him down. Just the thought of her father's temperament made her feel somewhat overwhelmed, yet it was also quite amusing. As the daughter of the family, she was truly treated like a little princess, having never lacked for anything throughout her life. Whatever she desired, her father would go to great lengths to fulfill her wishes. Fortunately, despite such an upbringing, she had not developed any spoiled habits. That was precisely my intention. We shall return home first, and then head to Qiang province. Moreover, the filming schedule is not daily. There are indeed rest periods. At that time, we can also return home for a visit, Xia Nanzhi replied with a smile. In that case, it would be wise to return sooner. Let us simply go back tomorrow. After all, lounging at home serves no purpose, as there is nothing pressing to attend to, Zhou Ming proposed. She was unaware of how long the conversation with her father would last upon her return. The sooner she returned, the more time she would have to prepare. With a creak, Zhou Ming turned over and got out of bed, setting about gathering her belongings alongside Xia Nanzhi. The villa they were staying in was procured through a friend of Xia Chengong in the capital. All that was needed was to contact someone to tidy it up before they returned it. Chapter 84. Well, is it warmer now? Miaoyi. Could you please check your luggage once more and see if you've forgotten anything? A week later, it was time for Chen Qiu and Zhang Miaoyi to set off. Yesterday, a heavy snowfall blanketed the entire capital city in a stunning layer of white, which was truly enchanting. Chen Qiu never anticipated that after residing in the capital for a month due to the program, he would soon be departing. It was indeed a moment for reflection. Jiang Miaolin diligently inspected her bag, ensuring all her documents and essentials were in order. Turning to Chen Qiu, she smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, I have everything." "And yours?" Chen Qiu replied, flashing his wallet with a chuckle, "All my important items are here. Anything else I might have forgotten is of no consequence." Jiang Miaolin couldn't help but laugh. "You boys are quite something. A quick tidy-up, and you're good to go." Chen Qiu shrugged. "Isn't that the truth? A boy can go from waking up to stepping out in just 3 minutes. Can you do that?" Jiang Miaolin shook her head. "I certainly cannot. Just putting on makeup takes me quite a while." The two shared laughter as they pushed open the door and stepped outside. Before leaving, they ensured all the utilities in the house were turned off, including the heating, before finally exiting into the corridor. Their apartment featured an open corridor, allowing them to glimpse the outside world. A biting wind swept through, but clad in warm attire, they felt little chill. This situation aptly illustrated the stark differences between the north and south. In the south, when it gets cold, it can be genuinely freezing, rendering layers of clothing ineffective. As they prepared to leave, Chen Qiu noticed Jiang Miaolin struggling with her scarf. He smiled and helped her wrap the blue scarf snugly around her neck. At that moment, she was dressed in a long black down coat, resembling a wrapped dumpling, with a scarf around her neck and a warm hat covering her ears. Coupled with her pure and adorable face and large, sparkling eyes, she was simply captivating to most onlookers. "Is it warmer now?" Chen Qiu asked, adjusting her scarf. "Yes, much better." Jiang Miaolin gazed intently at Chen Qiu, her clear, beautiful eyes reflecting his image perfectly. "It's time to go. The taxi is waiting for us downstairs," Chen Qiu said as he wheeled their luggage towards the elevator. Just as they were about to board the car, a phone call came in from his mother, Xia Nanzhi. "Mom, what's up? Miaolin and I are getting into the car, heading to the airport." Xia Nanzhi's voice came through. "It's nothing important. Just checking if you're on your way to the airport. The temperature difference between the north and south is significant. Have you packed your clothes properly?" A few scattered snowflakes landed on Chen Qiu, only to be brushed away by Jiang Miaolin beside her. Sitting in the back seat, Chen Qiu unzipped her down jacket, feeling a mix of helplessness and amusement. The stark temperature disparity between the north and south necessitated their dual preparations for this journey. Today in the capital, the daytime temperature plummeted to -7 degrees, while in Luqing, Jiang province, it soared to a balmy 27 degrees. The difference was a staggering 30 degrees. Without a short-sleeved shirt underneath, disembarking from the plane would undoubtedly lead to unbearable heat. "We've packed everything, truly we have. Mom, this isn't our first time traveling far. You can rest assured," Chen Qiu said with a smile. Chapter 85. Something amiss last night, while organizing his belongings. Chen Qiu made a video call to Xia Nanzhi to discuss their impending journey to Qiang province. However, what struck Chen Qiu as peculiar was that his mother appeared entirely unfazed during the conversation, engaging not only with him but also with Jiang Miaolin. Xia Nanzhi and her family were still residing in Luqing, within the Xia household. Yet, the question lingered, when would they depart? It was no longer within Chen Qiu's control. After all, when they set out for Luqing, the situation had already spiraled beyond his grasp. The kindness that Xia Qinggong and Xia Jiangwo had shown him over the past 3 years was difficult to sever, especially with his mother now in Luqing. "Chen Qiu, once you arrive in Qiang province, make sure to take good care of Miaolin, understood? After all, I have watched her grow up," Xia Nanzhi admonished. She was well aware of her son's ability to care for Jiang Miaolin, yet a mother's instinct often compels her to offer such reminders, a privilege inherent to motherhood. "Miaolin, I can't take it anymore. You tell my mom," Chen Qiu chuckled, handing the phone to Jiang Miaolin, who was seated beside him in the vehicle. With a rumble, the taxi driver pressed the gas pedal lightly, and the car began to ease out of the community gate, heading toward the airport. The flight from Beijing to Qiang province would take approximately 3 to 4 hours. Their flight was scheduled for 8 a.m., necessitating an early departure to reach the airport in time. Hello, Xia. Jiang Miaolin greeted sweetly as she took the phone and began conversing with Xia Nanzhi. Chen Qiu, being a young man, often found himself curious about why girls had so much to say, despite having spoken for over an hour the previous night. This call could easily extend beyond 30 minutes. This, indeed, illustrated the differences in male and female perspectives. The driver observed the two in the back seat, listening to their lively conversation and noticing the gleam in their eyes, which stirred a sense of envy within him. In contrast to his life, this young couple seemed to possess a hopeful outlook. He thought, if not for life's demands, who would willingly be out at such an early hour, seeking passengers? Noticing their seemingly affluent attire, the driver hesitated before pressing a button on the fare meter, while Jiang Miolin was engrossed in her chat with Xia Mei. Admiring the scenery outside, Chen Qiu became aware of the driver's unusual action. Initially dismissive, he gradually sensed something was amiss. However, the strong scent of disinfectant emanating from the driver held him back from inquiring further, and they continued on in silence until they reached the terminal. Upon arrival at the airport, they were delayed due to a detour, and the fare meter indicated an irregular charge. For the same distance, a properly metered taxi would have cost at least half as much. "Hello, you two. The total is 270 yuan, the driver said, glancing nervously at the fare meter. He was certainly aware that the fare for this journey, under normal circumstances, would only amount to around 130 to 40 yuan. Yet, he found himself in a predicament, as he was in dire need of money. Chen Qiu let out a sigh, but did not immediately reach for his wallet. Instead, he inquired, "Uncle, has there been some unfortunate incident at your home? I can detect a strong scent of disinfectant emanating from you." Chapter 86, Young Man. "I cannot accept your money." Upon hearing this, the driver's body stiffened abruptly, utterly taken aback that Chen Qiu had noticed this detail. It was quite reasonable for Chen Qiu to be aware of it. Firstly, the scent of disinfectant was indeed quite strong on the driver, and secondly, the warmth of the car's heating system only exacerbated the odor. "My apologies, young man. My meter seems to be malfunctioning. This journey should only cost 130. I'll only charge you 100. The driver's face reddened, instantly engulfed by the embarrassment of being exposed, leaving him feeling utterly uncomfortable. Deep down, he was aware that his actions were far from commendable, yet he felt powerless. Without the money, he could not even afford his daughter's medical expenses. In truth, his family was not limited to just one child. At the age of 35, his wife unexpectedly revealed her pregnancy, and they decided to welcome the child into the world. Initially, everything seemed perfect with a healthy daughter, a long-desired blessing that filled him with immense joy. However, who would have thought that just 2 years after she began kindergarten, she would be diagnosed with leukemia? The illness stemmed from the inferior materials used in the kindergarten's renovations, which led to several children suffering from the same fate. Even though the kindergarten's head was apprehended, it was of little consequence. The institution lacked the funds to compensate, and their family's savings had already been depleted. The impact of renovation materials on young children is profoundly detrimental, especially as their age decreases, while adults tend to possess higher resistance. "Sir, it's all right. If there is anything going on at home, feel free to share." Chen Qiu sighed once more. If the driver insisted on charging him 270 yuan, he would leave 300 and depart with Jiang Miolin. However, the driver's change of heart, coupled with his expression of deep remorse, stirred Chen Qiu's compassion. He understood that he could not assist everyone, but since fate had brought them together, a helping hand would not go amiss. Moreover, he had witnessed Jiang Miaoi's demise before his very eyes. He knew all too well the despair that envelopes the family of a patient. "No worries at all. I truly have no issues here. You two may keep 100 for the fare." The driver's expression grew increasingly bitter. "Here, take this. It's all the cash I have on me. This note contains my phone number. If things become too overwhelming, do not hesitate to call me. Perhaps I could lend a hand." Chen Qiu did not count the money, merely taking a thick bundle of bills and placing it in the armrest compartment. It amounted to at least several thousand. The driver stared at the stack of crisp notes, momentarily stunned, his eyes welling up with tears. "Young man, I cannot accept your money," the driver hurriedly protested. "It's no trouble at all. Your earnings cannot match mine. Besides, since we've crossed paths, it must be fate. Accept this money. You look like you might be a veteran. There is no need to be overly courteous. If you find yourself in dire straits, do call me," Chen Qiu insisted earnestly. As she spoke, she led Jiang Miolin out of the car. Before disembarking, Jiang Miolin casually removed a bracelet from her wrist and placed it upon the armrest, then followed suit. Her perceptiveness was far less acute than Chen Qiu's. Yet she unconditionally trusted Chen Qiu's judgment. Since Chen Qiu had taken such action, she too would assist to the best of her ability. Gazing at the golden bracelet resting on the armrest. Chapter 87. Missing sister again? Gazing at the golden bracelet resting on the armrest and the vibrant banknotes. The driver, an elderly gentleman, found tears streaming down his cheeks, unable to contain his emotions, his voice choked with sorrow. Chen Qiu's intuition proved remarkably astute. Through subtle details, he discerned that the driver had been a veteran over a decade ago. Many veterans, having spent extensive time in service, carry an indelible air of competence throughout their lives. This driver exemplified such a spirit. Although life had burdened his back, the inherent resilience of a soldier remained alive within him. Had he not been driven to desperation, he would never have tampered with the fare meter, risking fines for a few extra hundred yuan. By the time he realized the gravity of his actions, Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin had already made their way toward the airport entrance. In a rush, he descended from the vehicle and bowed deeply towards their receding figures. Yet the tears in his eyes remained fervently warm and unyielding. Despite his initial intention to deceive them for monetary gain, they had instead repaid his malice with kindness, leaving him with such a precious memento. Reflecting on his prior conduct, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself in regret. Chen Qiu, having lived 2 lifetimes and witnessed much, understood that many individuals do not harbor ill intentions but are often ensnared by circumstances beyond their control. A little assistance at the onset of their struggles could foster immense gratitude and a willingness to amend their misdeeds. Ah, the unpredictability of life. Chen Qiu sighed, his mind drifting back to the memories of Jiang Miaoyi in her prime, and the haunting image of her lying helplessly in a hospital bed. 2 lives intertwined. 2 souls. Both had irrevocably altered Chen Qiu's path. Brother-in-law, are you missing sister again? Jiang Miolin inquired softly, her voice tinged with concern as she walked beside him. In response, Chen Qiu merely smiled, offering no words, instead gently ruffling Jiang Miaolin's hair with one hand. What purpose does longing serve? The dead cannot be resurrected. Their lives must continue, and it is their duty to ensure that the departed live on through them in their second existence. At noon, Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin exited the terminal. Upon disembarking the plane, the embrace of the airport's air conditioning had masked the sweltering heat, but as they stepped outside, they felt as though they might perish from the warmth. They could don short sleeves beneath their coats, shedding the outer layers before landing. Yet the thermal pants were another matter. Given the frigid temperatures in the capital, venturing without them could prove fatal. The warmth surged from their lower bodies, causing a sensation of despair. From their attire, one could hardly perceive the thickness of their clothing or detect any signs of thermal pants, for they wore a type of fleece-lined shark pants. At times, one cannot help but admire the ingenuity of women's apparel. Though men's thermal pants are often bulky and ineffective, the female version, thin yet remarkably warm, feels akin to wrapping oneself in a cozy embrace. Chen Qiu had realized this truth in his previous life. He occasionally attended various events during winter, and wearing excessively thick clothing was simply out of the question. Thus, his assistant suggested he try on sharkskin pants. After a single trial, he found himself stepping into a newfound realm. Before this experiment, as a man of stature, he instinctively harbored a sense of resistance. Chen Dage, the divine, and the enchanting Malin, how I have longed for you both. Ha. Feng Shu stood at the terminal exit, holding a large sign. And upon seeing the 2 emerge from the terminal, he eagerly rushed to greet them. Chapter 88. This is bound to be entertaining, haha. Director Feng, you seem to have aged quite a bit in just a few months. With your scruffy beard, why not shave it off? Chen Qiu remarked with amusement. Feng Shu attempted to approach Chen Qiu for a bear hug, but was met with a dismissive hand, clearly expressing a not in a million years look. Feng Shu, unfazed, chuckled in return. How do you both find your experience in Xiong province? Transitioning from winter to summer must be quite exhilarating, wouldn't you agree? Chen Qiu felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he exclaimed, don't even mention it. It's scorching hot, wearing thermal pants beneath. With a perceived temperature of 27 degrees, it feels akin to being in a steamer at 38 degrees. Upon hearing this, Feng Shu couldn't help but beam with pride, laughing unabashedly. After some light banter, Feng Shu, accompanied by a staff member, led the 2 toward the airport parking lot. To Chen Qiu's surprise, Feng Shu extended his hand towards him. Chen Qiu, exasperated, retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to Feng Shu. Feng Shu lit the cigarette and took a deep, contented drag, sporting an expression of sheer bliss that could easily mislead one about his activities. Director Feng, I must say, as a prominent filmmaker with the means to drive a Bentley Continental, why would you need to ask a guest for a cigarette? Isn't that a bit excessive? Is it possible that the car from the previous episode was one I rented, merely for effect? Feng Shu inquired with a cheeky grin. Rented? Which rental company would modify the brakes, change the rims, and then lease it out? If it were a second-hand vehicle and the modifications were personal additions, I might believe it. But for a brand new car, that's utterly implausible. Chen Qiu rolled his eyes in disbelief. Upon seeing Feng Shu's car earlier, Chen Qiu suspected that Feng's background was not as ordinary as it seemed. A mere director wouldn't drive a Continental GT or afford carbon ceramic brakes worth over 100,000. It was baffling that he would pretend to be less affluent. You seem quite knowledgeable about cars. Feng Shu feigned ignorance. Even with Chen Qiu standing right in front of him, he kept his thoughts to himself. He was genuinely eager to witness Chen Qiu's expression after the show. This is sure to be amusing, haha. I could claim that in my dreams, I own a Bugatti worth over 50 million. Would you believe that? Chen Qiu smirked. I believe it. Feng Shu surprisingly nodded. I can't even believe it myself. Chen Qiu retorted, seamlessly steering the conversation back. The reality often surpasses the absurdity depicted in dramas and novels. The notion of embarking on a second life post-transmigration remains utterly ludicrous. Well, I don't believe it either. Feng Shu replied. Damn it. Chen Qiu couldn't contain himself any longer. The group made their way to a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, an extravagant special edition BB version, valued at over 8 million. Feng Shu struck a pose, flamboyantly retrieving his car keys from his pocket. With a subtle press, the vehicle illuminated, instantly unlocking. Can you please stop pretending? Does it really kill you to be genuine? Chen Qiu felt an overwhelming urge to kick him, remarking, Oh, but you were mistaken. The essence of life lies in the art of showing off. Without that flair, existence would be utterly mundane. Feng Shu chuckled mischievously. Chapter 89. This fellow is still so amusing. Feng Shu's expression is utterly mischievous, to the extent that passers-by feel compelled to give him a couple of slaps. Chen Qiu hardly regarded the Cullinan with any seriousness. After all, in his previous life, his garage was filled with all sorts of vehicles. Although he did not harbor a particular passion for cars, as a renowned singer in his past life, he had amassed a considerable fortune. Naturally, he possessed many things that one would expect at such a level of wealth. Feng Shu's demeanor only further underscored his extraordinary background. Chen Qiu assisted Jiang Miolin in placing her suitcase in the trunk and playfully teased Feng Shu, Director Feng, are you aware of a little quip regarding driving a Rolls-Royce? Feng Shu looked puzzled. What quip? Chen Qiu pressed a button, lowering the electric trunk, and remarked. It's said that driving a Rolls-Royce means enjoying a life devoid of navigation. Rolls-Royce employs double-layered, glue-coated, silver-plated glass, which, while providing sun protection, also tends to block mobile signals. Moreover, the absence of a signal amplifier in the vehicle makes navigation quite challenging. It's not that navigation is entirely impossible, but with the windows closed, it's likely to lose connection. One might find themselves several kilometers down the road, while their phone's navigation remains stuck in the last century. Feng Shu's face flushed with embarrassment. He suddenly lost the urge to show off. Wow, Chen Qiu truly lives up to his reputation as the son-in-law of a successful real estate mogul in Lu City. His knowledge is extensive. Were others to see his Cullinan, they would merely exclaim in awe, then climb inside to touch and admire it, consumed by envy. Director Feng, to be honest, domestic cars are quite good nowadays. You might want to give them a try, Chen Qiu suggested as he opened the rear door for Jiang Miolin and joined her in the back seat. Well, this car actually belongs to my elder brother. Given my personality, I prefer high-performance vehicles. I wouldn't drive something like this. Mainly, driving an SUV feels akin to steering a ship. Feng Shu shrugged. However, SUVs are not as devoid of merit as you suggest. If you drive too quickly, those in the back may easily become car-sick. Chen Qiu chuckled. Feng Shu had initially thought Chen Qiu would extol the virtues of SUVs, but upon hearing this, he nearly gasped for breath. This fellow remains as entertaining as ever, perfectly in tune with his tastes. Once inside the vehicle, the air conditioning swiftly alleviated the summer heat for Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin, imparting a refreshing sense of vitality. Feng Shu first took them back to the hotel to change clothes, then whisked them away to the seaside for seafood. Chen Qiu donned a vibrant floral shirt and beach shorts, perfectly complementing the island's ambience, while Jiang Miolin slipped into a delicate white dress, her toes peeking out from dainty sandals, exuding an air of pure charm. Chen Qiu, what do you think of this island in Hainan? Feng Shu inquired. Reclining in a white plastic chair, legs crossed, gazing at the nearby sandy beach under the shelter of a sunshade. Quite splendid. Visiting here for the winter is most suitable, Chen Qiu replied. However, it would be more appropriate if there were fewer deceptive practices. Chen Qiu nodded in agreement. The issue of passenger transport in tourism is prevalent everywhere. It is merely that in some regions it is particularly severe, while in others it is just a localized phenomenon. Moreover, this problem is not confined to domestic situations. It is even more exaggerated abroad. Not only do they overcharge tourists, but they can also resort to more sinister tactics. If you appear affluent, there is a possibility of being abducted right off the street. Who can argue otherwise? Presently, the tourism industry in Hainan province is languishing due to these matters. Otherwise, they would not have summoned us here. Chapter 90. These scoundrels are truly beyond redemption. The program that Feng Shu is currently planning is titled Cheer Up, Entrepreneurs. Due to its sister series nature, the names are strikingly similar. Feng Shu not only secured substantial investment from a wealthy patron, but also garnered support from the tourism department of Qiong province. As for the tourism industry in Qiong province, it is quite difficult to assess. People, by nature, tend to disregard ethics when business is booming. They care little for the consequences. If I perceive you to be a transient visitor, merely a one-time customer, I will exploit you without remorse. As for repeat customers and reputation, those concerns do not cross my mind. However, by the time the repercussions dawn upon them, it is already too late. Fortunately, the tourism department of Qiong province has had an epiphany and has decided to embark on a large-scale overhaul. This time, they have invited us to leverage our influence, showcasing it to the audience during the live broadcast, as the filming process primarily revolves around live streaming. By the time the variety show officially airs, several months will have passed since the filming concluded. Nevertheless, even with the tourism department's invitation, the effect is minimal, for many issues have become deeply entrenched. This is the phenomenon where quantitative changes lead to qualitative transformations. When public sentiment reaches a boiling point, forgiveness is a rarity, and all that remains is a desire to witness your downfall. Feng Shu, cigarette in mouth and fan in hand, remarked, "Nowadays, unscrupulous merchants are posting various videos online, lamenting their plight, yet instead of sympathy, they are met with scorn. Who cares? As long as we can profit, isn't that all that matters?" Chen Qiu jested. "Absolutely right," Feng Shu exclaimed, slapping his thigh as if he had found a kindred spirit. The two exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter, carefree and light-hearted. Before long, the dishes they ordered were served, but the expressions of Chen Qiu and Feng Shu instantly soured. Chen Qiu glanced at the seafood on the table and then at Feng Shu. "Director Feng, where on earth did you find this restaurant? Or is it that the production budget has run dry, prompting a switch from live lobsters to dead ones?" Feng Shu felt utterly despondent. They had just been criticizing unscrupulous merchants, only to deliver a resounding slap to their own faces. How could fate be so cruel? "No, I must confront this merchant." Feng Shu rolled up his sleeves and headed toward the restaurant's direction, determined to reason with the proprietor. Then, a more infuriating situation unfolded. The owner labeled him a pauper, suggesting that if he lacked funds, he ought not to flaunt wealth by dining on seafood by the seaside. It is common knowledge that seafood is rather expensive. A single meal can easily amount to thousands. The proprietor, confronted with the fact that he had substituted live lobsters with frozen ones, remained unapologetic. Yet the price disparity between frozen and live lobsters is monumental, essentially one-third. If procured through proper channels, the price would be even lower. After a brief commotion, it was revealed that Feng Shu and his companions had come to Qiong province to film a variety show. Having received an invitation from the Provincial Department of Culture and Tourism, this news prompted a complete turnaround in the attitude of the boss. However, the notion of complimentary offerings was out of the question. Instead, they merely exchanged the dishes for live seafood, without even a hint of a discount. This nearly caused Feng Shu to explode with frustration. Such insufferable individuals truly seem beyond redemption. He sighed heavily as he returned to his seat, feeling utterly disheartened. If it weren't for his gnawing hunger and his aversion to unnecessary fuss, he would have certainly walked out, refusing to allow these unscrupulous merchants to profit from him in any way. Chapter 91. To be honest, it is truly remarkable. A few days later, as the program prepared for its launch, it swiftly garnered considerable attention. The live broadcast had barely commenced, and it had not yet entered the formal program flow. Yet a significant number of viewers were already present. After all, the filming of the previous season had only recently concluded. Naturally, the enthusiasm from the last season still lingered. However, following the departure of Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin, the show's popularity plummeted drastically. Subsequently, there were no more instances of naturally trending topics. The director, Feng Shu, would occasionally fabricate sensational events, prompting the production team to purchase trending spots to attract some additional traffic. In terms of program effectiveness, the previous season's guests did not significantly enhance the show. The viewership remained rather tepid. Their instincts on the program were less sharp than Chen Qiu's during her time, and their interaction with the production team lacked the same vibrancy. This directly resulted in the show's subsequent lukewarm reception. However, from the very beginning, Feng Shu had anticipated this scenario and had prepared accordingly. It was the contrasting effect brought about by Chen Qiu's participation that caught him off guard. Oh my! This director is truly impressive. Having just wrapped up one variety show, he quickly launched into another. Who could argue otherwise? The ability to concoct a new script and secure investments in such a short span is indeed commendable. The primary difference this season lies in the format. Though the guests remain largely the same as last season, I suspect it might lack excitement. Yet, you are mistaken. Many variety shows feature a rotation of several guests, with some shows cycling through the same few participants, occasionally inviting others for guest appearances. Despite this repetition, some shows have thrived over numerous seasons, akin to an old woman's foot-binding cloth, long and pungent. Yet, those shows continue to flourish, do they not? What do you mean? Could you be more succinct? I am reluctant to wade through so much text. Damn it. What I mean is, as long as the director knows how to create engaging content, the identity of the guests is ultimately irrelevant. I have heard that there may be changes among this season's guests. It seems the production team is inviting someone new. They have created quite a buzz, shrouded in mystery. Regardless of any changes, it is certain they will still feature ordinary individuals. Indeed, given the production team's frugal and impoverished demeanor, how could they possibly invite any heavyweight guests? Upon hearing of potential guest changes, many expressed their disdain. This is understandable, primarily due to the lasting impressions from the previous season. Last season, everything felt incredibly grounded and authentic. This led to viewers feeling somewhat disoriented, as most variety shows typically take place in luxury hotels or feature significant segments in lavish locations. In contrast, under Feng Shu's direction, this program maintained a remarkably low-key approach throughout. To be honest, it is truly unparalleled. In the vast expanse of the internet, Feng Shu stands alone in this regard. In the eyes of the audience, the most significant expenditure of the previous season must have been the various costs incurred by the staff over several months. Oh dear, the guests have arrived. Yet again. It's a second-hand, dilapidated van. How utterly amusing. Could it be that Director Feng intentionally orchestrated this? Chapter 92. Who is Chen Qiu? Is he truly renowned? The guests disembarked from their business vehicles, greeting the cameras in a manner reminiscent of their entrance in the previous season. They settled onto the chairs on the lawn, engaging in conversation and responding to questions posed by the production team for the live broadcast. Unlike last season, this time a group of guests was invited for a single interview. The audience, already well acquainted with these guests, did not require a formal introduction or ice-breaking games to foster familiarity. The ensemble of guests echoed the previous season's lineup, yet this season they were tasked with entrepreneurship, prompting corresponding adjustments to the rules. They could maintain their partnerships from last season or opt for new combinations. Following the departure of Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin from the last season, the production team had temporarily invited another group of guests to sustain the presence of 3 pairs. Each group arrived, completed their interviews, and subsequently interacted while speculating about the identity of the special guest invited by the production team. Despite no official announcements or details from the team, previous seasons participants like Xiao Yun and Chen Ji knew they were likely to be Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin. Since their departure from the show, the duo had released a sensational song titled October 17th, which had captivated the entire internet. Even though they were unaware of its impact during their time on the program, they became aware by its conclusion. With a creak, a black business vehicle came to a halt and the door swung open, revealing a man and a woman stepping out. In an instant, the camera crew honed in on them, capturing their presence. The young man remained as handsome as ever, while the young woman exuded beauty, her gaze radiating warmth. Although it was winter, their southern location allowed them to dress as if it were summer. Aha! What did I say? Look who has arrived, Xiaoyan exclaimed, turning to see them, laughter escaping her lips. Indeed, it was the two of them. Director Feng, you were truly impressive. You managed to bring them both back. I've heard they have joined Chinese media. Zhuangsheng chimed in with a smile, his eyes gleaming with envy. Especially Chen Qiu, who has signed a staggering A-level contract. An A-level contract is a remarkable achievement within the industry, just a tier below that of a king of song, representing the pinnacle of treatment. As a popular singer, Zhuangsheng understood that even A-level contracts are rare and sought after by countless artists throughout their careers. The fact that Chen Qiu signed an A-level contract underscored the significance that Chinese media placed on him. Wow, Chen Qiu has returned? Who is this Chen Qiu? Is he really that famous? How could you not know him? Have you never heard of October 17th? That heart-wrenching ballad that became a sensation on Douyin. It was actually his creation. Isn't that astonishing? However, what truly transpired with his departure last season? I have heard whispers that he may have gotten married or something of that sort. Chapter 93. Chen Qiu, you truly owe us an apology. Last season. During Chen Qiu's departure, the events surrounding him ignited several trending topics. However, it seemed as though some external force intervened, causing these topics to swiftly dissipate. The loyal viewers from the previous season still vividly recall those tumultuous events, as they were indeed quite sensational. A beautiful woman confronted Chen Qiu in broad daylight while filming the show, insinuating infidelity and accusing him of shamelessness. The situation escalated dramatically. Shortly thereafter, another stunning woman emerged, strikingly resembling Jiang Miolin. This revelation left many in utter disbelief. Analyzing the circumstances, it appeared that this newcomer, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Miolin, was, in fact, Chen Qiu's wife. Yet, on the surface, they seemed to be complete strangers. The perplexity of their resemblance and unfamiliarity continues to baffle many even now, leaving them scratching their heads in confusion. Chen Qiu and Miolin, you have finally returned. After your departure last season, countless netizens engaged in discussions about you. For an extended period, the fervor surrounding conversations about you in numerous live streams persisted, eclipsing all others. Zhuang Xing remarked with a smile directed at Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin. Although he wore a cheerful expression, a deep-seated envy brewed within him. After all, those who navigate the treacherous waters of the entertainment industry yearn for abundant resources to befall them, and both Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin had received just that. In comparison to Chen Qiu, Jiang Miolin appeared to consistently maintain a rather modest presence, always accommodating Chen Qiu, much like a background figure. However, in reality, Jiang Miaolin's contract was nothing short of formidable. Merely her contract was enough to incite Zhuang Xing's envy. Moreover, Jiang Miolin was hardly an inconspicuous figure. Her voice was essential for harmonizing in their musical pieces. Without her, the essence of Chen Qiu's performances was diminished. Had October 17th merely been Chen Qiu's solo endeavor, it would have failed to achieve such explosive resonance, let alone evoke tears from listeners. Naturally, Jiang Miaolin's talent is impossible to overlook. Given their current status, they are no longer comparable to their former selves from last season. Thus, despite any envy or jealousy, it must remain concealed within. A careless offense towards either of them could lead to serious repercussions. After the previous season's recording, both gained a considerable following. Yet when compared to Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin, their popularity was utterly dwarfed. Haha, we caused you trouble last season. My sincerest apologies. Our abrupt withdrawal indeed created considerable disruption for the production team. And here, Miolin and I wish to extend our formal apologies to all of you. Chen Qiu remarked with a smile, bowing alongside Jiang Miolin to the audience and the production crew. Their gesture was not mere theatrics. It was a genuine expression of regret. After all, due to their affairs, we have caused others trouble. Chen Qiu, you truly ought to apologize to us. Haha, because of you. Last season I was relentlessly pursued and scolded by a multitude of people. They all believed that it was I, the director, who had driven you away. The voice of Feng Shu echoed, existing as an off-screen commentary. Indeed, during the previous season, Feng Shu had also faced considerable backlash because of this matter. Chapter 94. What cannot be said, must not be said. In the previous season, the performances of Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin were evident for all to see. In contrast to the pretentiousness exhibited by Wang Xing and others, the brilliance of Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin shone remarkably bright, grounded in authenticity and devoid of any frivolous faults. Even Wang Xing and his companions only began to adapt to the rhythm of the show later on, resulting in a gradual decrease in criticism directed at them. Their increasingly genuine performances garnered them a fair share of fans, yet when compared to the captivating displays of Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin during those few days, they fell short. This disparity primarily stemmed from differing life experiences. They had not traversed the same paths as Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin, and thus could not reach their level. Moreover, the interactions between Chen Qiu and Feng Shu were a significant highlight of the previous season. Although Feng Shu later engaged in various antics, he could never quite replicate the magic of that moment. Chen Qiu, Miolin, you two are the culprits. Haha. You made me endure a season of criticism. You must compensate me well, Feng Shu jested. Director Feng, isn't our return a form of atonement? Chen Qiu replied with a smile. Indeed. You both must earnestly atone and strive for more trending topics. By the way, there is something I must discuss with you in advance, Feng Shu said, suddenly pausing mid-sentence, leaving Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin bewildered. What is the matter? Do tell, Chen Qiu inquired, puzzled. Before I proceed, you must promise not to be angry with me. Feng Shu teased, keeping them in suspense. Chen Qiu rolled his eyes in exasperation. His strikingly handsome features, accentuated by the camera-ready makeup, only enhanced his allure. What could it possibly be that requires my prior agreement? He questioned. Kiki. If you don't agree, I honestly cannot divulge it, Feng Shu said, nodding with a self-satisfied expression. Very well. Speak on. Chen Qiu assumed Feng Shu was merely seeking to create some comedic effect or mischief within the production team. Thus he acquiesced. Since they were guests on the show, they naturally had to adhere to the arrangements made by the production team. Even if Feng Shu orchestrated some humorous moments, they, as guests, could not oppose the production's intentions, as professionalism demanded otherwise. In his past life, Chen Qiu had been a titan in the music industry, a figure at the pinnacle of success that countless aspired to emulate. Having already reached such heights, his pursuit of fame and fortune was far less fervent than that of others, and he bore no airs about him. Kiki, since you've already agreed, my objective is accomplished. I shall keep this matter under wraps for now. What cannot be said, must not be said. Feng Shu chuckled mischievously. I am. Chen Qiu is truly inclined to express my frustration. Is there truly someone who plays such coy games? He has already promised, yet still insists on concealing this matter? What on earth is it? Director Feng, you are utterly insufferable. Director Feng is indeed insufferable. Goodness. After being subjected to such antics, I am now consumed with curiosity. I desperately wish to know. My friends, who among you will pry open Director Feng's lips? Chapter 95. No matter what happens. You must not blame me. Director Feng is indeed Director Feng. He seizes every opportunity to enhance the show's appeal. This season has barely commenced, yet he has already orchestrated a significant event. For years, we have remained oblivious to the words of the pangolin. Director Feng, I curse your grandmother. Numerous comments echoed the same frustration, expressing their disdain and sending insults towards Feng Shu's family. However, this was precisely the intended effect. Chen Qiu. While I cannot divulge much regarding this matter, I can offer a hint. The issue I inquired about is, in fact, related to the special guest. Indeed, you currently comprise 4 groups, totaling 8 individuals, yet you are not the entirety of the guests. Apart from you, there are 2 more participants. Feng Shu's smile grew increasingly mischievous, evoking an unsettling sensation. It felt as though he was plotting something grand. Damn. Chen Qiu could not help but exclaim. Although he was unaware of whom Feng Shu intended to invite, an ominous feeling began to brew within him. 2 faces instantly flashed in his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He had already discussed matters with Xia Nanzhi. She surely wouldn't come to the show, would she? What purpose would she have in appearing? If Xia Nanzhi were to join, the situation would become utterly chaotic. The trending topics would be incessant. And what if it affected the Xia family's reputation? This was not merely Chen Qiu's overestimation of the situation. The essence of this matter was indeed explosive and highly topical. Even without the production team purchasing trending topics, it would undeniably gain attention. Director Feng, when will the special guest arrive? Chen Qiu inquired, exasperated. Tomorrow, when the recording officially begins. Feng Shu replied with a triumphant smile. After a brief pause, he continued, Chen Qiu, the production team has also altered the arrangements for your group this season. Other groups' guests may freely choose whether to form entrepreneurial teams. At most, 2 groups can combine into one. However, one group will be left out, consisting solely of 2 individuals. But for your group, you must team up with the special guest. Of course, if you genuinely refuse, you need not form a team. However, your entrepreneurial endeavors must occur in the same location. Upon hearing this, Chen Qiu was left utterly speechless. What kind of absurdity was this? How could such a regulation exist? Chen Qiu, as agreed, no matter what happens. You must not blame me, Feng Shu said with a smile. Yet, Feng Shu's heart was filled with complexity. To say this arrangement was solely for the sake of the show would be an understatement. While he did indeed pursue the show's appeal, after all, as a director, seeking excitement and popularity is his primary duty. He sensed that there were intricate matters intertwined with Chen Qiu's situation. Perhaps by placing both parties together through the program, misunderstandings could be resolved and harmony restored. In the previous season, due to the incident involving Zhou Meng, Feng Shu indeed developed a certain discontent towards both Zhou Meng and Xia Nanzhi. However, in the end, he still took the initiative to offer a word of caution. As this season's program commenced, he had become privy to numerous revelations, particularly regarding the history between Chen Qiu and Xia Nanzhi, which stirred profound feelings within him. Feng Shu had no intention of mediating. He believed that the parties involved should resolve their matters independently. Chapter 96. Like a lingering heartache, every family has its own set of difficulties. As an outsider, Feng Shu, despite being aware of the circumstances between Chen Qiu and Xia Nanzhi, finds himself at a loss. Should he intrude and advise Chen Qiu on her course of action? Absolutely not. Such an approach is utterly inappropriate. Moreover, what would become of Jiang Miolin in that scenario? Thus, the most prudent and indeed the only course of action is to allow them to resolve their misunderstandings independently. Apart from this, no alternative exists. Feng Shu perceives that Chen Qiu is not the type to shy away from confronting issues. He acknowledges that his interference might incite Chen Qiu's ire. Yet he is prepared to bear the brunt of any potential reproach. Even if Chen Qiu were to chastise him, he would remain silent. For he recognizes that he is responsible for the situation at hand. To put it more bluntly, his actions could be construed as a lack of respect for Chen Qiu, even placing her private matters under scrutiny. However, isn't this also what Xia Nanzhi desires? It is simply that Xia Nanzhi finds herself bereft of other avenues. In the program, alongside Chen Qiu, Xia Nanzhi hopes to showcase her transformation, providing an opportunity for them to mend their rift. Moreover, given Xia Nanzhi's current understanding of Chen Qiu, without altering Chen Qiu's perspective, without prompting her to confront her own feelings, and without inspiring any affection from Chen Qiu towards herself, their relationship is doomed to remain stagnant. The crux of their dilemma lies in mutual misconceptions. Chen Qiu mistakenly believes that Su Xiaoping holds significant importance in her heart. Furthermore, there exists the haunting memory of Jiang Miaoi, a lost love that casts a formidable shadow. If she were alive, many matters could be easily resolved. Yet, her passing has rendered her an eternal specter in the hearts of others, a heartache that is exceedingly difficult to eradicate. For anyone aspiring to enter Chen Qiu's heart and usurp Jiang Miaoi's place, the challenge is monumental, akin to scaling the heavens. This program represents Xia Nanzhi's finest and perhaps sole opportunity. Why do I assert this? Because their circumstances have crystallized. In the realm of reality, Chen Qiu could depart at any moment. Even if she were to reside in the Xia household indefinitely, her demeanor towards Xia Nanzhi remains notably formal. Chen Qiu has always treated her with too much decorum. But is this truly beneficial? Such a relationship was once commendable, yet times have changed. What they require is a pivotal bridge to facilitate a thaw in their relationship. Xia Nanzhi has sought assistance in analyzing this predicament. To achieve her ultimate goal of winning Chen Qiu's affections, it is imperative to dismantle their existing rapport. This is the so-called icebreaking. Following this thaw, Chen Qiu must come to recognize the differences in Xia Nanzhi, allowing for a renewed acquaintance. This process can be vividly illustrated by the archetype of childhood sweethearts. Most childhood friends, in truth, can only remain as companions. It is often quite challenging for them to evolve into something more. This difficulty arises from their profound familiarity with one another, which solidifies their original bond. When contemplating a leap beyond friendship, both individuals may sense an inherent awkwardness. However, should they choose to dismantle this established relationship and embark on a journey of rediscovery, the process might unfold with remarkable ease. Thus, it is often articulated in the digital realm, is it not? Chapter 97. There exists a notion among certain individuals online suggesting that sometimes one cannot pursue a girl who is too familiar, while a girl recently acquainted may indeed become attainable. This phenomenon stems from the inherent novelty present in initial encounters. During such moments, individuals tend to perceive each other's virtues and are eager to discover the admirable traits within one another. However, as time progresses and familiarity deepens, these positive attributes are often overshadowed by flaws, leading to a diminished appreciation of one another. In light of this, it becomes essential to initiate an ice-breaking process to disrupt the established dynamics and reconstruct the relationship. In this particular episode, Chen Qiu could not evade the situation, and Xia Nanzhi would not impose any pressure on him, as her intention was solely to foster a thawing of their relationship. As long as they could reshape their connection during the program, the remainder could unfold gradually without urgency. Chen Qiu had invested 3 years in supporting her resurgence, and she was willing to dedicate an equal span of time to earn his affection. For this endeavor, she was prepared to invest even more time. What she sought was not merely Chen Qiu's physical presence devoid of essence, for such a situation would lack significance. If that were the case, it would be more prudent to maintain the status quo. In this context, whether one deems Xia Nanzhi selfish or overly assertive, it is worth pondering where one can afford to be selfless in matters of the heart. Should one relinquish their affections to another, despite their own desires? Furthermore, emotional selfishness necessitates a proactive approach. Without striving for what one desires, how can there be any future prospects? Chen Qiu. Let's agree on this. You mustn't lose your temper later. You cannot scold me, chuckled Feng Shu, albeit with a hint of trepidation. As he realized that should Chen Qiu choose to retaliate, even 10 of him would likely not suffice against Chen Qiu's formidable physique. With an exasperated roll of his eyes, Chen Qiu disregarded Feng Shu's antics, settling down with Jiang Miolin instead and engaging in conversation with several other guests. Today was not the official recording day, and thus, their filming primarily revolved around guest interviews. They gathered to converse, reflecting on the previous season while sharing their thoughts for the upcoming one. The production team had not mandated any specific industry for their entrepreneurial ventures. They were free to choose as they pleased. Chen Qiu, what industry do you and Miolin plan to pursue this season? I watched some highlights from the last season, and I must say, your culinary skills are truly impressive. Are you considering opening a restaurant? Inquired Lin Xiaoqian, a former child star who had joined the program to gain followers. Following the success of her previous season, she had returned for the ongoing episodes. A restaurant, perhaps? Miolin, what are your thoughts? Chen Qiu inquired, stroking his chin. I am quite open to it. Opening a restaurant could indeed be a delightful venture. Last season, while we assisted in the cafeteria, numerous netizens suggested that we should establish a restaurant. If we truly embark on this endeavor, it would fulfill their wishes. Jiang Miolin replied with a gentle smile. Chapter 98. No matter what is done, it merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. Jiang Miolin possesses a gentle disposition. Whatever decisions Chen Qiu makes, she invariably supports him. This is partly because Chen Qiu's choices are predominantly sound, encompassing all aspects and requiring little contemplation on her part. Additionally, she has unwavering faith in Chen Qiu's judgment. The array of industries available for selection this season is vast. Yet establishing a restaurant stands out as the simplest and most visually engaging option. After all, opening a restaurant not only showcases Chen Qiu's culinary prowess, but also allows for interaction with a multitude of individuals. Furthermore, it serves to enlighten some online viewers that operating a restaurant is not as straightforward as they might believe, dissuading them from recklessly investing their fortunes into such ventures, only to face potential losses. Nowadays, the internet is rife with entrepreneurs who are nothing more than charlatans. Jiang Miolin feels that if they can dissuade even one person from such folly, it is worthwhile. Starting a business on a program is considerably easier than for the average person. However, given Feng Shu's vision for the show, he will not permit them to take the easy route. The most arduous aspects of running a restaurant lie in the time and effort required. On the surface, it may appear that a restaurant's peak hours are but a few fleeting moments, yet the preparation time is extensive. The busier the establishment, the longer the preparation must be. This is an unalterable truth. Thus, they shall proceed with the restaurant endeavor. Chen Qiu nodded in agreement, for he is quite adept at cooking. During his time at the Xia family home, he managed to cater to the culinary needs of the entire family single-handedly, even during the bustling New Year festivities. Maintaining an air of calm and composure, this rhythm is one he can adapt to with remarkable expedience. The entire interview and casual discussion spanned over 2 hours, during which everyone engaged in various dialogues. For instance, Zhuang Sheng and Lin Xiaoqian expressed their desire to set up a stall selling milk tea, prompting others to offer suggestions. Prior to their arrival, they had already studied several milk tea recipes and experimented at home. They tried their concoctions on site, receiving feedback from others on necessary adjustments. With the formal recording of the program commencing the following day, the group needed to secure funding and locate a venue. The production team presented them with 2 options: either choose a venue selected by the team or find one independently. Opting for the former could lead to competition for business, resulting in direct comparisons, akin to losing valuable exposure. Ultimately, the decision rests in their hands. Upon returning to the hotel, Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin deliberated. They concluded that selecting a venue chosen by the production team would suffice, regardless of its location. Moreover, the site selected by the team would not be obscure, as they are likely coordinated with the local tourism bureau, ensuring a strong connection to regional tourism. This program possesses a critical mission to promote local tourism. Since they are there to work, they must find ways to enhance the local scene. However, matters of unscrupulous business practices must be addressed. The matter of Chen Qiu and Feng Shu dining by the seaside has been reported to the local Cultural and Tourism Bureau, urging them to conduct an expeditious investigation. After all, if these issues remain unresolved, local tourism will continue to suffer. Their reputation is, indeed, of their own making. If even this fundamental issue cannot be addressed, then any efforts made will merely be superficial remedies rather than genuine solutions. Chapter 99. Are you prepared to face the storm? That very evening, as Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin engaged in conversation, they arrived at the hotel lobby. Once they got there, they wrapped themselves up as if they were criminals, ensuring their anonymity. Additionally, there were members of the production team capturing their every move. This was, in fact, part of the program's promotional build-up, designed to enhance the show's effect. Upon their arrival, the production team kept a close watch on Chen Qiu and Jiang Miolin, only allowing the two to ascend to their rooms once it was confirmed they would not emerge again. The entire filming process was rather brief, merely documenting their descent from the car to their entrance into the room. This segment was intended to be edited into the official broadcast of the show. Inside the room, Zhou Ming dragged her luggage, unfastened her mask, and removed her cap. Her delicate face flushed from the confinement. Oh dear, I was suffocating. This feels like a heist. Xia Nanzhi chuckled at her, similarly shedding her elaborate disguise, and replied, Isn't it akin to thievery? If Chen Qiu discovers us, we're doomed. Zhou Ming rolled her eyes playfully, responding, regardless, he will inevitably find out tomorrow. Nanzhi, are you ready to face the tempest? Xia Nanzhi scoffed. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Chen Qiu will be surprised at most, but he certainly won't display any negativity, nor will he scold us. Zhou Ming tilted her head in confusion. Oh really? Do you believe that so firmly? Xia Nanzhi nodded affirmatively, based on her understanding of Chen Qiu. She was convinced he would react as she anticipated. From her perspective, she found it hard to fathom any reason for Chen Qiu to become angry. Moreover, he was not the type to be irked by such matters, as long as their actions did not infringe upon Chen Qiu's principles, and they did not escalate any conflicts. Their interaction during the program would be amicable. Previously, Xia Nanzhi had harbored concerns, particularly after Chen Qiu visited the Xia residence. Despite bringing Xia Lime and the others to Luqing without his consent, Chen Qiu had not reprimanded her. This observation led her to believe that he was unlikely to be upset with her. She recognized that bringing Xia Lime and her grandfather was a misstep on her part. Yet she felt she had no alternative. If she did not seize this opportunity, what could she possibly do? Furthermore, to solidify her standing with Chen Qiu, she first needed to address matters with Xia Lime and the others. The Xia family had not previously barred Xia Lime and her companions from visiting Luqing. They had extended invitations on multiple occasions. However, Xia Lime and her group had refrained from imposing on the Xia family. Take, for instance, the issue concerning Grandpa Chen Jijun's leg injury. The Xia family had suggested more than once that he come to Luqing for treatment, but the old gentleman had declined. After repeated suggestions, the Xia family ceased to bring up the matter, for they cannot be compelled, can they? From Xia Nanzhi's perspective, only by securing the agreement of Xia Lime and her associates can she proceed with confidence. Without their consent, Xia Nanzhi would ultimately feel that her position lacks legitimacy, leaving her devoid of the necessary conviction. Yet, at this moment, what she lacks most is indeed that very conviction. Chapter 100. Isn't this season thrilling? After Chen Qiu emerged from Jiang Miaoi's room, he returned to his own quarters to rest. The following morning, the production team summoned everyone and instructed them to gather beneath the hotel building to commence the day's recording. The hotel, arranged specifically by the local Cultural and Tourism Bureau, offered them favorable accommodations. Located by the seaside, the hotel boasted splendid views. Even merely standing in the lobby, one could feel a gentle sea breeze wafting through the entrance, infused with the unique warmth of the tropics, which brought an invigorating sensation amidst the winter chill. For many from the northern regions, spending winter in such an environment was exceedingly pleasant. With temperatures exceeding 20 degrees Celsius, such weather would be unthinkable in the north. As the group assembled, individuals, despite varying wake-up times, waited for their teammates. After all, they were filming a program. Attention to detail was paramount, and one's rapport with bystanders was equally crucial. Chen Qiu and Jiang Miaoi exited the elevator together, being the first duo to arrive, having set their alarms in advance, thus not requiring the production team to rouse them. Meanwhile, special guests Xia Nanzhi and Zhou Ming had yet to make their appearance. In the lobby, numerous cameras were positioned to capture their every move from various angles. Upon spotting their cameraman from the previous season, Chen Qiu greeted him with a friendly wave, eliciting a moment of surprise from the latter, who had not anticipated that the two still remembered him. After a brief pause, he returned the gesture with a smile. Soon, the other guests from Zhuangxing's group arrived. Now that everyone was assembled, the filming for this season was set to officially commence. First, let us applaud. We extend our gratitude to all for participating in this season's program. The voice of director Feng Shu interjected, leading the applause. Following suit, thunderous claps resonated throughout the lobby. Given the early hour, their gathering would not disrupt the hotel's business, especially since prior arrangements had been made. Chen Qiu and the others joined in the applause, smiling. Next, we must extend special thanks to Chen Qiu and Zhang Miaoi. Your current status is markedly different, and so too is your remuneration. At your level, it is hardly necessary for you to appear on a program of this scale. Director Feng observed the two with a knowing smile. Oh, Director Feng, how can you say such a thing? Just recently, someone called me insisting that this season would be particularly thrilling and that I must participate. Chen Qiu replied with amusement. Indeed, isn't this season exhilarating? To enhance the program's appeal, I've exhausted many brain cells and sacrificed quite a bit of hair. Just look at my hair. It's noticeably sparser than last season. Feng Shu playfully tilted his head towards Chen Qiu, showcasing his own thinning locks. In the realm of whirlpools, there is indeed a noticeable thinning. The area of the whirlpool has expanded significantly, almost giving one the impression that it is rapidly approaching a Mediterranean state. As for Feng Shu, his condition is primarily attributable to familial genetics, as both his father and grandfather exhibit the same Mediterranean traits. Genetic predisposition is an immutable aspect. Upon Chen Qiu's return, interactions with him resumed instantly, elevating the atmosphere remarkably.